Remember, you'll receive The Argonaut, an award-winning publication that has provided in-depth historical accounts for over 30 years. And The Panorama, a quarterly newsletter covering ongoing activities and historical presentations. Go to sfhistory.org and discover the San Francisco Historical Society, giving our history a great future. Become a member today.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Here we go.
Count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
This is incredible.
Watch your local NFL game live all season long.
And he's in for a touchdown.
Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Okay, Bay Area, I've got a bigger team for you to join. The team that donates blood. Hot Yoga Republic in Mill Valley is teaming up with Vitalent for a blood drive September 25th and 26th. Roll up your sleeves, give blood, save a life. Every 2 seconds, somebody needs it. Accident victims, kids in chemo, real people who need you. Let's do this, Bay Area. Find your spot at hotyogarepublic.com. That's hotyogarepublic.com. And a big thanks to Habas Law for backing this. Habas Law, always fighting to make it right.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/sports. openphone.com/SPORTS.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results. Faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-2027. That's 800-275-2027.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
The John Deere Gator XUV lets you cut, pack, drive, scout, weld, stack, feed, pull, load, tow, spray, and haul, all in a single day. Because with the highest cargo box volume in its class, customizable features, and a towing capacity of up to 4,000 pounds, it gets the job done. You just have to get in the seat. Learn more at your John Deere dealer or visit johndeere.com/GatorXUV.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Jack London Square, 59 degrees and hazy.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Right.
It's time to wake on up with a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe? Yep, no doubt about that as they find Jennings running free. Jawan Jennings going to take it in for a San Francisco touchdown. 42 yards from Jones to Jennings for 6.
Woo, yeah.
Kevin Kugler on the call, Fox Sports. And no Purdy, no Kittle.
Screw that.
No problem for the San Francisco 49ers, who moved to 2-0, 2 massive road wins to start off this season. One in a 1 o'clock slate against your division rival. But this one, listen, we knew it wasn't going to be easy, even though I said it might have been a blowout, and we're not going to talk about that. But they won the game. That's all that matters. And for a team that we knew was going to fight through a lot of adversity heading into this one, first and foremost with a backup quarterback, Joe, as I say good morning to you, it's a hell of a win. Early start time. The Superdome gets loud. It's early in the season. You don't know much about other teams. And for them to win the way that they did, and Mac Jones, quite frankly, to look at the way he did, relax. I know he had the fumble, and it wasn't a good play. I knew it wasn't going to be perfect, and it wasn't perfect. But it was a total team win. Kind of like what we were talking about last week. Another total team victory. Upton Stout getting his first career sack. Luke Farrell getting his first career touchdown. Every single person's fingerprints was on this win, Joe, and it was refreshing to watch.
Yeah, you know, I've got so many gripes with Shanahan over the years. When you coach for 9 years, you know, you're going to build up a lot of little intricacies that drive you crazy, even if you're great.
That's crazy. 9 years.
I know.
It's actually insane.
Like, Steve Kerr is an all-time legend in the sport of basketball. There's only so many coaches to win multiple, let alone 3, 4 championships. So I look at someone like Belichick, who is one of the greatest coaches of all time. And yet he has little intricacies that I think drove Patriot fans insane. Doesn't mean that he wasn't great. It's just this is how you analytically criticize and critique someone who is of that ilk. I look at Shanahan, and I've got so many gripes and so many, but you know what? Not yesterday. Yesterday is the kind of win that a great coach wins. And he is a great coach. And you can say he's not one of the best. He hasn't won a Super Bowl. Fine. That's fine. We can disagree on this. Great coaches win that game. Here's why great coaches win that game. Your franchise quarterback's out. Your Hall of Fame tight end is out. You got a left tackle who's a game-time decision. In the middle of that game, you lost your fullback. And we know the fullback's important to this offense. In the middle of that game, you lost your left guard. And we know that the left guard is extremely important. It's early in the season. You don't even know who you are. You're a team and a roster in transition. You're on the road. Now, you can say the Saints suck, and I'll buy that. They might end up sucking when the year's all said and done. But it's still an NFL team. You have a brand new kicker. You have a young defense in transition with a coordinator who was already a head coach. And You're facing someone who was on your staff last year in Brandon Staley, who has great feel for your personnel, your team philosophy, and your schemes. And you win that game with the backup quarterback. Great coaches do that. That's what Andy Reid would do. That's what Belichick would do. Yep. That's what Bill Walsh would do. Now, you're not in that elk yet. You haven't won a Super Bowl. I understand that. I'm not here to say he's a top 5 all time. That's not what I'm saying. The great coaches always win those types of games when all the laundry list of items that I just rattled off to you are going against you. And to do it passing with Mac Jones, I don't think Brandon Allen wins that game. Who was your backup last year? Nope. You dropped back 25 times in the first half. And I think part of that was you believe in Mac Jones, and I think the other part of that is Brandon Staley is going to be keyed in on trying to stop Christian McCaffrey. Let me continue on why that was such a great win for Shanahan. In the red zone, what do we complain about? What do we just lose our minds? It's not creative. It's not creative. The touchdown pass with the 2-minute drive before halftime, he rolls Christian McCaffrey into the slot and does an in and out pass. And that was similar to the pass Kaepernick in that same stadium couldn't complete over a decade ago with the Super Bowl on the line. And Mac Jones threw a feathery, perfect touch pass over the top with enough arm strength, leading Christian McCaffrey for a touchdown, which they desperately needed. Beautiful clock management by not just Mac Jones, but by Shanahan, by the team as a whole, and utilizing your position players perfectly. How many times have we said, boy, it'd be nice to use Christian McCaffrey in the passing game as a wide receiver? Third down. It's 3rd and 10. This is before the Jennings touchdown. You see Christian McCaffrey in the backfield, and he kind of motions out, but he still has the depth of as if he was a running back in the shotgun. And he runs a clear out and busts out to the sideline on like a comeback play. And Mac Jones threw an absolute perfect ball to him. How about throwing to a Ricky Pearsall, a young wide receiver?
He's a dog, man.
Young wide receiver over and over again on 3rd down and long.
I love Ricky.
Feathery touch passes. Look, we're going to talk a lot about Mac Jones. We're going to talk a lot about Robert Saleh and Ricky Pearsall and all the different players who made contributions in this game. That was a signature victory early in the season to go 2-0 with an NFC that's wide open. Kyle Shanahan, what a victory yesterday for him.
And you got to keep pace in a tough NFC West where the Rams 2-0. Right? The Cardinals 2-0. The Seahawks with a big win yesterday, bouncing back from week 1 loss to San Francisco. You got to keep pace within your own division. And isn't it funny how it works out? After 2 weeks, and everyone's saying this might be the worst division in football. It's like, oh, I don't know. Last year, it only took 10 games to win. It's like, let's all take a step back. We all know what the worst division in football is. It is the NFC South. That being said, I actually gained a lot more respect for the Saints after this game in a weird way.
I did too.
Because I didn't think Spencer Rattler played bad or poor. I know he doesn't have a win as a starting quarterback, and we all want to make fun of him
scrappy.
for that. But he had some dimes yesterday. I thought he could have used his legs actually a little bit more. I'm shocked he didn't. Alvin Kamara is still that dude. And by the way, there's going to be a team out there that's going to be like trying to push for the playoffs. It's going to trade for him, and he could be the difference of making the playoffs or not.
I think he's got major juice.
I said something to you before the show that I actually thought was insane looking at Alvin Kamara's career. You know he's never had a 1,000-yard rushing season ever. He's been in the league since 2017.
That's impossible.
Ever.
I don't
Alvin
believe
Kamara has never rushed for 1,000 yards.
That.
It's insane. His closest was 950 in 2024. He did almost have 100 yesterday at 99. So if you have him in fantasy, you didn't get that extra bump. So you're a little upset. But he's still that dude. Now, the thing with Alvin Kamara is kind of similar to Christian McCaffrey is the workload. How much of that workload is going to, deteriorate him as it goes forward. But that was the conversation we were having this time last week, Joe, was that workload for Christian McCaffrey.
Did you see what they said on the broadcast?
What they said?
31 touches last week for McCaffrey was the most of any player in the league.
Wow.
I didn't know that.
Well, I thought Bijan for sure would have had more considering I saw yesterday. I didn't know that either.
That kind of whoa, I went backwards. I liked the way CMC ran in this game. Though he didn't have robust, yardage as a runner, I thought Christian McCaffrey looked way more explosive. The jump cuts, the power, the burst, the vision through the hole. There weren't a lot of running room areas. And I thought he did a really, really good job in this game. I mean, obviously he's a phenomenal wide receiver, pass catcher. But I thought his running, though the numbers don't look eye-popping, rewatching the game back, I thought he looked great.
And again, back-to-back week, he's your reception leader. First week, it was Christian McCaffrey with the most receptions on the team. Second week,
yes,
6 receptions for Christian McCaffrey. I told everyone, I wasn't lying when I said, if this guy wanted to just be a slot receiver full time, he'd be a Pro Bowler at that position. Hell, look at his brother Luke McCaffrey, who's a baller last year for the Washington Commanders.
And let's get to Mac Jones. All right,
please.
So I think there's a lot to be said on Mac Jones, and there's so many elements to this game. I thought it was a fascinating game. If you're just a Niner fan, like just the optimism is oozing. Even though there are things to work on and there are little stuff that they're going to have to clean up, your optimism has to be oozing right now. Brock Purdy's the franchise quarterback. We all understand that. You just found out this morning, if you're just waking up, Joe Burrow is going to be out for 3 months with this toe injury.
And he's having surgery for it.
You know, Joe Burrow is a great player, but injury concerns are real. And clearly these toes, these feet, these are serious injuries. With Mac playing as well as he did yesterday, it buys you time for Brock Purdy. We're not jumping the gun. We're not going to get into quarterback controversies. You paid the guy $50-something million, but the way Mac Jones played yesterday, the way Kyle called that game yesterday, the way the wide receivers responded, the throws he made on third down over and over and over again, his ability to stretch the ball down the field, to throw beyond the numbers over and over and over again. I thought Mac looked amazing, and I owe this guy an apology. You know, I was very critical of Mac Jones coming out. I didn't think he was worth trading 3 picks and moving up to go select. If you were going to take him, my theory was from the beginning, you stand pat if you wanted to take him. I didn't think anyone was going to jump you to go get him.
But you could understand just after this game why Kyle Shanahan would be enamored with him. You could see it in that offense, it working. Now, no one's saying, as you said, it's a quarterback controversy.
No,
this is Brock's job.
I thought Brock was Brock's been awesome. But yesterday, Mac was great.
He was.
For a backup.
26 of 39, 3 touchdowns. He did have the lost fumble there. He held on for it for too long. But again, it was refreshing to see Kyle Shanahan have belief in his quarterback throwing the ball. Hell, the first 3 plays, it wasn't even to Christian McCaffrey running the ball. It was all 3 passes. Now, it was a 3 and out, but you quickly learned right there, if you're Mac Jones, okay, this guy trusts me with the ball in my hands going forward to throw the ball, to get it to Juwan Jennings. Hey, his guy Kendrick Bourne that he had a repertoire with out in New England, former Niner, had a couple catches there. It would matter. Ricky Pearsall, again, 4 receptions, 56 yards. Some big third down conversions with the arm, Joe. And Juwan Jennings, welcome back, Juwan. 5 receptions, 89 yards.
The thing that I noticed from Mac Jones, look, I could see why everyone liked him. And you know, I've been really critical. I thought he was a turnover machine. I thought he was staring people down. I thought was a thing that he did a lot in New England. And look, the reality is their playmakers obviously deteriorated.
His coaching.
Well, coaching's
awful,
extremely
Joe.
important.
That's what I kept saying last week. You move off of Josh McDaniels, who I think we could all agree he's a well-respected
he's a great play caller.
Yeah,
he's a great play caller.
Exactly. You move off of him after his rookie season, where you do go to the playoffs, and he does look legit, like a rookie of the year kind of a candidate. He looked great. And then you go on, if you're Bill Belichick, and bring in a guy that has no offensive calling experience, and Joe Judge and Matt Patricia, like both of them, and that turns into a dumpster fire. They all get canned. You move on to be a backup in Jacksonville. Oh, Doug Peterson's bringing you in. He gets canned. He had no chance at succeeding after his rookie year. None. I even argued it last week, Joe, on Friday with Sam. I was like, had they switched positions, Brock Purdy and Mac Jones, if you just were to switch their positions, I could see them having very similar career arcs because of, where you land matters in all of this.
He was born to play in this offense.
Yeah. I mean,
you could see it.
The proof is in the pudding right there. And I want to hear from the people today. 888-957-9570. It's a Victory Monday. It's all about you. There's no guests. You are the guests. 888-957-9570. You're 2-0 to start the season, Niner fans. And you won in week 2 with a backup quarterback. And now you're going home against a division rival, the Arizona Cardinals, next week. That place is going to be on fire. You're going to be at Levi's next week, Joe? You're going to be fired up.
Michelle's arguing with me. I really want to bring LJ to that game, even though it's going to be like 1,000 degrees.
I'll just lather them up in the zinc oxide, whatever.
They're wearing white tops with gold bottoms for the first time ever at home during a regular season game.
Good. Well, it's
not good.
No. They learned their lesson from last year, Joe, when they tried to pivot to the whites when it was 100 degrees against the Cardinals last year.
Look, today's not the day. But there is, and I'm like an obsessive salary cap guy, team building guy. I love that, like team building. We talk about, why is the Jake Moody thing so frustrating? Because you spent a third rounder on him, right? Why was I so critical of Mitch Wisnowski? You spent a fourth rounder on a punter, for Christ's sake. Like, what are we doing?
Right.
There is an element later on this week that I will explore. Today's not the day, but like Brock's really good, deserved a big pay raise. He's making $42 million in cash this year. Now, it's the way it hits the cap, and you can roll it over, and you can adjust things. Mac Jones is getting less than $4 million in cash. I didn't see $35+ million cash discrepancy of play yesterday. That being said, their style of play is extremely different. Brock is going to scramble more. Brock's going to make, some busted plays. And I don't know if Mac Jones throws a touchdown pass in the final minute against Seattle the way Brock did last week. I don't know. I think he would have been peppered, Mac Jones, in that game the week before. But if I'm asking, Mac make it 4, and I could spread around the other $30 million bucks. Like, I do think that it's something to ponder. Not this morning. I'm not saying they made the wrong decision or whatever, but it does make you think. And I thought Mac he didn't just look good yesterday. I thought he looked great. Now, he held the ball a little long on multiple plays. One of them was the strip sack, and he's got to learn from that. I thought he looked a little frenetic early on, and he even admitted that he had some nervousness. And let's see how he plays week after week after week when people are game planning for you. It was a one-time thing. We'll see if he even starts this weekend. Brock might be healthy, and he gets the run, and he goes back out there. But this is why you think about it long and hard when you pay someone $150 million.
I'm not a GM, even though I'd love to be one.
I'm not trying to make a quarterback controversy. Joe, I believe in my heart of hearts, Brock is a better quarterback, all things being considered, than Mac Jones. But I do also take a step back and I go, is he $35 million better this year? I don't know. That's a different question. But for one game, Mac looked great. And that throw that he made to Juwan Jennings that everyone's going to talk about, if you didn't get glimpses of Brady standing in the pocket, waiting and anticipating that Jennings would hit that seam and he would throw that guy open into the very next window, that was a Brady-like throw. And he had a cannon. No, he stretched the field on a throw over the top, and it was I'd like to see him do that more, quite frankly. Yeah. And he threw some balls beyond the numbers multiple times. But to me, it was the feathery touch to Pearsall on third down coming across the middle. It was the feathery touch to Christian McCaffrey on a couple of little quick hitters. He made some unbelievable throws. And again, I'm just going to say, Mac, I apologize. I was wrong. You could play in this league. I don't know where, but you could play in this league.
He's absolutely a legitimate NFL quarterback. The question is going to be going forward, the consistency.
No doubt.
Do it again.
No doubt.
There's a reason
why these guys.
Exactly. Well, for backups in particular, if you do it again, and let's say Brock is out the maximum 5 weeks, and you go 4-1 in that span, okay, you're probably going to have a legit job next year as being a starter, or at least in the conversation.
Joe, did you watch the Dallas doc?
Absolutely.
Okay, so
that was the first one on there, brother.
Everybody's going to talk about Niners and Joe Montana, Steve Young, and Steve got his first big break because Joe got hurt, right? And we all know the history of, Jeff Garcia got his first big break because Steve Young got hurt.
Colin Kaepernick
and Alex Smith. It goes on and on and on. And we know that Brock got his first big break because someone got hurt. You always need an opportunity. We're not there yet, but the reason I bring up the Dallas thing is sometimes it buys you time to get your quarterback, who you have invested a lot of money in, fully healthy. And we don't want to have a headline like we have this morning where Joe Burrow's out for 3 months because of a toe. Why rush Brock back? And if Mac can be sufficient and buy them time, I think it's the best of both worlds. Devoid of quarterback controversy. He looked good.
And we haven't even brought up the guy that I think all Niner fans are feeling and thinking about right now. Robert Saleh. God, what a night and day difference with this defense and the young players coming of age right before ours. I saw Micah Williams make plays yesterday. I saw Upton Stout get a sack yesterday. By the way, Fred Warner, God, he's unbelievable. We'll get into it on the other side.
I thought Saleh was brilliant yesterday, and this defense is a work in progress. I want to continue talking about it.
Shout out to those watching on YouTube, brought to you by First Norcod Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First Norcod Finance of the dealer. And as always, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. David, Duke, aloha. We'll get to all of you. 888-957-9570 is the number. to get involved. 49ers improved to 2-0 on the season. Mac Jones 1-0 on the season. Brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Coming to Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sales event September 26th through the 28th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-224-5353. That's 800-224-5353. Again, that's 800-224-5353.
Hey, it's Bonte. Just back from a fall visit to River Islands where the schools are back in session. There are 3 top-rated K through 8th grade academies within the community, and construction just started on Academy number 4. River Islands High School students are busy in the classroom and on the sports fields of their phenomenal new campus. I don't remember high school ever looking this good. Elsewhere in Northern California's most successful lifestyle community, they're putting the final touches on another park. This one with the playground, workout areas, tennis, a splash pad, and a picnic area. The fall weather is still perfect for launching a kayak or a paddleboard off your own deck and head over to the Boathouse restaurant for lunch or dinner. More than 4,000 households have already made the move to River Islands. Today, with 15 neighborhoods priced from the $600,000 to over $1 million, there's more variety in home styles and sizes than ever before. In fact, the only thing missing at River Islands is you. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
Discover Terra Madre Americas, one of the world's most exciting food events, coming to Northern California for the first time this September 26th through 28th. Dig into good, clean, and fair food for all with chefs Alice Waters, Sean Sherman, and Jeremiah Tower. Hear music from The War on Drugs, Spoon, Big Head Todd and the Monsters, Jade Bird, and Passion Pit Solo Acoustic. Savor the journey of Terra Madre Americas, only in Sacramento. Details on TerraMadreUSA.com. Terra Madre Americas is supported by Sacramento International Airport and brought to you by Slow Food and Visit Sacramento.
Football is back, and so is your shot at big wins. With DraftKings Pick 6, the official daily fantasy partner of the NFL, your game day instincts can score you real money fast. Here's the play. Just pick more or less on 2 or more player stats, from breakout rookies to elite QBs, and unlock the upside every snap brings. The better your calls, the bigger your payout. New DraftKings customers get $50 in bonus picks with just a $5 entry. This season, play your player instincts. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app now and use code THEGAME. That's code THEGAME. Play just $5, get $50 in Pick 6 bonus picks. Make the call. Ride the upside. In partnership with DraftKings Pick 6. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Void where prohibited. 1 per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable Pick 6 bonus picks that expire in 14 days. Limited time offer. See terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Join Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings at Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale every 49ers home game this season for our special pregame live broadcast. Plus, we'll have games, prizes, great food, and shuttles to and from Levi's Stadium. For more information, visit 957thegame.com.
He had the strip sack last week to salt it away. He's got his second sack of the season to force the punt team on.
What's up, Roasters? It's Sam from Laughing Monk Brewing, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with my guys, Spadoni and Chasky. Spadoni, you better hit those brakes, buddy.
Try my best, Sammy. It's trying my best. Hey, by the way, 3 sacks yesterday for the San Francisco 49ers. Bryce Huff. Huff Daddy? Oh, we can't say that anymore. Well, we'll find a nickname for him. That's fine. Hey, Robert Saleh, there's something there. Back with the Jets, we all kind of said, we'll see with this signing. Kind of, low risk, potential high reward. It didn't work out in Philly with Vic Fangio, that style of defense. Well, made a play. He made more plays, meaning one, Bryce Huff yesterday, than Leonard Floyd did at all last season.
He made actually a bunch of pressures yesterday.
Yes.
I actually saw at least 3 or 4. He bends around the corner. It reminds me of D Ford. He's a speed rusher. He's not a like stuff the run guy. He is a specific speed rusher bending around the edge. That final play on 4th and 2, which preceded an unbelievable pass breakup by Fred Warner, or succeeded by that. Gosh, what a sequence. Here's the thing on Robert Saleh for me. He shows mixed fronts, and on 3rd down, you don't know who's blitzing, who's dropping, what coverage is coming. On the back end, have you seen any giant mixed communications or miscommunications or guys being wide open, a blown assignment?
Have I seen Oren Burks types of performances from this Niners defense, a la Oren Burks in the Super Bowl a couple years ago? No, I have not.
So we could argue about, hey, like Siegel, got burned by a touchdown. I thought he was in position to make a play. Upton Stout and Renardo Green, guys made some really nice catches on them. I thought they were in position to make plays. To me, if you're in position to make a play, that tells me the coach knows, like, on the back end, what coverages to mix and match against which particular routes that are coming, and they're guessing properly. I think that the blending of the pass rush with the back end coverages is on point, and that's on Robert Saleh. I think he's been awesome.
And again, they had like an absolute dime in this game, that being the New Orleans Saints. Spencer Rattler to Juwan Johnson, who couldn't catch anything prior to that. No. And of course he catches that one with the shin down and everything. There was nothing Marquis Siegel do about them. That was just an absolute dime. Sometimes you got to tip your cap, and you tip your cap there to Spencer Rattler, who, again, I came away impressed with the Saints. I know they're 0-2. They're probably going to have a top 5 pick. They're probably going to stink a lot. But I saw a lot of talent. Who's that, Carl Granderson? No. I'm going to give them their credit because we don't like to do that in today's society. Either you suck or you're really good. There's no nuance in this, and they're probably going to be bad. But you know what? Kellen Moore, he was showing some schemes in that offense. I was impressed there. And Carl Granderson on the defensive line. My goodness. And for Connor Colby to step up the way he did when Ben Barch went down, I think spoke volumes to it. Again, Marquis Siegel, Renardo Green, Upton Stout, Connor Colby now. There's going to be some growing pains. It's not going to be perfect. There's going to be some bad penalties. There's going to be some missed assignments. But I want to see the flashes. And I saw a lot of flashes yesterday, Joe, that got me so excited about this team.
How about the D Winners phenomenon that's happened through two games? He has made some unbelievable open field tackles. That's number one. But number two, he is so physical. Such a sure physical player that it has me going, how did this guy not get on the field last year? Was he that bad? Like, I'm asking sincerely, was he that bad last year? And was the drop-off between whatever he knew or didn't know or whatever, was it that big of a drop-off between him and Devondre Campbell that he couldn't get on the field last year?
No, you know the problem was your defensive coordinator, Nick Sorensen. Like, that was the problem.
It's that simple.
No, he didn't want any drama. You bring in Devondre Campbell, the veteran. He wants to get his touches. He's not trying to ruffle any feathers. If you're Nick Sorensen, new guy on the block, getting his first opportunity as defensive coordinator, doesn't want to go with a young player and put all his faith in a young linebacker and D-winner, so we're going to go with the veteran. And that bit him in the ass. And that veteran quit on the team. And you know what? That was, in hindsight, Joe, that whole Devondre Campbell situation, how it culminated in him quitting on the team, that was probably the nail in the coffin for Nick Sorensen. Was it not? Like,
he was one of them.
How did you not
Here's
know?
the other one.
He was awful all season.
Here's the other one. Well, and Brandon Staley was a part of that staff.
Yes.
They had a guy on the field for the Saints, Isaac Yiadom, who the Niners just continued to throw at over and over. You could make the argument he was the best player for the Niners in the first half, and he was wearing a Saints uniform. He's terrible.
He was awful.
So I go, like, Saleh is clearly picking the appropriate personnel. The staff is putting them in a position to make plays. You're seeing Nick Bosa early in games hit quarterbacks, and you're seeing him late in games hit quarterbacks. He's going to have close to 20 sacks. Like, just chalk that up.
By the way, a lot happening in the Bay Area right now. Niners, victory Monday, moved to 2-0. They got their first game at home next week against the division rival Arizona Cardinals. We'll talk about that later on in the week. I promise it's going to be a massive game. Both those teams 2-0 heading into it makes it that much bigger. But obviously yesterday, at the same time the Niners were kicking off, the Valkyries are getting ready for their first ever playoff game against the Minnesota Lynx. I know we'll get to it at some point.
Why are they starting WNBA games on football Sunday?
Makes zero sense.
You just do it during the week. You have the week to yourself, and it just doesn't make sense.
Well, good thing for the Valkyries, no one watched that game because the Minnesota Lynx absolutely destroyed them. 101-72, the final. But pivot, don't panic, Joe. Valhalla going to be in action tomorrow, albeit down at SAP Center in San Jose. But it's going to be loud. It's going to be raucous. And let's get a win. Let's it's a best of 3 series. So you have to win it. It's a must-win situation. But I would love for this team to get a win in their first ever season in a playoff game. Like, this is, and they might lose the series. The Minnesota Lynx might win the whole damn thing. They're the best team in all of WNBA. They're amazing. But if they were able to win tomorrow, that would be a successful season. It already is. But Natalie Nakase, I thought, yesterday she was going at the refs. I was like, hard to go at the refs when you lose by 29. I knew what she was trying to do, kind of set the tone, to do a little Zen Master, a little Phil Jackson, try to get the refs, get a little work that. But
yes, to your point, Joe, too.
Yeah, that was not good. Also, if we're talking about other Bay Area news, obviously the Niners are the biggest, but Bryce Eldridge getting called up.
Yeah, but you lost 2 out of 3 to the Dodgers, and you had an opportunity.
I know.
You had an opportunity to take at least, be right there in the wild card with the Mets and the Reds. And
Logan Webb and Robbie Ray.
They got out hit. I mean, they just
worst
straight
time.
up out hit. And they didn't have enough arms, and it's just, it's frustrating.
Verlander looked good, though. Verlander Friday. He did. He got a win.
No, I know. And
that's why it's
the Bailey game from Friday night feels so long ago.
It does. But we're talking about the 49ers win. We're talking good vibes today, Joe. And the 49ers are the good vibes right now.
Getting back to Mac Jones, we were sold on Brandon Allen. He backed up Joe Burrow.
Who was ever sold on? I was never sold on Brandon Allen. Pre-game show, Joe Spadoni was never sold on him. I thought he stunk.
I agree. Do you think I liked him?
No.
There is something to be said when you start 50 games. Like they said, Mac has started 50 games. I was like, damn, 50?
50.
He started 50 games.
50.
But you could see the guy's got arm talent, and he looked really good, and I liked it. I think it just buys them more time with Brock in the toe and the foot to make sure it's 100% healthy.
26 of 39, 279 yards through the air yesterday. 3 touchdowns for Mac. Did have the lost fumble. And he had another fumble where it was a missed exchange. Him and McCaffrey, I don't know who that was on.
I think he tried to pull that back out on McCaffrey at the last second, and McCaffrey was trying to take it from him. They clearly don't have enough reps. That was the last time.
Yeah.
Let me give you guys some. 275, meaning throw for 275 yards, 3 touchdowns, and no picks. Now, he did have the fumble, but no picks is the one. The last time Brock did that was against Philadelphia, in 2023. That is a little surprising. It's like, damn.
It is. But also, run first. This isn't a pass-heavy team. So, the leading reception getter was Christian McCaffrey with 6. But that also was a part of this game.
Oh, they spread it around.
They spread it around. I was
impressed.
That was when you talk Tom Brady, and again, Shasty's not comparing Mac Jones to Tom Brady. No one's doing that. But it's Brady-esque when you have Juwan getting 5 receptions, Ricky Pearsall getting 4, Christian McCaffrey getting 6, Kendrick Bourne off the street getting 3. Jake Tonjes making more plays again. Jake Tonjes.
Luke Farrell first touchdown.
Luke Farrell first ever NFL touchdown.
It's a great play action, play fake too by Mac Jones on that play. No, I've long said, and it's kind of like a joke, but like the number one receiver is the open player in the offense.
Yes.
That's how they want to play football. And like again, like Brock's awesome. He's the franchise quarterback. But it does make me think over and over again, like with Shanahan as the coach, I mean, are you better off just like spreading the money around on this team? Again, with Shanahan as the coach and just platooning the quarterback situation financially. I know it sounds nuts.
Yeah.
I know. But this is a unique spot. Would you agree? This offense is very unique.
It's very unique.
A lot of guys look really good in this offense, and then they go elsewhere, and they don't look anything like that.
We're also talking about, again, we keep talking about the New Orleans Saints, and they have some good players, but they are going to be one of the worst teams we look back on this season.
Look,
and say,
Joe, it's about Jimmy and Joe's, not just X's and O's.
Yes.
But there is something about a Shanahan offense where you're out a Hall of Fame tight end. All right, we'll make it work. You're out Brandon Ayuk. All right, we'll make it work. You're out your starting left guard. All right, we'll make it work. We're out your franchise quarterback, got $150 million. All right, we'll throw for 300 yards and 3 touchdowns. Like, this is why Shanahan's great.
He is, and that's why I love the 49ers no matter what heading into this one, because they had Kyle Shanahan, and he's going up against a first-time ever head coach in Kellen Moore and a guy that's never won a game as a starting quarterback in the NFL, Spencer Rattler, which leads us now to the Golden State Valkyries strongest player of the game, brought to you by El Camino Health, our strength, your health. And yes, I mentioned it. It was a rough playoff debut for the Valkyries, falling 101-72 in Minnesota versus the Lynx. It was all Valks early, though, thanks in part to Veronica Burton.
Inbounds pass goes to Temmie Bentley, hands it back to Burton, left corner 3 in the air, and good! 9-4 Golden State. It's a 7-0 run, and Veronica with 2 threes already.
Kevin Dan on the call right here on 95-7 The Game. 14 points and 7 assists for Burton. Valks will have a chance to even the series at 1 game all at SAP Center this Wednesday. That was the strongest player in the game, brought to you by El Camino Health, our strength, your health. Don't worry, we'll be rocking our Valks jersey when it's game day. Absolutely. And we're going to be hearing from the people all week long on that. I want to hear from the people right now as the 49ers improve to 2-0 on the season. Mac Jones, hey, looks pretty good. We're not saying there's a quarterback controversy, but if you want to be careful with your guy that you invested all that money in, $200+ million in, Brock Purdy, why not let Mac go a little bit longer if you need him to? Just saying. 888-957-9570. That's what's coming out the game. It's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
mNEXSpike COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
It's Joe Shasky here for Ceremony Ford. Let me keep it real with you. If you've been thinking about making the switch to an electric ride, now is the time to pull the trigger, because Ceremony Ford in Colma is ending the summer with some heat. So check this out. Slide into a brand new 2025 Mustang Mach-E for just $225 a month on a lease. That's right, $225 a month for 36 months. Or if you're ready to buy, lock in 0% APR financing for 72 months and grab a $2,000 rebate. Who else is giving you that? Only Ford is. But here's the kicker. The federal EV tax credits on the Mach-E and the F-150 Lightning are about to expire September 30th. You wait, you lose. Don't let Uncle Sam keep your money. So Ceremony Ford is the place to be, and they have one of the biggest inventories in Northern California, and they're ready to hook you up. Find them right off the 280 in Colma or online 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. That's Ceremony Ford, the Bay Area's Mach-E superstore. Tell them Butcher sent you.
There is nothing like a Monster Monday.
Are you ready for some football?
The day after every 49ers game, we're there for the faithful.
CFC!
Football, and more football.
Hit him on the face, enjoy it while you do it, and laugh in their face as you do it.
There's no other place to be the day after every single game.
95.7 The Game.
Restock your pantry at Whole Foods Market. Get 30% off Simple Mills crackers, cookies, bars, and baking mixes with Prime through September 16th. We've got your snack cravings and baking needs all covered. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Do you often worry you left the garage door open? With a LiftMaster garage door opener powered by MyQ, you'll never worry again. You can control, secure, and monitor your garage from your smartphone anytime, from anywhere through the MyQ app. As an authorized LiftMaster dealer, Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation has smart openers designed for your needs, including belt drive motors for ultra-quiet operation, integrated camera for live video, streaming, and battery backup to let you in when the power is out. Trust Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation for top-notch service and unbeatable reliability. Whether you need a quick fix, a complete replacement, or a brand new installation for your garage door or garage door opener, our skilled technicians are here to get the job done right. With competitive prices, a commitment to quality, and diamond certification, Aces has you covered. Call today at 855-588-2237 or visit acegd.com. That's acegd.com. Aces Garage Door Repair and Installation, where your garage door is our priority.
This year, the Valley of Hearts Delight fundraiser shines brighter than ever with our theme, Legacies Under the Lights. Step into History Park, glowing with restored historic neon signs from the History San Jose collection, and enjoy an unforgettable night of dining, live music, and celebration. All proceeds support preserving the stories and landmarks that make our valley unique. Tickets are now on sale at historysanjose.org. Join us for Legacies Under the Lights October 9th and help keep history shining for generations to come.
Looking for a career that truly makes an impact? Join Alameda County. Here, you'll have the chance to work on meaningful projects like social justice, equity, and the environment, helping your community every single day. With top-notch training programs, exceptional career development, and flexible schedules, you'll thrive in a supportive work environment. Enjoy job security, superior retirement plans, and a healthier work-life balance. Alameda County, where your work matters and your future is secure. Apply now at acjobs.org. Alameda County, our community, your purpose.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right.
Y'all gotta try that Febreze car.
Just right, just right, just right, just right. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistency on low Febreze car clips right on your vent. You know my car's my happy place. Keep a smile on my face when it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah. Breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
Yeah, man, you seem very emotional regarding this.
And here it comes, Mac Jones in a clean pocket, floats it for McCaffrey, makes the catch, touchdown, San Francisco! Picture-perfect throw from Mac Jones to Christian McCaffrey to cap a beautiful 2-minute touchdown drive.
It really was. Kevin Kugler on the call of Fox Sports. And he said floated it in there. I thought that thing had pace and touch to the right quarter of the end zone for Christian McCaffrey. Mac Jones executing that 2-minute drill to perfection. Although, Joe, I got a little nervous. They had a wasted timeout to start that drive, and I was like, that better not bite you in the ass later on here when he might need a timeout. But they got their S figured out. They got down the field, and hey, Mac Jones is picking that defense apart with his arm, not with the running game. And Christian McCaffrey, though, again, 6 receptions, 52 yards. Are we all worried about the touches for Christian McCaffrey this week? Because I see right here on the box score, 13 carries and then 6 receptions. It's less than 20. Now, he's out there on the field for more than that. I get it, but I feel good for where Christian McCaffrey's at right now, Joe.
It's just so funny to me. Like, you compliment Mac Jones, and it's like, oh, you're destroying Purdy.
Are people freaking out already?
I just think people are so sensitive. They're so sensitive. Like, okay, great example. Is Tom Brady one of the greatest players ever?
He's the greatest. In my opinion, he's the greatest player ever.
Okay.
Yes.
And in the pocket, he's...
Maestro.
Exactly. Yes. Maestro's exactly... Yes. He's not fast at all. No. Oh, you're dissing the... No, I'm just like, I'm breaking down the player. Like, you know, like, is Steph Curry a physical freak that you can't post up in the block? No. You can actually post him up in the block, and he's gotten better defensively over the years because he's put in the work, but it's not a strong suit of his. No. Can get crossed up at times, and get back down. Like, guys have strengths and weaknesses. So when you credit somebody independent of another player, that doesn't mean you're dissing the other player. Mac played great yesterday. It's a great game. No, do it again.
Right.
You know, do it over 17 games for multiple years. Do it in the playoffs. Like, that's what separates the really, really good players. You know, the question that I'm having right now this morning on a guy who I think is a really good player is Joe Burrow. And I'm saying, like, can this guy ever stay healthy?
Well, he's labeled now. We could all just call it what it is. He's injury prone. It's the worst thing you could say about a player, athlete, whatever. Well, I know everyone's sensitive about that, which I don't know why, really, because we've been using that phrase forever in sports. But now recently, it's like, oh, it's unfair to the player. No, he gets hurt all the time.
But is it also? But
he does.
Was Andrew Luck injury prone?
No, Andrew Luck. That was more of a failure to me when it came to offensive line building, and he just got punch drunk. But that being said, I do believe Andrew Luck put his body in harm's way a lot more early on in his career than he probably needed to. That being said, that was more of a failure, in my opinion, to the GM at the time of the Indianapolis Colts failing to protect his quarterback and his number 1 overall pick investment.
I don't think the Bengals are not doing that?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think highly of the Bengals overall as an organization. They have really good players. They've also been penny pinching on cash. But I guess the point that I'm going at is that, you know, like, Joe Burrow's awesome, and there's questions about him. Big questions about his health long term. And that's what happens. Like, Lamar Jackson is one of the greatest players the game has ever seen. Yeah. There are major questions on him in the playoffs when it's crunch time. So all these guys have questions. Mac had a great game yesterday.
He did.
That's independent of Brock Purdy. So if you're feeling some kind of way about whatever that speaks to of Brock Purdy, that's probably on you. Now, I think that we all see when you invest as much as they did into Brock Purdy, he's your guy. Duh. But boy, Mac playing as well as he did yesterday, it makes you think. It makes you think about a lot of things. It makes you think, hey, I don't have to rush back Brock Purdy, given that Mac's playing real well. Now, if Mac throws a stinker up against the Arizona Cardinals and they lose a game, you're like, yeah, let's get Brock in there ASAP. There was a point in time where Elvis Grbac came in and stepped in for Steve Young and looked admirable. And people thought that he could be a starter around the league. And then he got his opportunity. And then after playing a lot, he kind of got exposed. And he was okay.
Exactly.
But he wasn't, the promise of what everyone thought he did. So, like, there's a reason why Mac was available for the price point that he was this year, but he does look like a really good fit in Shanahan's system. I thought it was a great game for him yesterday.
Well, and that's why I said last week, and people are coming down my lane, people are saying I was smoking crack or whatever, saying that Mac Jones could be a starter in this league right now. He absolutely could be a starter in this league. Yeah, have you seen some of the starting quarterbacks around there? God love Bryce Young.
Crack.
Bad. Awful. Shout out my guy Hunter Renfrow for getting 2 touchdowns for them yesterday, but that there's just a lot of bad quarterback play, and there's a lot of bad coaching in the NFL right now. Like, even if you get, the Ben Johnsons of the world, who we all agreed on this time last year, he's the number 1 coaching candidate. This guy knows his stuff when it comes to offense, his X's and O's. How's it looking for him in Chicago right now with what was once dubbed one of the greatest quarterback prospects ever in Caleb Williams? Not looking very good.
I mean, there's questions about when he might get benched.
Exactly. So this whole thing when it comes to quarterback trajectory or any player, it's not linear. It's a roller coaster ride, Joe, up and down and
Russell
up and down.
Wilson was considered a first ballot Hall of Famer, and then he wasn't. And so anyway,
well, just look how we're looking at Russ in 2 weeks.
I know.
First week was awful. Bench him for Jackson Dart, and he looked incredible yesterday.
It's this sport. It's this sport.
Exactly. So
it's this sport. But just because I'm giving Mac some flowers this morning doesn't mean I'm taking him away from Brock Purdy.
And I want to hear from the people on Mac Jones and what they thought of his performance yesterday.
I will say, like Mac, I was down on you for years. You shut me up for a couple weeks.
Well, a week. Let's see. Yeah. Let's see.
Well, no, like the week leading into it, I was optimistic, and let's see where it goes. And like, look, he played great yesterday, but this is the way the NFL works. Do it again.
That's how it always is. Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Kind of how I feel about Oreo Cookie when he calls in.
Hey, Oreo.
He'll call in, and then I say, do it again, Oreo. Oreo, how are you feeling about the Niners being 2-0 this morning?
What's up, fellas? Happy very, very 2-0 Monday. You feel me? It's great to be 2-0. Alternative is worse. But before I start, man, real quick, I just want to give a shout-out to myself. Today I turned 45.
Oh, happy birthday.
1980. Thank you very much. And I do also want to say that I called it out a few weeks ago, the 3 people that are in our circle of trust.
Okay.
We got Lynch. We got Kyle, and we got Salah. So, first one, Lynch. Man, he picked up the wide receiver. What's his name? I can't remember his name, but he came in and had a good catch.
Kendrick Bourne?
Our Kendrick Bourne, thank you.
Bourne identity.
Our left guard went down, and we were like, oh, no. The other guy stepped up, and he did pretty good, so shout out to Lynch. Salah, his defense, hey, man, Winters is balling. You know, Warner, one of the plays of the year, that was incredible. Way to not give up. And then we got our boy Kyle. Kyle is the quarterback whisperer. So let me get this off real quick. Back then, they didn't want me. Now with Kyle, they all own me. Back then, they didn't want me. Now with Kyle, they all own me. Mac Jones, who?
Hey, it's
Mike Jones. Mike Jones.
we had it ready.
Let's go.
Wait, do you have the one that we made? Did you get the remix going?
Jones.
Oh, Mark, that's Oreo Cookie.
Who?
Hey.
Who?
Mike Jones.
He does have.
Who?
Mike Jones.
Mac Jones.
You're way too proud of that. But again, he does play with swagger. Nick Bosa talked about it after. He's like, yeah, you know, it's kind of weird, man, when you have a backup quarterback with that much swagger. But it's true. And I know he is, by definition, a backup quarterback. And he was a backup last year, so it's what have you done for me lately? This is a guy, though, that did start a lot of games and did
50
as a rookie. He took his team to the playoffs.
I know.
I don't scoff at things like that. I know a lot of us want to poo-poo it, and it's the same thing we do with Sam Darnold, who, by the way, got a big win yesterday against the Pittsburgh Steelers. He did look good. He had another Sam Darnold type of play where he threw it up, and Cam Hayward made an incredible play. But that happens. That's the Sam Darnold effect. But can we not judge these guys by their lowest moments? That's what we like to do in society always, is judge people by their lowest moments. And I'm always a guy that's going to be cautiously optimistic just by nature, Joe. So I'm not going to judge Mac Jones by his lowest moment, which was probably him as a quarterback for the New England Patriots when Chandler Jones for the Raiders stiff-armed him with that horrible, hook and ladder type play when everyone was laughing at him with no time left on the clock. I get it. That's probably going to be the image for a lot of people going forward. But he has a chance in these next few weeks to kind of rewrite that. And I'm rooting for the guy.
Well,
I am.
There is something to be said for going through what are they called? The trials and tribulations at the professional level. Steve Young has talked a lot about he would never have been the player that he ended up being without the years in Tampa Bay, struggling.
Yes.
Struggling. It made him appreciate his situation more, and it also gave him perspective on, what he had going. And it also taught him how to not do too much out on the field and rely on your teammates. And not everyone is blessed into that. I think Patrick Mahomes is learning right now, boy, I don't have a lot of help around me. The NFL that I jumped into in 2018, where I'm throwing to Tyreek, who's in his prime, and Kelsey in his prime, and Hunt in his prime, is we're putting up 50 every game, and I'm throwing for 5,500 yards and 50 touchdowns. That's not the real NFL.
First time in Patrick Mahomes' career, he's 0-2.
And he's lost 3 in a row for the first time in his career.
You hate to see it. You really do. I'm not bearing them, by the way. I'm not falling for the old okie doke. We always used to do as the Patriots. They're cooked. They're done. They're not going to win. And then what do? They rattle off 8, 9, 10 in a row. They win the division and then win the Super Bowl.
Joe, your franchise quarterback was out. Your Hall of Fame tight end was out. Yep. You lost 2 players on offense in this game. You're on the road. Yep. All right. You got a new kicker. You survived that. You've got a young defense in transition. Right. So all these things are working against you. And you look up this morning and you're 2-0. And I just glance at the NFC and I say to myself, all right, Philly's awesome. Right. We all acknowledge Philly's awesome. We'll see with the Commanders. I still think they're a good team, but we'll see. Does anyone believe in the Cowboys? Not really. Green Bay's an excellent team.
You might.
They're an excellent team. The rest of that division might not be as good as they were last year. I'm talking about Detroit and Minnesota specifically.
Detroit did flex on the Bears, and by the way, the Bears
suck.
They stink. They're awful. And I'm a big Caleb fan. I'm rooting for the guy, just like I was with Trevor Lawrence. Both those guys, yikes, stock way down on both those number 1 overall picks.
No, but you would agree, like, things are up in the air in that division. Absolutely. Outside of the Packers. I look at the South, like Atlanta was impressive last night, but the Vikings, I don't know. Like Tampa Bay, we will see.
McCarthy looked awful. He looked like a rookie. He did. Okay. And he's going to have up and down weeks. Yeah. That's what's going to happen.
Tampa Bay, we'll see tonight. You got the Niners, the Cardinals, and the Rams, all in the NFC West, all 2-0. We'll see. You get an opportunity to play 2 of these teams over the next 3 weeks, and you're going to get a firsthand look at what they're going to be. Seattle is not going to go away.
No.
Big win on the road yesterday for them. And so I say to myself, you're 2-0. A lot of stuff has gone wrong. You're a team that's kind of a work in progress. McCaffrey's made it through both games, and I'm encouraged. He looks good. I think it was the best that he's ran in 2 years yesterday, even though the numbers weren't robust. Pearsall is coming into his own as a trusted pass catcher. Boy, it was great to have Juwan Jennings back. It's nice to mix in Brian Robinson, even if he runs a little high for my liking. I think that this defense is they're not even close to what they're going to be come week 12, 14, 16. I think they're going to be so much better down the road. Things are shaping up, and you're 2-0. I feel so optimistic about the Niners this year.
I'm wondering where Niner fans are at right now. Starting off 2-0, how impressed are you and how optimistic are you now about this team? Prior to this past, listen, this time last week there was concerns. Then we found out, Brock Purdy, he's going to have the turf toe injury. He's going to be out for a couple weeks. The touch of the Christian McCaffrey. You had question marks about the kicker. I know Eddie Pinheiro missed the extra point, and we were all pulling out our hair immediately. He pushed it.
It was like one of my, I call it breakfast balls. You wake up, you don't get any swings. You go out to the first hole, and you just push one out of bounds, just straight to the right.
Was it Judge Smails? I never slice it immediately into the woods. I do that every single time.
Gambling is illegal at Bushwood, and I never slice.
So good.
God dang it.
I want a hot dog and a cheeseburger. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live in the free Odyssey app, coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios. We're fired up.
What a win.
26-21 the final. 49ers 2-0, fighting through a hell of a lot of just adversity in general, Joe, these first 2 weeks. I know a lot of other teams are dealing with their crap, but the Niners had question marks with their Hall of Fame left tackle. They don't have their Hall of Fame tight end. You do have your Hall of Fame linebacker making Hall of Fame plays yesterday. And this is not going to be talked about at all. And we're going to go to the phones. TC, Richie, Boss, Manny. We'll get to all of you, I promise. That play they had to end the first half, who was it? Was it Stout and Fred Warner cleaning up Alvin Kamara when they were just trying to run just a play to end the half? But they absolutely popped whoever that running back was, and they ran into the tunnel with so much swagger. Again, it's not going to be talked about, but I had so much confidence in that team. How they orchestrated that 2-minute drive there, Joe, to end that half, it spoke volumes about what they did into the second half with all that swagger they were playing. I was, again, top to bottom, I was impressed. There was some things they got to clean up, but we know it's not going to be a perfect defense. But all I want to see is flashes from everyone. I saw Michael Williams flash. He had a couple tackle for losses.
He looked good.
By the way, he looks like the biggest player on the field every time he's out there. He is a monster.
He's 20.
Inside. I know. He's got room to grow, too.
Alfred Collins hit the quarterback. There's a lot to be happy with. And I thought that the way that they utilized Bosa, inside, outside, Huff, doing stunts and twists, they did a really good job. Let's go to the phone lines.
Let's do it. TC, Sacramento. There's quarterback conversations when TC and Sack is calling. What's up, TC?
Joe Spadoni, what's going on, man?
Dude, I'm feeling it, brother. 2-0. How you feeling? You should be pumped up.
Hey, Shasky, I told y'all my angle like this. I'm not coming on. I'm not coming to poop or nothing, bro. I'm just win and get it done, right? Shasky, what I was excited about is Salah, the freaky defense we got going on. Matt, bro, if not identical to Brock, bro, if not a little better than Brock, right? That's a game that Brock would have damn near had, but he would have had an interception, maybe an interception or two. Matt didn't turn over the ball, and he did what he did, right?
He did once. He did have a fumble. He did have a fumble, TC. Let's be fair here.
I know, but listen, Niners fans, let's bring it back full circle. We all didn't want Mac Jones, right? We was all, Mac Jones, that ain't the pick, that ain't the pick. Well, hey, the dude is showing out now. I'm not going to jump on him. To me, he looked identical to Brock, bro, if not better. The Niners got the win. Shasky, I told you there ain't no excuses coming from me, bro. Get it done. You got your guy in the building, Shanahan. We're not going to throw a parade because we're 2-0, bro. We just got to get it done, period.
I would disagree with you on this.
Thanks, TC.
I actually did not think it looked exactly like a Brock game. And I think that was the beauty of Shanahan tailoring some of the plays to fit Mac's ability. Mac held on to the ball probably 4 plays that stick out to me that I wrote down a little too long. One of them was the one that he got strip sacked on. And that's something he's going to have to clean up. They don't throw outside the numbers routinely, and they did it on 3rd down twice by design to clear out space. And I don't think they do that with Purdy because of the arm strength of Mac Jones. Secondarily, I think that they use Purdy on the run more by design with the play-action boot stuff to get him different platforms to throw from. And I thought that the game plan shifted, and rightfully so. No, I don't think that was a Purdy game plan. I thought that Kyle adjusted accordingly. I thought the team adjusted accordingly. But why do we have to elevate one and knock down the other? Can't we just prop up one independently of the other? Mac had a great game. It means nothing about Purdy's status going forward. He is the franchise quarterback.
I mean, the notion that Brock Purdy couldn't do what Mac Jones did yesterday, I get it. Some of the throws, but Brock does it in a different way.
He does.
That's okay. Lamar Jackson does it in different ways. Josh Allen does it. It's not always going to be the same. Mac Jones' skill set are going to be different. And Kyle Shanahan is trying to cater to that while also playing within the offense. By the way, you said it right there. It looked different because there were 39 throws from Mac Jones yesterday. You know how many times Brock Purdy did that last year? 39 throwing attempts or more last season. Can you just guess off the top of your head?
I would say the Detroit game, maybe 3 times.
Once. He had 40 attempts in a loss to the Miami Dolphins. 26 of 40.
He didn't even do it in the Detroit game. Wow.
No, 35. So
wow.
He did that one time last year.
I mean, they dropped back 45 times yesterday, and they didn't attempt 45 passes, but they wanted to.
They wanted to.
I mean, in the first half, to have 25 dropbacks was jarring.
I mean, the first opening sequence, Joe, for the Niners was 3 straight passes. Like not featuring your best player on offense, which we all would agree is Christian McCaffrey still, was kind of nuts, but speaks to Kyle Shanahan and his trust in Mac Jones' arm, right?
I also think the part that's going to get lost is everyone's going to say it's the trust in Mac Jones. I think it was also because Staley was loading the box, which they do every week. But in particular, Staley knows your personnel, your scheme better than anyone. And I thought that taking away Christian McCaffrey after being overutilized last week was probably the more appropriate correction and overcorrection by Shanahan. I don't think this is don't glean too much into this. They did that to win the game.
Well, it was almost like, and you mentioned the Patriots early on, and obviously Mac Jones starting his career there. It was almost like kind of that Tom Brady, Josh McDaniels offense where you're using the short passing game to basically be your running game.
Yeah.
That's what you're doing. You're doing some dinking and dunking, get these guys out in space, and that's where they're collecting. Listen, 6 receptions, 52 yards for CMC. Just add that to his total. Over 100 yards total. Just take that right there. 13 carries only for him. I feel great about how they're using Christian McCaffrey and how they pivoted their offense in this game.
My favorite play was the red zone play where they put him into the slot and then ran the out. It was a beautifully thrown ball by Mac Jones. Mac Jones on 3rd down made some great throws. The one on the 2-minute drive that he ripped to Jennings over the top, I think we were all like, uh-oh, and it was just perfect, right in his breadbasket. I mean, he hit some good throws. He also threw a couple of late late into the flat. Like the one in particular that sticks out to me was to Braden Willis. He threw late and behind him in the flat. That's a play that could have got intercepted. Isaac Yadam wanted to jump on a ball to Jennings early in the game where he read it and he kind of stared him down. So there's some growing pains, and Mac admitted, like, hey, I looked a little tentative early on in the game. I was a little nervous.
There was one to Marquez Valdez-Scantling where he threw behind him, and MVS actually, if he didn't hit the ball, it was going to be a pick.
It's a great call.
So it's actually a good play.
He got his hand up ever so carefully.
So it was actually ended up being a good play.
Everybody's going to throw
MVS.
no throws, guys. Like, I watched Mahomes yesterday against the Eagles. It looked ugly. He missed 2 wide-open guys over the top and overthrew him by 10 yards. It's one of the greatest players we've ever seen.
We're getting mixed signals here on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. A lot of people impressed. A lot of people saying, great, you beat the Saints. Do it against the Cardinals. What have you done for me lately? But
it's a great win. Why can't it just be a great win?
I agree.
Why does it have to be this sweeping proclamation on one quarterback or the other, or what it means for the future? And it's a great win. You're 2-0.
Because we want to compare and contrast the quarterbacks always. But I'd argue this. They're not doing that in Cincinnati with Jake Browning, who got a win yesterday. Great. And I know he's had some flashes as a backup in the past, but they're not all of a sudden saying there's quarterback controversy over in Cincinnati with the Bengals. They're not doing that. And we're not doing that here in San Francisco. I get it, because people are going to say, oh, Joe, well, you can't compare Joe Burrow and Brock Purdy. No. Brock Purdy is the highest paid player in the history of the 49ers. He's their starting quarterback. When he comes back, when he's healthy, he's going to be starting. There's no question marks about that. What's feeling good if you're a 49ers fan, we'll pick this up on the other side, is the fact that now we actually have a backup we know can win a game. You didn't have that last year. You had Brandon Allen and Josh Dobbs, Joe, who stunk. They stunk. Mac Jones, he's a lot of things. He doesn't stink. He can win you a game, okay? And that's a big plus coming away from yesterday. That's what's coming on the game. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Robin San Bruno, Richie in Palo Alto, Boss, Manny, all of y'all coming up next. It's Spadoni and Chasky's The Morning Roast. Niners 2-0, baby.
Be sure to tune in to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, following every Golden State Valkyries game, when Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky name the strongest player of the game from the night before. Brought to you by El Camino Health. Our strength, your health.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five.
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Coming to Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sales event September 26th through the 28th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
All right, team, it's game time. Blue 42, California Ace scratch right on one.
Wait, what play is that?
Keep up, man. He said play scratchers for the California Lottery.
Oh.
With the new Los Angeles Chargers, San Francisco 49ers, and Los Angeles Rams scratchers, it's always a great call.
For sure.
On one. Ready, set, right.
Play the new Game Day Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
Now at Whole Foods Market, get 20% off air-chilled boneless, skinless chicken breast with Prime through September 16th. As always, there are no antibiotics ever. Make a balanced meal with this versatile protein. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Let's go.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Since I've been in recovery, I could write a novel.
of the good things that happened to me. I finished college. I've held great jobs. It's never too late to recover from addiction. I am living proof that recovery is possible.
Get treatment. It works. To learn more, visit livingproofsf.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. What if it's all of that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Rattler, pressure on first down, in some trouble, down he goes! Upton Stout, the rookie from Western Kentucky with his first NFL sack.
Now, back to the morning roast.
Hey, Dunleavy, get on the phone, start making calls, dude. Why you sitting at the desk twiddling your thumbs, bro?
With Joe Spadoni.
Stop playing with your pencils and playing tic-tac-toe with yourself. Get out there and make some moves, man. Make it happen. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
And Joe Shasky.
Giants, Niners is on crack.
On 95.7 The Game.
Nick at Berkeley's feeling it. Where's Nick at Berkeley? Where are you? I'm calling you out, Nick. You better call in.
The Warriors. It's on a cracking.
Well, the Warriors, there is the latest on that. Sham Sharani, obviously, of ESPN now. And our guy, Anthony Slater, now with ESPN, 95.7 The Game Warriors Insider.
Coming-up crisis.
Yeah, there is a little bit of one now. What's the crisis? Either you're coming back or you're not. Like, just, God. Jonathan, it's...
Well, the latest on the article was that the Warriors did offer a 3-year, $75.2 million deal with a team option in the third year in that deal last week, I guess, to JK. And he's like, nah, I don't like that team option. Nah, I'm good.
This just Kuminga thing is just, it's just...
But that'll take care of itself another day. And if there is breaking news on that, feel free to hit it. It's not even on my radar today. I'm just going to be honest. It's not. You know what's on my radar?
Hold Mike down. Hold Mike down. Hold Mike down. Mac Jones.
There you go.
It's even worse.
Yeah, it's so good. Mac Jones, baby, is on top of my mind.
Return of the Mac?
Hey, you know what? That's the next rejoin. Return of the Mac right there. 26 of 39, 279 yards.
Hey.
3 tutties. Did have the lost fumble, so we're not going to forget about that. But he looked good. good.
Looking around this entire roster, if I'm Mac Jones, hey, anytime anyone did anything good, they just held out for more money and an extension. I think he's on a 2-year deal right now. If I'm Mac Jones, right now, today is the day to hold out. It's a joke. It's a joke.
According to Adam Schefter, the Bengals are now looking for some free agent quarterbacks that could get into their room. So
this is why you invest in the backup quarterback, though, to win a road game early in the year. I just don't think any of the backups. Throw Brock to the side because we didn't know how good Brock was going to be. I just don't think any of their backups would have been able to do this over the last couple of years at all.
And at least Brock was an investment from the organization. He was a draft pick. So, like, there is something to be said about investing in a player.
That's true.
Like, not some hired, no name that means nothing. Like Brandon Allen. Who was Brandon Allen? Like, stop. Oh, but he learned behind Joe Burrow. Great. Curtis Painter learned behind Peyton Manning. It sucked ass.
But even if it was Josh Dobbs, I don't think Josh Dobbs wins that game.
No, he doesn't. The Pastronaut, great. He had a cup of coffee. He looked good in Kevin O'Connell's offense, which, as we know, even J.J. McCarthy can look good there. I'm kidding. The
other part of this is, like, winning in the NFL is really hard. This thing that people are like, well, it's just the Saints. Yeah, okay. Stacking wins against teams like the Saints gets you up to the 10-11 win mark. So let's say there's 20 weeks in a season, and you might only win 10 games. Dude, you don't apologize for victories.
Never. And
you take them and you run with them.
And you take it now because, you might lose to the Cardinals next week. Hell, they're home dogs right now, Joe.
Are they?
It's just kind of crazy.
Well, the Cardinals lost some defensive players in that game over the weekend, too.
They did against the Panthers. And again, it's not like they've played amazing teams over the weekend. They've beaten the Saints and the Panthers, who we all think are what? 2 of the worst teams in the NFL? So let's all pump the brakes a little bit here when it comes to the vaunted Arizona Cardinals. I get it. The Cardinals swept you last season. One of those games really was meaningless because it's against Josh Dobbs. And the other one, Kyler looked good. He looked good. Let's see what Kyler does this week. And this is going to be the biggest test thus far, I think, offensively going up against Robert Saleh's defense, Joe. I do believe that. We got full phone lines. You want to go to them?
Let's hear them.
888-957-9570 is the number to call or text. Let's kick it off with Richie in Palo Alto. Has been hanging on patiently. What's up, Rich?
Yo, what's good, guys? You can hear me?
Oh, yeah. We're just waiting.
What's up, Richie?
Bring it, baby. Let's go.
Cool. Yeah, so look, I like Mac Jones, and he did not really surprise me. I wasn't really surprised by his performance. He performed about what I would expect given the the point I'm trying to make right now is that I think we have to keep it in perspective. I can't draw too much from this game because the Saints have a really bad defense, and they cannot have been a more perfect team for him to make his debut against. However, for me, I'm okay. I have all the enthusiasm that you guys have about many other phases of the team, but for me, my concern it really stems from last week where I don't think there's maybe 3 or 4 quarterbacks at most in the NFL with our offensive line would have won in Seattle last week, and I don't think Mac Jones there's no way Mac Jones, in my opinion, is good. I don't think.
Look, we don't have to measure the two. We don't have to measure the two against each other. The beauty is this: they've paid Brock Purdy, all right, and we're going to find out whether he's worth every single penny, or they underpaid him, or they overpaid him over the life of the contract. For right now, Mac Jones is filling in more than adequately until Brock returns. And it gives them more of a time to not rush a guy with a serious toe injury that we know can linger. And as we found out this morning, where Joe Burrow is going to miss the next 3 months, why rush Brock back if you can afford to have a guy play adequately like Mac Jones did yesterday? I don't think this means nothing to Brock Purdy currently. Now, if he goes on a 10-win streak, all right, well, then we'll start having conversations. It's 1 week. It's a great win. I thought he looked great.
Absolutely. No, I agree with you. It was a great win. All I'm trying to say is that I worry that let me ask you guys, because I know you said, Shasky, you mentioned that there was a couple 4 times where he might have held the ball too long.
He did, yeah.
I felt like on a lot of plays, Like, he was so close. Like, if we were playing up against a better defense, I'm worried how he's going to look because our offensive line does not pass protect very well. If we had a better offensive line.
Well, I thought yesterday there was only 3 pressures.
Thanks,
so
Richie.
PFF does all the advanced numbers. Only 3 pressures on pure dropbacks. So that was really good. And we could, quibble about pressures or whatever. The one that they gave up the sack on, Mac admitted it after the game. Like, yeah, I held on to the ball way too long on that play. And so, that's going to happen. That's going to happen.
They have some players over there on that defense. I know, shout out Kool-Aid McKinstry, who had that holding or illegal contact call. But I thought Carl Granderson looked pretty freaking good, and they just paid him a premium, I think, last offseason. Cameron Jordan is probably going to be a Hall of Famer. Now, I didn't hear his name a whole hell of a lot yesterday, but they have names out there.
Why are people so sensitive over Brock Purdy's status? And I don't know. I feel like this whole thing, I can feel there's like a desperation in Niner fans' voices. Guys, we went on the road with our backup quarterback and won a game. Do you remember the Green Bay game last year that Brandon Allen played? He was unplayable.
I think there's just
unplayable.
There's an insecurity by nature when it comes to 49er fans in the quarterback position.
That's actually a good point.
There just is a quarterback insecurity. Like, talking about like security, yeah. Patrick Mahomes has that. Lamar Jackson has that. Josh Allen, maybe Joe Burrow. I don't know. The guy gets hurt a lot. But there's definitely a quarterback insecurity when it comes to 49er fans and that position. There just is, inherent by nature, Joe. And maybe it just goes back to the Steve Young, Joe Montana thing. You referenced it. Jeff Garcia, Alex Smith, Colin Kaepernick, Trey Lance, Jimmy Garoppolo, now Brock Purdy. There is just this... I don't know what to call it other than insecurity when it comes to the fan base, and they love their guy Brock Purdy, and we're not saying you can't.
But
doesn't it feel good though knowing you have someone you can rely on to win you a game?
Yes.
If he goes down, that's all we're talking about.
But there is also this elephant in the room of, was this the guy Shanahan wanted all along?
Well,
so there's that.
I believe that.
I know you do.
I believe that.
I'm coming around on that. I don't know where I stand currently right now. I'm up in the air, but I do think that Kyle called that game 2-part. Number one, yes, I do think he likes Mac Jones. That's number one. The second part is I think Brandon Staley being on the other sideline, knowing how important Christian McCaffrey, hey, Niners are going to want to run the ball. Christian McCaffrey with the backup quarterback, obviously. And Kyle came out and he threw the ball and he did a really good job. I just love the way Kyle utilized CMC. See, I think that's the part we're not really talking about today because we're stuck up in this Mac Jones thing, and I get it. Pearsall, 3rd down 3 different times, made huge clutch catches with guys draped on him, and the ball placement from Mac Jones was excellent. Secondarily, they used CMC in the slot as a wide receiver a handful of times. One time straight up, they didn't even do motion. They just went straight up. He's in the slot. Let's go. The other time they used him in motion and put him in the slot, and that was for that touchdown play. I love the way he used CMC in this game.
Well, we came away last week, and that's a great point, how concerned Niner fans were with the touches. They thought, and again, you mentioned it, I think he had the most touches, more so than any other skill position player.
That's crazy.
In the NFL last week in week 1. It is crazy. But this week, I thought it was much more measured. I thought it was much more balanced. I see a lot of people just hating on Brian Robinson. Again,
he's upright. He's an upright runner.
But again, I'm not like 6 carries for 20 yards. If he was more of a focal point of this offense going forward, I would hear you on that. But clearly, he's not. I just need him to stay healthy, quite frankly.
And one of his runs, I believe, came back because of a hold, which was a good run. So. Look, there is a part of me that's like, God, why did you get rid of Jordan Mason?
Well, Jordan Mason's going to be and this is why Jordan Mason, I think, went over to the Minnesota Vikings. He knew that he might have an opportunity to be the number 1 by season's end. And already, after 2 weeks, Aaron Jones has a hurt hamstring, and Jordan Mason is going to be RB1 for Minnesota going forward.
And I don't even know what the stats say. They might only say like 60 or 75 yards on the ground.
For CMC?
Yeah.
55. 13 carries, 55 yards.
So less than what I thought. Yeah. I thought he ran decisively with great cutback, great vision, great speed, great power, and burst. I thought I was more encouraged from this game running the ball. I'm talking about running, just as a pure runner, than the week before. I love the way they used CMC in this game.
Niners improved to 2-0 on the season, 26-21 the final down in Nolens. And by the way, again, another road game where Niner fans took over. We'll hear Kyle Shanahan talk about that. We'll hear from the quarterback, Mac Jones, Christian McCaffrey, all of it. But I want to hear from the people first because they've been waiting patiently. Let's go to Boss in Oakland.
What's up, Boss?
I'm a boss.
What's up, Joe? How you doing, my man?
I'm good.
Okay, good stuff. I just want to say, winning the NFL is hard. You just said that a moment ago. It's real hard. I think they have not been impressive the first 2 weeks. I mean, they're pretty much a drive away from losing both games, but you just got to get it done. Something else needs to be said is that the NFL has changed so much now. These guys are not doing much in the preseason. It's like those first 2 or 3 weeks are darn near like the preseason. People are trying to shake out the cobwebs. I'm not a 49er fan, but I know how to look at things objectively. And Mac Jones, this was a guy that had a lot of pressure on him in New England, basically replacing Tom Brady as the heir apparent. He was a Pro Bowler his first year, so obviously he has some types of skills. So it wasn't surprising me seeing what he did yesterday. Now, the 49ers have to clean up a few things. The secondary, in my opinion, is going to have to get better because the season's now about to start to get in the thick of things. When you go on the road in the division, throw everything out, a lot of people know what you're going to do. It's going to be a pretty good game. I think Niner fans, you need to be happy. You need to be happy.
You. Thank you.
Because you could be 0-2.
Thank you.
It easily could be 0-2 because the Saints came with, they played as hard as they possibly could, and I feel bad for the Saints. They're basically 1 or 2 plays away from possibly being 2-0.
I agree.
So be happy with your win and stop being selfish. I know you guys are Niner Empire and you won all those titles, but hey, it's 2025. Be happy where you're at today.
I completely agree. What a call and great perspective.
Yeah.
Here's the thing that I love about what he was saying. You're 2 drives away from losing, which he is correct. Like, that is the appropriate, reverse of what could have happened. Had Sorensen been the defensive coordinator, I think they do lose at minimum 1, if not both of the games. Think about how it finished. The ball is in the other team's hand. They need to score a touchdown to win. That's basically what happens with timeouts in their back pocket. You had Bryce Huff make the plays yesterday. You had Nick Bosa also get a sack on that final drive. You had Fred Warner make a great pass breakup to create a 4th and 2. And then the week prior, you had Nick Bosa in the red zone, essentially, pushing a lineman into the quarterback and creating a strip sack. I don't think you get 2 defensive stands in a row with the season on the line if you don't have Robert Saleh. Robert Saleh has been awesome.
He's been, you can't say MVP because that's player, but he's been the most valuable coach, the MVC. He has. And I tweeted out yesterday, if there was an award for comeback coach of the year, he would get it. It's week 2. Again, it's early here. And he played against, division rival in their backyard, and he played against a notoriously tough place to play in the Superdome. Might not have that cachet anymore, but it's still a rabid fan base that gets very loud when they are playing well. But that's why it was so refreshing to see, because you got a lead and you kept the lead, Joe. And that's what you do in places like that have tough opposing crowds. And by the way, the Niner fans just showing out. It is insane. They do have the best road fan base in the NFL. I might be biased because I'm watching them with a fine-tooth comb every week, but I just feel whenever I watch a road game with the Niners being involved, Joe, there's just all red and gold. I just see it everywhere.
There's this whole conversation about at the advent prior to cable television, the teams that were the glory teams, Steelers, Cowboys, the Raiders to a degree, the Niners, the Dolphins were for one time. They've been so bad for so long. And I think the Raiders suffer from this too. Yeah. They've been so bad for so long. I think a lot of the nationwide fans that might have hopped off a little. Yeah. But those teams that were good in the glory days of 6 channels on your television, those teams have just giant fan bases. Yankees, the Lakers, the Celtics, it's across sports. And so I think the Niners have a very Steeler-like, Laker-like, Yankee-like, Dodger-like fan base that goes across the country, and they travel really, really well. The other thing that I keep coming back to on this team is, scheme matters. Vic Fangio knows what he's doing in Philadelphia.
Oh, yeah. Just won a Super Bowl.
He's great.
Didn't blitz once in the Super Bowl.
He's a great coordinator. But he runs a specific scheme. And in his scheme, they run like a 3-4, and Bryce Huff didn't fit the scheme at all. And then I look at Bryce Huff on a 4-3, and at times they run 5 defensive linemen. Yeah. You saw D. Winters on the line, playing right on the line. 5 linemen on the line. But Bryce fits their 4-3 on the edge as a bend-around guy. He really fits. He's a situational pass rusher. He's not going to stop the run. He fits really well. Michael Williams fits this scheme really well. They play him on the inside. They play him a little on the outside on running downs. He can set the edge as a run stuffer. But as a pass rusher on the interior, he's excellent. So scheme really matters, and Saleh fits this personnel.
888-957-9570 is the number to get involved. Call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Niners 26, Saints 21. We're reacting to all of it. Niners 2-0, now heading back home for the first time at Levi's Stadium against the division rival Cardinals. We'll break that game down as the week goes on, but want to hear from the people today. How we feeling about this Niners squad after 2 weeks? They're 2-0. That's all you can ask. You can only play who's in front of you. I don't care if you think it was impressive or not, because just winning in the NFL, whether it's against the Cleveland Browns or the Saints, or it could be, a great team. It could be the Buffalo Bills. Winning is so damn hard. And like Boston, Oakland just referenced, Joe, the Saints could easily be 2-0 right now, but they're not. And that's the difference between winning and losing. A couple plays here and there.
You don't apologize.
Never apologize for winning.
And move on. Let's go to the phone lines. I want to hear from the people. 2-0 Niners.
Manny, Dunbarton Bridge. What's up, Manny? How we feeling this morning?
Hey, long time no talk, guys. My commute isn't as far as it used to be, but I do listen to you guys in the morning. I just didn't get a chance to call in. Shasky, can you believe that we have a legitimate backup quarterback ever since the days of, Bono coming in for Steve and Joe? Now we have somebody that can actually come in and win in a pinch. So Niner fans, let's not do no quarterback controversies. Let's not compare one to the other. The only thing I got that's got me shaking my head watching that game yesterday was, why did we waste all those draft picks on the Trey Lance experiment when he was sitting there at 15? But that's neither here nor there. The last 2 weeks, this is what I'm excited about going into the season. Not only do we have a quarterback that can play, we also have the substitute we need for in D winners, and we also have legitimate tight ends that can actually play when Kittle's not around. Niner fans, this is a promising start to a very successful, hopefully, season. That's all I got, guys.
Thanks, Manny.
We're gonna dissect the trade, pick forever. The more and more I think about it, though, the real crime wasn't just selecting Trey Lance. That was a bad move, right? There's no doubt about it. It was trading 3 picks to move up to 3. That was the stupid move.
Well, remember, I referenced the thing I tweeted out last week, and it was Adam Schefter, ESPN, saying the Niners. This is according to Adam Schefter and his sources. So, again, you can believe it or not. Adam Schefter, I think he's pretty tapped in when it comes to the NFL, right? But he tweeted out the Niners traded up to the 3rd spot in fear that the Patriots were going to trade up ahead of them to get Mac Jones. Now, maybe initially they thought they were going to draft Mac Jones, and they go through the process, and they take Trey Lance. I still think Shanahan, his inclination was he wanted Jones all along. Maybe someone talked him out of it, and they went with Lance. But initially, they traded up because they were afraid the Patriots were going to trade up to get Mac Jones. This is Schefter. Schefter's saying that.
I know what you're saying. What I'm telling you is that's terrible business. So that now we know, like, trading 3 picks for any player is a steep price. Like, what did Micah Parsons just go for? 2 firsts and Kenny Clark. Yeah. That's a guy who's established. He's established. And he went for that. So that's my point, is like you could say that they thought they were going to do this. Yeah, that was bad business by them. Trading 3 picks to move up to 3 was bad business. There's no other way around it.
The only other
Mac wouldn't have lived up to those 3 picks either.
The only other quarterback from that draft class, or quarterbacks, I should say, that have played the first couple weeks, Trevor Lawrence, 0-2.
Yeah, he stinks. And I'm seeing Jags fans talk about Brian Thomas Jr. misses Mac Jones, which is crazy.
They do. Well, our girl, Mia O'Brien, down in Jacksonville, she told us. And then Justin Fields, 0-2. And he looked good week 1, looked awful yesterday.
The thing about,
when you're a Jet all the way.
The thing about the 3 picks to move up and whatever, like, again, this is just going to be my thought process forever. They hated Jimmy so much, they couldn't wait to get his replacement. They were willing to sacrifice future picks to be able to get that one. I really think that relationship soured so much.
Well, then we learned from Mike Silver, then of the Chronicle, talking about, Jimmy ghosting the team in the offseason. He didn't show up to he didn't talk to anyone. He literally would just drop off. I don't know where he was, in Thailand, Mexico, whatever. He would just not text anybody for months at a time in the offseason. and that is not a great look for your franchise quarterback. Obviously, you couldn't stay healthy. That was the number one.
But Kyle,
point.
you could tell yesterday, like, Kyle likes Mac.
Of course, I like Mac. He's fun. He's got some swag.
Mac's solid, dude. He's really solid.
Mac Jones!
You can win games with him. You can win games with him. But again, 3 picks is just look in the history of the game. Trading 3 picks for any player, you're probably going to be left, wanting more.
All right, here's a guy I haven't heard from in a minute. Actually, I heard from him last week, but that's when you know the Niners are back, baby. That's when Rob and San Bruno's back. Rob, good morning.
Hey, Rob.
You're on the roast, buddy.
Missed you, buddy.
Good morning. How we doing, fellas?
I'm good.
Look, first, I wasn't going to talk about this, but leave my boy Trey Lance alone, man. He never really got a chance. As we've seen, Cal has a type for quarterback. You know what I mean? Read the room. He has a type that he wants for quarterback. It is what it is.
What's the type? Hey, Rob, what's the type?
Hey, man. I don't get into politics, bro.
Okay, continue.
Hey, look, but check it out, though. You got to forget, Mac Jones played at Alabama. He played with some of the toughest competition in college football in the country. His first year, he did with the pass and go to the playoffs with a bad team. If you look at that game yesterday, dude looked like Matt Ryan. He looked comfortable in the system. Cal looked comfortable putting him in position to make those plays. I thought his team loved him. That throw to Jennings was big time. He was throwing balls outside the number with ease. That throw to CMC
was great.
That was a touch. That was some touch deep throw. That was a perfect throw. And I'm gonna tell you all this: it don't matter as long as CMC back there. It don't matter if Purdy or Mac Jones. The system already in place. Then you add CMC. So as long as CMC is back there with the system and Cal calling the plays, it's no real difference between Purdy or Mac Jones. Purdy got better feet, but Mac Jones can see over the line and he can make throws that Purdy just can't. Cal just really, man, he threw outside the number more times I've seen him do in years.
How about the little comeback? How about the one where he did the comeback to CMC on 3rd and 10? How great of a throw was that?
On a point. That's what I'm saying. The only thing with Mac Jones is his feet slow.
Yeah.
But if you can protect him in this system, he can look like Matt Ryan. He had 3 touchdowns. You know what? No interceptions. No he had a couple but no interceptions. 3 touchdowns. 0 interceptions.
How about the touch pass? How about the touch pass to Pearsall over the middle on 3rd down where he led him toward the sideline? I just thought he had some great ball placement throws.
No, he did a good job. Great job. And Pearsall, I'm starting to love it, dude.
I know.
Don't run that. Don't run them jet sweeps. It's not his game. Nah. But him getting downfield, he know how to get open. I'm starting to like Pearsall.
I like Pearsall a lot.
It's Robin San Bruno starting to like him too.
He had 3 tough, contested, guy on my shoulders, on my back catches in traffic. Pearsall is a player.
3rd and Pearsall. Get used to it. No, seriously. Like, the guy is open on 3rd down. That's the money down. Like, I gain a lot of respect for that.
Sorry, I'm running you off. Him and Jennings are a good complement from each other because they're completely opposites. Jennings is slow, possession receiver, catch radius. I'm 6'3". I'm going to catch this in traffic. I'm not fast. Pearsall, I'm shifty. I'm athletic. I'm going to get open. I'm going to beat you off the boom, boom, quick little move. I'm going to get a little separation, make a catch, go down. Like, they're a nice complement to each other.
God, I keep thinking about that play where you texted in the chat where it was just the calm, cool, collective nature, just chilling, and then just like a cobra striking there, if I'm Mac Jones, right to Jennings, who you said Jennings was even shocked by how much zip was on that ball.
It caught him.
Snagged it, and then ran all the way. And we know he's not a speedster by any stretch of the imagination, Juwan Jennings. But for him to get that and get the yards after the catch for the touchdown was huge. Juwan Jennings, that's the number 1 wide receiver we saw last year. They missed that production. 5 receptions, 89 yards. Get more of that going forward.
Especially with no Kittle.
Yes.
See, I think that's the thing. Like, when you don't have Kittle, it makes Juwan Jennings that much more important, especially on those 3rd downs. The throw on the red zone, in the 2-minute drill, he threw a dime to Jennings over the top that was just gorgeous and set them up.
888-957-9570. We're talking Mac Jones. People are fired up.
Look at Carter's ear-to-ear smile.
And you know what?
So happy.
He's got his King's Fish House hat on, too, that he got for free at the Red and Gold Summit.
I think he's licking his wounds. He had a tough weekend.
No, I'm smiling. We got something going in the back here you guys are going to like later.
Oh, okay.
Some food?
Maybe that, too.
Some coffee?
Some Big Macs?
This is way better than that, though.
Wow, that's called a tease, people. 888-957-9570. By the way, ask and you shall receive. I asked for Nick in Berkeley. Now we're getting him. Nick at Berkeley on the Morning Roast, baby. Let's go.
Hey, what's up, y'all? Hey, he's not Little Mac from Punch-Out. He's Big Mac tack now because he was firing balls all over the place, man. That boy Pearsall, he's the real deal. You can put the cha-ching next to his name. My boy Lil Stout, cha-ching. You know what I'm saying? Putting my boy Bosa up top on the right side rather than the left side. He's rushing better on the right side, up top than he is, off the left side when he pairs up with that big guy that I forget his name. But yeah, when they line up next to each other, man, they're collapsing the whole right side of the offensive lines, man. And you know what? Like, to say that the New Orleans Saints are weak and all that, the Saints were out for blood yesterday, man. They were at home. They're feeling good. And, but who that team going to beat them Saints? And it's them Niners, baby. And that's what's up. And, as far as the Cardinals come, man, bring it on, Cardinals. Because you know what, Saleh? He's not playing checkers, man. He's playing chess. He's in the laboratory right now. I guarantee he's scheming right now. Wherever he's at, probably in the basement of Levi's somewhere. But, man, I'm trying to tell you, man, Pearsall's the real deal. I love the way that I agree with you guys, man, how McCaffrey was used. To watch him run those little outs and those little seam patterns and fly patterns, man, that was insane, man. It was great. And that's, man, I'm telling you right now, a few times, he had an inauspicious start, and I was like, what is he doing? But then he started feeling comfortable in the pocket, and a couple times, you guys know this because you watched the game, he was just standing there, just like not even moving his feet, just standing flat-footed. I was just like, calm and cool, man. And he has some zip on the ball. Purdy's more of a touch guy, but Mac Jones, man, he be zipping it in there. You know what I mean? Like Purdy, what's going to happen if he can't stay healthy, man? He's getting banged up all the time with little knick-knack injuries, man. This is the NFL, and that means not for long, man. I always keep saying, man, we got to keep Purdy upright. And even like last year when he's running, sometimes he got tackled. You can tell he's getting up a little slow, and he's trying to deal with the pain and everything. But man, we got to protect him. And I think one way that Shanahan could do that is like just running those little passes and getting McCaffrey out there. And Robinson, it was crazy because they said he was suspended, and next thing you know, he's running the ball, straight up the middle. I was like, what? Like what? Different
Robinson, Nick. You think of DeMarcus Robinson, who still is suspended, but that's Nick in Berkeley. Yeah, Brian Robinson's okay. DeMarcus Robinson is suspended. Can't wait to get DeMarcus Robinson back, and maybe we'll have a Mac Jones connection when he comes back. We'll see. They tweeted it yesterday, by the way. I think it was Adam Schefter saying it's not likely, but there is a possibility that Brock could be back this week. But why would you want to bring him back after Mac Jones looked pretty freaking good yesterday, right? So you want to keep Brock on the sideline as long as possible if he can get healthier as the weeks go on.
Yeah, but you're not out of the woods because when you play, you're going to,
no, exactly.
There's going to be normal wear and tear. So, like, let's say they doesn't play this week. Then you get the Jaguars.
Yes.
And then it's a quick turnaround against the Rams.
It is. So, again, this is why the start that Mac Jones had yesterday is so important in all this, because we do this. We have to compare and contrast. It is this person against that person. We're pitting teammate against teammate. No. Mac Jones winning is good for Brock Purdy and his health. That's how you got to view this thing. Like, if Jake Browning, that's how Bengals fans are viewing this, and I want Niner fans to view it the same way. Jake Browning is going to be the backup and now starter for the Bengals as Joe Burrow, the latest breaking news, happened right before our show, going to be out for 3 months at least, having surgery due to turf toe. By the way, speaking of turf toe, it could have been a lot worse for Brock Purdy, so thankfully it's not that severe. But the Bengals fans are viewing Jake Browning, hey, keep us 500, man, these next months. And that's a lot to ask because the Cincinnati Bengals, and that might be the toughest division in sports, the AFC North. We understand that. But they're just asking him to stay above water. Hey, Mac Jones, be a game or two over 500. That would be great. Keep us floating until Brock gets back. We would love that. That's literally all we need from Mac Jones. And the fact that he looked good yesterday is good for Brock going forward. Can we just have a team-first mindset? Why do we have to go to individual players? Is this something that was created with First Take? Is that why? Because we have to just go pit player versus player? It's Jimmy Butler gets the credit. No, it's Stephen Curry.
Joe, it predates that. Joe versus Steve. It predates it, like Roger Staubach. You're probably too young to remember, but like Roger Staubach was battling for years, and they literally would switch quarterbacks series to series before Roger established himself. This has been happening forever.
Mac Jones, 26 of 39, 279, 3 touchdowns. How are we feeling about him as the quarterback right now, Niner fans? 888-957-9570. Let's go to Sam and Hercules. What's up, Sam? You're on the Morning Roast.
Hey, what's up, guys? So good with the positives. We're 2-0. Got a nice backup.
CMC's looking very CMC-ish. Defense, we got some dogs, man. D-line, linebackers, secondary, just, man, they're playing like they're on fire. My MVP is my boy Winters, not even missing Greenlaw right now. The negative is the only thing, man. They're one-score games, almost on the verge of losing, coming down to, like, the last drive. I feel like we need a few more dogs on offense. CMC's there. Wide receivers, Ricky's nice. But other than that, man, like, we need that alpha. Like, I remember we had Debo. We were getting in scruffs before the game even started, coming out with, like, some passion. Ricky's kind of young. Maybe that's just not his thing right now, but I don't know. Maybe like a Tyreek Hill or somebody out there. Bring us somebody else, but that's all I got to say, man.
I think they're fine at wide receiver because they're going to get DeMarcus Robinson back at some point.
And you're going to get George Kittle back.
And Brandon Ayuk.
And
maybe at some point
we'll see with Ayuk.
Let's get to the defense, though, because he makes a good point. There are 7 guys making major contributions on defense who are 1 third-year player, 1 second-year player, and the rest are rookies. You have Collins and West, who are rotational pieces on the inside of that defensive line. Then you have 3 starters that are all rookies. Michael Williams. Stout is a starter. He plays so much, he is a starter because so many 3 wide receiver formation sets. Then you have Marquise Siegel, who's playing. And not the greatest game from him yesterday, but I'm fine with Siegel.
That Juwan Johnson catch was I don't care.
Right,
I don't care if Ed Reed was right there. Like it was perfect throw and catch.
Yeah, and then you got a third-year player in Winters who's taking a monster step forward. I mean, we should just start calling him Dre, not D Winters, because he gave you even the penalty.
The penalty. I was going to say we haven't even gotten to the penalty. The shove at the end.
I'm okay with it. That's a bang play to the sideline. Like you're a linebacker. Like I'm okay with it. I really am.
I think they gave it to Michael Williams, but it was D Winters that did it.
And then you have Renardo Green as your other starting cornerback. And look, Stout and Green are going to get tested over and over and over again. Lenore they're not even looking his way. I think 1 or 2 passes in 2 games.
I barely saw number 2 out there, and that's a good thing. That means in the secondary, that's good. Yeah.
But you have 7 young players making massive contributions on defense. If you watch this team last year, there were so many old players who couldn't move. The defense had to get younger and had to get more explosive, and they have. Now it's, okay, you're in position to make plays. Now it's about learning situations a little better and understanding how to make plays without penalties, and that will come with time.
Well, we were talking about this, and I think we've been proven right, but also proven wrong at the same time. At the start of the season, Joe, we were going through the 3 different levels of the defense and talking about what we were most optimistic and pessimistic about, or just the biggest question marks. I think both you and I were in lockstep. We felt pretty good about the linebacking core.
Yeah.
And we've been proven right there. D Winters
played better than I expected.
Way better. But even then, we thought he was going to be pretty solid, but not this good early
his
on.
Speed, his closeout ability, and tackling in space has been almost perfect.
And playing with a swagger that's infectious, by the way.
Yes.
Which is something that is kind of unquantifiable, but you know it when you see it, and you saw it last year, even for a half, how much Dre Greenlaw meant to that defense, because you didn't get any of that with Devondre Campbell. So that in and of itself, just the swagger that he brings defensively, alongside the best linebacker in football and Fred Warner, has been massive for this team.
The only little thing that just drives me crazy on these read option, these mesh point plays, Bosa and D Winters multiple times bit on the wrong thing and went with the running back, and they didn't keep the QB contained. They didn't keep the edge, and they came crashing in. That play has been a bugaboo for them for years. And so as you're looking forward, like, hey, we got Arizona this week. What do you think Kyler's going to do?
He's going to try to do what he did last year and try to throw up the deuces and get you to bite. And he's much quicker than Spencer Rattler, who I thought actually...
Spencer Rattler played good in this game.
Spencer Rattler could have used his legs more, and he had a couple runs there where he was a little shifty.
Drop balls. Johnson dropped balls.
Yeah.
Like, I thought he played really well.
Mac Jones, by the way, with the little hezzy on that. What was that, like 12 yard?
That scared me.
That 13-yard scamper.
Oh, my goodness. He took off running, and then he jumped in the air, and I was like, you got to get down.
Well, I thought he was going to get fumble something, and then the tackle was on his head, neck area. I was like, oh, my God. But yes, just get down there. But he did follow his blockers. I saw Tonjes out there throwing some blocks. And Tonjes, again, making plays last week, made plays this week, Joey. I was impressed with Jake Tonjes. Now, you're not going to get the replica of a George Kittle out there, but if you can get Tonjes to make a play, Luke Farrell to get his first career touchdown, just a couple catches here and there.
And they played fullback in replace of Juice. Look, I know everybody, there's a lot of like Juice stands out there. I think they play better with 2 tight ends as opposed to, and even though I know Juice is more, he does more second tight end type stuff. He's more of an H-back than we give him credit for. I kind of liked what the 2 tight ends did. I've been begging for them to get a second tight end forever on the field.
Well, finally, and it looks like they got one in Tonjes and then Farrell. We know they signed him to be that blocking tight end, but he got the catch there. That was good discipline.
He had a nice block on a short yardage play that set up a beautiful play action fake for the red zone touchdown.
Again, the fundamentals, again, it's not sexy to talk about, but when you see it in action, when you see, and I even saw it from the other end, when Alvin Kamara, that's why I love watching him and CMC, just the patience that elite running backs have in their nature to follow the blocks, let them set it up, and to run behind those guys, both sides. Alvin Kamara, 21 carries, 99 yards, and then Christian McCaffrey, 13 for 55. It was refreshing to watch. 888-957-9570.
People are fired up.
They are. We got, that can't be his name. Ugly Timmy? Come on, Timmy, you can't be that ugly. He's calling in Brandon, Dre, Miguel. We'll get to all of you, but first,
not
Carter.
Pretty Ricky, he's Ugly Timmy.
He's Ugly Timmy. It leads us to the injury report. And Joe, you just mentioned this player, Kyle Juszczyk. The 49ers got the win, but they lost Juice in the second quarter. He had to exit with a concussion and was quickly ruled out for the game. The 49ers also lost left guard Ben Barch due to an ankle injury. He did not return. I thought Connor Colby did well in his place. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. It's coming up. The game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Another guy that is on the injury report we didn't mention here, Dom Smith. Hell of a play over the weekend, but man, that outstretch, you just knew immediately. It looked painful, put his body on the line. Shout out Dom Smith, who's having a hell of a year. But in his place, Bryce Eldridge getting called up for the Gigantes. Massive series for them coming up here as well after falling to the Dodgers. But like I said, Ugly Timmy, Brandon, Dre, Skip, Miguel, we'll get to all of you on the other side. Niners 2-0 to start the season. 2 massive road wins. And Mac Jones leading the way in place of Brock Purdy. How impressed are we, Niner fans, after this 2-0 start? 888-957-9570 is the number. It's Spadoni, it's Shasky, it's the Morning Roast. We're rolling, baby, on 95.7 The Game.
You can put the cha-ching next to his neck.
Football is back. The road to Santa Clara starts now.
I want to go back to the playoffs, and the road to Levi's starts now.
Your station for the best football talk in the Bay.
I love football.
Is 95.7 The Game.
Hey, it's Bonte. Just back from a fall visit to River Islands where the schools are back in session. There are 3 top-rated K through 8th grade academies within the community, and construction just started on Academy number 4. River Islands High School students are busy in the classroom and on the sports fields of their phenomenal new campus. I don't remember high school ever looking this good. Elsewhere in Northern California's most successful lifestyle community, they're putting the final touches on another park. This one with the playground, workout areas, tennis, a splash pad, and a picnic area. The fall weather is still perfect for launching a kayak or a paddleboard off your own deck and head over to the Boathouse restaurant for lunch or dinner. More than 4,000 households have already made the move to River Islands. Today, with 15 neighborhoods priced from the $600,000 to over $1 million, there's more variety in home styles and sizes than ever before. In fact, the only thing missing at River Islands is you. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/sports. openphone.com/SPORTS.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
What time is it? Game time. What time is it? You know what time it is. It's football season, and it's the big fella, Lorenzo Neal. Join me and Evan Giddings every home game for the kickoff show, live at the Laughing Mock Gastropub, Sunnyvale, right around the corner from the stadium. We're talking Niner football and hosting the best game day tailgate in the Bay. Laughing Mock Game Day is the faithful's first stop, with games, prizes, free parking, and a shuttle straight to the stadium. Righteously brewed in San Francisco and faithfully brewed for the family.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson, justice for workers.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh, no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the job delivered. Large orders of lumber, doors, windows, paint, plumbing, anything the job needs, all from one partner. Get it today with same-day delivery. Get it tomorrow with next-day delivery on 50,000 plus products. Or get it on your timeline with scheduled delivery on everything from framing to flooring. It's time to get your whole job, all your jobs delivered. Ask about all our new delivery options at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter? Right? And the best part? They accept Discover. Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. What if it's all of that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM in HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Rise. Wake up. It's time to wake on up. Wake up, wake up. With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the Morning Roast, man, on 95.7 The Game.
Just want to give a shout-out to myself.
That's a great drop. I got to give a shout to Mac Jones. That's what we're talking about this morning. 26-39, 279 yards, 3 tutties as your San Francisco 49ers improved to 2-0 on the season. 26-21 the final down in Nolens. It's Spadoni at Shasky. We are halfway home here on a Victory Monday, and we want your participation. We don't have guests today because we know the phone lines are going to be packed, and they are. Timmy, Brandon, Dre, Miguel, we'll get to all of you, and lines are open, but you can also shoot us a text at 888-957-9570. The Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line is always open for business, and you could also hit us up on YouTube, where we are streaming every single day, courtesy of First Norcross Credit Union. Joey, you got to be fired up after the start to the season, right? I mean, all the adversity that's hit this team in years past, and to start off this season, in week 2, you're without your starting quarterback and your tight end, so your 2 best and most important players on offense are gone, and you win the game? It's pretty impressive.
Yeah, great coaches win that game like yesterday. Andy Reid, Belichick, Bill Walsh. I mean, those are the greatest of the greats. But they're really good to great coaches in the league. They win that game. With a backup quarterback, without your Hall of Fame tight end, losing multiple offensive pieces, your left tackle's a game-time decision, your star running back is still returning from an injury, which you have to monitor, and your young defense is a work in progress as you're on the road early in the season. And so for them to win that game that way, utilizing the kicker that they just picked up days before, I thought it was a hell of a win, a great win, and it was a Shanahan win to me.
So all the things we were freaking out about this time last week when the 49ers did win, I do think we could take a step back and relax a little bit. Now, we're always going to be monitoring Christian McCaffrey, but I remember the conversation this time last week, Joe, was, we're running CMC into the ground. We can't do that. He's going to be cooked. Well, 13 carries, 55 yards. Okay. They didn't run him into the ground there. Then he had 6 receptions, 52 yards. I thought he was very serviceable, looked solid, looked like he had a little bit more burst this week compared to last week, and he looked strong is another thing I would reference with Christian McCaffrey. So I'm not concerned about the touches there. And another thing we were freaking out about, and you just referenced it, was the kicking situation. And of course, the very first time we see Eddie Pinheiro attempting an extra point, what does he do? Pushes it right. Get the bad ones out of the way early, like you referenced in golf, just slicing it on the first hole. It's okay. Get a little nervous. Everyone's watching you. And then after that, he was calm, cool, collected. We got the good Eddie Pinheiro. And he went 2 for 2 for field goals when he needed to. Sub 50-yarders. Hey, that's all he needs to do in a dome. Got the job done. Good for Eddie Pinheiro.
It's 16-14. 16-14. Niners are up 2. It's a 5-minute drive. You're at almost the 4-minute mark. On 3rd and 6, Jake Tonjes catches a pass short of the first down. Mm-hmm. It's 4th and 2 from the 28. And I starred that because I said, does Kyle attempt a field goal if it's Jake Moody there?
Ooh. I don't know.
I think they needed points really bad to answer the touchdown prior from the New Orleans Saints. They just needed 3 on the board. And I don't know if he goes to Jake Moody there in that situation.
Well, it's a good point, but maybe he does if it's still the backup quarterback situation. Had it been Brock Purdy, maybe not. You see where I'm going here? So, like, there is a lack of trust potentially in Mac. 4th and 2 scenario. He already had a fumble on an exchange. Maybe you don't want to risk it there. But no, it's totally valid to bring that up.
Yeah, and like they get that field goal there. Now the defense is a little charged up. They answered. They got some points. They gave him some time on the sideline. And on the very next possession, New Orleans is marching. And then you get that Kamara play off the helmet where Fred Warner gets the punch out, and they got a big break on that. Like, I did not think that was a catch. I thought there's no way in hell where the ball was moving on the helmet. It wasn't like David Tyree. David Tyree, the helmet catch where he made multiple steps, that ball didn't move. This one moved. Even though his legs were moving, he never had the ball sit still. I thought they got a great call on that one, the Niners did.
I think it's funny because you go back to the word control. And by definition, can you really have control of a football when it's a one-hand
it's moving.
On the helmet
the
and it's
moving?
That's what I'm saying.
I thought the Niners, after review, to me, it was not a catch. I would have said no catch. I didn't think that he ever really truly had possession and made a football move. And I thought they got really lucky with that play because what they ended up doing was scoring again right away there and double downing. And that was on that beautiful Mac Jones touchdown pass, 42-yarder to Juwan Jennings. That looked like Brady. But to me, the play of that drive was the third down call to CMC where he had CMC move over in shotgun. He moved over and he ran a beautiful pass out. It was just a gorgeous pass.
God, I love seeing Christian McCaffrey in the receiving game. I'm going to continue to say it. If he just wants to be a full-time slot receiver, he would have been one of the best in the NFL. That's a fact.
But that's why I love this game plan from Shanahan. Yep. It was how he utilized CMC in the passing game. He used him in the slot, and then he used him to be able to get a free release as a running back because they slotted him out in this, where they go in motion to the outside, and they're 7, 8, 9 yards behind the line of scrimmage. He had a full burst of speed before anyone could get their hands on him, and then boom, little out route, and Mac Jones hit him.
Well, and it was a great game plan from Brandon Staley because I would be doing the same thing if I was defensive coordinator. Okay, backup quarterback in. Let's force Mac Jones to beat us with his arm. That's what you got to do. We 100%. Cannot let Christian McCaffrey beat us on the ground. And he didn't really beat you on the ground. 13 carries, 55 yards overall, 26 carries for the Niners offense, 77 averaging 3 yards a carry. Not very good for a Shanahan offense. I'm sure if you went to the rabbit hole, if he doesn't have 100 yards on the ground, the 49ers probably don't have a great record. That being said, when you utilize the intermediate passing game, that kind of supplements the running game. You've seen it all the time with those Tom Brady Patriot teams. I call him Brady. It's pretty good, actually. But you saw it with James White. You've seen it with Shane Vereen, all those other Ben Jarvis, Green Ellis for years. I just keep going down and down. All those intermediate passing game touches, it supplements the running game. And that's what I felt yesterday when you had Juwan Jennings, Ricky Pearsall, Christian McCaffrey, Kendrick Bourne, Jake Tonjes, Luke Farrell, Kyle Juszczyk, all those different receivers with the reception, 26 receiving receptions, 279 yards for Mac Jones. Return of the Mac, maybe? Or is it Mac Jones, Mike Jones? Doesn't really matter. McCorkle.
Mac Madness.
Oh my God, I thought I was waiting for something. Hold on.
Madness?
One more time, Carter. This is the new one?
Mac Madness.
You know what? It's not your best work, but it's up there, Sam. You know what? That's called
We're never topping Kuminga Crisis, so.
But I do like the dark side because Niner fans, they go to their dark side when it talks about the quarterback position, and they choose violence every single time when it comes to the quarterback insecurity. And no, we do, because at least I'm seeing on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line, we get so defensive as fans that just because Mac Jones had a pretty good game, all of a sudden we have to defend Brock. He's not going to lose his job to Mac Jones. No one's saying that. Can you just give Mac Jones his flowers? It's okay to do that, Niner fans. It's okay. He looked good. Doesn't mean anything about Brock coming forward. It doesn't. Right, Joe? Right?
It does. It's busy. No, I'm saying he had a great game this week. To be a great quarterback in the NFL, right? As Jaden Daniels is learning about right now, week after week after year after year. That's what the great ones do.
Yes.
Right? And so, Brock Purdy has got a better body of work than Mac Jones right now. But look, if you have injuries and you leave the door open, and you'll never say never in the NFL. That's the way the league works. You're in the league one day, you're out of the league the next. I got Cam Newton on my television wearing 50 different hats that are just absurd. I thought he was going to play till he was 40, and he didn't age gracefully. So things happen, man. It's week to week. Brock's your franchise quarterback who you invested tons and tons of money of. When he's healthy, he's going to get back in there and he's going to have an opportunity. But if he plays poorly and he leaves the door open, as we find out in any professional sport, you're only as good as the last couple of weeks, months, years of play. That's just how the game works.
I wonder where Niner fans are at on the biggest takeaway after this week.
I never say never, though, Joe. No. I want to make that clear.
No, for sure. Shout out Justin Bieber. Brought to you by First Norcod Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online, or just ask for First Norcod financing at the dealer. Absolutely, it's a song. It's a great one. We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk Righteously Brewed in San Francisco. We got full phone lines. You want to go to them?
Yeah.
You want to? You feeling good?
I just the Brock Purdy sensitivity. Why are people like? I don't know. I'm a Niner fan. I just want to win.
Well, but apparently we want to win in the correct way. So people wanted the 49ers to win, but they didn't want Mac Jones to be the reason. Sorry. Usually, if a team wins, the quarterback has to be a part of it. I know you can win in spite of quarterback performances. We've seen that in the past. But don't you feel a whole hell of a lot better about this week with Mac Jones being your quarterback than you would have, this time last week when you found out that Brock Purdy had the toe injury and he was going to be out 2 to 5 weeks? Ian Rappaport had the report last week. Like, I'm just saying, my main takeaway is that the 49ers have a legitimate backup quarterback.
And they're 2-0.
And they're 2-0. What is it for 49er fans? What is your biggest takeaway after this win? 888-957-9570. Let's kick it off with Dre in Lemoore. What's up, Dre?
Thanks for taking my call, Joe's, Butcher Boy, Bedoni. Hey, Mac Daddy Jones did it yesterday. Great throws. He was hitting Pearsall, that TD pass to Jennings and the TD pass to McCaffrey were on point. Hey, if I could get a little special teams and defense. As you said earlier, Spadoni, when Steady Eddie missed that extra point, I was thinking, I thought we cut Moody. And then, but after he made the next one, I was confident when he kicked the other one, And then as far as the defense goes, it was nice to see somebody besides Bosa get that last stop. I thought Mac Jones just let Jennings a little bit too far. He wouldn't have had to have that last defensive possession. And as far as D. Winters goes, he's looking really good. But I think it was a little bit embarrassing for him when that New Orleans quarterback ran him over and then got like 10 more yards. And then he was a little bit too excited when he hit the quarterback out of bounds and gave him 15. But, hey, he's fired up. The team looks good. The defense looks good. Let's not get ahead of ourselves 1 week at a time. But I am confident in Mac Jones and our 49ers, fellas. Thanks for taking my call. I appreciate it.
I appreciate you, Dre and Lemoore. 888-957-9570. D. Winters is definitely a major takeaway for a lot of Niner fans in this one. Last week flashed, and then this week flashed even more. And I'm okay with some of those on-the-edge penalties, right? Like nothing dirty, but like just playing within the game, take your penalty. How much, we always talk about with Dre Greenlaw, setting the tone early. And sometimes maybe you need a little penalty. Maybe you need a little rough in the pass. Or maybe you need a little, unnecessary roughness here and there. Just to set the tone. And I'm okay with that. Now, it's time and place for everything. So you don't want to do it and it extends a drive and they're already past midfield. Like you ideally do that early on in a game if they're like backed up in their own end zone. But I love what I'm seeing from D. Winters, both as an athlete, running the ball. Yeah, he mentioned the Spencer Rattler scramble. That was probably his only downplay, was when he over pursued a little bit and rather kind of put his head down, got a couple extra yards there. But outside of that, I thought he's laying the wood, Joe. I loved what I'm seeing from D. Winters these first 2 weeks. Love it.
When your linebackers play fast, your defense is fast.
Yep.
And that's like just how things usually work in this. And they're just running and hitting. And I keep coming back to the back end. Everybody's in position to make plays. It doesn't mean they're going to make them. You're going to get a lot of ticky-tacky fouls. Like Stout breaking that ball up. That was a hell of a third down stop. And I thought it was a ticky-tacky penalty that kept that drive going.
Moose Johnson did too on the broadcast. He's like, I'm not seeing a lot of there. I thought Moose and Kevin Kugler had a great call on Fox Sports. And I thought, again, I'm just going to keep going back to the broadcast. I saw a lot of red and gold in that stadium yesterday. And I'm expecting it to be, obviously, a lot more of that this Sunday, Levi's Stadium, Niners, Cardinals, and it's probably going to be Mac Jones again. And look, I just keep coming back to Mac Jones. He looked good yesterday.
He did look good.
He looked good. And apparently that's a hot take to say that because people are getting triggered by it. It's just funny where we're at, just talking about the quarterback position. It's just... we're so scarred here in the Bay Area that we're hesitant to just call it what it is. He had a good performance yesterday. That's okay. It's okay. Doesn't mean he's going to automatically become, Tom Brady, Drew Bledsoe. That's not how these things work.
Well, is a part of this because remove the quarterback position? Like we're not doing this with Jake Tonjes or with, what's the guy? Luke Farrell.
No.
Right? And they invested some money in Luke Farrell. Did. But I think part of why, people got this weird thing with Mac Jones is because there was an affinity of Kyle Shanahan with Mac Jones.
Is that it?
I think there was the connection. Or no?
No, I do think that's a big part of it because that's, that was there with Sam Darnold a little bit because Kyle always spoke highly of him. Now, He wasn't ever going to be drafted in San Francisco, so that's another thing. But the fact that there were reports from Schefter, Rappaport, hell, his college teammate and homie, one of his best friends, Chris Sims, said, "Oh, they're going to draft Mac Jones." Like everyone was talking about. Hell, Kyle, people were coming down his road just at the press conference before the draft even happened, like talking about Mac Jones, and he was defending him, saying Mac's a hell of a quarterback. You can't choose there's no wrong picks here. Mac's a hell of a quarterback.
Did you see, there was a soundbite that was circulating the internet yesterday of Dan Orlovsky from a couple of years ago when Mac was at his lowest and Brock was at his highest, and it was, just making the rounds yesterday. And do you have the sound?
I do have the sound. Before we get to it, I do want to get to Miguel in San Antonio real quick because he's been waiting on very patiently. But wait until you hear what Rex Ryan and Dan Orlovsky, they're back and forth just a couple years ago on ESPN, because I was actually agreeing with Dan Orlovsky at the time with this. Again, I'm higher on Mac Jones than a lot of other people. You heard me last week, Joe. I was defending the hell out of this guy. I said, you know what?
It was a great game.
If he was in the right system.
He looked great.
If he's in the right system and opportunity, I think he could be a top 15 quarterback. I don't think that's a hot take. Sam Darnold did it last year. Was Sam Darnold a top 15 quarterback in the NFL last season with competent players and coaching?
MVP voting.
Thank you. It says all you need to know right there. Miguel, San Antonio, what's up, man? You're on the Morning Roast.
Yo, Shasky, Spadoni, we're back. Another Victory Monday. Just got a couple of things. Want to get your guys' reaction. Just want to talk about, our quarterback, talk about the injuries, a little bit on defense, and then our special teams. But just starting with Mac Jones, I do have a little bit of that Purdy sensitivity. But I am, like Shasky says, I am happy that we got a backup quarterback that can get the job done. We haven't had that in a long time, but he is a backup. I am a Purdy guy. I've been watching him since he came in that very first game. Jones, he had time in the pocket. He did overthrow, a couple of guys. And then that awareness, like Steve Young says, that calmness under pressure, that awareness, that strip sack, I think, our starter gets out of that situation. But, I'm happy overall, and let's keep going, Niners. As for the injuries, we did have our starter, Barch, go out. But, I'm very happy to see that Connor got in there. We didn't have any attention on his position. So I'm just glad that we got backups. I'm glad that we can get the job done and keep our quarterback, with some time, keep him protected. And then with Juice going out, our whole offense had to kind of adjust. We had to delay a game because of it. The commentators were making some stuff about that. But I think overall they handled that pretty well. Our defense, let's give it up to the defense. There's some dogs. Everybody's playing well. I mean, they had 4 or 5 drives that they stopped them, keeping them off the board. But the only thing that got me a little concerned, I'm not down on him, but Green, he was getting picked on a little bit by Rattler, and I was like, okay, well, is it going to get better, or is this going to be an issue? But just overall, Salah, what he's doing, our guys, I mean, I'm just happy because they're keeping us in these games. We don't need Brock 30 to win these games. We're keeping the other teams out of out of scoring, and we can get it done with our offense. And then special teams, man, when Pinheiro missed that point after I saw Shanahan's reaction, Shanahan is traumatized with this whole kicking thing, but I'm just happy that he was able to sleep well after Eddie picked it up and we saw the veteran that we signed and we didn't have to worry anymore about kicking. I'm optimistic. I'm hopeful that we're on the right track. Also special teams, Garendo taking those kick returns. I don't know. He's trying to make something happen. He only got us to the 20. I think he could have just, I don't know. Let's keep it open.
Yeah, but, no, for sure. Miguel did he should have just taken a knee. Let's call it what it is. Just take knees. It's okay to do that. I do it all the time in Madden. Just take the knee. It's okay, people. Take a knee. Shout out Tim Tebow.
Correndo.
I know. I've seen it a lot over the weekend, though. Just the first 2 weeks, there was a lot of bad. Just special teams in general is down bad.
Because there's no preseason.
It's awful.
Everyone who would be on your special teams in preseason is actually playing in the games, and the guys doing the preseason are cut. Doing the special teams during the preseason are cut.
Tell you what, Joe.
There's no cohesiveness.
Do you want to go to this sound, or do you want to hit it on the other side and get some of these callers in?
Play that sound.
Play this sound. Because
I found this to be very interesting. I'm not saying I believe in this, but this is what Dan Orlovsky believes this to his core. And I think a lot of Mac truthers out there, which I'm not mad at them either. You guys, today's your day to stunt if you believed in Mac Jones all along. Like, today's your day to come in. Shasky, I know you got the receipts. You never believed in Mac. Look, I didn't. And I'm not even sure if I believe in him today. But I do know this. That was a hell of a performance. And it did look like he was born to play in the offense.
I'll say this.
Great game.
I'll say this before we throw to that sound. Again, this is from Get Up a couple seasons ago. Rex Ryan and Dan Orlovsky, ESPN. I believe in Mac Jones when he has competent coaching and skill players around him. I don't think that's a hot take. When he is at his best, he has competent offensive coordinator coaching with him, in this case, Kyle Shanahan, and competent veteran receiver play / running back play, Christian McCaffrey, Juwan Jennings, Ricky Pearsall. That all helps there. All right. Rex Ryan, Dan Orlovsky, ESPN, talking about comparing and contrasting Brock Purdy and Mac Jones.
I've told you for years this team stinks. They'll never win again, all right? Because I'm telling you, they had their run with Brady. When they let him go, I told you they would never win again. They're not going to.
If Mac Jones was in San Francisco, he would be playing like Brock Purdy.
I actually agree. Oh, God, no.
Yes, dude.
No, there's no chance. He'd be better than he is. But if you think he's going to play like Brock Purdy,
Rex,
you haven't paid attention to Brock Purdy.
Rex,
that is a slap in his face.
No, it's not.
He's not just a system quarterback.
Did we pay
that guy's
attention?
playing like Joe Montana, not Joe Montana, like this guy's playing. Stop, Dano, stop.
Did we pay attention to Mac Jones' rookie year? So that never happened?
No, I did. And I even called him a pea shooter then.
He did.
No quarterback is going to be successful in New England.
I agree with that part.
No quarterback this
year. Absolutely right.
I have to get to a break.
Absolutely,
here.
You're right.
You can both be right.
This guy.
He's not their only problem. Let's put it that way.
GM Bill Belichick
is killing the Patriots. I can't disagree.
All right, that was a couple years ago, obviously.
I think one thing is really evident as I look around the league and I see, wow, Daniel Jones looks competent. And wow, Trevor Lawrence does not. Yeah. And Caleb does not. Yes, quarterback play is really difficult to understand for the average fan. Yeah, it's really hard to play quarterback at the NFL level. Yeah, you need players around you. Yeah, you need competent infrastructure and coaching and coordinators and quarterback coaches. Yeah, we jumped the gun on these assessments way too quickly. Good, bad, or indifferent. Yeah, organizations with stability tend to figure it out at quarterback more than most. Yeah, if you don't surround that guy with protection, he's going to go down like Joe Burrow. Yep. I think we do way too much of this. This guy would be this player in every setting in the NFL. Whoa, I don't know about that. And I also don't think every single player would be terrible in every single setting in the NFL. And I think Mac Jones and Brock Purdy, there's a case study on how to run your team. Good and bad. The Patriots did a poor job of putting infrastructure around Mac Jones. But I also think that we're underestimating how well Purdy was playing nationally. I'm talking about nationally. Purdy was playing out of his mind. It slipped a little. I still think he's really, really, really good. But he hasn't really captured what he was doing in 2023. But it's because a lot of the guys around him haven't been as good.
How impressed were you, Niner fans, by Mac Jones' performance yesterday in a 49ers win? 888-957-9570. We'll react to more of that sound on the other side. Ugly Timmy, Brandon, Larry, Sean, G-Live, Cilantro, and Fremont. We will get to all of you on the other side. I promise. It's all about y'all's and your calls today, as a former host here at 95.7 like to say. And that's what's coming up, brought to you by Alameda County.
Looking for more than just a paycheck? Consider a career at Alameda County and make a real difference. Enjoy career growth, flexible schedules, and superior retirement plans. Apply today at acjobs.org. That's acjobs.org. Alameda County, our community, your purpose.
Hey, it's Willard Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for Safeway members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers with For You on the Safeway app. Here we go. USDA Choice Boneless Beef Tri-Tip Roast untrimmed twin pack, just $6.99 per pound. Pairs well with Decoy Cabernet Sauvignon. What doesn't? 750 milliliter bottles for just $15.54 each, or mix and match 6 or more for just $13.99 each, plus CRV.
Exclusive digital coupon on a dozen Lucerne cage-free eggs, large grade AA, just $3.97 each, limit 1.
Did you say a dozen eggs?
I said a dozen eggs.
For $3.97?
I did.
Excellent.
Excellent. Another exclusive digital coupon on Lucerne Chunker shredded cheese, 32-ounce selected varieties, just $5.97 each, limit 4.
All right, the app is simple to use, makes it easy to save money. Go to Safeway.com for more details.
Getting directions, texting Janine and shipping, on us. The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you, which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots, on us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year, you guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 10/21/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of 1 unlimited intra-line applied via 12 monthly internet bill credits. 1 discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data and service series. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Q1 to Q2.
Hi, I'm John Ray, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. Getting engaged? So friends in the Bay, listen up. Shane Company engagement rings are protected with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We stand behind the same quality we've offered since 1929. Our rings are crafted to last. It's why our warranty is the only one that protects your center stone. We also cover repairs, resizings, cleanings, and so much more. That's money you keep for you and your family, because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/sports. openphone.com/SPORTS.
eBay has reinvented vehicle buying. From click to curb, everything's covered. Ever try to buy a car online and end up in a parking lot with a stranger and some blind trust? That era is over. Now with Secure Purchase, eBay isn't just where you find your car. It's where you buy it, start to finish. Title, financing, registration, delivery, it's all built in. This is the modern way to buy your next ride on eBay. eBay. Things people love. Secure Purchase is powered by Caramel Dealer Services, LLC, an eBay subsidiary.
Tulsa is my home now.
Academy Award nominee Sylvester Stallone stars in the Paramount Plus original series, Tulsa King.
This distillery is a very interesting business. We gotta know the enemy.
From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Landman.
What are you saying? I'm all right. If you think you're gonna take me out, it's gonna be really difficult.
Tulsa King, new season streaming September 21st, exclusively on Paramount Plus.
Welcome to Dugout Radio, the undisputed home of Boomtown Baseball.
The Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity, baby. Our next caller is Stacy. How do you stay locked in on every pitch and play?
We stream it all live on Xfinity Internet with low lag, 99.99% network reliability, and speeds faster than a base runner beating the throw to home plate.
I stream on my TV, tablets, even my smart fridge. Smart fridge?
With all those games, we gotta refuel.
Stream live baseball with Wi-Fi built for the biggest moments. Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary, not guaranteed.
Join Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings at Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale every 49ers home game this season for our special pregame game live broadcast. Plus, we'll have games, prizes, great food, and shuttles to and from Levi's Stadium. For more information, visit 957thegame.com.
Hi, I'm Patrick Willis, and welcome back to the Morning Roast.
P. Willie! He was fired up after that Niners win yesterday. He was probably inspired by what D. Winters and Fred Warner were putting on display yesterday as a linebacker tandem. Got shades of Dre Greenlaw, quite frankly. Has Greenlaw even played this year for the Broncos? He's been out. Bad loss for the Broncos yesterday, by the way, against the red-hot Indianapolis Colts. Danny Dimes. They're calling Indiana Jones, by the way. That's his nickname. I kind of love it. I don't love it more than McCorkle Jones, though. Michael McCorkle Jones. Get used to the name.
I'm mad at the NFL schedulers.
Why?
We had like 1,000 morning games and 3 games in the afternoon.
But we had like the Super Bowl rematch in the afternoon.
No, I actually didn't watch Red Zone at all. I just watched that game.
It was a good game.
It was a great game.
Shout out Travis Kelce for choking the last 2 weeks. He did, quite frankly. It sucks. Getting old. But he literally cost his team like 2 wins. First time in Sao Paulo, Brazil. Should have caught a touchdown. And last week, should have caught that ball. And it turns into a pick. What are you doing, dude? Help out your boy Patrick Mahomes. By the way, Chiefs 0-2 for the first time in Mahomes' career. You really hate to see it.
No, I love to see it.
You hate to see it. I say it tongue-in-cheek, Joe. There you go.
Huge win yesterday for the Niners. Just absolutely huge win. You're 2-0. You know, you're winning in adverse ways, in different ways, very different from the first week. Because, I think this team's going to have to win in a variety of ways. I don't think they can be like, we're going to hold everyone to 9 points a game. We're going to score 45 a week. Like, that's just not, I think it's like, hey, week to week, who's available? How are we going to win this? Let's evolve who we are, how we play, etc.
Well, you never know, yeah. So, like, week to week league, that's why we say it, Joe.
Mm-hmm.
So, continue.
Game day is not the scariest day of the week for Niner fans currently.
Oh, what is?
It's the day after game day when they report all the injuries, because it feels like every single time we play a football game, the day after, when I find out about 7 or 8 random injuries we didn't even know existed, like sort of popping up, and Kyle Shanahan just like flippantly throwing it into the injury report on these conference calls. So I'm going to hold my breath today, because I don't know who's out, who's in. We need as many healthy bodies. I want to knock off Arizona and go 2-0 in the division and give them their first loss and just get some more breathing room. It's about stacking wins right now.
Absolutely. We're stacking calls because we got full phone lines right now. 888-957-9570. 49ers 2-0 to start out the year. Mac Jones in Brock Purdy's place looked pretty good. 26 of 39, 3 touchdowns for him, 279 yards. Passing, did have the 1 lost fumble. And that's, to be expected from a QB2 is a lot of mistakes. And that's going to happen. I saw a few mistakes yesterday, and that fumble was one of them. But in the totality of the game, I thought he was great in his place and against a notoriously tough place to play. By the way, the first 2 wins being on the road in Seattle used to be a house of horrors, not really anymore. And now in New Orleans used to be a house of horrors, not really anymore. But it's kind of lost its shine, both Seattle as a road venue and New Orleans, which kind of makes me sad, but also kind of makes me happy from a 49er fan, because I'm tired of losing in those places, and it's nice to get wins to start off the season. Now, going back to your home field advantage, and hopefully it is a home field advantage this upcoming week when it's going to be a little bit toasty, Joey, out in Santa Clara. You're going to be there. I'm already seeing the weather today. It's supposed to be like in the high 90s in the East Bay or low 90s in the East Bay. It's going to be toasty.
Can we, at some point this week, I want to book my wife on the show.
My wife.
And that's a callback. We'll have to, like, all of us are going to have to bully her into, I don't know, where bullying's canceled in society. I got to bring the little guy to the game. The night games are a no-go because it's just, we're trying to get him back to his routine. I'm bringing him to the game on Sunday. It's going to be like 85 degrees. Who cares? Let's do it.
Just get the Sam Lubman SPF, lather him up in like SPF 100, get the sun hat, and he's chilling. He's
I'm ready.
Good. There you go. I'm ready for Ugly Timmy in Oakland. Ugly Timmy. Why do they call you Ugly Timmy? And also, good morning.
Hey, what's good, fellas? Hey, man, it's just a child.
Oh, no, that's an ugly phone line. I think you're dropping right now. Are you back? We got him back? All right.
Can you hear me?
You're good.
All right, yeah. No, I was just saying it's a nickname my mean cousins gave me as a kid. That's all.
Oh, that's what they do. They're just building you up. Shout out bullying, right? Actually, don't shout it out. It's not good.
Yeah,
Continue.
Yeah. Hey, but for real, man. Hey, to quote the great philosopher of the '90s, man, Daddy Mac will make you jump. 49ers fans, I think we gotta appreciate. Look,
Oh, ugly Timmy. Sorry, that's that phone line. But I know where he was going to. Appreciate good backup quarterback play when he got it. Hey, Mac Jones looked good yesterday. Doesn't mean that Brock Purdy all of a sudden is QB2, people. No, it means that you actually have a competent backup, not like Brandon Allen, not like Josh Dobbs, not like whoever the hell else is out there. You know, I just always like referencing Curtis Painter because he was the backup for the longest time for the Indianapolis Colts. It was just god awful when he got to. I remember the Colts were undefeated. I think they were 15-0, and they laid down in the final week. This is back when they met the Saints in the Super Bowl. So what is that, 2009-ish, I want to say? And that Curtis Painter played in like week 17 and looked awful. Looked god-awful. And you know what? He was a backup for a reason. And then Peyton Manning came in. They go to the Super Bowl. The rest is history. They lose to the Saints. But
Joe, you've referenced him more this morning than he's been referenced in the last 20 years.
Exactly. That's what I'm getting at here. Just because Mac Jones had a good performance this week doesn't mean anything for Brock Purdy going forward. It just means that you now have a backup that can win you a game, and that is meaningful in today's NFL, where we see Joe Burrow out for the next 3 months due to a turf toe injury, probably going to have surgery. That's what they're reporting, and Jake Browning is now going to have to right the ship. So it matters, Joe. It matters.
It absolutely does. Did you get his little joke, Mac Daddy, Daddy Mac? Do you guys know what that is a reference to?
Not Return of the Mac? That's different?
No, I'm serious.
No, I'm serious. I don't know. Like,
you guys don't know Tag Team?
No. I know a tag team in WWE.
Crisscross?
No. Jump. That one?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Know that song. Okay. No, I heard that. Jump. Okay. I kind of got it.
One of them was Mac Daddy. The other one was Daddy Mac. It was okay.
The more you know.
Jermaine Dupri. Okay. Yeah.
He's too old.
I hate
Priest
you guys
and Palo Alto. That's okay. You know what? I'm learning here.
That is
story
a banger.
time. No, it is. Maybe we'll do the rejoin.
Story time. What he did?
Story time with Uncle Joe.
Stop that.
Sleepy Joe over here. He just got his senior special ordered with
Sleepy Joe.
He just got his senior special ordered from God knows where you guys ordered from. You have the chia seeds in there and everything. That's good. Good for you. Thank you, Mike Tomlin. He's so mad that I just called out his breakfast order.
The fact you guys don't know, jump.
I thought we were ordering Big Macs this morning in honor of Mac Jones. I thought we were doing that, Carter. No? Maybe next time.
Trying to eat healthy.
Too small time for Carter.
You got to carbo load sometimes. Brandon in New York is carbo loading. What's up, B Money? How you doing, man?
I can't believe you guys don't know Crisscross.
I don't. I'm sorry.
Hey, I'm doing good, guys. First of all, I don't ever want to hear a Dan Orlovsky take on this channel. He didn't even have Joe Montana in his top 5 of quarterbacks. So I'll start with that.
Well, I mean, Joe Montana didn't even have the current, top 5 quarterbacts on his list.
He didn't have Mahomes on there.
Look, can we admit, you might not like Orlovsky in terms of his opinions. He's pretty educated when it comes to watching film, and he has, we don't have to agree with everything he says, but of all the people who is, talking on ESPN currently, he's pretty informed. Could you at least meet me there?
I can meet you there, and by the way, I love the shirt you guys got on. Anyways, I can deal with Orlovsky then if you guys can. But
yeah,
I just wanted to call to say that I feel like to Joe's point, Mac being good is good for Brock Purdy and it's good for the team. We have a franchise quarterback and a starting quarterback who frankly could start for the Saints if we're being honest. So that's really good. And we just won on the road in 2 really tough places. The guys that are injured, they're older, God bless them, but we got some younger guys who are up and coming. Pearsall, really loving. And on defense, we have Saleh back, of course. And these young guys are getting their reps early on. And we're really in a perfect position because we have an easy schedule. So if we can, to your guys' point, keep stacking wins, we'll be in a really good place for the end of the year. So
one thing I'm going to ban this on the show for the rest of the year. I'm going to ban anyone who can hear my voice. If I hear you come on here and you say the Niners have an easy schedule, we're just going to drop you right on the spot in terms of your phone call. And the reason why I say that, the Saints might be a 2 or 3 or 4 win team this year. Would we all agree?
Yep.
That was a tough game.
It was.
Okay? Let's have respect for the people. Like, this isn't the NBA where they're just, hey, you know what? Don't play today. Hey, you didn't make the payment to Uncle Dennis? Kawhi's not healthy enough to play. We're just going to lay down, and we don't care about this game.
What's the fake company or the company? Aspiration? You know, the aspiration payment?
This is the NFL. I don't care if you are a one-win team and it's the last week of December. Guys are out there fighting for every single penny. Now, are there bad teams? Of course there's bad teams. Bad teams in any league. But this thing like, you just roll out the ball, we'll win because of the schedule, I just don't subscribe to that. So I don't want to continue to come in here as bad as the Saints are. That was a tough game yesterday. That's a great win. Stop talking about easy schedules.
Joe, did you think the Indianapolis Colts were going to be good this year?
No, not at all.
And they might not be, but they're 2-0 right now. And I don't think anyone had the Denver Broncos being 1-1. Hell, Denver, they could have easily lost to the Tennessee Titans, and everyone wanted to shoehorn Denver in, winning the AFC West.
I did.
And listen, they still might. It's so early. That's what I'm getting at here. You know the Saints were 2-0 last year? They were 2-0 last year.
No, I didn't.
And they demolished the Panthers and the Cowboys. And what were the Panthers and Cowboys last year, Joe? Awful. You don't know anything after 2 weeks. No one knows anything. But this is what I do know. What I can hang my hat on if I'm a Niner fan, and if I'm Robert Saleh and I'm Kyle Shanahan, your rookies and young players are looking good. And they are flashing on the television. That is what you could take away. Offensive line that struggled mightily last week looked like they improved slightly. Now, there's still some things to work on. And I'll credit the Saints who do have, Granderson is legit. He could start on a lot of teams in the NFL. Cam Jordan is a Hall of Famer. Didn't really flash yesterday, but he probably got a lot of attention for the Niners offensive line. The Seahawks defensive line looked pretty good against the Steelers yesterday. That was a good win for the Seahawks yesterday. They beat a Steelers team that smoked the Jets offensively in week 1. So you don't know everything after 2 weeks, but you can hang your hat on a couple things. And the fact that they won with a backup and your young players flashed, and also your kicker didn't wet the bed on the field goal attempts, you could hang your hat on some things like that. Take the small wins when you can get them.
That's what I'm saying. And I get it. Like, factually, heading into the year, based off what everyone did last year, they have the easiest schedule in the league. Guys, look at the Niner team. The guy who was a big problem on their defense was playing on the Saints yesterday. His name's Isaac Yiadom.
Yep.
All right? D. Winters didn't play at all. Should I view the Niner defense based off what they did last year or who the players are on their team this year? Their personnel is completely different on defense this year.
Well, it's the same thing we do, and I get it. It's a different, league and sport or whatever, but college, we do this all the time. We like to revamp our expectations. I saw a couple tweets a couple weeks ago. Oh, Florida, I think they're going to be a college football playoff team. They look awful. Look, they're going to fire everyone. Like, you have to revamp certain expectations, whether it's at the college level, the pro level. These teams go through different things. Hell, I thought the Bears were going to look a lot better than they have early on.
They look terrible.
They look terrible. But you know what? Let Ben Johnson institute his new system. Maybe it's going to take a while. Maybe things click. I don't know. Halfway through the season for Caleb, he looks all of a sudden way better in the second half. And then expectations will shift. You have to have patience, but we don't have patience in today's society, Joey.
No, we don't.
We just don't. Whether it comes to content, whether it comes to our quarterbacks, patience is at a premium in today's society, and we just don't have it.
But, does anyone go back and hey, in 2019, the Niners had a last-place schedule. Second to last place schedule because Arizona drafted number 1 overall in 2019. No one brings that up. You know what they said? Hey, they had a great year and they went to the Super Bowl.
There you go.
You play who you play. It's the schedule. It's set years in advance. It just so happens teams are good or bad and things fall. Right now, heading into the year, what do we think of Cincinnati?
They're going to be good.
What do we think of them now?
Well, they don't have their quarterback, so not good. But they're 2-0.
No, I know, but I'm saying, you got to play the games. This is why games aren't played on paper. I don't mean to jump down the caller's throat. It's just, I'm not going to poo-poo a win over the Saints, just like I'm not going to pencil in wins against the Jaguars or the Cardinals coming up in the next 2 weeks.
888-957-9570 is the number. Takeaways from a Week 2 win in New Orleans. We are taking your phone calls and texts. Great win. I agree with you there. How impressed are you, Niner fans, by that win in New Orleans? Mac Jones, the quarterback. No Purdy, no Kittle, no problem. And I give a lot of respect to a guy we haven't really mentioned a whole lot today, but Kyle Shanahan. That's what we were talking about all last week, Joe. That's why I took the Niners in that game with the backup. because of Kyle Shanahan, over Kellen Moore, over Spencer Rattler. I have to.
Let me give you some arrow ups real quick. These are veterans. I thought Trent Williams, arrow up. I thought he was way better than I anticipated. Game time decision. Yeah. We haven't even talked about Trent Williams. I thought he looked great.
Yep.
CMC, arrow way up. He ran as well as I've seen him run in multiple years. Decisive, jump cuts, vision, power, speed, burst. I know he only ran, what did you say, 55 yards earlier today, you told me?
Yeah.
If you'd have told me he ran for 60 or 70, I would have taken it. He was better than whatever the numbers indicate. Another arrow up. On talking about veterans, Bosa. Bosa looks like he's going to have 20 sacks this year.
Yeah,
all right. Bryce Huff, arrow up. I like what I saw. There are 3 different plays that I could circle where he bent the corner and just blew around the tackle. Just really nice. Now the young guys, arrow up. D. Winters. Wow. Yeah, I know. Where was this guy last year?
Laying the wood.
Okay. Arrow up. The young secondary players, Siegel, and Renardo Green and Stout, they're all going to get baptized a lot. You got 3 young players in the secondary. They're going to make mistakes. It feels like they're hanging, like they are hanging in with a lot of, and again, the Saints aren't a great team, but they're hanging in there with good players, and they're in position to make plays. I see growth from them. Michael Williams,
yes.
Arrow way up on him. Way up on him. There's a lot in just this one game to feel really optimistic about with this team. You know who else Arrow up with? And this is a total flyer. The kicker.
Pinheiro.
Right down the middle. Now, I know he missed the extra point, but all the other ones look pretty freaking good to me. I'll take it.
888-957-9570 is the number. Stock up on a lot of different players after a tough week 1 for some of these guys. They bounce back. Again, growth isn't linear. It's going to be ups. There's going to be some downs. But it was refreshing to see Michael Williams, who struggled in week 1 against the Seahawks. He flashed in week 2. Again, there's going to be different situations, circumstances. Bosa's not going to dominate every game. There's probably going to be a game where the whole game plan from the offense is, hey, let's not let Nick Bosa beat us. And that might be a Bryce Huff game. It might be a Michael Williams game. But Fred Warner, another guy, this is why it's important. And this is why we kept talking about the leadership on that defense, Joe, because there was a lot of unproven talent on this team. But the fact that you have leadership on all 3 phases is key to this.
Yeah.
Demo Lenore, I didn't hear his name called at all yesterday because he was just shutting down part of the field.
They don't even look at him. I would be shocked if he has more than 3 targets his way in the first 2 games.
We'll get on that because I would agree.
How's it going?
He looked great.
I feel like I've only seen the ball thrown his way twice.
Fred Warner, gladiator, just making play after play. Gets the forced fumble
yesterday. The pass breakup on the second to last play.
Just diving like he's a goalie
it was a great
in the Premier League. He looked incredible. And he was setting the tone and laying the wood towards the end there of that first half as they ran back into the locker room. I loved him and Upton Stout getting aggressive there. And then Nick Bosa. Again, we thought this could be a DPOY type of season for him, and it's looking like that in the first 2 weeks.
What did you text us in the first quarter?
Oh, Bosa's everywhere. They can't cover. They can't.
Incredible.
He looked incredible. Like they were struggling to cover that guy. And by the way, I know Baldy was loving what he was seeing yesterday with Bryce Huff and Nick Bosa. We got Baldy tomorrow, 7:30 every single Tuesday, breaking down this thing. I know he's going to be fired up to do so.
Quietly, this Jordan Elliott has been eating space. Kevin Givens made a play yesterday. I thought he flashed. That's 2 weeks in a row where he's made a nice play in the backfield. Even though Kamara was better than I thought, I mean, he had 4.7 yards a carry. I think their run defense looks a lot better, even though I know it's a work in progress, than it has in years past.
Well, in Kamara, let's be honest, he is one of the best running backs.
He's patient.
He's patient. He's very
good.
smart and calculated. Really I thought, again, that spoke more to New Orleans, and they do have some dudes on that team. Chris Olave is no slouch. He had 6 receptions, 54 yards. But you didn't let that one, player like Jackson Smith and Jigba, who just dominated in week 1. He didn't have that type of performance from the Saints. We got a lot of phone calls to get to still. Let's go to Sean and Danville, who's been waiting very patiently. Sean, what's up, man? You're on the roast.
Hey, gentlemen. How's it going? Hope you're enjoying your beautiful Monday. You guys hit on a lot of stuff that I was going to talk about. Main thing that I really enjoy, you guys talked about earlier, is just seeing McCaffrey as a receiver. I've been waiting to see him, putting in the slot. He's a mismatch nightmare. I'm hoping to see maybe Brian Robinson also getting in there, especially since Juszczyk is out for a bit. Maybe we would see some running in there and also Juszczyk as a receiver. That'd be interesting. Man, you guys hit on the dot too with the defense. Our linebackers look good. D. Winters looks good. We didn't even have our other toy, which looked really good in preseason, which was Nick Martin. We got to fix that thing with Bosa and our DN's kind of over pursuing. But I do like our interior defensive guys. Just like you said, Gibbons making plays, Kalia Davis making plays. If we get a nice rotation going in there, we're going to look good. Mac Jones, I think he looks great. If we just play within the system, let the defense do their thing, we're going to be all right. I'm not ready to jump on that bandwagon yet, though. I think Purdy is still the guy. He still really anticipates the throw. I think that's what separates him the most, is he's really good at understanding also what Kyle Shanahan wants to do, anticipating the throw, getting it through the window, not throwing it to the open guy, but throwing it to the open window. That's what he's really good at.
Did you think that Mac did that on that? I'm just curious. Did you? Because I thought he did on that one play in particular was the Jennings kind of touchdown pass. I mean, he rifled that in there, and I thought he anticipated him entering the next window to be open and just rifled it in there. I mean, it looked like Brady.
Yes, absolutely. I 100% agree. That's kind of what makes Purdy good is what Shanahan wants. And that's exactly, you hit it on the dot, man. Those are the plays that we like to do. That's what Shanahan likes to do, is throw it to the open window, not necessarily the open guy. I hate it when they say throw it to the open, throw him open. It's like, no. We've always called it, because I played football, anticipating the throw. And like you said, I hate that strength of schedule. That's BS too, man. Any given Sunday, football, there's 32 teams. Anything can happen. Every game is tough. And lastly, I was just going to say, yeah, man, we're ready to go on defense. We just have to play smart, let our guys do our thing, and tone setters. I can't wait to see Mustafa back.
Oh yeah, I agree. Pinnock is. I'm not that I'm underwhelmed. I'm just he's okay.
I haven't seen him flash or anything, but again, it's 2 weeks. We'll see. But again, another guy always Baldy. What does Baldy call him? Mustafa? Yeah. I can't wait to see Mustafa back.
The other thing that nobody's brought up today, no penalties on special teams. Tatum Bethune, by the way, made a hell of a play on special teams. I think he's a player. I love him.
He lays the wood. Remember he did, what was it, to Genti in the preseason, laying the wood there?
I'm a big Bethune guy. Their linebacking play, again, we haven't seen Nick Martin, like the caller said. He's so right. But D. Winters has been amazing. He keeps this up. He'll be in Hawaii. Or where do they go now for Pro Bowls?
Orlando, I think. They tried Vegas for a year.
Worse than going to Hawaii.
They tried Vegas for a year, and Alvin Kamara got in a fight with someone, and it was all bad. So they're like, no, never again. By the way, you can't count on much, Joey, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Stream your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long, starting at just $30 for your first year. It's like $250 a month. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. 888-957-9570 is the number.
Did you guys catch there was some sound? We can't necessarily play because it's very difficult to hear. But Chris Jones and Jalen Hurts were at the line at the end of the game. And there's like a minute left to go, and they were kneeling the ball, the Eagles were. And Chris Jones said something to the effect of, "You threw for less than 100 yards today." And Jalen Hurts said right back to him, "Yeah, I don't care. We won the game."
That's the mentality you need from a quarterback. He's so right.
It's football, dude. Just win the game. I for the life of me, last year we had 6 Mondays or 6 days after a game that we got to come in and feel happy. We were 6-11, Niner fans, and you're coming in, you're 2-0. You're sitting pretty. You won a game with your backup quarterback, which you haven't done in the Brock era. And we're out here and we're like, poo-pooing wins?
He really said that? That's insane.
No, it's a great response.
No. Not the Jalen Hurts one. Like Chris Jones, bro.
Well, he's just talking.
What are you doing?
He's pissed.
It's such a weak. Yeah, you're pissed. You just lost at home. You're 0-2. You're last place in your division. I kind of
feel Chris Jones though, because if I'm Chris Jones, I'm ticked off about the tush push.
And just
you felt
wrecked.
like you did your job, and Kelsey had the interception in the end. I know why you're rolling your eyes at Chris Jones, but I think Jalen's response was my big takeaway, which is like, dude, we won the game.
And also, he just was legitimately the Super Bowl MVP just a couple months ago when he did throw for a bunch of yards, and he was amazing, Chris Jones. G Live is in San Francisco, wants to join the conversation, 888-957-9570.
The Eagles, they've won their 2 games, but they've got injuries too. Goddard missed the game. You know, there's, are you throwing to AJ enough is always a question for them.
Right.
Going back to how are you winning versus are you winning?
Exactly.
This whole, like, how are you winning thing is ridiculous. Like, win games, and then we'll worry about all the touches afterwards.
That's what Joe Montana, that's what Tom Brady, that's what Patrick Mahomes, all he cares about is just winning the damn games. And I think they would take 2 ugly wins right now than these 2 horrible losses 100%. If you're the Kansas City Chiefs. G Live, what's up, bro? You're on the Morning Roast.
What's up, G Live?
Hey, what's happening, Joe and Joe?
What's up, dog?
How's it going?
It's going. Where are you calling from? Like a hallway?
Yeah. No, I'm working on installing AT&T fiber, and it's in this riser, and it's got a window right here.
Nice.
Good for you. Just be safe.
In this room, but yeah, for sure. But yeah, anyway, just to say, wins, man. Just stack these wins. I'm glad we have a comparable backup quarterback. Brock can get all the rest he needs. If Mac just continues this, we got to realize Mac Jones, like you said, if it started 50 games. He is not brand new to this. He played at Alabama. I love his patience. He did hold ball wrong a couple times.
Hey.
He'll get better with that. He's going to practice again, second week in a row, practicing with the first team, getting the timing down, getting the game plan down. So, should be better. I do like how they use CMC. Also, I need Robinson. He needs to hit the hole harder and run lower. Just lower a little bit.
He's so upright.
Harder, man.
He's so upright, isn't he?
You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. And then the other thing, my last thing, because I know I got to get out of here. Defense, right on Salah for coming back. You know what I mean? It's a solid reunion. You got the defense playing solid. The youngsters are balling out. And Stout, that was not a penalty. That was just great defense. Moose called it on the broadcast. And also, special teams still make me nervous. We want to return and our coverage. We have to get better. But, it's like we said, for most of the starters, man, this is preseason because they didn't play in preseason. So it's going to take a few to get right. We just keep these injuries down as much as possible. We'll be all right, man.
And to see
looking good.
Great call.
Thanks, G-Live.
To see Michael Williams make flash plays in the backfield had everybody fired up. Because, first week you see a lot of advanced data. Oh, he's double teamed more than anyone. Well, he's playing on the inside. He wasn't playing as a true edge rusher. So, how many of those double teams are blocking sequences as opposed to, the team scheming to slow him down or whatever? But to see him make multiple plays in the backfield and then set the edge and then someone else comes and cleans up the play, okay, now I see why their first-round pick was Michael Williams. And that had me feeling very encouraged.
And Jalen Walker, his teammate, making plays last night for the Atlanta Falcons. So a couple of Georgia Bulldogs balling out yesterday on Sunday. As you're listening to 95 in the game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the Free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. 1 hour to go. This show has flown by. You know why? Because it's a Victory Monday, and the vibes are immaculate right now for the San Francisco 49ers. No Purdy, no Kittle, but you're 2-0, heading back to Levi's for the first time this season, Joey. You're going to be out there. You're trying to, pull Michelle's arm, trying to get the baby out there. Just again, Michelle, it's going to be okay. Just get the little big son.
He's no longer a baby. I'm ready to say it. He's hit the terrible twos.
No, he's always your baby.
No,
he's always your baby.
Yesterday,
he's baby boy.
He was losing his mind doing the snapback, where I think he's gonna snap back because he's having a tantrum.
Oh, yeah.
Where I'm like, dude, don't hurt yourself.
Yeah.
You're gonna you're gonna knock yourself out on the floor. And Michelle's like, let him go. He's fine. He's fine. I'm like, no, he's not. He needs to be picked up. And all right, dude, relax, calm down.
It's so funny when they're at that age and they're just learning to run around and they're falling all the time. And then when you do the checkups, the yearly checkups are every 6 months, however it is with those early ones, it's all right, and they have the all right, strip down to the diaper, right, and it's just they check all the bruising on the knees and the ankles and everything. All right, normal bruising, which in any other scenario sounds horrible, but okay, clearly your kid's trying to run and walk, so it's normal. Yeah,
the pediatrician is like, oh yeah, they play for the Niners.
There you go.
Hopefully they're day-to-day too.
Hopefully LJ's not on the injury report this week. Larry's in Hayward, wants to join the conversation. What's up, Larry?
What's
on the Morning
Larry?
Roast.
All right, guys, I called last week. I knew I was confident in Mac 10, Mr. Mac Jones. I know Shasky said that, he's thrown picks, in the last 2 preseason games. he wasn't really high on him. I just want to know how you feel about him
I was wrong. I was wrong. Look, I apologized earlier in the show
Thanks, Larry.
for those that didn't hear it. And I'll we can have a conversation. He looked incredible. He made some great throws. He looked composed. There was a couple times he held onto the ball too long, but I thought for the most part, he made some third down tosses into tight windows. And for me, like, I'm a big believer in ball placement. You throw it slightly behind someone, like Olave got a ball thrown slightly behind him. It should have been a touchdown. Like, that's a play Spencer Rattler and Olave, like, if you throw it just a little ahead of him, it's a touchdown, 6. And the difference between a field goal at the beginning of the game that they ended up missing and 6 points is a big difference.
They would have won the game.
Absolutely.
That's when you go back.
The whole game plays out different.
Yeah, it's so finite. Again, we're talking about these wins and people not being impressed by, do it against the Cardinals. No. I am never going to scoff. By the way, we haven't even mentioned this enough. 10 a.m. start for a West Coast team. That is so hard.
The Niners didn't win that game for like 4 straight years.
Yes.
Till Shanahan got here.
Exactly. Shanahan's been so good at those
Even
ones.
Harbaugh was bad at those games. I mean, they're just tough to win because your body clock is way off.
It's all over the place.
Getting back to Mac, his ball placement was excellent. And I just thought the way Shanahan dialed up plays and used CMC along with a healthy Jennings, along with Ricky Pearsall being a trusted third down guy, I was so encouraged. Mac shut me up.
Well, and it wasn't even just Mac that you were concerned about. It was the offensive line with Mac Jones. And I thought the offensive line took their lumps early, Joe. But as the game went on, and obviously Ben Barch leaving was going to be a big hole. And Connor Colby, I mean, I didn't hear his name a whole hell of a lot. So that's a good thing for offensive linemen. I thought he filled in great. And again, another young player stepping up, talking about fighting through adversity left and right on this team. Connor Colby stepping up. Obviously, Kyle Juszczyk went out, so Jake Tonjes stepping up, Luke Farrell stepping up. I thought this was a total team win, and the fact that the offensive line got better as the game went on was very reassuring to me if I'm a Niner fan that's stressing about the O-line and their performances the last 2 weeks.
Well, I mean, he had like 5 that were great. What was your favorite Mac Jones throw? Because the touchdown to CMC before halftime was just a perfectly thrown ball.
There was one that he had to Pearsall.
Over the middle on third down.
Over in the middle.
Yeah,
where
the touch pass.
Only where he can get it, Pearsall.
Such a good call. Over his shoulder.
Touch pass over the shoulder.
Good throw.
It was really, really nice. And that Pearsall and Jones connection, again, Pearsall's doing it but with one quarterback, but 2 different ones. That shows the kind of receiver that he is.
Think about where we were with Pearsall in June when we found out he couldn't practice for weeks on end.
Oh, people were making fun of me and going down my road because I said he's a bust right now. It's kind of how I was viewing him because he couldn't get on the field.
Right now he looks like, wow.
Incredible. He looks like a first-round pick.
Yes, he does.
Yes.
He does. And him and Jennings being combined together, it's a really nice team. The last couple of years, not having Jennings on the field as much, they miss that 6'3" possession receiver. Like, they just do.
Yeah.
And I think that having him complement Pearsall, they're a really good tandem. They're not going to be Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, and they're not sexy like that. But for this team and the way they play football, it's a perfect combination.
And there was an incomplete pass yesterday, but I loved what Mac was trying to do. It might have been a 3rd or 2nd down play, but he tried to throw it in the middle of the field to Juwan. Only where Juwan can get it.
Yes.
Where he tried a high point and he just missed him. But I love that he just gave him an opportunity, even with the coverage that was draped all over him. Juwan tried to make that play. It was tough. But you saw that connection working. And that's what gives me confidence in Mac Jones going forward, was the connection to your 2 best receivers, Jennings and Pearsall, after this game.
Yeah.
I mean, Juwan didn't look like Juwan in week 1. Let's call it what it is. He didn't. Now, obviously had the shoulder injury, and I thought he had a slip in this game early on where he fell on that shoulder, Joe. Did you see that?
Oh, yeah.
And he was slow to get
up. Well, he was on the bench.
Yeah.
He was on the bench, and he was angry and ticked off, and then he came back in.
Yeah.
The Jennings throw that no one's talked about, I brought it up a few times. It's 3rd and 6, 52 seconds to go. And they throw a 29-yard pass to Juwan Jennings over the top toward the sidelines. And I just put down on my notes, what a throw. Wow, as an asterisk. And that was the 2-minute drive, 3rd and 6. Again, his 3rd down passing was beautiful. And I credit a lot of that to Shanahan. Shanahan dialed up some great 3rd down passes.
He definitely put his quarterback in a position to win yesterday. Had confidence in his arm throwing the ball. 39 attempts in the air. That just goes to show you the amount of confidence that your head coach has in your backup quarterback. Again, talk about Mac Jones. He's a backup quarterback with a lot of pelts on the wall. He's had a lot of starts in this league, so he knows how to win. 50.
I couldn't believe that number.
50.
That's a lot of starts.
279 passing yards and 3 touchdowns. It was pretty freaking good. If you had him in fantasy yesterday, you were feeling great.
I can't think of a more seasoned backup like in the league. Like Jimmy G probably got more than 50 starts.
Jimmy's there. Who else is out there? Carson Wentz, is he still back up? He's had a bunch of starts. That's probably one of them.
50 though?
I mean, he's been around a while.
50's a lot.
I mean, he started what?
It's like 4 years of starting.
Yeah, I'll get on. That's a good one, though. No, but
my point, and to also be that young, I think is the other part of this.
Yes, absolutely. Larry and SF, we'll go to you before we get this break. Larry, good morning. You're on the Morning Roast. How we feeling, man? Niners 2-0.
Hey, what's going on, guys? First of all, let's get a shout-out to Cal football. Who saw that coming?
The quarterback.
Wow. I already got a name for the quarterback, the throwing pineapple. What a quarterback. Oh, my goodness.
Don't know about that
How
one.
about that running back, Raphael? He's doing his thing, man. Now, back to my Niners. What can I say? Man, that defense reminds me of the red wave, the big red wave of the 70s when Peters was the defensive coordinator for the Niners back in those days. Also, give a shout-out to that linebacker crew, that rookie linebacker Greenwell, I think his name is. And how about that pass rusher, number 47? Oh, my God.
Bryce
Huff. He reminds me of a lot of the Fred Dean. Yeah, the way he turns that corner on a pass rush like Fred Dean used to do. And all I can see is the Niners with 2-0. Let's appreciate it. And as far as that quarterback controversy goes, there is no quarterback controversy. It's just that when the quarterback comes into Shanahan's system, they all do great things. He has a way of getting it over to the quarterbacks to what they do and what their job is as a quarterback. With that, I'm out.
Wow, that was a lot in there, Larry and SF. I don't think I'm going to use that nickname for the Cal quarterback, but Cal does move to 3-0. First, by the way, in the ACC standings.
Did you hear the rumor?
What's the rumor?
They're going to try to nix the NIL deal for Arch Manning and give it to the kid from Cal.
Arch Manning getting booed, by the way, over the weekend. Yikes! Stock majorly down on Arch Manning. Yeah, he might stink, but again,
guys,
it's early.
I said to you guys in June, July, like there's just no way he can live up to this hype. I felt bad for him going into the year.
Cal, by the way, 2-0 with Dave Fleming on the call. I'm sure Flem loves that. The Stanford alum.
Flem's fired up because the Giants, even though they lost 2 out of 3, even though the playoffs are probably a long shot now, they called up Bryce Eldridge. Tonight is way more watchable with Bryce Eldridge, right?
It absolutely is. Well, we have 2 Monday Night Football games, and then we got Giants, D-backs. By the way, I don't like 2 Monday Night Football games. Just give me one. That's all. I didn't need 2 today. Just give me one of them, and I would have been locked. It should have just been Raiders, Chargers.
And can we all agree? No more Falcons on primetime.
Yeah, that game stunk. But the Falcons look like...
I just can't watch them. No.
The Falcons got players. Like, if they could just figure out their red zone offense, no?
I don't want to watch Raheem Morris's teams anymore. I just can't. Like, they might be a good team.
I thought the Vikings
They're not a good
worse.
watch.
The Vikings
aren't either.
They were awful yesterday.
They aren't.
They looked
They aren't a good watch
awful.
either.
McCarthy had a QB rating last night of 6.
Yeah, it was awful. You could have done, but you should have been out there instead, Carter. He looked lost. By the way, are you higher on Bryce Huff right now or Bryce Eldridge? We're doing Bryce Watch.
Bryce Huff made some plays yesterday, dude. Like
apparently it's Fred Dean.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that. That bend around play that he did that 3 times. I counted 3. There might be more, but he's not this guy. But it reminded me of D Ford. Speed off the edge, bending that tackle. They've missed that guy.
Hey, people were fired up. Bosa was fired up to see Bryce Huff doing it.
Bosa looks great.
Bosa looks amazing. Fred Warner, guys, just gladiator.
What do we think about that defensive name from the 70s? Because that was the name, the Red Wave.
Yeah, I think the Red Wave.
Is it 47 approved?
I think the Red Wave is something else now.
And I'm not talking about Bryce Huff approved.
No, we're not talking about that or the Tides of Omaha Beach. Shout out Saving Private Ryan's. RJ in Fairfield, Robin Menlo Park. Oh, and we got Tony in Oakland.
Oh, let's go.
She's fired up as well. Wants to talk about Mac Jones and comparing him to Brock Purdy on the other side. We'll also hear from the quarterback. We'll hear from the head coach. We'll hear from Fred Warner. We'll hear from everyone. We haven't even played any of the postgame sound. These guys are fired up. The 49ers are 2-0.
Did you see who came out with the boombox? We'll talk about it on the other side.
And it's going to be brought to you, Carter, by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Nobody breaks down an NFL game better.
They're trying to zone it and take it away and squeeze it, yet the throw just cuts right through it. The outside noise, none of the players subscribe to it. Brock Purdy doesn't care about it.
The players love him.
What I love about Baldy is that he loves ball. You can tell by the way he talks about guys, the way he breaks down their tape.
Ryan Baldinger on the Morning Roast with Spadoni and Shasky every Tuesday at 7:30.
Sleep is overrated. I'm just trying to give America what they want.
We are the Bay Area's football station, 95.7 The Game.
Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Nobody gonna slow me down.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Toyota's legendary truck event is on, and the deals are legendary. Just announced, get low APR plus 500 bonus cash on 2025 Tacoma, or get low APR or an incredible 3,000 cash back on 2025 Tundra. Get to your Toyota dealer now, because this truck event is gonna be Toyota. Let's go places. Offers available through TFS to buyers with premium-ready credit cashback available through TMNA and cannot be combined with other offers since 9/30/25.
I've used drugs from the age of 15 till 29. I had no friends. I had no family. I wanted to quit because I didn't want to die. Since I've been in recovery, I could write a novel of the good things that happened to me. I finished college. I've held great jobs. It's never too late to recover from addiction. I am living proof that recovery is possible.
Get treatment. It works. To learn more, visit livingproofsf.org.
I'm Jessica Smith.
And I'm Katherine Cowan. We're the co-founders of Hot Yoga Republic.
Every 2 seconds, someone in our community needs blood. Trauma victims in the ER, kids battling cancer, mothers fighting for their lives during childbirth.
That's why we've partnered with Vitalant for Hot Yoga Republic's 4th annual blood drive, September 25th and 26th at Hot Yoga Republic.
One donation can save up to 3 lives.
Step up. Be a hero. Sign up at hotyogarepublic.com.
Thank you to our presenting sponsor, Habas Law.
Habas Law, always fighting to make it right.
For over 70 years, Golden State Lumber and Showroom has developed strong partnerships with top brands like Trex. Leading the way in performance-engineered decking and railing, Trex offers products that won't rot, splinter, or fade. Their sun-comfortable, heat-mitigating technology keeps decks cool underfoot, and Trex marine-grade decking withstands saltwater, sun, and sand. Explore their latest Transcend colors, Hatteras and Salt Flat, featuring a 50-year limited residential warranty. For a link to Trex, visit goldenstatelumber.com. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the weather first, before wearing face paint to the game.
Bro, your Go Cats is dripping into your nachos.
Oh, and now paint is in my eyes.
Interception! Did you see that?
No!
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Day 3 to 7 p.m. But right now, let's get right back to the morning roast with my guys, Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky, right here on 95.7 The Game. You fired up, Shasky?
He's fired up.
Of course.
It's 2-0, baby. And yes, he's part of the team. We as fans, that's okay. I allow that. I'm not one of those people, Joe, that says, oh, you can't say we. You're not part of the team. Hell yeah, they are. Fan base is always part of the team. You're part of it, baby. That's why you have Shasky on the back of your jersey.
Players come and go. Shasky is forever.
Thank you. RJ in Fairfield, we'll get to you because I'm sure he has some thoughts on Mac Jones. Robin Menlo Park, Tony in Oakland, I promise we'll get to all of you. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Niners 2-0. Mac Jones looked pretty good. Is there a quarterback controversy? No, there is not. But you have a backup quarterback that can win you games. So in and of itself, that's great. Brandon Allen, not winning that game. Josh Dobbs, not winning that game. Mac Jones won it. Give him his flowers. That's okay, people. Just because you give another quarterback flowers doesn't mean you don't love Brock Purdy. It's okay.
So what's our favorite of all the nicknames? Is it Mac Jones? Is it Big Mac? Is it Return of the Mac? We haven't even played Return of the Mac yet today. What's our favorite? I mean, Mac as itself is a nickname.
I kind of like macaroni. What? That's not a good one? Carter, what you guys are all looking at me like I just stabbed you in the heart.
Like awful.
What? It's got a little Italian flavor. Not McCorkle? McCorkin that thing?
Is that really his like real, true, genuine first name?
That's his middle name. Michael McCorkle Jones is his name. Wait, why isn't the Death Star like the Imperial March? Why did we do that, Sammy?
Mac went in and marched out of New Orleans with a win.
So he's Darth Vader, and who is Brock Purdy? Is he Luke Skywalker?
He's the Emperor.
Wow, no, it's Kyle Shanahan. Kyle Shanahan's the Emperor right now. He's orchestrating
Kyle Shanahan's
everything.
the dark side of the Force.
No, he's...
Strike me down, and you'll be more powerful than ever.
Yeah, right.
That's how he trolls Mac Jones.
There you go. 888-957-9570.
There is this weird love triangle, though, that is like, it is the elephant in the room, right? How much does Kyle love Mac? That's the question I don't have the answer to.
Hey, Kyle, how'd you feel Mac did yesterday?
I thought Mac played real well. We had a number of things we had to change up. It was a big deal losing juice there early in the game, especially with Kittle out, just the stuff we had to do with other tight ends. So we were scrambling there for a little bit, trying to figure some things out. Thought he handled the situation well. Thought he delivered the ball real well. Obviously would like to have that fumble back. Hopefully we can get rid of it a little earlier. It didn't look like anyone was really open, though. But I thought he did a hell of a job.
Hell of a job. Kyle seems so... I can almost feel him smiling.
You can hear
that.
it. You can hear the smile.
He was so happy.
He is. Why shouldn't you be? Like, he's like, oh, God, I'm so happy I don't have Brandon Allen, Josh Dobbs' backup anymore. I wish I could...
one that wanted Brandon Allen.
Well, in fairness, I don't think he thought his star stud quarterback, Brock Purdy, was going to get hurt as much as he did last year. But again, he only missed, 2 games? And one of them was because the season was already over. So it wasn't like Brock was, I don't even know... Who's the guy that gets hurt? Joe Burrow? He wasn't that. What happened? What? You look confused. What happened? What's going on?
I'm looking at Carter. He looks like he's going to tell us something.
Oh, what are you telling us, Carter? Nothing? Oh, it's okay. Sam's running. I don't know what's happening back here. But I do know this. Kyle Shanahan, he loves his quarterback, Mac Jones, because he says Mac, Joe, never takes days off.
Just how he approaches every day. Every day he's on it. He never takes a day off. He's just, as far as how he works on the practice field, how he is in the meetings, he's always grinding. So he's been ready since OTA 1 and never felt any difference.
No days off for Mac Jones. He's been out there, and you know what? Good for him. He needs to be. He's quarterback 2 right now. QB2 needs to be available. 888-957-9570 is the number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. How impressive was Mac Jones in the 49ers victory yesterday? And if Mac Jones continues to impress, does that mean you keep Brock Purdy, a little bit? Hey, let that turf toe recover. It said 2 to 5 weeks last week when we had the rap sheet report, Joey. 2 to 5. So that means, if there's some, wear and tear, you don't want to push things. If he wins this week, I think you have conversations about possible week 3 keeping Brock on the sidelines. But we'll get to that when we get to that. It's a week-to-week league. We could be, this time next week, the conversation could be, Joe, wow, Mac Jones looks horrible. Oh, okay. Another Mac Magnus. Mac Jones looks horrible. And then we get into Brock needs to rush back, because that's the last thing we want is for Purdy to rush back. And then obviously you're having this conversation of, did you push him back too far? Now to the Mac Jones. And that's, you don't want that. That's why I feel good. The
board is going off.
That's what you keep talking. I don't know who you're talking to.
Yeah, I don't know. The board keeps firing off things. I think they're having some technical difficulties. So bear with us, everybody.
No, we're going through it. It's fine. We got RJ and Fairfield we're going to get to in a minute. But I'm just talking about Kyle Shanahan feeling confident in his backup quarterback. That's what I take away from this week. And what else are the takeaways from Niner fans? 888-957-9570 is the number. I want to hear from Mac Jones himself, because even early on, I think you felt the nerves, and Niner fans felt the nerves. I'm sure you felt the nerves there. Well, so did Jones.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's just not making it bigger than it is, and sometimes when you have them, you fight them, but you can't really do that. You just got to let them come and figure out how to work through it, and a lot of it's just breathing and slowing down your pulse. And obviously worked on that this off season, and got to continue to grow in that area. But really the guys around me, like Trent, came up to me. He's like, "You're good, dude. Just go out there and hoop." And I was like, "I got you. I can go hoop." And then once he said that, I was like, "All right, let's play ball." So that was kind of cool.
So we fought through some adversity early on there. And again, this whole team
go
fought
out
through
there
adversity.
and go hoop.
Yes, that's what it was. It's like riding a bike for these quarterbacks. You don't want to have a lot of reps. And that's why it is so hard for these guys. And it's so unfair when we talk about the quarterback 2 or the backup quarterbacks, because they don't get those first team reps.
No.
So throughout practice, now he was getting them last week when he found out that Brock was out and he wasn't practicing, so he did. But all throughout training camp, he's not getting those first team reps. Hell, Joe, we were out the joint practices for the Broncos. He was working with the 2s. Now you look good with the 2s, but what does that mean? You look good with the 2s.
Well, I was very skeptical as to what it would look like with the offensive line. And this is going to be perceived by some as some slight at Brock, but I do think that when you extend plays the way Brock does, it makes it very difficult for the offensive line to block for you at times when the play breaks down, because they just don't know what direction you're going to run in. I think there is something to be said about the simplicity of pass protecting for a statue. You kind of know, that guy's not going to move around too much. Now, that being said, I think it makes it easier on the defensive line to knock that quarterback because they are in one spot, if that makes sense. Yes. So both, I think, can be very, very true. And I was really surprised at how well he felt the pocket, how well he climbed in the pocket, and then delivered the ball. And there is something to be said when you're 6'2", 6'3", you can just see a little better over the offensive line. That is a real thing.
Well, he stood there he knew what was coming. He anticipated very well at times. Now, he held onto the ball too long at times, but again, that's to be expected for a QB2, a guy making his first start. And again, it comes with reps. It comes with knowing your offensive lineman. And how many times has he played with McKivitz, with Trent Williams, with Barch, now Colby, right? All these different guys. It comes with time and reps. And I would have, coming out of this game, I feel great about Mac. I feel so much better about the offensive line. Now,
that I agree with.
It's the Saints. I get it. We're going to be talking about this all year long about the opponent and the schedules, but you can only play who's on your schedule. And the jump that I saw just from one week to another, because they got absolutely dominated against the Seahawks. They did. Now, the Seahawks are going to be one of the better defenses. I believe that all season long. But the fact that you lost your starting left guard early in that game and a rookie slid right in, Joe, and didn't really miss a beat, quite frankly, in Connor Colby, I think it just speaks to the offensive line in general. Just collectively getting better each and every week would be a massive plus.
I thought he did a really good job just progressing to the different targets on the field and not panicking.
Yeah.
And like there's something to be said for that. I think a lot of the quarterbacks that are backups, they panic the longer the play goes on, and it gets more frenetic and more helter-skelter. Whereas with Mac, for whatever reason, he was holding on to the ball. And again, a few times he held on a little too long, but he found guys open downfield. That Ricky Pearsall play is one that really sticks out. Because of his size and stature, it gives him a platform to throw from that I just think a lot of smaller quarterbacks can't make that play. They can't hang in the pocket that long.
I agree, and the fact throwing your
was impressive.
He was, and throwing your receivers open is something that a caller called in earlier. That's what makes Brock so impressive, and he feels like Brock's anticipation is why Niner fans are like they're comparing him to Mac. And he's like, I don't think Mac anticipates as well. No, you give him time, he will. Now the thing that makes Brock Purdy so elite and one of the few is his quick processing time. And he's able to process things so much quicker than a lot of other quarterbacks. And that's a skill set that few have. That's what made Tom Brady, Joe Montana, the greats of the greats, is because they're processing and they study the film so well. But I thought Mac did that pretty well yesterday. Did he not? The one to Jennings for the touchdown, even Jennings looked surprised at how quickly he got that ball and ran into the end zone, right?
Yeah.
So
and you know, the tailoring of the playbook to fit Mac's skill set and the players that were out there, that's why I keep coming back to Kyle Shanahan, because I thought it was a brilliantly designed game plan from Shanahan, and as the flow of the game kept going, I thought he really dialed up the right calls. They tried to throw to win the game.
Yeah.
Which I think was the appropriate tact, considering there weren't a lot of running room for them to run. And I think people are like, it's a slide on Brock, it's a slide on this. You don't call the same game for Joe Montana that you do for Steve Young, even though they're both great players. Steve, you wanted to move the pocket more and more and more, and you knew that, hey, after 1-2 progressions, he's just going to run. Whereas Joe, yes, he was mobile and he could run. Joe would be able to survey the field and then move around in the same way like Burrow does now currently. You just call the game a little differently.
And I mentioned it earlier on in the show, Brock Purdy only had one game last season where he attempted 39 or more attempts. Obviously, Mac Jones attempting 39 throws. Brock had a 40-attempt game against the Dolphins in a loss in December.
27 dropbacks in the first half. 27. The last time they dropped back 28 times was Jimmy G in New Orleans in 2019.
Wow, it's back. That's kind of poetic, because he kind of looked like Jimmy G back there at times. He did.
Before the shoulder injuries.
Good Jimmy G.
Yeah. But even Jimmy wasn't big like Mac, where he could kind of stay in that pocket. Jimmy was a little more nimble, a little smaller.
And I think Mac has a better arm than Jimmy.
Mac's arm is underrated.
It is underrated. And we saw that when he was at Alabama. Again, I know a lot of people were down on Mac Jones because it was more so fans saying, why did you trade up to get Mac Jones when you could have just stood pat and get him? I hear fans on that, but he was a first-round talent. What he showed at Alabama.
No, he was.
He was absolutely a first-round talent.
Kenny Pickett was not a first-round talent. No, I know. But I'm just saying, I will agree with you there. Mac was a first-round talent.
And here is more of the quarterback talking about yesterday, having the nerves but getting into rhythm.
Yeah, really, I've worked a lot on my mindset this offseason, and obviously when you're having your first start, you're going to have a couple nerves, but just working through those. And once I finally got into a rhythm, and I felt like the line did a great job blocking for me, and when they do that, I know I can sit in there and let it fly. So definitely things to clean up, but really proud of the guys at defense, special teams, and I definitely had a plan coming in, and I'm going to learn from the mistakes I made and then fix them, and that's all you can do. You got to start somewhere.
So that was quarterback yesterday. 888-957-9570. Call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Same number, and also hit us up on YouTube. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Broseph. Mac Jones looking good. That was a big takeaway. Another big takeaway, the offensive line, which we touched on. Another one was the guy stepping up outside of Nick Bosa on that defensive line, because we didn't see a lot in that first game. I didn't really see Bryce Huff flash. He had a couple plays in Seattle. Michael Williams, I know everyone referenced, he was triple teamed on the Bosa play, but really, you didn't see Michael Williams. I saw Michael Williams yesterday, a couple tackles for loss. Obviously, Bryce Huff with the game-winning play there at the end on that sack.
I thought Givens flashed.
Kalia Davis made a play. Yeah.
Or not Givens, excuse me. Kalia Davis was the guy, not Givens. Apologies. Jordan Elliott made plays. I like the defensive line has been impressive. Even big Alfred Collins got a quarterback hit.
CJ West, I think he drew a penalty on the in the interior there. So again, everyone's stepping up. A total team effort from the Niners yesterday. And do the calls work, boys? No calls right now. All right, we're working through some technical difficulties. We'll figure it out. 888-957-9570. You can text us still. The Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line is open for business. All right, Mac Jones. Plus, is there any negatives that you saw, Joe, from this past week? Was there any negatives at all outside of special teams and Garendo? Just take knees going forward, because this time last week, it was too many touches for CMC, which I think they corrected, and it was Jake Moody. And you got to get rid of this guy. They got rid of Jake Moody. They brought in Eddie Pinheiro, missed the first extra point. And now all you could do is laugh at that point, and that's all I was doing, is just have to laugh at the pain. Like the absurdity of getting a guy, and they talked about it on the broadcast, Kevin Kukler and Moose Johnson. You know, he's the fourth most accurate kicker percentage-wise, and then he just shanks it. It's like, of course he does. But he was money after that. They're calling him Eddie Dinero, by the way, not Pinheiro when he makes it, because get it, Dinero, money. You like that? You like that as a nickname? As we're talking about Mac Jones' nickname, I kind of like Eddie Dinero. Eddie Money, not bad. Rest in peace. 2 tickets to paradise.
Did you see that Jake Moody did get signed?
He is on the Bears practice squad. It happened during our show when you were out, Lubman and I. Yeah, I thought at first it was like a legitimate, because Cairo Santos obviously couldn't kick the ball out of the end zone on Monday Night Football last week. And they're like, oh, we need someone with a better leg. I don't think a kicker mattered yesterday for the Bears because they got absolutely eviscerated by the Lions. But yeah, Jake Moody, I'm happy for him. Good for him. He'll get a shot. He will. He'll get a shot because he has a leg. Like he can hit it 60+ yards.
You're sounding like that. She's cute.
No, I'm not saying that.
She's fun.
I've always believed in Jake. It just wasn't going to happen here.
That friend that can't get a boyfriend.
Oh, she's fun. She's really nice, and she's so funny. He's so funny. Oh, but is he or she funny looking? That's ultimately.
Smells weird.
We don't want to. Don't talk about that.
The kicker looked good yesterday, and that was a big point for me. And there was that specific 4th and 2 play that I referenced. That was a 46-yard attempt from the 29-yard line. You would think they're at least thinking twice if that's Jake Moody, right?
Yes, and the fact that there's a backup there, that's another baked into the equation. But the fact that they had faith in Pinheiro there, I mean, you have to at some point just believe in your kicker. And Kyle's like, I can't keep shying away. I got to believe in someone. And Eddie, you're my guy. I got to go to you, bud.
How many cutaways to Brock Purdy yesterday during the telecast?
Quite a few.
That little like had a red anorak style like zip up, very thin coat.
I actually like that. It's kind of like what you're rocking right now. The black, was that the Columbia jacket?
Yeah,
look at you. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, I got this at Nordstrom's Rack.
Oh, look, I like Nordstrom's Rack.
Yeah, I need like a thin jacket. Plus, I've been wearing that vest for the last 4 years. You guys are probably sick of that vest.
No, I like the vest. It's a good look for you. It's very San Francisco tech vest. Bro. Yeah, very tech bro.
I've been wearing the vest since Marty McFly, 1985, bro.
Oh, okay. So
do not even try to pretend like that's tech, bro.
Hey, kid, why are you wearing a life preserver? There you go. Shout out Back to the Future. It's a classic. It's so good.
The 4th best trilogy of all time.
Okay, what are the first 3?
Well, Godfather's one of them. It's got to, even though number 3 is terrible, right?
But yeah, it's such a I don't.
The first 2 are incredible.
I don't want to call it a trilogy because that third one's so awful.
Star Wars.
Okay. You're going Lord of the Rings, right?
No.
Wow, that's one that actually won Academy Awards outside of The Godfather. Okay. For Best Picture. Return of the King won that, Joseph. I'm just letting you know. I'm a Lord of the Rings guy. You can like both. It's acceptable. You can like Lord of the Rings and Star Wars. Just like you can like Brock Purdy and Mac Jones, it's not one or the other. It's not. You can like both of these things.
Then I go to the Superman trilogy, even though there's 4 of them, because The Quest for Peace was terrible. With Nuclear Man. It was so bad. It was so bad. Totally different director, different studio. It was terrible. The 4th one, yes, the 4th Christopher Reeves one. Even though I love the way he killed Nuclear Man, where he locked him into the lead elevator and then threw him into the moon. But I consider it basically the Richard Pryor one, the 3rd one. That's the 3rd movie for me, because 1st and 2 are great. And then the 4th greatest trilogy of all time is Back to the Future.
Juwan Jennings back? Is he are you feeling good?
Well, I was worried about the shoulder injury during the game because when he fell and the way he went down, and then they showed him on the sideline, it felt like his day was done. Well, and he bounced back.
And Moose was talking to us, Moose Johnson, who was on the call. He joined us last week, courtesy of River Islands, and he was talking about no one's talking enough about shoulder injuries and how detrimental that is, not only for a quarterback, even if it's a non-throwing one or a non-dominant shoulder, if you will. Those things linger, and it's hard to recover from them during a season when they're taking the head out of the game. And I thought this was a great point. He was talking about, they're trying to take the head out of the game, but now it's become the shoulder that everyone's targeting.
Yeah.
It's every other shoulder they are targeting, and these guys are getting battered, bruised, and beaten with it. And when he slipped on a couple slips yesterday, by the way, slipping and sliding on that artificial surface down in New Orleans, the fact that they kept slipping and he slipped and he hit that left shoulder and he was rubbing it on the sidelines, I was like, oh God, here we go. But he ended up being their best receiver yesterday. And if that could be the connection next week and going forward, as long as Mac Jones is in here, God, I feel so much better at that wide receiver room because it can't just be Pearsall. Now that Kittle's out, you got to have a couple of players. And God bless Tonjes and Farrell. I don't think they're going to be doing that every single week. And Christian McCaffrey, quite frankly, the revelation in the receiving game, like, where was that last year? Because you missed him all last year, basically. You were desperately missing that slot receiver.
Kendrick Bourne yesterday had the 2 catches on the 2-minute drive, little short underneath passes, which are fine. And he's a fine little niche player.
I think that was specifically for Mac. As soon as they knew that Mac was going to be the guy because of his relationship back in New England, because he played with him, I think that was why it was so important to get him in there that quickly. Just having a familiar face, because if you're not going to have Kittle out there, which is the ultimate safety valve for any quarterback, is their stud tight end, and anyone would love to have George Kittle in their offense, and he was out, you had to get someone that was familiar with their quarterback, and Kendrick Bourne, obviously starting out his career, Joe, was massive.
I want to see where Jordan Watkins is in a couple weeks. I'd like to see him take that Kendrick Bourne role. I know you want to have a veteran out there, like I understand that, because there's a familiarity with Mac. That's actually a really good point on the Mac thing. But like Watkins was looking good in camp, and then he got hurt. And you know, if you're only going to be out there so many routes, like let's get some of these young guys some looks.
Well, it's the 2 Jordans I would like to see at some point: Jordan Watkins and Jordan James. Like you invested like legit like draft picks in these guys.
Did he even suit up yesterday, Jordan James?
I don't see him doing anything on the depth
and then
chart
Jacob
right now.
Cowings, the other guy that you're hoping at some point to return, feels like he just might not be in the cards for this team.
He might not.
At wide receiver. Valdez-Scantling.
Well, here's where I'm at with MVS. Like maybe we'll see it this week. He's a deep threat. Use him as one. Just a couple more balls. Like
that's actually a good point.
Throw it. Like he did it for the Saints last year with Derek Carr and Spencer Rattler at times. Hey, just air it out a couple times because Max got the arm and they did one shot to Pearsall, but Pearsall's not a speedster guy.
No.
He wasn't going to catch up to that. Like MVS, call a deep shot or 2 next week at home. That's another element that you could have with Brock out here who doesn't have the biggest arm. I think it's a solid arm, but it's not a big arm. Mac Jones has a big arm. He could throw the ball. And we saw that at Alabama, and we saw that at times with the Patriots. MVS, couple deep shots, and then outside of that, I don't really need much from him because he's not going to be the intermediate route guy. And he's got, talking skill at hands, he's kind of got that. That's why he hasn't had a landing spot outside of a couple seasons with like Fred Warner and having closers like Nick Bosa and now Bryce Huff, another guy that closed yesterday, I feel so much better going forward. I do.
There's something about Robert Saleh's defense where he's mixing and matching the fronts that he shows you, who's going to blitz, who's not. They had 5-man fronts. They had 4-man fronts. They had, 3 rushing in. They dropped a bunch back. But to me, it's the connection of who's rushing versus what is the coverage on the back end. And it just feels like even the young guys that you referenced, Renardo Green and the kid Upton Stout, they're in position to make plays. They're not like completely confused and someone's just running. How many free release plays where there's no one within 10 yards were there in the first 10 weeks last year?
Oh my God. It was driving me nuts if I was a Niner fan. It was driving me watching. It just looked like, does the defensive coordinator know what he's doing?
Exactly.
And I said it before the show started. Like, let's be honest, Nick Sorensen was like a Chat GPT defensive coordinator. Just insert here. I'm not going to adjust. I'm not going to do anything. Let's let the players play. We got a lot of grown men on this team. We have Chase Young, or prior to that, or we have Leonard Floyd. Didn't even have Chase Young. By the way, Chase Young didn't even play in this game for the Saints. We have Leonard Floyd. We have Nick Bosa. We have Devondre Campbell. We have a lot of veterans on this team. They'll figure it out. No, even veterans need direction. I think that's what we learned last season. Prior to that, Steve Wilkes, and I don't like lumping Steve Wilkes in with the likes of Nick Sorensen because Steve Wilkes has actually had success as a defensive coordinator in this league, and he actually had success in the biggest game of the season in that Super Bowl. Nick Sorensen, I don't even remember anything that he did to adjust. Joe, it was god-awful, dude. It was. We're laughing at it now, but we clearly can see the jump from what a legit defensive coordinator is to a first-year guy that was in over his head.
Yeah.
And Nick Sorensen was in over his head last year. Like,
where is he at again?
He's the special teams coordinator of the Dallas Cowboys.
Wow.
Yeah, well, Brandon Aubrey looked good, so there's that. Yeah, Brandon Aubrey. He did look good. If you have him in fantasy, he looked incredible yesterday.
That's funny. You're 100% correct. Robert Saleh was the best guy that they could get. And his infection on the sideline, his joy, the way that he's screaming and yelling. And when you see Fred Warner make that play on 3rd and 2 to knock the ball out of the guy's hands, and then they make that stop on 4th and 2, cameras panned over, and Shanahan and Robert Saleh gave a huge high five and a hug to each other. That was pretty cool.
It was. I love the bro hugs. Like who?
The bro hugs.
The bro hugs. But I'd love to play for Robert Saleh. Like there's certain.
I'm with you.
There's certain coaches like that rah-rah stuff. I don't care if like you're a sucker for that. I just am. Like I love positive reinforcement type of people, and I think Robert Saleh is that guy. He's not going to crush you. He's going to have a smile on his face. He's going to try to pump you up, wrap your arm around you. Him, the McVays, the Pete Carrolls. I love those guys. And it's good balance from Shanahan, who quite frankly is slowly turning into his father, who looks like he's about to blow a gasket on the sideline every single week. When they pan to him, just looks pissed off. I don't think I've seen Shanahan smile at all on the sideline outside of that one where he was pumped up, like you mentioned. By the way, here is more from the head coach talking about the fan turnout, who, again, the first 2 weeks on the road, 49er fans just taking over.
Oh, it's so cool. I mean, one of my favorite times in my career was 2019. How many fans we had here, how loud that game was, and then watching them on Bourbon Street after. Driving around yesterday, or coming back from our walkthrough on the bus Saturday, just seeing a bunch of groups of Niner fans walking around. So I know our guys travel well, but it seems like we travel here better. The stadium almost seemed 50-50. There was times we didn't have to do the silent cadence during the game, which was unusual. And then you can hear our guys at the end. So couldn't be happier with our fans. It was pretty cool.
It was. They're dominating right now, and I expect the 49er fans to be loud this Sunday as they start their home opener against their division rival, Arizona Cardinals, who are also 2-0. Albeit, I think everyone's like gassing up the Cardinals right now, but like, again, we're playing this game like, oh, the Niners hasn't really been impressive. Well, the Cardinals, like, they could have easily lost to the Saints, and they almost choked it away yesterday against the Panthers. Like, again, I don't think the Cardinals are scoffing at being 2-0 either.
At all.
The Rams, right? They were in a dogfight against the Titans for a little bit in that game. Like, I don't care if it's the Titans or it's the Chiefs or it's the Eagles. Never apologize for winning in the NFL, Joe. Ever. Don't do it.
Before we get to Fast Five here, like, I think I set off something that we need to, like, maybe break down at some point later on, because you guys are all way younger than me. I'm sorry. Lord of the Rings is nowhere near like even a top 10 trilogy for me all time. It's not even close.
I think that's a hot take by you.
No, it's not.
No, I think
I'm just going to start rat-a-tat-tatting like trilogies real quick. Just give me 30 seconds here. Okay. In no particular order. Lord of the Rings isn't even in my top 15. All right, Star Wars, Godfather, Superman, Back to the Future, Fistful of Dollars, Dark Knight, Terminator, Toy Story, Mighty Ducks, Austin Powers, Matrix, X-Men, the Alien Trilogy, Indiana Jones.
Like, you lost me on Mighty Ducks.
Indiana Jones also.
Are you kidding me? D2 and D3?
I'm going to get real dorky
D3
here.
Is awful. Quack, quack, quack. When they're playing for Team
that's
USA?
what you are right now with this list.
Are you kidding me? Born Identity? Like, what?
It's not better than Lord of the Rings. How do we get to this point?
Again, some of these. Oh, because I was comparing Star Wars to Lord of the Rings.
I'll take the prequels from Star Wars over Lord of the Rings.
Well, that's a hot take, and I love the prequels. I'm a prequels kid, so I grew up with that. But again, I don't acknowledge the sequel trilogy in Star Wars, though. That is non-canon as far as I'm concerned.
Let's see.
But
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
You can like both.
Terminator trilogy, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
See, this is what happens.
It's not even in my top 14.
It's the Purdy v. Mac Jones conversation. You could like both. I like both quarterbacks. I like Star Wars. I like Lord of the Rings. I also like Fast Five, Carter. I do. I enjoy it. It's okay.
It's time for the Xfinity Fast Five. Your last chance to...
You know, the 49ers have fought through adversity these first 2 weeks, and we just did too. Shout out to the boys in the back for holding it down. You know what? Things happen on a day in and day out basis here at 95.7 The Game and radio stations in general.
That's an understatement.
And it's how you fight through it that defines you. And I am proud of you, Carter. I am proud of you, Sam, Matt, and Egan. I'm proud of you, Joe, for fighting through that. Good job.
John Wick, the Alien trilogies.
Oh my God.
I mean, we could just go
but these
on and
aren't
on.
trilogies because there's like 4 and 5.
Well, they started off as trilogies. Fast and the Furious.
No, but when you make more of them, it no longer becomes a trilogy. Like, that's the whole point of a trilogy.
I love how angry everyone gets. I just didn't. Lord of the Rings just didn't do it for me. I'm just going to call it what it is.
It's fine.
Doesn't mean it's bad. I think it just means you don't like it.
Yeah, that's okay.
I stood in line. This is a funny story. Me and my boy Seamus, who haven't seen him in quite some time. Shay, I hope you're doing well.
Seamus.
We were living off of Geary, and the old Coronet was the theater. Classic old school theater, and Lord of the Rings had just come out, and these dorks were like just lined up, blocks.
Hold on. You were just gassing up the Superman thing, like you're not
Superman,
a dork.
I was a child. I was a little child. Yeah.
So what? You were just gassing it up this summer. You're 40 years old. The new movie.
This is my final take.
Oh my God. No, but the
and
audacity.
There's all these dorks dressed up, grown
like
men.
Superman, who's the biggest dork superhero of all time.
Superman's great, but I don't go dressing up like Superman.
You want to?
I saw grown adults dressed up as Lord of the Rings characters. Me and my boy Seamus were probably like 18, 19. I was living on Arguello and Golden Gate. We were drinking 40s inside the theater, okay? And this is back when we like sneak 40s in. Everybody was booing every single one of the like, what do they call the previews?
Sure.
You know, before they come in, and people were crying. They're get to the movie, and I was like, you dorks.
It's funny you say that because that was me on Saturday trying to watch this fight between Canelo and Crawford. Get to the damn fight, Netflix. 10 o'clock on a Saturday. Yeah, I got 2 kids, man. That might as well be 1 in the morning. I'm exhausted. I'm not waiting up for that.
All I'm saying, I was too old. I'm just being real. Like, Lord of the Rings never hit me that way. And I know I'm kind of tongue-in-cheek because I'm making fun of you guys. But, like, it's just, I thought it was way too much CGI, just in general, for me.
Which aged well, by the way.
It might have.
Yeah, it did.
But, it was a little too young, and I was too old, and it never hit me like that. I'm not trying to hate.
Very emotional regarding this.
And I swear to God, Clerks 2 or whatever one of those movies nailed it best. There's the towers. 6 hours of awful footage later. There's the towers. Come see part 2. It's like, oh God, are you ever going to get to these damn towers in this fight? That's all. I just didn't hit me.
You really are the butcher boy, just butchering the entire thing. The 2 towers was the second one. It's Helm's Deep. And they did blow it up,
Harry
and that's how
Potter
they infiltrated.
And Lord of the Rings, it was just
Harry Potter's not a trilogy.
I know they're okay, but I know they're very popular. I don't get it. There's a lot of things in life I don't get. That doesn't mean they weren't very successful. It's not in my top 15.
It's fine.
I can understand you not getting the Harry Potter thing.
Not Harry Potter. By the way, Harry Potter, I have a love-hate relationship because I used to look like Harry Potter with my glasses as a child. And
yeah, you think you got the Harry Potter comps?
Oh, you got Ron Weasley?
Yeah.
So maybe I should bring the Sam, Halloween's coming up. You want to do that?
Who's going to be Hermione?
Shasky could be. He's blonde.
We could be Bobby.
You're Heine? What did you say?
Hermione.
What? I was like, what did you just say?
Hermione. That's a 5. That's so good. I've never heard it called that. Oh.
Draco Malfoy punching air that he never knew that was.
That's Jasky's Draco Malfoy in this, and Carter
Who
could be
is
Hagrid.
Drago? Who?
Carter could be Hagrid.
I'll be Hermione.
Oh my God.
What?
No, Carter has to be Hagrid.
No, that's what I just said. He's Hagrid. What's your final thought, Sammy?
Oh man, my final thought is,
Rice?
it was a great time on Friday night, and then Saturday and Sunday. Oh man, that just sucked. Logan Webb, Robbie Ray getting their asses handed to him by the Dodgers. This is a big series for the Giants in the desert.
Stop it.
No, seriously,
just keep pushing. Guys, we're running out of games. Like, how many more? Every series is a big series. It's September 15th, Sam.
Anyway, whoever wins this series between the Giants and the Diamondbacks will then win the season series and that all-important tiebreaker and have the lead in the standings. So basically, whoever loses this series, their playoff hopes are done between the Giants and the Diamondbacks. That, Shasky, is why it's a big series. Try to listen more next time.
Carter?
Yeah, just quick shout out to Terrence Crawford. I'm really, really, really happy to see that he won that. I was big time rooting for him, and I think the guy has just never gotten the respect in the boxing game he deserves. So big shout out Terrence Crawford.
Shout out to him too, because I saw they were posting a lot of like freezing cold takes, and I guess Canelo, when they do that little like thing before they're talking smack to each other, Canelo's like, who have you beaten in your career? You've beaten nobody. And then Terrence Crawford now beats Canelo. Absolutely. I keep seeing the meme of just Canelo just getting absolutely lit up by an uppercut jab. I don't even know. I'm not a big boxing guy. But again, shout out Terrence Crawford. And it looked like it was a good time. Angel Reese said what's up to him before the fight. There you go. I thought that was going to be the kiss of death for him because the Chicago Sky stink. But shout out Terrence Crawford.
Yoda versus Gandalf, one-on-one. I got money on Yoda.
Is it Gandalf the gray or white? That depends. Maybe Gandalf.
What is that? Are they two different people?
You got to look into it. By the way, who do you like?
Are they? No, I'm serious. Are they two different people?
Kinda. There's a lot of nuance there. It'll go over your head. Who do we like tonight?
Oh, it's like an Anakin Darth Vader thing.
Kinda. Who do you like tonight? The Texans, Bucks, and then Chargers, Raiders. Who we like tonight, guys? Who's winning?
Texans, Chargers.
Okay, Texans, Chargers. Who do you like?
I'm going to root for the Raiders tonight.
Wow, Pete!
Gino!
Pete v. Harbaugh again.
I'm rooting
nice?
for and also Brady's got some big announcement.
Oh, God. Well, of course. What is it?
He's found a new wife?
Sam!
Dude, Sam, you are
my God!
You have been waiting for that board to reset so that you can get in here. Wow.
I like the Chargers and I like the Bucks tonight. That was Fast Five.
Why is everybody mad at me over the Lord of the Rings thing? I told you, I'm sure it's a great movie for you guys.
You can have your opinion. It's fun. Introducing the 5-year price guarantee. One consistent internet price for the next 5 years guaranteed. And I guarantee you that Steiny and Evan Giddings are going to bring the fire. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
Coming to Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities at the Freeman's Appliance Fall Clearance Sales Event for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/sports. openphone.com/SPORTS.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Anthony from San Leandro. Lupe and Daniel were the greatest. They tested my fire door. Everything is working great. I'll refer them to anybody. Thanks, RNS.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
I'm Kristen Press. And I'm Tobin Heath. We're World Cup winners, Olympians, and the hosts of The Recap Show.
Every week, we sit down with the icons, disruptors, and game changers on the field and beyond it to talk victories, heartbreaks, and everything in between.
We've built a space where athletes, change makers, and people creating the future of women's sports can show up and show off as their full, unapologetic selves.
Follow and listen to The Recap Show wherever you get your podcasts.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack.
Oh, my God.
Oh.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty. 49ers 2-0 to start the season. And Evan Giddings is in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. Tough morning for Goo.
Yeah, just get him out of the way now if you want. That's our guy. So we're going to hold it down for him, and hopefully he's back tomorrow.
Yes, absolutely. 49ers win 26-21. Not the artistic piece of football that you might want, but who cares? They're 2-0.
What did you want? Like, seriously, going into that game, what did you want?
Just a win. That's all.
That's what they got.
Exactly. They've had 2 wins, to my way of thinking, pretty similar. A couple gritty ones. And Mac Jones, obviously, was terrific yesterday. 3 touchdowns. And the 49ers go on the road and win with a second-string quarterback and a couple guys out. And, you know, Evan, I was talking about this. This feels weird. The 49ers season just feels a little bit weird already. And it's probably because of the expectations. It's because of the schedule. It's because of the injuries. But anyway you cut it, they're 2-0. And after last year, I think that's the most important aspect of the start of this season, that they're 2-0 and they feel like they're starting to build something here.
Well, I think right now, I don't know if it's building, but they're surviving. But that's important. I mean, this season has not, in a way, I think for a lot of fans, come into focus yet.
Right.
I mean, this is a football team that is puzzle piecing together games, is puzzle piecing together positions. Even with the loss of a quarterback, your tight end for 4 weeks, you had 2 more guys go down and use check and your guard and Barch. Like, players continue to drop like flies, and yet this football team continues to fly. Now, part of this is the New Orleans Saints, which do factor into the equation. That's not a good football team. But I think going into this game, at least what I felt from a lot of the fans on the kickoff show with Lowe on Sunday was, it doesn't matter. This is still a football game you should win. Even though Mac Jones is your backup quarterback, he's still better than the guy wearing the fleur-de-lis. He's still better than Spencer Rattler. That was in many ways a game that I don't think they could lose, Steiny, which sounds strange considering you had your backups, but they went out and got the job done. And they're 2-0 in a division that has 7 wins between 3 teams. So it was also important that they won that football game, and they found a way to get it done.
I feel like this is going to be a tougher year to get a read on the Niners. And a lot of it has to do with their schedule, but a lot of it has to do with they've got a lot of new personnel on their team. And I just have a feeling that there's going to be moments after games where if you really want to nitpick, you're going to be able to. But when I look, as far as the next 2 or 3 games go, or however many games that Mac Jones is going to quarterback for Brock Purdy, to my way of thinking, style points kind of go out the window. I mean, they scored 26 points with a backup quarterback. That's not bad. Not bad at all. And so now next week they have their home opener against the Cardinals. Mac Jones will probably be the quarterback, but I think you got to be encouraged by the way the offense looked without Brock Purdy. And I got to give credit to Kyle Shanahan there. That offense looked functional despite not having its number 1 receiver, number 1 tight end, and number 1 quarterback.
And they did it despite Mac Jones also looking nervous out of the gates. I mean, it looked like at first that he was feeling the nerves. He was feeling the pressure a little bit. 0 of 3 on that first drive, and then he completes his next 8 passes. Like, I do think that you have to give Mac Jones a lot of credit as well. And Kyle Shanahan, despite, again, injuries happening before the game, despite injuries happening during the game, I thought he adjusted pretty well. And this is a Saints defense that nearly allowed them to beat the Arizona Cardinals last week. It's a road game. It's your first 10 a.m. game of the season. And I thought that the Niners looked pretty buttoned up as a group, considering some of the issues that they had, I would say, the first couple weeks of this season, even going back into preseason. Like, they're young, they're injured, and they didn't really skip a beat. I mean, Mac Jones threw for 270 and 3 touchdowns. Did have the 1 fumble, but I thought the running game looked a bit differently. We saw Shanahan differ things by not basically relying completely on number 23. McCaffrey only had 13 carries, 7 targets, 6 catches. Like, his workload did diminish. We saw more of Brian Robinson. And I just think that this offense didn't really skip much of a beat. Now, that's not to say that Mac Jones is a better quarterback than Brock Purdy, but to me, it's more of a compliment to Kyle Shanahan and what he did as a play caller on Sunday.
Yeah, the one thing, and I just am looking at the numbers here, and I feel like this is kind of interesting. Mac Jones threw 39 times. This is always what I think about coming into a game. And Mac Jones threw 39 times, which is more than Brock Purdy threw in any game last year, but for one. Purdy threw 40 passes against Miami last year. So I just think it's interesting. We're going to have a backup quarterback, so we're probably going to rely heavily on, the ground game. And then the next thing you know, Mac Jones is throwing 39 times to a bunch of different guys and doesn't throw an interception, has only one turnover. And the 49ers get a bunch of contributions from a lot of different players, and they're 2-0, and they're taking advantage of the schedule in front of them. And now they play the Cardinals next week at home, and we'll see if they can keep it going.
Well, I mean, I don't really care about next week at this point. Like, it's about Sunday. It's about what happened yesterday. And for the second consecutive week, I think they won a football game that last year they would have lost. And it speaks to the difference in toughness of this football team to be able to weather the amount of injuries that they've weathered, to play with the amount of young guys that they've played with, to play with a different kicker this week, who also missed an extra point early and then bounced back and made a couple of field goals. I just get the sense that this 49ers team, and again, I think week 1, that win looks a little bit better with what Seattle did in Pittsburgh. I also think winning 2 road games when 6 of your first 9 are on the road are important. This football team appears to have a toughness that last year's team did not. And I don't know if it's the callus that they built in training camp, which, of course, has perhaps led to some of these injuries. I'm not sure what right now is stirring the drink for the 49ers, but they feel like a different football team. And even when the Saints got the ball, twice, by the way, in the final 5 minutes of that football game, I had confidence that Robert Saleh's defense was going to get those stops. Like, the offense, though they got the lead and presented the defense with a chance to close, they were still Mariano Rivera. The defense closed that football game for a second straight week, and it's a big reason why they're 2-0.
Yeah, and the other thing that went perfectly for Kyle Shanahan was the 49ers give up a score with 1 minute and 15 seconds left in the second quarter. It's 9-7, and then the 49ers are able to push the ball down the field in the last minute and 15 seconds and end up going into the locker room up 16-7. I thought that was a huge play at the end of the half, and it's Kyle Shanahan loves that more than I think he loves that more than any other coach in the NFL, where he can score late in the second quarter and then they have the ball to start the third quarter. That's the way it worked yesterday, and they were able to hold off the New Orleans Saints 26-21. 888-957-9570 is the number. 49er fans, take it any way you can get it. You guys are now 2-0. Big win week 1 against the Seahawks. Seahawks, of course, won yesterday. And then the 49ers go down to New Orleans, and they beat the New Orleans Saints. Pretty good effort by both quarterbacks, to tell you the truth. Spencer Rattler was pretty good, but the 49ers, they win by 5 and they cover. So they've covered 2 road games in 2 weeks. 888.
So you're trying to say that good teams win, great teams cover?
I'm just trying to tell you that the San Francisco 49ers are off to a good start, and regardless of the teams they're playing, they're winning games, and they've won their first 2 games on the road. So it's been a great start to the season. And how we feeling about it, 49er fans? At 888-957-9570. And what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing deal and more for members. USDA Choice Boneless Beef Tri-Tip Roast, untrimmed twin pack, just $6.99 per pound. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Grab the keys to a new Toyota. Fall's calling. Time to own every mile, every trail, every turn. Take on California's wildest outdoor adventures with Toyota's proven reliability backing you all the way. Get a low-cost lease on the dynamic 2025 RAV4 or shop the industry's best lineup of fuel-efficient hybrid SUVs like the 36 MPG Grand Highlander Hybrid and the 38 MPG Toyota Crown Signia. Toyota, let's go places. Offer available through TFS to buyers with premium-rated credit at 9/30/25.
Do you often worry you left the garage door open? With a LiftMaster garage door opener powered by MyQ, you'll never worry again. You can control, secure, and monitor your garage from your smartphone anytime, from anywhere through the MyQ app. As an authorized LiftMaster dealer, Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation has smart openers designed for your needs, including belt drive motors for ultra-quiet operation, integrated camera for live video, streaming, and battery backup to let you in when the power is out. Trust Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation for top-notch service and unbeatable reliability. Whether you need a quick fix, a complete replacement, or a brand new installation for your garage door or garage door opener, our skilled technicians are here to get the job done right. With competitive prices, a commitment to quality, and diamond certification, Aces has you covered. Call today at 855-588-2237 or visit acegd.com. That's acegd.com. Aces Garage Door Repair and Installation, where your garage door is our priority.
Okay, Bay Area, I've got a bigger team for you to join. The team that donates blood. Hot Yoga Republic in Mill Valley is teaming up with Vitalent for a blood drive September 25th and 26th. Roll up your sleeves, give blood, save a life. Every 2 seconds, somebody needs it. Accident victims, kids in chemo, real people who need you. Let's do this, Bay Area. Find your spot at hotyogarepublic.com. That's hotyogarepublic.com. And a big thanks to Habas Law for backing this. Habas Law, always fighting to make it right.
Hey, it's Bonte. Just back from a fall visit to River Islands where the schools are back in session. There are 3 top-rated K through 8th grade academies within the community, and construction just started on Academy number 4. River Islands High School students are busy in the classroom and on the sports fields of their phenomenal new campus. I don't remember high school ever looking this good. Elsewhere in Northern California's most successful lifestyle community, they're putting the final touches on another park. This one with the playground, workout areas, tennis, a splash pad, and a picnic area. The fall weather is still perfect for launching a kayak or a paddleboard off your own deck and head over to the Boathouse restaurant for lunch or dinner. More than 4,000 households have already made the move to River Islands. Today, with 15 neighborhoods priced from the $600,000 to over $1 million, there's more variety in home styles and sizes than ever before. In fact, the only thing missing at River Islands is you. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
Jack here. My bonus Jack combo starting at $4.49 comes with fries, a drink, and a burger with 1, 2, or 3 patties. It's a meal that'll actually make you happy. Starting at $4.49. Get so much more. Welcome to Jack in the Box. Plus tax, limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Yep, no doubt about that as they find Jennings running free. Juwan Jennings going to take it in for a San Francisco touchdown. 42 yards from Jones to Jennings for 6.
All righty, that turned it into a 26-14 49er lead. The Juwan Jennings touchdown pass from Mac Jones. And Evan, that's kind of where I want to start with the backup quarterback, Mac Jones. 26 for 39, 3 touchdowns, no picks. He did have a fumble. Probably held on to the ball a little bit too long, but overall, man, you can't ask for more than that from your backup quarterback, can you? Hey, you can ask, but are you really going to get any more than that?
You got to win, Steiny. That's what you pay the backup quarterback to do, is help you win games. So no, I don't care if he threw for 200 yards and 1 touchdown and 3 picks. If they won the game, they won the game. You know, I think Mac Jones looked a lot better than I gave him credit for when they signed him. I mean, he has a better arm than Purdy. I think that he was someone who Kyle Shanahan identified as someone that could run this offense. And it's funny, like, you can see very quickly why Kyle Shanahan really likes Mac Jones. He just looks like a Kyle Shanahan quarterback. He's kind of immobile, is going to do exactly what you need him to do. And while he might make some mistakes, I thought the fact that he let him throw it 39 times, I mean, how many backup quarterbacks in any situation have their play caller dial up 39 passes?
I mean, could that have been a result of Kyle Shanahan actually saying we can't give the ball to Christian 22 times out of the backfield? We have to spread it out a little bit. I also think there's something about Kyle Shanahan feels like those little short passes, those little 5 and 10 yard intermediate routes, I think he feels like those are as safe as some running plays with Mac Jones. I mean, he delivers the ball right where it needs to be from, those little 10-yard passes.
That was a Kyle Shanahan game.
Yeah.
Like, that was Kyle Shanahan. I think he deserves a game ball as much as anybody. I mean, Shanahan dialed up a ton of stuff yesterday that I thought was just bread and butter. We heard that play coming out of the break. That's a bread and butter Kyle Shanahan play, where Juwan Jennings is the lone man set up on the left. You have a tight end and 2 wide receivers to the right. McCaffrey out of the backfield. McCaffrey clears the left side of the secondary. Tonjes runs up the seam. The linebacker dropped a little bit further than anticipated, but Max said after the game that he moved him enough with his eyes. Layers the throw right over the top of the linebacker. Hits Juwan in stride. And if that play is executed to perfection, which it was by the backup quarterback, it's a walk-in touchdown. So that kind of play, to me, is symbolic of how much Kyle Shanahan's system, when executed properly, is going to work no matter who is delivering the ball and no matter who's catching the ball. Because on that one play, Steiny, there were 4 backups in the game. Ben Bartch got hurt, so you have a backup guard, Connor Colby. You have Kendrick Bourne, who's in the game only because Kyle Juszczyk also got hurt. You also have, of course, the backup quarterback, Mac Jones. And you're looking all around the field, and there's backups for the 49ers everywhere. And they still delivered on a 3rd down, no less, a 46-yard touchdown strike to essentially put the game into kind of that, that 2-score mode where you just need a couple plays from your defense.
Yeah, the other thing that I think is encouraging if you're a 49er fan is that the big boys so far through 2 weeks are the ones who are making big plays. You look at yesterday, Fred Warner had 11 tackles, Bosa 9. Bosa with another big play late to solidify the win. Warner makes a great play on the Kamara fumble where he just doesn't give up on the play and he turns it over. McCaffrey has gotten off to a good start this year. So to my way of thinking, yes, they've got some injuries, but their best players who are still playing have really delivered for them this year on both sides of the ball. I mean, McCaffrey's off to a good start. I think Pearsall's off to a really good start. Warner and Bosa are off to good starts. The quarterbacks, both of whom have played in 2 weeks, first 2 weeks are off to a good start. So it does feel like their big boy players, their big name players have brought it home for them the first 2 weeks of the season.
Well, it's been big name players, but it's been everyone. I mean, I don't think you win 2 road games in the NFL, considering the amount of injuries they've sustained, without everyone making plays. In game 1, Nick Bosa was your superstar closer. And in game 2, the final play of the game was made by a guy you traded for this offseason, Bryce Huff. I think you also have to look a little bit bigger than just who was on the field, but some of the decision makers that brought those people in. For example, last year was Leonard Floyd. Okay, you said goodbye to him. You said goodbye to Malik Collins. You said goodbye to Hargrave. You wanted to save a lot of money, and you brought in some lower-priced replacements. Bryce Huff was one of them, and he made the final play of the game on defense. It's not just the Fred Warners. I thought that D. Winters looked like Dre Greenlaw yesterday, especially when he also had that unnecessary roughness hit out of bounds. That was a very Dre Greenlaw play. Physical, fast, to the football, sometimes plays a little over his skis. You're looking at the safety position. You said goodbye to Talanoa Hufanga. Okay, well, you now have a 5th-round rookie, Marcus Siegel, that's stepping in and playing, I think, pretty effectively in that spot. You're looking at Upton Stout, who's a rookie nickel corner, who's stepping in as they had to reshuffle their cornerback room from last season. Like, everyone, myself included, I think, was critical of the amount of solidified NFL role players that they said goodbye to this offseason. And so far, they haven't skipped much of a beat. In fact, I would argue that at some of these positions, they've actually improved, considering Greenlaw has still not strapped up a single game for the Denver Broncos. And Talanoa Hufanga and that defense just lost to an Indianapolis Colts team yesterday. Like, the Niners, maybe through 2 weeks, I think are looking pretty good with some of the people they said goodbye to.
888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers beat the Saints 26-21 yesterday in New Orleans. They do it behind a backup quarterback in Mac Jones. And if there's a theme for the first 2 weeks, I feel like the 49ers, it does feel like they're grittier than last year. And maybe some of that grittiness has been born out of the fact that they didn't have a good year last year and they left a lot of games that they thought they could win on the table. I do seem to, there's something really interesting about after that game and watching Fred Warner. And it's so true that if you're a player in the NFL, it doesn't matter who you beat if you beat a team. You know what I mean? Like, it didn't matter that a lot of 49er fans felt like they could go down to New Orleans and beat the Saints. And that's what ended up happening. But when I see Fred Warner after that game, emotional, essentially breaking down into tears, you just kind of realize that they don't, like, pro football players don't look at it like we look at it. That win yesterday, 49er fans may have gone into the game thinking, we should win this game and we'll come out 2-0, and they did. But you can just tell from a player's point of view, their mindset is so different than that. It's just all about somehow, some way getting a win. And just watching Fred Warner after that game, you realize it kind of doesn't matter if they just beat the Saints or they beat the Eagles in the regular season. It's like, those wins are big, and that win yesterday, for whatever reason, meant a ton to the San Francisco 49ers, and I think it had to do with the fact that they are banged up right now, and they still went down there and got a win.
See, you may look at it and say that all right, Fred Warner is approaching this game differently than a fan. I actually think that moment at the end of the game proves why fans associate so much with individual players. Because Fred Warner is feeling exasperated, exhausted in a game that demanded the 49ers battle through a ton of adversity to win against a pretty lowly New Orleans Saints team. Like, let's not doubt ourselves. That's a bottom 5 team in the NFL. But that's also how fans, I think a lot of fans approach each week. Like, it doesn't matter who you're playing. You have to win the game. And for Fred Warner to be as emotional as he was in week 2, considering this guy has played in the biggest game multiple times, I thought was kind of representative of a lot of fans that I know. Like, it doesn't matter that you're playing the Saints. This is a football team that last season was 6-11. They would lose in those situations 9 times out of 10 last year. And it felt like some of the games that they won were not won by them, but more given to them by another team. So I haven't felt like that through the first 2 weeks at all. Despite the Saints not being a good football team, despite Seattle having opportunities and not coming up big, I think the 49ers have won both of these first 2 games as opposed to it being given to them. And that's not something you could say about the team a year ago.
No, I give them credit for winning both those games as opposed to having it handed to them. The reality is, again, this is the second week where they actually had 2 holds late in the fourth quarter, meaning defensive holds. The Saints had the ball. They gave it up. They got it back, and then that's when Bosa made the big play. Huff made the big play in the last possession, but they had 2 holds late, and they weren't able to get holds last year in those situations. So the 49ers have made the plays that they've had to make in the first 2 games, and they're 2-0, and I think if you're a 49er fan, you got to be encouraged right now.
Well, but that's like winning games. You should not have to apologize for winning games. Just look at what happened in the NFL yesterday. The Indianapolis Colts won because the Denver Broncos committed a stupid penalty jumping on top of the long snapper at the end of the game. No one in Indianapolis is apologizing for them being 2-0. The Philadelphia Eagles went into Kansas City and beat the Chiefs, who do not look like the power they've certainly been over the last 5 to 6 years. That doesn't matter. Chris Jones was talking to Jalen Hurts at the end of that game saying, you didn't even throw for 100 yards today. And Jalen Hurts looks at him and says, doesn't matter, we won the game. No one in Philly is apologizing for them being 2-0. In Dallas yesterday, Russell Wilson threw for 450 yards and 3 touchdowns. Cowboys aren't apologizing for winning that game in overtime. They probably shouldn't have gotten there. It does not matter how you win. All that matters is that you got it done. And I think that's what Fred Warner had on his face, a feeling of you pieced together enough plays throughout the game. You didn't look dominant, but you still won. And for that, the 49ers are still even in the NFC West, a division that they probably feel like each and every week with these wins is more and more of a possibility.
Yeah, I do think that the division games obviously are gonna dictate who has success in the division. I do think that they're 1-0 against the division right now. They were 1-5 last year. I mean, they got 2 division games coming up. We don't have to get into those yet, but they're already kind of ahead of where they were last year, and it's not even close. Let's go to Orlando and San Bruno. What's going on, Orlando? How you doing? Orlando, what's up, man? All right. Forget Orlando. Let's go to Romani. Romani in San Jose. What's up, Romani? How you doing?
I'm doing well. Hi, guys. Great game yesterday in terms of at least getting the victory.
Yeah.
I agree with all of your comments. At the end of the day, 2-0 is 2-0. I want to make a couple of comments. One is I agree with, I think, Steiny, you made the comment, or both of you, that this is one of the best play calling that I've ever seen Kyle Shanahan do. Because he went away from his usual style, and he's a very stubborn person. He doesn't change very significantly much at all. So I was very happy that he responded. And maybe he feels more confidence with Mac Jones being able to throw down the hill, down the field than maybe even with Brock Purdy, But I thought he adjusted well, and that was kudos to him. I was disappointed with the defense because those three holding penalties, that was, and a bunch of other things, but they came through as always in the end, which is a good thing. But I also going to make a sort of a funny comment about, there's all this chatter. Now Mac Jones did very well. Maybe there's a quarterback controversy. Maybe, Brock Purdy, etc. To those people, I just want to give them two words. Nick Mullins. What do you think, guys?
Appreciate the call. We're not there yet, are we?
Where?
I mean,
Okay, Steiny.
I'm not saying a word.
No, I know, but you like to stir the pot. Can we put the rat on the table? Brought to you by Atco Pest Control.
Okay.
There it is. There is no quarterback controversy. There never was. You paid your guy. You paid Mac Jones to be the backup. So he is going to back up Brock Purdy. And when Brock Purdy is back and healthy, he is your starter. I don't know how you could watch a game like yesterday and think that Mac Jones is in any way, shape, or form a threat to starting in front of Brock Purdy. What Mac Jones did yesterday is I think he put tape out there for whatever team this offseason is looking for a potential starter or maybe a stopgap. But that's the whole reason why Mac Jones signed here, is because he was looking for an opportunity to get with a good play caller in a good situation and hopefully do what Sam Darnold did, which is eventually get his shot somewhere else and then turn people's opinion around on him.
Yeah, I mean, the way I look at it is you beat the Saints. And this is where, listen, two things. You can be very happy and content with the win and also acknowledge that the Saints probably aren't going to the Super Bowl this year. But this is one of those things where I feel like this is kind of the way the year could go. And that is, I think the 49ers are going to win games this year, and they may win a lot of games kind of like this, where maybe they're not the most impressive team in the NFL, and they're not playing world beaters week in and week out. But if they're winning games like they're winning games, it's going to be hard to get an accurate read on the 49ers. And that's kind of what I want to get at with the 49er fans is, how are we going to know how good this team is over the course of the regular season if these are, if I'm not going to say they're going to win all the games like this, but how do you judge how good this team is knowing that right now they're still not healthy and the schedule's the schedule?
Steiny, it's week 2. I don't care how good they are going to be. That's kind of the point. They just have to be better than their opponent every single Sunday. Like, have I learned how good the 49ers are going to be after 2 weeks? No, I haven't. Because they got 6 guys down after this week. They're playing with a backup quarterback. So how am I supposed to project how good they're going to be? Like, to me, what I don't want this season to become is us coming in every single Monday and saying, well, how far can they go? I think that's kind of the point of this year, is we don't know. You guys said it at the entire 2 hours at the Red and Gold Summit. Every single question, it felt like, was, oh, what's the Niners' win total? How good can they be? And the majority of answers were, well, they could be a 7-win team, they could be a 12-win team. Like, we don't know how good this team can be. I don't think they know how good they're going to be this year. But all they have to be is the better team every single Sunday for 17 weeks, and then we find out what happens after that.
888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers, they go to 2-0 with a 26-21 win over the New Orleans Saints. Mac Jones, 26 for 39, high 200s yards, 3 touchdowns, no picks. And I guess, I'm thinking about this team and wondering, how you're not going to judge this team on, how. So we're not going to know how good this team is at any point this season.
Not until they play a big boy. And even then, it's like, okay, so in a few weeks, if they play the Rams and Brock Purdy isn't playing, how am I supposed to judge this team? Part of it is the amount of injuries that they've sustained. How good are they? I don't know, Steiny. How good were they yesterday? They were good enough to win. And to me, I'd rather spend time looking at the individuals that contributed to a victory than trying to forecast just how far the Niners can go. That, to me, is a conversation for way down the line. It's week 2 of the NFL, and the Niners are a team that is undefeated. I don't know about you, but if I looked at what they've already had to persevere, which is losing their quarterback, their all-pro tight end, multiple starters, and already with an offseason where they said goodbye to a bunch of big-money players, and they were 2-0 on the road, I'm not going to lie, I would be pretty shocked. Even with the Saints being one of those games, I would have told you that they would lose either to Seattle or New Orleans. Like, to me, they're being 2-0 at this point, it should not be a given. Do you think so?
No, not at all. But they are 2-0, and you got to feel pretty good about it, especially because they've got a division win, and they got a division win on the road, and they're 2-0 on the road right now. So they're, to my way of thinking, ahead of the game. All right, Orlando and San Bruno's back. What's up, Orlando? How you doing, man?
Hey, sorry about that earlier. Thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
I just want to say a couple of things. I'll play devil's advocate. If I was a Saints fan, I would have been happy the way the game went and my team having the ball last and a chance to win the game. That being said, I'll piggyback. Kudos to the Niners defense for winning the game in that fashion like they did against the Seahawks. And I agree with you guys, Shanahan and the whole coaching staff and everybody that played yesterday. They deserve a real pat on the back because, yes, it's any given Sunday. They could have lost that game. And the last thing is, you're right, Steiny, that touchdown right before halftime was big time, and that's when we saw Mac feeling comfortable.
Yeah. No.
And the last.
Yeah, go ahead.
And then quickly, the last thing is, hey, they're 2-0, and there's no excuses that they're 2-0. They deserve it. There's a lot of football left to play because look at it. The Saints scored more points than the Seahawks. If you're gonna, pick and be all picky about it, but
I got you. Yeah, thanks, Orlando. Appreciate the call. We're fading out a little bit there, but their defense not quite as good as it was last week, but good enough. And again, Warner making big plays and Bosa making big plays, and the San Francisco 49ers are 2-0 right now, Evan.
Well, yeah, but the Saints also have different players than the Seahawks. We talked about this last week, but one thing that I noticed about the Saints that is different than Seattle, they have a lot more speed. Chris Olave, Rashid Shaheed, Brandon Cooks, all these players are fast. Spencer Rattler is also more of a mobile quarterback than Sam Darnold. And we saw on occasions, especially I think it was their last scoring drive, a big fourth down where Rattler used his legs to extend that drive before the score. So, yeah, the Saints as a whole are not as good as the Seahawks, but offensively, they have a bit more maybe than Seattle does, specifically at the wide receiver position. Seattle dominated Pittsburgh this weekend because they could run the ball and their defense frustrated the hell out of Aaron Rodgers. They also got like a special teams gimme touchdown, but the Saints offer some different things. Was the defense 100%? Were they great? Not necessarily, but in money time, in the final 5 minutes of the game, they got a 3-and-out, and they didn't let the Saints into the red zone when they needed to score. And that, to me, is the sign of a good team with playmakers. They made plays when they had to.
888-957-9570 is the number. Niners win yesterday. They're 2-0. What'd you think of Mac Jones, the backup quarterback who played for Brock Purdy? And then also Christian McCaffrey. That's 2 weeks in a row where he's looked pretty good. How do you feel about Christian McCaffrey? We were worried a couple weeks ago coming into this season. How does he look on your radar right now? 888-957-9570. That segment was sponsored by the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
There are children, friends, and families walking, riding, on paths and roads every day. Remember, they're real people with loved ones who need them to get home safely. Protect our cyclists and pedestrians, because they're people too. Go safely, California. From the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
The road to Santa Clara starts now.
Let's go Niners!
The red and gold are back.
Purdy spins out of the pocket, throwing back in the end zone. It's caught, and the toe tap by George Kittle.
Your station for everything 49ers.
The Bay Area's football station, 95.7 The Game.
Come into Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sales event September 26th through the 28th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Shane Company, we've been engagement ring experts for almost 100 years. We have the largest selection of diamonds and gemstones in stock. You don't have to wait to compare them side by side. Find the one that speaks to you at shaneco.com or in store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/sports. openphone.com/SPORTS.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-224-5353. That's 800-224-5353. Again, that's 800-224-5353.
Looking to get out there and feel the in your hair? Chevy EVs have you covered. Like the Blazer EV, with bold style that's sure to you away. And with Silverado EV, towing is a breeze, with the capability to hitch up and tow with ease. And Equinox EV helps you keep moving along like with confidence. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
The Violet and Black have made it to the playoffs in their inaugural season in the Bay. Tune in to 95.7 The Game and the Odyssey app for all the playoff games and everything Violet and Black. Brought to you by El Camino Health. Our strength, your health.
Hey there, cats and kittens. It's Brian from The Commercial Break, the mediocre comedy podcast where my best friend Chrissy and I attempt to make sense of the world. We talk about the absurd, the ridiculous, and the stuff no one asked for, like internet weirdos, pickup artists, and why everyone is obsessed with crystals and colonics. It's all gotta stop. The show is free, it's frequent, and it's probably not for everyone. You can go to tcbpodcast.com, subscribe at youtube.com/The Commercial Break, or check out the show wherever you listen to podcasts. We'll see you on the next Commercial Break. And best to you.
Today we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not, there's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Nick. Together we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission, to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/value and unlock 50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value.
Join Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings at Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale every 49ers home game this season for our special pregame live broadcast. Plus, we'll have games, prizes, great food, and shuttles to and from Levi Stadium. For more information, visit 957thegame.com.
And here it comes, Mac Jones in a clean pocket, floats it for McCaffrey, makes the catch, touchdown, San Francisco! Picture-perfect throw from Mac Jones to Christian McCaffrey to cap a beautiful 2-minute touchdown drive.
I didn't tell him anything. You know, Mac's played a lot of football games. He's won a lot of games. You know, he's been in that position before, and you know, we all had full confidence in him. He had confidence in us, and I love the way he plays. He plays with so much swagger. You know, he gives it his all. He's so loose on the sideline and a great leader. So, you know, with a guy like Brock down and having Matt come in and step up like that was awesome.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, that sound courtesy of Fox, and that was Christian McCaffrey. He had a touchdown reception yesterday. Evan Giddings in for Darryl the Guru Johnson, and we're talking about the 49ers who've started their season 2-0, and I'm hearkening back to about 2 weeks ago when I think it was on a Thursday, Evan, where we were at the summit, and we found out that Christian McCaffrey had gotten banged up in practice and that he was working out on the side. He's since played 2 games. How do you feel about Christian McCaffrey? Is he the same? And let me ask 49er fans this too, but Evan will answer first. Does that look like the Christian McCaffrey of 2 years ago?
No.
Oh.
I don't think he does, particularly running the ball. But that's not really the point of the season to me. He's been active for 2 games. That's half of the games he was active for last year. To me, this season is less about if McCaffrey is the same running back as he was from 2023, which, at least by my estimation, is I think we've seen the best of McCaffrey. But can he remain healthy for the entire season? That, to me, is the bigger question that so far has been yes. You know, and we're going to see how many games he plays. We're going to see how many times he's used. And I think it was one of our callers from last segment brought up the fact that Shanahan, you know, looked to be a different sort of play caller. I already think from week 1 to week 2, like he dialed back McCaffrey. He didn't give him the ball as much as he did when Brock Purdy was under center in Seattle. I don't know if he deemed the game not demanding it, but I thought that was also a good sign. The fact that you won a game and Christian McCaffrey didn't have to touch the ball more than any other player in the NFL like he did in week 1.
This from the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line from the 615. It's David 615 saying CMC still looks a little timid to me. His cuts don't look as crisp. I saw a couple tackles that he could have avoided 2 years ago that he got tackled on yesterday. All right. That's from David. If he doesn't look like he did 2 years ago, he's, this is the old, he looks to me 80-85% of who he's been. And I do think that having him out there is half the battle. I think you're right on that one. And when he's out on the field, whether you go to him or not, he's somebody that's got to take the attention from the defense. And so that's why he's so important to this team, even when he doesn't carry the ball.
But Shanahan also, did you notice who got the ball first play out of the third quarter, out of the locker room?
No. I can't remember the first play.
Brian Robinson Jr.
Okay.
The first play out of the locker room when you're trying to lap your opponent, right? The middle 8 minutes are the most important minutes of the game, according to Kyle Shanahan. So you score with McCaffrey going into the locker room. You come out of halftime, and the first guy to touch the ball is Brian Robinson Jr. I think that's intentional. And I think that Shanahan is trying to find ways, or understood maybe after week one, someone got to him. Maybe he went back and said that's too much. But he made a choice to not use McCaffrey as much in that football game. And to me, that's the needle that Shanahan is going to have to thread throughout the season to keep him upright, but also to win football games. And so if you're looking at McCaffrey specifically, his production is first and foremost, but his workload is pretty close to being the second most important part about his game. And the fact that you won it, and McCaffrey only touched the ball 19 times compared to 31, that's a win-win.
This is Kyle Shanahan on the overall look of the offense and who pitched in yesterday.
Every phase, offensive and special teams, really contributed in that win. That was real cool. Offense finishing the second quarter, the end of the half with a TD. We had that bad turnover to start the third. I think they went down and scored. Fred's turnover was huge. JJ to get that 40-yarder after that turnover was big on capitalizing. And then the teams, those two punts at the end by Morstead, going to the 6 and the 10 on those last two drives, I believe, were huge. So everyone had their part in not doing great, but everyone also had their part in doing really well, which ended in a win, and it was a hell of a deal.
All right, that's Kyle Shanahan. I could tell he liked that win yesterday.
Did you hear what he mentioned in that cut, which he never talks about? Or hasn't talked about, and I can't remember how long.
Can I take another listen?
Yeah, listen closely.
Every phase, offensive and special teams, really contributed in that win. That was real cool. Offense finishing the second quarter, the end of the half with a TD. We had that bad turnover to start the third. I think they went down and scored. Fred's turnover was huge. JJ to get that 40-yarder after that turnover was big on capitalizing. And then the teams, those two punts at the end by Morstead, going to the 6 and the 10 on those last two drives, I believe, were huge. So everyone had their part in not doing great, but everyone also had their part in doing really well, which ended in a win, and it was a hell of a deal.
Well, I didn't understand what he said at the end there. Was that it?
It was the first sentence.
Everybody had a hand in it. They didn't have a hand in it. Not good, but pretty good and not good.
There's a unit we haven't heard Kyle Shanahan talk about in a positive fashion, it feels like, for over a year.
I don't discriminate versus anyone.
Special teams. He called out the punter. Thomas Morstead got a post-game podium display of affection from Kyle Shanahan. When was the last time you heard Kyle call out special teams and give them a compliment?
Oh, I would say...
outside of trying to mask the deficiencies of his kicker.
3 weeks ago, he said Moody had one of the greatest kicking games he's ever seen in his entire coaching career. Now, it was an exhibition game, but nevertheless.
So it didn't count.
We've heard him praise this... we've heard him praise Mooney, rather.
All three phases. He mentioned... And by the way, he's not wrong. Thomas Morstead pinning the Saints inside the 10 twice is a part of the defense being able to make those two last stands. if he punts it into the end zone, maybe that second drive, which starts at the 30 or the 35, it gets a little more dicey. But the Saints go 3 and out on the second to last drive. And then obviously Warner makes a big play on Johnson, and Huff makes the final play on fourth down to get him off the field. But special teams, like you saw yesterday, and I know they missed an extra point, but you saw how important the third phase of football can be. We just haven't witnessed it because it feels like the special teams has not been an existent part of this football team.
What if I told you that not the 44-yarder, but the 46-yarder by Pinheiro, I'm watching it go right down the middle, and I'm like, that's the way a field goal should look. That's the way a field goal should look. We haven't had many of those.
Well, the 44 and the 46 are both pretty pure. I know he missed the extra point, but
the 46 was the one that jumped out at me because he'd hit the 44, and then the 46 was the one that got him, put him up 5 instead of 2, and it was a couple no-doubters. So that was good to see if you're a 49er fan. This is Shanahan talking about Christian McCaffrey and how he played.
I thought Mac played real well. We had a number of things we had to change up. It was a big deal. There's some juice there early in the game, especially with Kittle out, just the stuff we had to do with other tight ends. So we were scrambling there for a little bit, trying to figure some things out. Thought he handled the situation well. Thought he delivered the ball real well. Obviously would like to have that fumble back. Hopefully we can get rid of it a little earlier. It didn't look like anyone was really open, though. But I thought he did a hell of a job.
That was about Mac Jones, and I've noticed it said this is the way Shanahan feels about Mac.
Yeah.
And then it got cut off, so I thought it was McCaffrey, but he actually meant Mac Jones.
Oh, there's only one Mac.
Yes.
The return of the Mac, Steiny. There's only one.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Let's go to Leroy. Leroy's in Oakland. Wants to talk about that win yesterday. What's up, Leroy? How you doing?
I'm doing fantastic, Steiny. What's up, Evan, man? Happy Monday, guys.
Same to you.
Yeah, no, awesome win. Steiny, I had the 49ers in the first 6 games going 2-6. So I am ecstatic that they have started out 2-0. I'm so glad that I was wrong, and I want to give some credit to the players, the individual players who I was like last week, look, I'm the worst Kyle Shanahan hater there is, but I'm getting ready to get off Kyle Shanahan's back. I said this last week, and now it's up to the players to just execute Kyle Shanahan's game plan. Focus. Catch the balls you're supposed to catch. Limit the turnovers. And, boy, it seems like each player is now taking it upon themselves to go, hey, I got to get out here and execute Kyle Shanahan's game plan. And they did that, and it was so awesome. And another thing that was awesome to see was, last week, I gave Ben Barch my personal game ball, number 78 on that offensive line. I thought he was great. He got hurt yesterday, and I was a little worried. But my game ball this week is going to his replacement, man. Connor Colby did an excellent job. He didn't miss too much yesterday, and he came right in and did his job. So I am ecstatic. I hope that the 49ers can keep this up. I'm in wait-and-see mode, but so far so good, and I'm happy, man. Can I say one more thing? If I had to nitpick a little bit, it was the time of possession, right? We're usually killing teams, and even good teams, in the time of possession area. And yesterday, New Orleans was really close. I think we had a little over 30 minutes. They were right at 29. They were almost even. So to have that against a pretty bad team, to almost even it up on the time of possession, we got to watch that a little bit. But overall, man, we did great.
Thanks, Leroy. Appreciate the call. This is Christian McCaffrey. Go ahead. This is going to play a little sound, but go ahead.
No, yeah. Well, I just wanted to say that the reason was because the Saints ran the ball a lot better than the Niners did.
Yes, they did.
And Connor Colby, by the way, was 100% in pass protection. So he did not give up a pressure when he stepped in for Barch. And I think that was part of the reason why they threw the ball a lot more with Mac Jones, or I should say were allowed to. And I know Mac got sacked 3 times and one time, put the ball in the turf, but I thought the offensive line did a pretty darn good job of making sure that he was comfortable. And the only times that I thought he looked nervous in the pocket was the first drive of the game, when it wasn't just because of pressure. I just think it was nerves of him being out there for the first time this season. So the offensive line, I thought, played really well, considering Trent Williams had a bounce-back game. And after struggling against Seattle, was really good, I thought, yesterday. And probably one of the reasons why they threw the ball more is just because they couldn't get it going on the ground. They ran it 26 times and only had 77, and that's 3 yards a pop.
I feel like Mac Jones and Purdy can afford to kind of stay in the pocket for an extra count or two and still make something happen. The one thing I thought Jones did a nice job of yesterday is when he was decisive and kind of took off from the pocket. I think that's the way he's got to do it. Like, he's got to
that 13-yard run.
Yeah, he's got to run before before the trouble. Like, as soon as he sees trouble, he's got to run. He can't put himself into a position that Purdy can put himself into and maybe get out of it. But all things considered, I mean, I don't know that you could have asked for a better performance from a backup quarterback. And I'll give Mac Jones a lot of credit for that, and you got to give Kyle Shanahan a lot of credit for that. This is more Kyle Shanahan on Mac Jones.
Just how he approaches every day. Every day he's on it. He never takes a day off. He's just, as far as how he works on the practice field, how he is in the meetings, he's always grinding. So he's been ready since OTA 1 and never felt any difference.
Kyle Shanahan on Mac Jones? Let me ask you a question. Do you think that, it doesn't really matter now, but do you think Mac Jones is the guy that Shanahan's had his eye on for a while? You know what I mean? Like, do you think he was in the mix back with Trey Lance?
Yeah, of course. I think he was. But I think you also saw, for as good as Mac Jones was throwing the ball yesterday, I think you also saw why, and this isn't just a 49ers thing, I think this is more of a league-wide thing, why you can't take a statue that high in the draft. Like, so the Niners, Mac Jones was good yesterday. I thought he was really good. But he can only be that good if the offensive line is also keeping him clean, as much as they did. I thought there were some plays where, he held on to the ball, and no one was getting home. So if he's kept upright, Mac Jones can be a good quarterback. If there's pressure, I don't think Mac Jones can be a good quarterback. So you just have to have mobility at that position. And I think that's why Brock Purdy is different. That's why he's a difference maker, is because he can use his legs, whereas Mac Jones cannot. So if you go back to that draft, obviously Trey Lance was not a good pick, was a bust. But at the same time, if you're in that war room and someone says, hey, Mac Jones is a good pocket passer, he's also got cement feet. Trey Lance at least can run a little bit, or so we thought, and that might have been the difference.
888-957-9570 is the number. 49er fans, your team is 2-0. You won a game yesterday with your backup quarterback throwing 3 touchdowns. And next week you got the Cardinals in your home opener. But let's talk about yesterday. And I think we've got to – I'm interested to know the way 49er fans view this particular game and where we're at in the season right now. A lot's been made of the schedule. Does that even matter right now if you're a 49er fan? The schedule has been the schedule for the last 6 months since it came out, and now you're 2-0 with a win over the New Orleans Saints. And how do you, like, if you were a 49er fan, how do you look at this? Like, you're 2-0, your schedule's favorable, you've got 2 division games coming up right now. Like, are you not looking ahead, or are you not looking down the line and talking about what this team can accomplish, or are you just going week to week right now?
Yeah, it's a week-to-week league. Also, the Niners are playing with a backup quarterback without like 3 playmakers. I seriously, if people want to call in, and I encourage them to, 888-957-9570, if you're calling in and thinking about what this team can accomplish, I would like to know why. And it's as much about the people that aren't on the field as much as it is the people that are. Like, I think the Niners have looked good through 2 weeks, but Steiny, I mean, seriously, are you thinking about, are you forecasting right now how far this 49ers team can go after 2 weeks?
No, but I do think that after 2 weeks, it's kind of shaping up like we thought. It's going to be the Niners, the Seahawks, and the Rams probably. Although, the Cardinals are 2-0 right now too. I do. I think I look at this as they are one of 2 or 3 teams that are going to challenge to win this division. And now, after what we've seen in the first 2 weeks, I have no reason to believe that they can't knock on the door and be one of those teams. But, honestly, I think if they would have started out 0-2, which obviously they're not, then that would look different. But right now, after 2 weeks, they're still in a position to do everything people want them to do, who are their fans, which is try to win the division and make the playoffs, and that's still in hand right now.
But you're asking a question that's not about their record. It's about their level of play.
Right.
So, if you're seriously asking that question, you have to judge them not on the 2 wins that they have in the column, but on what you've seen from the football team. And I haven't seen a level that's been at the same place as Green Bay, even Philadelphia, and who was the other team? The Los Angeles Rams. So that's why I don't really want to play that game. It's been 2 weeks, and in the NFC, they're one of the teams, but I'm not, why should we have to talk about this 49ers team as being an elite group? I don't know if they are yet because they've been so hurt. But the fact that they've won games while being hurt puts them in a position to, in a month or 2, challenge. But right now, that I guess to me that the question's kind of futile.
Well, I mean, the bottom line is
how am I supposed to judge the Niners' offense with Mac Jones under center? He's not going to be the quarterback when Brock Purdy comes back.
Well, I think you look at it and you say the offense looked pretty good with a backup quarterback yesterday, right?
Yeah, but how am I supposed to judge them against Green Bay?
Well, and that's kind of what I'm getting at. We're not going to be able to judge them against Green Bay this year. We're not going to be able to judge them against Philly this year. We're not going to be able to judge them against probably the top 6 teams.
Well, we are when they play someone of that caliber, and hopefully they have their characters. But, okay, so again, Brock Purdy's supposed to be out 2 to 5 weeks.
Okay.
So if he doesn't play in 3 weeks against the Rams, how am I supposed to judge this team? To me, it's about, they're in survival mode right now. They have to survive these games, find ways to win, and I don't want to dismiss the credit that they deserve for doing that. That is why I think you're seeing an emotional Fred Warner in week 2 of a 17-game, 6-month-long season, because he understands how difficult this is going to be for them. And I don't want to fast forward past all the good stuff, which is seeing if they can figure this out in real time.
888-957-9570 is the number. 49er fans, what do you make of that win yesterday against the New Orleans Saints? 26-21, you're 2-0 right now. And this is from the 480, good friend Lori in Phoenix. It's still 1 week at a time. Win as many games as you can while you get healthier. It's going to be a roller coaster this year, but if they can get some gritty wins, they have a shot to get themselves into the playoffs. Yeah, I'm on board with that. I actually think that both these wins Sunday and a week ago were pretty gritty, and I don't know if they would have lost them both last year, but they wouldn't have won them both last year. That much seems obvious. 888-957-9570 is the number. That segment was brought to you by Moderna.
Mnexspike COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna is now available and easy to find near you. To learn more, visit mnexspike.com. That's MNEXSPIKE.com.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for Safeway members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers with For You on the Safeway app. Here we go. USDA Choice Boneless Beef Tri-Tip Roast Untrimmed Twin Pack, just $6.99 per pound. Pairs well with Decoy Cabernet Sauvignon. What doesn't? 750 milliliter bottles for just $15.54 each, or mix and match 6 or more for just $13.99 each, plus CRV.
Exclusive digital coupon on a dozen Lucerne cage-free eggs, large grade AA, just $3.97 each, limit 1.
Did you say a dozen eggs?
I said a dozen eggs.
For $3.97?
I did.
Excellent.
Excellent. Another exclusive digital coupon on Lucerne chunk or shredded cheese, 32-ounce selected varieties, just $5.97 each, limit 4.
All right. The app is simple to use, makes it easy to save money. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and we'll see you in the aisles.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
I knew that I was not living the life that I wanted to live. Buprenorphine, it gave me the time and space to take life one step at a time. I am living proof that recovery is possible.
Get treatment. It works. Learn more. Visit livingproofsf.org.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
This is McGruff the Crime Dog, and I need you to help me take a bite out of crime. Another teenager, victim to fake pills bought from social media. This doesn't seem like a drug deal, but it definitely is. Should buying prescription pills be that easy? Many fake pills contain fentanyl, and an amount small enough to fit on the tip of a pencil can be lethal. So listen, before buying pills from social media, think again. Learn more at McGruffPSA.org and go for real. Brought to you by USPTO and the National Crime Prevention Council.
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh, no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your
your cold, but Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the entire job, all from one partner. To get access to over 3 million products, including many products you won't find in our stores. It's time to get delivery on your schedule or next day on over 50,000 products. And time to get dedicated support on the job site or in our stores. From ordering to planning, we've got you. One partner, any job, all in. Ask about all we can now do at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
And new kicker Eddie Pinheiro misses the extra point. What is going on with the kickers this year? And today, it's been an epidemic across the league through 1+ week. So here's Pinheiro, who missed the extra point after the touchdown, coming on for what would be a 44-yard field goal attempt. 4th all-time in accuracy in the National Football League at 88%. This from 44 for Pinheiro. Good snap and hold, and the kick right down the middle. And 3 on the board makes it 9-0 San Francisco.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. And, missed his extra point. Dude, the guy, field goals are getting longer and longer, though, Evan. Have you noticed?
Yeah, I have. That's an astute point. Brandon Aubrey.
Yes.
64.
Yes. And
not for the Niners, but
yeah, they got a 44 and a 46. Now we try to bump that up to 50 at some point, like every other kicker in the NFL.
Yeah, I think I speak for most fans when I say that I don't really care how far you can kick it, as long as if it's inside of 50, it's going in. And I think for a team like the Niners, who have shown an ability to kind of move between the 20s pretty easily, and yesterday in the red zone they got it when it mattered, but I just need to know that if my offense puts you on the 20-yard line, that we're going to get 3 points. And I think it's funny that Pinheiro, for whatever reason, he's 88% for his career on field goals. He's 91% on extra points. That I can't explain. Like, how come you kick basically the exact same on points, on kicks that matter for 1 point and kicks that matter for 3 points? But at least we know we're getting 3.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. 49er fans, give me the most encouraging aspect of that win yesterday in New Orleans, the 26-21 victory. Was it the backup quarterback who simply threw 3 touchdown passes with no interceptions? Is it the resurgence of Christian McCaffrey after playing just 4 games last year? Is it Ricky Pearsall off to a good start in year 2? The defense, the 2 big boys on defense have come out of the gates pretty hot in terms of Fred Warner and Nick Bosa. So, we always try to balance who they played and whether you expected it or not. But the bottom line, Evan, is I think that I don't see how you can complain at all about winning the first 2 games when both of them were on the road and one of them was against a division opponent.
Well, I haven't heard anybody complaining today. I mean, I don't think a single 49ers fan is complaining about the win. I think people are maybe concerned that look, it came down to the wire against two squads that, I mean, I thought that the Niners, like, they probably should have blown out the Saints yesterday. I mean, they were up by 12, and they had opportunities in the second half to extend their lead. It looked like they were en route to doing that, and then they got a little tight, but your playmakers made plays. I think the thing that I was most encouraged about yesterday was the coaching staff. I think yesterday was a win for Kyle Shanahan, Robert Saleh, and you got to throw the special teams unit in there because kicking has been a question mark for this team. And I realize you missed one of the points, but you got 6 of the potential, they got 2 touchdowns? 6 of the potential 9 or 8 of the potential 9. That's a W. Like, I think yesterday looked really good for Kyle Shanahan. And that was a game where we saw him lighten the workload of Christian McCaffrey. We saw him give some praise, some due praise to not just the kicker, but the punter as well, because special teams does matter. And I think Robert Saleh deserves credit because for a second consecutive week, though his defense has been, less than stingy at moments, he dialed up the proper coverages and blitz packages to make sure that the opposing quarterback could not lead his team on a game-winning drive.
This from the YouTube chat, our friend Austin in San Jose. 2 mid-teams played. The Niners were supposed to win. Cannot make more out of it. That's kind of where I don't altogether subscribe. And you've played 1 out of 2 games with your backup quarterback. Like, I'm starting to come around to your way of thinking. What good is it to be the best team in football in week 2? Like, who's the best team in football now? The Packers? The Eagles? I don't know, somebody in the AFC? But does that really matter? Like, I look at it as though if the 49ers can stack wins early, that's all that matters. And I guess what I'm saying, Evan, is I'm sensing that this year may be a year where there's not going to be a lot of fanfare over the wins because of their schedule. So, like, I don't think it's going to be hard for the 49ers to be like a super impressive team this year. And that's why after a 6-win season, I got to look at this team and say, can they win 10 games and make the playoffs, essentially? And they beat the Saints on the road, and that's the only thing that matters. Because if you lose that game, then you end up losing a game that many feel you should win. But the reality of the situation is they're 2-0. Their schedule is what it is, and they're going to probably win a lot of games this year where they're not going to get overly praised because of the opponent.
Well, can I ask you why you don't think there's going to be excitement?
Yes,
a lot of people were excited yesterday when they beat the Saints.
I feel like it's going to be really hard to get a feel for this team. And I think we're going to have a lot of games, I think like yesterday, where people are going to look at the opponent and the 49ers are going to win a game, and I'm just going to wonder if it's going to be enough. But I think we're going to that's going to be the consistent part of this season, that there's going to be a lot of people that are going to look at the schedule and say, we're not going to be able to find out how good this team is until and unless they make the playoffs. That's what I think we're looking at tangibly because of their schedule.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of people are looking at the schedule as hard as you are, to be honest. Like, sure, who they play, it matters. And do they beat one of the elite teams yesterday with the way that they played? Probably not. But they played the Saints. The fact remains, Steiny, that I think that from what I've gathered from fans, there's actually a lot more excitement about this particular football team right now than there was about the 49ers 365 days ago. And that was a year in which we expected them to compete for a Super Bowl. I think there's more excitement about this team than there was heading into 2024. And I think it's because of what preceded 2024, what happened in that offseason, the way that they came out flat, and the injuries that it seems stemmed from the Super Bowl run and they couldn't shake the entire year. I mean, I think that this season, what's exciting about it and what people are missing so far if they're not enjoying these games is there is an absence of expectation. For the last 5 seasons, there has been an expectation of the San Francisco 49ers to be playing in the biggest game in the second week of February. Now, yeah, obviously the goal of this season is to, of course, win a Super Bowl. It is every single year. But that expectation is not an anvil tied to the ankle of these 49ers. There was no expectation coming into this year because they told us that they were looking to reset things, to retool, to transition and see how competitive they could be. That's why I think that people were juiced when they beat Seattle, are excited when they beat the Saints. And if they win on Sunday for their home opener at Levi's Stadium, that place is going to be rocking. So what I think we need to do as a collective is wrap our minds around the fact that there is no expectation for this 49ers team right now outside of winning a football game every single Sunday. And they have accomplished that goal twice out of 2 times.
All right, this is Christian McCaffrey on the on how he looks at the 2-0 start.
It's an awesome one, man. Anytime you get a win in the NFL, it's awesome. We were obviously down a lot of guys, had some adversity come up, but offense, defense, special teams to close that game out the way we did was awesome. I think there's obviously always room for improvement, but overall the win column being 2-0 right now is awesome. So headed back on that plane will feel much better.
All right, that was Christian McCaffrey after that win yesterday, and that's kind of what I mean. They that team in that locker room, I get the sense is starting to feels pretty good about being 2-0, no matter how it all came down.
Yeah, I mean they didn't start 2-0 last year.
No, they didn't. What did they start last year? They beat the Jets, and then they lost to somebody. I can't remember who game 2 was, but 888-957-95.
They lost to the Vikings.
Oh, that's right.
And Sam Darnold took their lunch.
That's right. And that was a game where the Niners were actually kind of fortunate to be as close as they were.
Yeah, they got dominated in that game.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. 49er fans, your team's 2-0. How are you feeling after 2 wins, both on the road, one against a division opponent, both of them 1-score games? I mean, if you look at it like that and compare it with a year ago, I mean, they are already ahead of the game. And last year, they lost a lot of 1-score games. And this year, they've had 2 now opportunities, Evan, where week 1, they got a score and a hold, and then yesterday, they ended up getting two holds late where the New Orleans Saints had an opportunity for a game-winning drive. And the 49ers held on. And they're 2-0 with 2 road games under their belt.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that second-to-last drive in particular was really impressive because, I mean, you pin them deep, but they didn't go anywhere. I mean, it was a quick 3-and-out, and they bottled a Kamara immediately. They rolled Rattler out and forced an incompletion, and then they got him off the field. And then on that final drive, though Rattler made some nice throws, and I don't know about you, Steiny. I don't think they were ever threatening the way that maybe you felt like Seattle was after that big play to Jackson Smith and Jigba down the stretch of the game, preceding the Bosa sack. But it just felt like they needed to make one play. And to me, that play, I know that Bryce Huff on 4th down beat his man just like a drum. I mean, he exploded off the line like a cannon. But the play that was right before it, that Fred Warner made on Juwan
Jones?
No. Sorry. Johnson, I think. The one where he was blanketing him, that to me was an incredibly impressive play. Like, Johnson is one of the better tight ends in terms of catching the ball, although he had 2 drops in that game that hit him inexplicably in the chest. But I think he showed that on the touchdown catch that he made, why he is as good and why he gets the ball as much as he does. And Fred Warner ran step for step with him. So Fred Warner is not a guy that just plays inside the box, is going to tackle and make plays like he did against Kamara, punching that ball out and recovering it, but can also run stride for stride with any tight end in the league. I thought that was a play that really kind of took the heart out of the Saints because that was supposed to be a bread and butter first down.
This is Fred Warner on the final drive, and Bryce Huff coming up big.
Yeah, no, I think the biggest thing in those moments is, man, nobody has to be Superman. They're the ones that got to be Superman in those moments, right? They're the ones that got to try to chunk us down the field all the way to eventually score a touchdown. You know, it's not even, they weren't even trying to, it's not a field goal situation. They're trying to get a touchdown, right? So all the pressure's on them. Let them catch those 3, 4, 5 yard catches. Make him play quarterback. It's a young quarterback. We have tons of respect for Spencer Rattler, right? We spoke on that before the week, but for a young player, it's hard for him to really dice a defense, you know, as talented as ours, to really go all the way down the field, and especially without a run game. I think the run game throughout the game allowed them to continue drives, and obviously silly penalties kept them in the game on some of those drives, but you know, we made the plays when we needed them, and so happy for Bryce, man. That was such a big play at the end, and always find a way.
All right, that was Fred Warner talking about the big stops down the stretch, and
yeah, I disagree with him on one thing.
Oh,
so he said we don't have to be Superman. I disagree.
Really?
Fred Warner is Superman. Like that play he made on Alvin Kamara to punch that ball out. That's a Superman-like play. He had 11 tackles. He made that last pass defense against Juwan Johnson. Like, those are Superman-type plays. And to me, Fred Warner he's hands down the best middle linebacker in football. But for much of last season, Steiny, we saw him play with a broken ankle and still make some pretty incredible plays. You know, the first 2 weeks of the season, I think more so against New Orleans and Seattle, you saw how good Fred Warner can be when he's at 100%. And it's one of the reasons why this Niners defense is at the level it is already, because clearly when he's at his best, he makes everyone else's job so much easier. And it's like, sometimes I feel, you know, if you're a fan watching your team against the Niners, the one thing you don't want is the ball near number 54, because he might punch it out, he might knock it away, he might tackle you for a loss, or he might pick it off. And so Fred Warner, to me, as much as he's trying to play humble and give credit to the rest of his guys, like, he is Superman.
Yeah, I mean, I think you get what he was saying, though. And that is, if we all stay solid, we should be able to keep them out of the end zone. You know what I mean? Because it's Spencer Rattler.
He also threw 3 touchdowns yesterday.
No, he did.
Spencer Rattler.
No, and Fred Warner is an unbelievable player. I think, you know, he's talking about let's us not make a mistake, on one of these last drives. Let's make them make a bunch of plays, and they weren't able to on 2 consecutive possessions. Let's go to Kevin. Kevin's in Sonoma. Hey, Kevin, what's going on, man?
Hey, guys, how's it going?
Going well.
Hey, I love the start, 2-0.
Yeah.
You know, I believe that instead of saying we should make the playoffs, I think we should just take one game at a time. I know you guys talking about Fred Warner being a Superman, but playing every year takes a little wear and tear on the body. I believe even since Purdy came, a lot of these guys aged a lot of bits after all these years. But anyway, as far as last year, when we won 6 games, I know for a fact that at least 2 or 3 of those games we lost because of Moody. I also know there was a couple of games we might have lost because of penalties and maybe interceptions. So if you add about 4 or 5 games from last year, we would have had at least 10 wins. So I just still think we should just take one day at a time, and especially just try to win our division, and next week will be a good test at home. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Kevin. Appreciate the call. Don't forget, you can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Stream your local NFL game live every Sunday, all season long, starting at just $30 for your first year. That's like $2.50 a month. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. There you have it. From the last caller, talking about Fred Warner. What do you think of Nick Bosa's game, Evan?
I thought he was good again. I mean, I thought in the first half Nick Bosa was all over the field. And he made, I think it was the second to last drive where he got that sack. And so now he's got a couple of important ones in big moments. But I thought yesterday you saw kind of a glimpse as to what Bosa along with Mykel Williams could be together. Williams didn't play very well against Seattle, but I thought he looked a lot better yesterday. And if you have a couple of edge guys that are putting pressure on the quarterback or making things difficult for, opponents, like that's kind of the vision, And it's the Saints, and it's a football team that is certainly not in the upper echelon. But if Nick Bosa and Mykel Williams are getting to the quarterback, I do think it makes this defense a lot scarier than I thought.
Yeah, I think the defense has been good. I mean, especially when you figure that the goal is for them to get better over the course of the season with their young players. I'd be encouraged about the defense right now of the San Francisco 49ers. Offensively, I mean, I think you take what you've been given, considering that you've had a lot of injuries on offense, and he scored 26 points on the road, not bad, and now you're 2-0. This is Christian McCaffrey on the confidence that the 49ers had in Mac Jones going into that game yesterday.
I didn't tell him anything. Mac's played a lot of football games. He's won a lot of games. He's been in that position before, and we all had full confidence in him. He had confidence in us, and I love the way he plays. He plays with so much swagger. He gives it his all. He's so loose on the sideline and a great leader. So, with a guy like Brock down and having Mac come in and step up like that was awesome.
I mean, it does feel like this is probably one of their better backup quarterbacks. This is why you get a backup quarterback. He's probably going to play 3 or 4 games, and can he win 2 or 3 of them, Evan?
Well, or he only has to play the next one, and if Brock Purdy's healthy. We don't know how long Brock Purdy's going to be out, but do you feel better about their chances to win on Sunday after seeing what Mac Jones did to to New Orleans?
Yeah, I do, and I feel like Kyle Shanahan has no problem coaching a Mac Jones quarterback team. Like, he didn't look like a backup quarterback. Without comparing him to Purdy, Evan, they moved the ball. They didn't run it great, but they moved it through the air. Like, that didn't look like a backup quarterback playing. It looked like a pretty good quarterback playing in the NFL.
Well, look, I mean, the Saints are a part of it for sure, but I also think that that's why you went out and got Mac Jones.
Yep.
You moved on from Brandon Allen. You didn't want, for whatever reason, Kyle Shanahan just didn't display a level of confidence in Josh Dobbs, and even though he's probably a more dynamic quarterback. But that's why Mac Jones is here, and those 2 quarterbacks from last season are not, because Kyle Shanahan clearly feels like with Mac Jones there isn't as deep of a drop off, and he threw 3 touchdowns yesterday. I thought Mac Jones looked pretty good. Now, he also had some plays where he threw the ball into the 3rd row, and I think it was in the first drive of the second half where it was like a 3rd and 10, 3rd and 11. He had Ricky Pearsall wide open, deep, and he just overthrew him by 5 yards. It didn't matter because there was a flag on the Saints. They ended up getting a field goal on that drive. But, he wasn't perfect. That's a missed touchdown. So that's where you look a little more like a backup quarterback, but can you do enough to help this team win? And I thought that Mac Jones that's all you can ask for from him, especially with some of the injuries that happened during the game. Your guard goes down. I know Juszczyk is not as much of a weapon, but he gets hurt. So, Kendrick Bourne caught 3 catches yesterday. He was signed off the street 5 days ago.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
No, I think the 49ers, they have started the season exactly like they wanted to start the season. And if you look at it from a big picture, they've had some injuries already early in the season, and they're still 2-0. So the big picture to me is that the season's off to a fantastic start. Now, nobody's saying that this is going to be a 14-win team, but the way I look at it is the season has gotten off to the kind of start it needs to get off to set the table for a successful season. And if you're thinking that the 49ers haven't played great or, the Saints stink, you might be right. But they're 2-0, and that was the number one goal of this team coming into the season. 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by Alameda County.
Ready for a career that matters? Alameda County is hiring now for positions across multiple departments with flexible schedules, unbeatable benefits, and excellent wages. Explore open positions. Apply today at acjobs.org. That's acjobs.org. Alameda County, our community, your purpose.
He sees things others don't see.
Purdy just executes what he's asked to execute at a really high level.
He spends hours and hours in the film room to find the nuggets.
He has way better mobility than people might think, and we've seen that a number of times, but he just knows how to play the position innately.
He's Greg Cosell from NFL Films, and he's on every Wednesday with Willard and Dibs.
Greg freaking Cosell right there.
We are the Bay Area's football station, 95.7. The Game.
Here we go.
Count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
This is incredible.
Watch your local NFL game live all season long.
And he's in for a touchdown.
Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Score big by saving lives with Stanford Blood Center. Donate blood between September 1st through the 30th and be automatically entered for a chance to win 2 club-level seats to the ultimate Sunday night showdown. San Francisco versus Atlanta at Levi Stadium. It's your chance to make a difference and experience the game like never before from premium seats with an unbeatable view. Every donation helps patients in need and brings you one step closer to the end zone. Learn more at StanfordBloodCenter.org/touchdown.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/sports. openphone.com/SPORTS.
Coming to Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sales event September 26th through the 28th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same day or next day delivery, or order online and pick it up in store. Kills primers, pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
And now, your Live Nation lineup.
Ice Cube at Oakland Arena, September 25th.
Back to the criminal set. I leave clue after clue.
Thomas Rhett at Shoreline Amphitheater, September 27th. Keith Sweat at Paramount Theater, October 4th. That was your Live Nation lineup.
For tickets and info, hit up livenation.com.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tulsa is my home now.
Academy Award nominee Sylvester Stallone stars in the Paramount Plus original series, Tulsa King.
This distillery is a very interesting business. We gotta know the enemy.
From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Landman.
What are you saying? If you think you're gonna take me out, it's gonna be really difficult.
Tulsa King, new season streaming September 21st, exclusively on Paramount Plus.
O'Reilly. Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
The Berkeley Marina, 59 degrees and hazy.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Strip sack last week to salt it away. He's got his second sack of the season to force the punt team on.
Hey, it's Joe Shasky, and football season is here. And you know what that means. It means Baldy, Brian Baldinger, every Tuesday, 7:30, all season long. Now back to Steiny and Goo. Yo, Steiny, get off the fence, Humpty Dumpty, and start spitting some of that real.
All righty. Thanks, Joe. Appreciate that. And Mac Jones leads the 49ers to a win yesterday in New Orleans, 26-21. He said he was a little nervous. Take a listen. We can jump into this.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's just like not making it bigger than it is, and like sometimes when you have them, like you fight them, but like you can't really do that. You just got to let them come and figure out how to work through it, and a lot of it's just breathing and slowing down your pulse. And obviously worked on that this offseason, and got to continue to grow in that area, but. Really, the guys around me, like Trent, came up to me. He's like, "You're good, dude. Just go out there and hoop." And I was like, "I got you. I can go hoop." And then once he said that, I was like, "All right, let's play ball." So that was kind of cool.
That was Mac Jones talking a little bit about some nerves early in the game, and Trent Williams saying, "Just go out and hoop."
Yeah, I mean, I think he looked nervous, right?
A little bit.
That first drive.
Yeah.
But I don't know if it was Trent. I don't know if it was him just settling in and remembering that like he's been an NFL quarterback before. He's won games. He's quarterbacked a team to the playoffs. Like, he was a national champion in college. I mean, this is what he does. So, it's like, I'm looking around the league, though, Steiny, and I think it's interesting that Kyle Shanahan finally realized, like, how important a backup quarterback. You see how many guys are going down left and right?
Burrow went down.
J.J. McCarthy just got ruled out.
Yes.
And they play each other next week, I think.
Jaden
Daniels is also he's questionable for next week's game against the Raiders, right? So he got hurt. And teams need backup quarterbacks. I know it's crazy, but Mac Jones is probably, I don't know, one of the better ones out there.
You would think so. But even if he's not the best backup quarterback out there, I get the sense that he's the one that Kyle Shanahan would want to be his backup quarterback. It does seem like there's a fit there. It does feel like he's got some similarities to Brock Purdy. The mobility accepted a little bit there. But, I mean, Mac Jones just started the second game of the season for the 49ers and has been a backup on this team for less than a year and perform that way, like that's pretty encouraging. It's not like he's been a backup for Purdy for a few years. And they just signed him this offseason, and he played very well as a backup in week 2, and that's got to be really encouraging for 49er fans.
Well, if you have to have Mac Jones as your quarterback for a long time, but I don't expect him to be on the field for that much longer. You know, he was forced into action, and that's why you brought him in. I don't think anybody had in week 2 Mac Jones starting on their bingo card, but if he's in, I mean, they were still favored in that game. Like, that was a game that I expected them to still win. And so the fact that he went out and did it, it's huge for the Niners. If they make the playoffs this year, that's a big piece of it now. The fact that Mac Jones stepped in, and with a backup quarterback, you still took a step towards either a wild card berth or potentially winning the division.
888-957-9570. If I'd ask 49er fans, best part of that win yesterday. What was the best part of that win yesterday? And I think there's a lot to choose from. I mean, to me, this team seems like it's, and maybe it's just because of the outcome of the first 2 games, but it does feel like they're more together this year. I'm not saying they weren't together last year, but I do think the offseason last year kind of took its toll on the team, and I'm not sure how ready they were at the start of the season, but it does feel like they had a sense this year of what they wanted to accomplish the first few weeks of the season. And I feel like they've taken the first 2 weeks very seriously, and the fact that they've gotten wins in both those games is something that is making Warner and Bosa and the veterans feel like, I almost feel like they put an emphasis on these first couple games, knowing that if they could, play well and come out with some wins, that it's going to set the table for an overall successful season. Especially now, where they expect to get healthier as the season moves along.
Well, doesn't this feed into your theory from last year that the offseason is one of the biggest reasons why the season didn't go well? I mean, they dealt with injuries last year. A bigger one was McCaffrey, but, I mean, you lost your quarterback and you still won a game. So I don't know. I mean, do you feel better about chemistry being a major component to this year's group compared to last?
You know what? I don't know if it's chemistry, but I think there's something about this team where they're fresher mentally. I really do. Like, they had 2 great years. They didn't get it done. Then everything fell apart last year. And I just think that guys like Warner and maybe McCaffrey, Bosa, like they all know that this is a big year. Nobody wants to miss the playoffs 2 years in a row. The only way that they can prove that last year was an anomaly is if they get back to the postseason this year. I feel like their veterans have a real serious commitment to this season. Like last year, I feel like there might have been a little too much emphasis on the individuals in that offseason. I feel like the emphasis right now with this team is on the team. And that's all. That's what most people are signifying is important this year. The team, not so much whatever their contract situation or what they hope to accomplish in the offseason before they started playing games.
Well, they also got all the contracts done pretty early. I mean, I do think that someone like Jawan Jennings deserves a lot of credit after his performance yesterday, because he was the one guy who was, I don't know if it's holding out or holding in, whatever you want to call it, but he didn't practice because he was trying to get some more money, took a prove-it deal with more incentives, and as opposed to Ayuk, who did not play very well the first few weeks of the season, Jawan Jennings was their leading receiver yesterday. He made maybe the biggest touchdown catch of the game, and I think so far has been able to put some of those contract disputes behind him.
Yeah, I think they're behind him. I don't think anybody's begrudging him anything there. And when you have a game like yesterday, people tend to forget the offseason. This is Mac Jones on that touchdown pass to Juwan Jennings that made it a 26-14 49er lead.
Yeah, I mean, Kyle, that's one of Kyle's favorite plays, and we always have it in the game plan, and they gave us a different look than what we were kind of thinking, and Juwan just had a drive-by and just caught it, and I just looked to the left a little bit, moved the backer, and then threw it, and then he took it to the house. But he did a great job, obviously playing through some stuff, and love those guys' effort and energy out there today.
All right, that's Mac Jones on the Juwan Jennings touchdown pass. Would Jennings have 4 or 5 catches for 90-plus yards? He was very good yesterday, and Christian McCaffrey got it done. And I think Kyle Shanahan alluded to it, Evan, and I think it's been easily traceable the first 2 games. They're getting a lot of contributions out of a lot of different guys. And now that's 2 weeks in a row. And that's the part that Shanahan, I think, is most pleased about. That not only they're hurt, they're winning, and then some of their young players are chipping in, and then some of their role players are doing what they need to do also. So I don't see one aspect of the 49ers that's standing out or a significant weakness at this point. Obviously, we'll talk about the special teams as the season goes on, but heck, that was even kind of a bright spot yesterday too. So can they play better? Yeah, but I think Kyle Shanahan looks at that game yesterday and says, I thought the offense was pretty good, I thought the defense was pretty good, and I thought special teams was pretty good.
I mean, isn't that why people say injuries aren't an excuse?
One of the reasons, absolutely. Yeah.
I mean, we went down the list last week, right? We talked about how this has been one of the most injured teams in football. And Kyle Shanahan's sort of the common denominator of it all. His teams generally get hurt more than other teams. But those teams have also been wildly successful. I mean, they've accomplished everything outside of winning a Super Bowl. So in years where they're a top 5 or top 6 injured group, they've still found ways to not just get to the postseason, but win multiple playoff games. And maybe it's just because last year they got, so banged up and they were losing games left and right, close ones, blowouts, all the rest. We just kind of forgot how much Kyle Shanahan can get out of a team that's hurt, and especially 2 years ago, a team that's not hurt. So, I think watching the game yesterday, it was also a reminder of just why Shanahan never makes excuses for injuries. Or he doesn't really give him much credence, which is frustrating at times, but hell, it's like, the guy is still winning football games.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM and HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. 49ers up their record to 2-0 with a 26-21 win over the New Orleans Saints. And one way to look at it also, Evan, is good thing they're 2-0 because everybody else in the division is winning other than the team you beat last week. So that's one reason why a 2-0 start is pretty important.
Yeah. You're right. The NFC West is right now the best division in football between the 4 teams. They got 3 undefeateds.
Yeah, they could, in theory, you don't win these 2 games, you're kind of behind the 8 ball early if you're playing the Arizona Cardinals and Rams, and you might have to play both those teams without your starting quarterback. It's like, hey, 2-0 is big that you're at, that this is where you are after 2 games. Especially in light of who your next 2 opponents are and the fact that you're probably going to use a backup. Let's go to the Samoan Niner in San Leandro. What's going on, Samoan Niner?
Hey, thanks for taking my call, fellas. How you doing, Steiny, Evan?
Doing well, thank you.
What's up?
I think going into this season, I think it was very vital that we brought in coaches like Robert Saleh, hell, even Gus Bradley. And I think it was even big that Kyle Shanahan decided to give the offensive – I know Kyle probably still helps with play calling duties, but just him having Clay Kubiak to help call the offense, I think with the amount of turnover that we saw going into the season, having those coaches to lead a lot of these young players was very important. And we're starting to see these young players, flourish with Upton Stout. I thought Michael Williams had made some plays yesterday. And it's important to have these coaches because with all of these rookies that came in, there will be growing pains. And along with these growing pains, it's going to take these gritty wins. So these 2 wins, I think, are definitely building blocks going forward. And I think the Niners are in very good hands. Thanks for taking my call, fellas.
Yeah, appreciate it. I'm with you. The 49ers, they have new personnel. They got a backup court. Just specifically as it relates to their offense, they might have to be gritty the first 4 or 5 weeks. They're probably not going to put up a ton of points with a backup, with the guys that they have out. So,
they scored more points in this game than they did in week 1.
Yeah, I know. But what I'm saying is I looked at yesterday's game kind of as a gritty game, a 1-score game where you're going to have to get a hold late, maybe get a score late. And the first 2 games, I do feel like the 49ers have displayed a grittiness or a togetherness or a cohesiveness that they didn't start last season with.
Yeah, I think that losing the Super Bowl probably has something to do with that. And this year, I think that they have the chip on their shoulder of being a team that missed the postseason. With every win, they get closer and closer to proving that last year was just a blip on the radar. And that last year was just a product of injury. It's kind of like what happened in 2020, right? So 2020, they were the most injured team in football. Garoppolo, Bosa, a lot of guys get hurt at key positions, and they stink. And the next year, they're right back in the NFC Championship game. Now, they didn't start that year very well. I think they were 3-4. But the fact remains that Shanahan, since he's sort of rebuilt this franchise, right, has had 2 down years, 2020 and then last season. And the first time, they just bounced right back. And in fact, they went to 3 straight NFC Championship games. I was skeptical that they could do that because I think this is a different group. A lot of those players from the Super Bowl team were still there. They moved on from guys. But maybe it is, Steiny. Maybe last year is just a complete anomaly.
It's looking like that now. But again, it's early. And, I would just, if I'm a Niner fan, I'd be feeling pretty good about a lot of what I'm seeing. And this is the part. There's going to be a lot of pushback because of the schedule. But anytime you go in to, if you get a backup quarterback to win on the road, I think you take that 9 out of 9 times.
Why not 10 out of 10?
Because I was going to go 9 out of 10, and I thought, you'd probably take it even more than 90% of the time. I think when a backup quarterback throws 3 touchdowns and no picks, that's probably a game you take 10 out of 10 times or 9 out of 9.
He was 270 with 3 touchdowns.
Did he? I'm trying to think of his closest call with an interception. Was there anything close? Because I remember last week we were talking about Purdy. He could have had a couple more interceptions. I don't remember Mac Jones getting away with anything yesterday. It felt like he was pretty accurate, and the balls that were incomplete were just incomplete.
Well, again, he made some bad throws, but I don't think he didn't put the ball in harm's way from my recollection. And I also don't think that he also put his receivers in harm's way. There weren't any hospital balls, which sometimes the backup quarterbacks, it feels like you're just a little bit off. In fact, there was actually a couple times where it felt like drops hurt the Niners. There was a big drop on the last drive before they got the stand to sink the Saints, I think it was like a 3rd and short, and he put a pretty good ball between 2 defenders to Juwan Jennings, and he dropped the ball. So his day it could have been a lot better. That's all you can ask for. For Mac Jones to step in and win this football game, I think through 2 weeks, you already have a lot of confidence because of how you won those games. But the fact that they've had so many players step up and not just play well, but help the team win, that's something that I don't really know if you can quantify.
Well, I hear you. And the other thing is, if you look at this team, the defense has a lot of new faces. We know that. The quarterback's hurt. The Ayuk's hurt. For them to be 2-, this is kind of what I mean, and this is just a hunch, but it's kind of what I'm seeing with Warner and Bosa. I do feel like they are really emphasizing getting off to a good start, trying to stack wins, and not giving in just because they're banged up early in the season. You know what I mean? They're not. It feels like they know they've got some key injuries, but they're just not going to allow that to be the reason that they don't have a successful season. I really feel like their veterans this year are in a different mindset than they were last year, coming off losing that Super Bowl. It feels like they're more energetic, feels like they have more of a commitment to getting back on top, and it feels like they're just fresher. They're fresher, not having come back to training camp after a stunning Super Bowl loss. Well,
yeah, they didn't play an extra month of football, which helps. And some of those guys actually got shut down late in the season. I don't know if it's that they're fresher. I think they're prideful. I mean, this is the San Francisco 49ers. They're accustomed to playing meaningful, important games. The Warners, the Bosas, the Kittles, the McCaffreys, the Trent Williams, these guys have been around for a ton of big games, and last year stunk. I mean, I remember it was Fred Warner last year, listening to him in the locker room post-game, he sounded at a loss for words. He could not figure out why this team was unable to win games, close games. And so I don't know if it's emphasizing getting off to a better start. I think they just probably believe that last year was a complete anomaly. And so far this year, they've proven that they may be correct. But it's not just the stars, Steiny. I mean, the biggest play on offense in week 1 was made by a guy who had not caught a football in the NFL before, Jake Tonjes, who wasn't heard from a whole lot in week 2, but he made the biggest play of the game in week 1. So I don't know if it's that maybe the veterans are stepping more into leadership roles. I don't know. But what it appears is that this football team certainly has a different level of confidence that they're going to get contributions from every single person on the roster more than they did last year.
Why was Fred Warner so emotional after that game yesterday? That's what I'm trying to figure out, because he was very wound up after that game, and it feels like it felt like there was more going on yesterday than just a game in New Orleans against the Saints, and maybe it had to do with the fact that they were playing in front of a lot of 49er fans, and this is where's the one?
Yeah, right over there?
Yeah, I'm looking at the Shanahan was comparing that game to when they came down 3 or 4 years ago. Remember when Kittle made the great play in that 48-46 game?
In 2019?
Yeah. A lot of guys reference that. But I'm just wondering I thought Warner was super, super excited after that game. And I'm just wondering if there is something, what is this extra thing going on if that's what's actually going on?
Wait, what?
He was in tears. Fred Warner was in tears after that game. He was really emotional. I'm just wondering why.
Because it was a big win for him. I mean, you won a game with your backup quarterback. You won a game in which you didn't have Kittle. You're already without Ayuk. You lost 2 guys during the game. I just think that for whatever reason, Fred Warner, it's, you know, like when he's emotional, that's just it is strange, but it's because this is a different season. And I got to give him credit. Like, if you had told me that they'd gone through all they did, I wouldn't have them at 2-0 after 2 weeks, would you?
You mean after all the injuries and stuff?
Yeah, and not having their quarterback. Like, I thought that either they would lose in Seattle or potentially with a backup quarterback on the road. Like, I didn't have them at 2-0 at this point.
Yeah, I don't know what I had them, but I do. Like, I thought they could go down and beat the Saints with Mac Jones. Now, the next 2 games, if Mac Jones is going to be the quarterback, you know, can you get one? Can you get one out of the next 2? But I think the way 49er fans are looking at it after Mac Jones played yesterday is that why can't you win any game you're playing if everybody's clicking on all cylinders? 888-957-9570 is the number. Your 49ers, ladies and gentlemen, are 2-0, and they've done it despite a lot of injuries. They've done it despite playing 2 games on the road, and they did it against the division rival Seattle Seahawks a week ago. How are we feeling about this start to the season? 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing deal and more for members. USDA Choice Boneless Beef Tri-Tip Roast, untrimmed twin pack, just $6.99 per pound. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath. You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked!
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. I know finding a dream engagement ring can be overwhelming, but don't worry, we got you. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond at Shane Company is truly the best of the best. Our team travels the world to see diamonds up close, in person. We handpick each one for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Diamond buying is an art. Of course, we look at cut, color, clarity, and carat, known as the 4 C's, but that's not all. We also look at how each diamond looks on a hand, where it will be worn, how it makes you feel, and if it's worthy of a Shane Company customer. That type of expertise only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. We also think about your budget. We only pick the best in each grade in all shapes and sizes. Your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
Vehicle that smacked into the guardrail.
Turn to the traffic leader, KCBS.
But word of a crash there.
Act fast. Get your new Honda Prologue before the $7,500 federal EV tax credit expires September 30th. Brought to you by your Northern California Honda dealers.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Hey, it's Bonte. Just back from a fall visit to River Islands where the schools are back in session. There are 3 top-rated K through 8th grade academies within the community, and construction just started on Academy number 4. River Islands High School students are busy in the classroom and on the sports fields of their phenomenal new campus. I don't remember high school ever looking this good. Elsewhere in Northern California's most successful lifestyle community, they're putting the final touches on another park. This one with the playground, workout areas, tennis, a splash pad, and a picnic area. The fall weather is still perfect for launching a kayak or a paddleboard off your own deck and head over to the Boathouse restaurant for lunch or dinner. More than 4,000 households have already made the move to River Islands. Today, with 15 neighborhoods priced from the $600,000 to over $1 million, there's more variety in home styles and sizes than ever before. In fact, the only thing missing at River Islands is you. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
Sponsored by Cars for Kids, the easy way to donate your car. Donate today, and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS today, or donate online at carsforkids.com. Remember, that's cars with a K.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than Saquon Barkley, the NFL's reigning leading rusher. I'm also the NFL's leading husher. Shh, hush up back there. Wow, I might have just set the hushing record. Well, almost. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Yep, no doubt about that as they find Jennings running free. Juwan Jennings going to take it in for a San Francisco touchdown. 42 yards from Jones to Jennings for 6.
Juwan Jennings.
To Steiny. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, Mac Jones to Juwan Jennings there. 42-yard touchdown pass, made it 26-14. And the 49ers were able to hang on, 26-21. They beat the New Orleans Saints and go to 2-0 behind Mac Jones, backup quarterback, 3 touchdown passes. And the defense held late. McCaffrey looking healthy. The defense looks pretty good. And this team is 2-0. And on the heels of a 6-11 season, I don't know how 49er fans can't be feeling pretty darn good about the way this season has started, Evan.
Do you think Mac Jones, did he play better than you expected yesterday?
Yes. Although, yes. But I do credit Kyle Shanahan with a chunk of that, too. It felt like the throws, like Mac Jones didn't do anything out there that looked incredible. He just made the throws he was given. Put the ball where it needed to be put. He didn't turn it over through the air. That's where I think we've got to give Kyle Shanahan the credit that he deserves for being the offensive play caller that he is. I mean, that's Kyle Shanahan there. I got to give him credit for that. And I thought it's kind of what you expect from Kyle Shanahan if he thinks he's got a competent quarterback back there, and I think he does with Mac Jones as a backup.
Yeah, well, and that's the kind of game that a lot of people come down Kyle Shanahan's road. And sure, he has he's got his stuff, right? He's sometimes a little arrogant. Sometimes he refuses to adjust. Doesn't know overtime rules in the Super Bowl. He's got his downsides, there's no doubt. But he's also someone that, I mean, that's why Goose says it all the time. He's like a quarterback whisperer. He can get the most out of a quarterback where a lot of coordinators or a lot of play callers can't. And watching yesterday, I don't think the offense looked all that much different. Mac Jones executed when he needed to. He played with backups around him. I mean, Kendrick Bourne again was signed 5 days ago and caught all 3 of his catches for 32 yards. And they didn't really skip a beat, I think, offensively. I didn't expect that. I thought that Mac Jones was going to look nervous for more of that game. I thought that he was going to put the ball in harm's way more than he did. And he played so well that it changes the way that I look at the game on Sunday against Arizona if he has to start. Mac Jones looked awesome against the Saints. And yes, I know it's New Orleans, but with how Arizona's looked through 2 weeks, Steiny, that's a game I feel like the 49ers can now win with Mac Jones.
You know who I credit for that win yesterday is, do you think they win that game without Shanahan and Saleh?
No.
I don't either. And that's where, I know that Kyle's
if Nick Sorensen is the defensive coordinator, I don't feel like they win that game yesterday.
Right. And this is, to my way of thinking, I know Kyle Shanahan's got detractors out there, but even as detractors, how can you look at that game yesterday and not say, man, Kyle Shanahan, the guy can coach offense. The guy can coach offense. You have to give him credit for, putting together an offensive game plan that allowed him to win that game yesterday. Let's go to Jan. Jan's in Mountain View. Jan, how you doing?
Oh, I'm doing fantastic.
Nice.
I'll tell you, a big shout out to Saleh for coming back, and a big shout out to Shanahan. Just what you're pointing out. The defense is coming together, and unlike the previous years. And I'll tell you another thing. Sorensen last year, when they had that Campbell that came in to try and help out, what a joke. This Winters, my goodness, he's I feel like he's going to be another Greenlaw. I mean, he was really tackling yesterday and hitting them 1, 2, 3. And another thing is that he played a little bit last year, but he should have been. I'll tell you, if Saleh was the defensive coordinator last year, he would have been in there, and that Campbell guy wouldn't have had a chance. And Mac Jones, I mean, he, like you said, he placed the ball where he should have, and he didn't turn the ball over other than that one little fumble that he had. And I feel like it was a great team effort all around, and everybody should be feeling pretty good about that win. And let's bring it on next week and keep it going. Thank you.
No, thank you, Jan. Appreciate the call. She was talking about DeAndre Campbell.
Yeah, the guy who went AWOL in the middle of a game. You know what? Okay, since we're talking about him, that is a game that yesterday, Steiny, when you say fire Kyle Shanahan, you just look stupid. You just do. Should Kyle Shanahan no longer be the head coach of the 49ers? We've talked about it. And look, we talked about it after big games. We talked about it after last offseason. when you go 6-11 and you miss the playoffs. When you suggest that, you just look dumb. He got Mac Jones to throw for 270 and 3 touchdowns. You want a road game without your backup quarterback, with your backup quarterback, with a backup tight end, with a wide receiver that wasn't on a team a week ago. You want it with a ton of rookies playing on defense, and you want it with, I know that you don't think about it, but a backup kicker. You signed Pinheiro this week, and you still won a road game in the NFL. Like, I'm sorry, that's Kyle Shanahan, and we sit up here and criticize him whenever things don't go his way and when the Niners lose. And on a day like today, you got to give him his flowers.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Nick Bosa was asked about the defense. Take a listen.
Yeah, I feel like we saved our best rush for the end. And I kicked inside and rushed the guard. And I just saw the ball flailing around. So it was good. Happy for Huff.
He's talking about the Bryce Huff play at the to seal the game.
But even that's another guy who, under a previous coordinator, I don't know if Bryce Huff is going to be good. I mean, his only super productive year in the NFL was when Robert Saleh was his head coach with New York. And that's what he's in the game for, is to get to the quarterback, and he did exactly what he was asked to do.
This from the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. Yeah, sure. And this is, and I'll fire this back at the 925 who says, yeah, sure, Kyle Shanahan can still look like a genius with a backup quarterback against the Saints. The reality is that it doesn't really matter that it was against the Saints. Backup quarterbacks don't look like that against pretty much any NFL team, whether it's the Saints or somebody else. I mean, I thought there was a chance that the 49ers offense could look really shaky after last week and the way the offensive line played and having to use Mac Jones at quarterback this week. But I feel like, he got the ball. He got rid of the ball for the most part on time. He probably kept it a little bit too long, a few plays, but I feel like he was pretty decisive. He hit the guys who were open, and yes, I give credit to Kyle Shanahan there, absolutely. And I also think he looks at Mac Jones, and there's just something about him that he's kind of Kyle's type of quarterback, smart, can be precise, executes, does what he's told, follows the game plan. They got 2 of those now with Purdy and him.
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, you're right. I think that, you look at that game, and I didn't expect Mac Jones to be as proficient as he was throwing the ball. I just didn't. And that, to me, is the Kyle Shanahan effect. It's that you basically had a player, like Brock Purdy week 1 was not as effective, and granted it was against a better Seahawks defense, but like Mac Jones put up better numbers in week 2 than Purdy did in week 1. I don't think that means anything as far as the position moving forward, but I do believe that is directly correlated to Kyle Shanahan. And Mac Jones being, sure, the kind of passer, if you want to say it, but I just feel like Kyle Shanahan might not be the best coach in the NFL, and that's not what I'm saying, but he is one of the best head coaches in the NFL, and certainly as a play caller. Like, that to me is just, it's undeniable.
I agree. I mean, I agree. And I know there's a lot of fans, 49er fans, that are, disappointed that the 49ers have lost 2 Super Bowls, and I get it, but that doesn't take away from the fact that you're absolutely right. Kyle Shanahan is a really, really, really good coach. By the way, the 49er fans, they were loud in New Orleans yesterday, and Kyle Shanahan noticed.
Oh, it's so cool. I mean, one of my favorite times in my career was 2019. How many fans we had here, how loud that game was, and then watching them on Bourbon Street after. Driving around yesterday or coming back from our walkthrough on the bus, Saturday, just seeing a bunch of groups of Niner fans walking around. So I know our guys travel well, but it seems like we travel here better. The stadium almost seemed 50-50. There was times we didn't have to do the silent cadence during the game, which was unusual. And then you can hear our guys at the end. So I'm going to be happier with our fans. It was pretty cool.
All right. Niner fans travel.
What was that?
Why?
What was that, Pasta?
What was that?
He said Bourbon Street.
Well, didn't he? Can I listen? They leave right after the game, right?
Yeah, they didn't go to Bourbon Street, but the fans did.
But how did he know that they did?
He said he was driving around.
I'm going to listen to it again.
Oh, it's so cool. I mean, one of my favorite times in my career was 2019. How many fans we had here, how loud that game was, and then watching them on Bourbon Street after. Driving around yesterday or coming back from our walkthrough on the bus Saturday, just seeing a bunch of groups of Niner fans walking around. So I know our guys travel well, but it seems like we travel here better. The stadium almost seemed 50-50. There was times we didn't have to do the silent cadence during the game, which was unusual. And then you can hear our guys at the end. So I'm going to be happier with our fans. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, see what I mean? Maybe they stayed in the Big Easy after that win in 19. What was he doing on Bourbon Street after the game?
I mean,
got to get to the bottom of that.
I'm not a doctor, so.
Kyle Shanahan's not on Bourbon Street. Maybe he had a couple friends who were, though.
Possibly.
I mean,
I think it's safe to assume, Steiny, that if you're in New Orleans, at one point or the other, you're going to be on Bourbon Street. So you saw a lot of Niners fans, and yeah, they're out there to have a good time. They beat the Saints in a close game. And 2019 was a lot more competitive than this one.
Yeah, and I got to believe that New Orleans is a place where most opposing fan bases show up in large numbers. New Orleans, Vegas now are probably the ideal destination for the opposing team when they play the Saints. Everybody loves New Orleans. By the way, Evan, you had texted me over the weekend. I didn't get back to you. Tulane, they beat Duke 34-27.
Oh, congratulations.
Yeah, Darian Menses came back to Tulane, and Tulane put a whooping on them. We're 3-0 now. And don't let the 34-27 score fool you.
So you only won by a touchdown.
Nah, Duke scored on their last two possessions. We had our Scribbies in, and we didn't really, you know what I mean.
Where was the game?
Oh, it was at Ullman Stadium.
Oh, so it was a home game.
Yes.
Yeah, a little bit easier of an environment.
Yeah, but we made it really tough on Darian Mensah. Mm-hmm. By the way, did you see Retzlaff?
Oh, he made it easy on himself. I think he took like $8 million.
Yeah. Did you see Retzlaff?
Steiny, I don't know who Retzlaff is.
He's our quarterback. He had 3 rushing touchdowns in the first half.
Who's our?
Tulane. That's my team. Yeah, I can say we. If you pay tuition, you can say we.
That's actually a good point.
Yes. Nice win for Tulane. Thank you, Risotto. Appreciate it. Gosh. You know, still working on my headset here.
What do you
kind of? I need Tim Jordan.
You know, I think it's funny that we got new microphones specifically to prevent you from moving them around and adjusting them at every single second.
Yeah.
And you know what? You still found a way.
Well, here's the thing. Tim Jordan's got to get on this too.
On what?
That.
How about you turn off the mic when you move it, Steiny, and that way we don't hear creaking. It's like we're living in a haunted house back here.
We need some WD-40.
You can just turn it off.
Well, no, because listen.
Yeah, but the audience can't hear the creaking.
I think they can hear it through your mic there. Okay. Mac Jones. When did he talk about the nerves early?
Yeah, really, I've worked a lot on my mindset this offseason, and obviously when you're having your first start, you're going to have a couple nerves, but just working through those, and once I finally got into a rhythm, and I felt like the line did a great job blocking for me, and when they do that, I know I can sit in there and let it fly. So definitely things to clean up, but really proud of the guys at defense, special teams, and I definitely had a plan coming in, and I'm going to learn from the mistakes I made and then fix them, you know, and that's all you can do. You got to start somewhere. So
you got to look long and hard to find his mistakes. Just one measly turnover.
Well, the fumble, yeah, but no, he made mistakes in the game. I mean, he missed receivers. There was a couple balls that were behind guys. Like But that happens. I mean, the fact is he made the plays when he needs to. And I thought, like the touchdown pass to Jawan Jennings was a Kyle Shanahan special, and he put it right where he needed to. Jawan was in stride, and there wasn't anybody around him. Like, he was wide open, and some of that could be on the Saints' defense. I think a lot of it was Shanahan dialed up the right play at the right time, and Mac Jones put it on him.
He was untouched. Like, he didn't get touched. So, to me, that's the biggest indication that he not only was wide open, he schemed him open, and nobody was even able to lay a hand on him after the catch. And that, of course, put the Niners up 26-14. And they'd go on to win that game 26-21. 888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers, they're now 2-0 after their second consecutive win on the road. And now next week they come home for their home opener against the Cardinals, who are 2-0. After that, it's the Rams, who are also 2-0 right now. So it looks like the
Jacksonville
NFC...
week 4. Jacksonville week 4, LA week 5.
Oh, that's right.
LA
that's
week
right,
5.
because they have 2 straight home games, and then they go to the Rams for week
Well, that'll
week
be a home
5.
game, too. Niners fans travel well, especially when it's to LA. It'll be red. Don't worry.
Yeah, I think 49er fans travel. There's no doubt about it. More Mac Jones, and this is his mindset during the game. Take a listen.
Honestly, just like the first series, I just felt like I could have done a better job starting and finishing, to be honest. And then everything in between, like I felt like pretty rhythmic and stuff. But I know there's going to be things I missed on tape, like I already know. And like Mick Lombardi did a good job on the sideline. He's like, just stay in it, you're good. Like, we're going to win this. And he knows me really well, so like he knows I need to be like tunnel vision and just focus on my job and let everything else take care of itself.
Mac Jones, 1-0 as a starter for the San Francisco 49ers. What you think of the play Fred Warner made on the Kamara fumble? Did you think it was a fumble in real time?
I did.
Did
yeah.
you?
Well, actually, I thought it might have been an interception, just like watching the way that he kind of tumbled over and took the ball, and then you realize once it hit the ground that, yeah, that was like that ball was live. But that's Fred Warner.
I know.
Like, it seems like anytime he's around the ball, he's so good at punching it out. He did that. I think it might have been week 2 against Minnesota last year. But that kind of peanut punch is, it doesn't matter where he is on the field. Every ball is, it might be Fred Warner's if he's around it.
Yeah, and that play there happened around midfield, and that's the turnover that ended up turning into a Jawan Jennings touchdown that put the 49ers up 12.
Kamara was gashing him, though.
Yeah, 99 yards. I thought the Saints ran the ball well. They moved the ball fairly well, but the Niners kind of bent, didn't break, and they were able to. The one thing that I think is nice, Evan, is they've got a lot of younger players on that defense, and now they've come out of the first 2 games with the win, and the defense has been really solid. Like, I feel like this is exactly what Robert Saleh was talking about before they ever played a game, and that is to kind of establish who they are early in the year and then get better over the course of a season and then see where they are late in the year.
Yeah, I think the Saints offense posed a different challenge than the one in Seattle. I also think that the fact that the Niners, didn't control time of possession as dominantly as they did against the Seahawks, it probably made it a little tougher for the defense because they weren't as fresh. Time of possession was just about even. Niners won it slightly, but the Saints had 120 rushing yards. They were 4.6 on the ground. So it wasn't like they didn't run the ball effectively. I think they basically just banked on Rattler not being able to make enough plays. And he also didn't get help from a few of his receivers. Johnson had a couple drops, really easy ones, just like inexplicable. But I think the Saints offense through the air, the Niners figured they were not going to be able to make enough plays to beat them, and that's exactly what happened.
888-957-9570 is the number. 49er fans, what's your enthusiasm level after that game yesterday? 26-21. You're 2-0. Your quarterback's banged up. You've had some injuries. You're coming off a 6-11 season. You're 2-0 now. It feels like there's, two schools of thought. One is a lot of fans excited, and why not? And then it also feels like some other fans, maybe you're expecting even more out of this team. But my question is, they're 2-0, and they just beat the Saints yesterday with Mac Jones. What's your enthusiasm level right now for the San Francisco 49ers after a disappointing year last year? 888-957-9570. That segment was brought to you by Moderna.
mNEXSpike COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
There is nothing like a Monster Monday. Are you ready for some football? The day after every 49ers game, we're there for the faithful. CFC! Football, and more football.
Hit him on the face, enjoy it while you do it, and laugh in their face as you do it.
There's no other place to be the day after every single game.
95.7 The Game.
Do you often worry you left the garage door open? With a LiftMaster garage door opener powered by MyQ, you'll never worry again. You can control, secure, and monitor your garage from your smartphone anytime, from anywhere through the MyQ app. As an authorized LiftMaster dealer, Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation has smart openers designed for your needs, including belt drive motors for ultra-quiet operation, integrated camera for live video, streaming, and battery backup to let you in when the power is out. Trust Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation for top-notch service and unbeatable reliability. Whether you need a quick fix, a complete replacement, or a brand new installation for your garage door or garage door opener, our skilled technicians are here to get the job done right. With competitive prices, a commitment to quality, and diamond certification, Aces has you covered. Call today at 855-588-2237 or visit acegd.com. That's acegd.com. Aces Garage Door Repair and Installation, where your garage door is our priority.
Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Nobody gonna slow me down.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/sports. openphone.com/SPORTS.
Come into Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sales event September 26th through the 28th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Join Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings at Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale every 49ers home game this season for our special pregame live broadcast. Plus, we'll have games, prizes, great food, and shuttles to and from Levi's Stadium. For more information, visit 957thegame.com.
Rattler, pressure on first down, in some trouble, down he goes! Upton Stout, the rookie from Western Kentucky with his first NFL sack.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Fox Sports. Spencer Rattler. He wasn't bad. He wasn't bad. Not as good as Mac Jones.
Well, the 49ers coming in, I thought that Mac Jones was a better quarterback than Rattler.
Let me ask you this, Evan. What's been the most reassuring part of the 2-0 start for the Niners? The most reassuring. And I'll pull a Guru. Here's mine.
Okay.
I think we got to feel pretty good about where McCaffrey is. Don't we?
Well, he's been on the field.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Well, you said he wasn't going to make it, and the moment he gets hurt, we shouldn't be surprised because he's old, right? So.
No, I don't know that he's not going to make it. I think that he looks pretty good, though. And after where we were 2 Thursdays ago, he may get hurt, but running backs get hurt. I don't think, like last year, it feels like it's behind him. He looks like he's pretty much his old self. You don't want to give him the ball 31 times, but what do you have? 19? That's a nice number. So he's got 50 touches in 2 games. I got to be for the guy who everybody said might be the most important player on the team. I'm excited about where McCaffrey is right now. You look a little more measured.
Well, that's what I am. It's a good word to describe me. You think McCaffrey looks like McCaffrey of old?
Like 85%.
Like 2 years ago, McCaffrey?
85-ish, something like that.
Yeah, I don't think he looks like McCaffrey from 2 years ago. He's still one of the best running backs in football, but that year he was clear-cut number one, no doubt about it, unquestionably. Now, I think the Niners have shown us that even with McCaffrey at 80%, or you said 85?
Yeah, something like that.
They're still humming with him.
Yeah, I'm interested what 49er fans think about McCaffrey through 2 games. And just like,
I think it's less what he does out of the backfield as a pass catcher than it just doesn't feel like he has the same acceleration as a runner. Like he's still really patient. I think he's clearly he sees everything in front of him, but it just feel like watching the game yesterday and in Seattle, there's a couple plays where you're like, he probably would have gotten 7 or 8 there instead of 3. Or he would have been able to break that for a first down instead of getting tackled for 6 or 7 yards.
I feel like you're not wrong, but I give him an opportunity to, if let's say he's 85%, I give him an opportunity to get back to 100 because maybe after he only played 4 games, there's some rust there that he's going to knock off in the first month of the season. But I do think this is really, really encouraging. And I think Brian Robinson's encouraging. I think we've seen through 2 weeks that Shanahan's going to kind of pick his spots with Christian McCaffrey to get him rest. I'm not going to fight you over 15% or whether he's 2 years ago or not. I do give him the benefit of the doubt that if he's not what he was 2 years ago, maybe he can still get better over the course of a season, kind of knocking the rust off, as opposed to wearing down. Maybe because he's touching the ball so much.
Well, I don't think he's going to get faster. It's not. I don't think he's going to all of a sudden just turn back the clock midway through the year. But the more important part is that the offense looks kind of similar to what it did when he is out there, as opposed to last year where there was just such a glaring difference when McCaffrey wasn't in games. And even though Jordan Mason is good, actually he might even so far has looked better than Brian Robinson, but it's neither here nor there. This offense is completely different with Christian McCaffrey in it. I don't really care if he's at 85%, if some people still feel like he's at 100. Maybe he feels less than 85%, I don't know. But just his presence on the field completely changes what the Niners are able to do offensively. And he, for a second game in a row, is a major threat out of the backfield. You have to account for him at all times, both as a runner and as a catcher. So, I think that he looks a step slower. He hasn't really broken a play yet, which in 2023, I think like his second rush of the season was that 71-yarder down the sideline against Pittsburgh. I don't know if we're going to see too many of those, but it doesn't necessarily matter because he's still one of the best running backs in the NFL.
Yeah, he is, and he caught 6 balls out of the backfield yesterday for 52 yards, and Mac Jones was asked what was working on third down that kept the 49ers drives alive.
That's one of the things I wanted to focus on, and because like first and second down in the NFL, like it's tough, right? You got really good players on everywhere, and third down's like the money down. So you just have to be locked in, and it doesn't matter what happened on the first 2 plays. Like you're in third down for a reason, and you just got to try and run the play that's called. So I feel like we did a good job of that.
I mean, I feel like his demeanor's similar to Brock Purdy's also. Just calm, casual. Like they talk at a podium like they're older than they are.
He's got some swag to him too. You see what he was wearing in the game?
A uniform?
No, they don't wear uniforms to the game.
I thought you said what he was wearing in the game.
No, what he wore to the game, like when he walked in.
I saw Travis Kelce had shorts on and a tie.
Mac Jones, not Travis Kelce.
Oh, I didn't see what Mac Jones had.
Also, if he wore what Travis Kelce had, they might have lost. You see that drop in the end zone from Travis? Might have cost them the game, Steiny.
I saw it, and I have him on my fantasy team, so that hurt me. But
well, Whoa. I thought you were watching games for the love of football. You're just watching purely for fantasy?
No, I saw a highlight of the play.
Oh, so you didn't watch your Eagles?
I didn't. Were they in did they play a game overseas? Or was that in Kansas City?
That was in Kansas City.
So the Eagles,
where did it look like they played?
I didn't see any of that game. It was at 10 o'clock, right? I was watching the 49ers.
It was at 1:25. It was following the Niners game. It was the game of the week.
Man, I took a nap.
So did Travis Kelce on that catch.
I went golfing, got home at 12, watched the whole game because I had it taped.
It could have gone to sleep at 5:30.
Got the game. The game ended about right around the time I was watching it, and then I just didn't feel like watching.
That Sunday night game was a snoozer too. Good God.
That was the Vikings
and the Falcons. Yeah, the Falcons just kicked field goals the whole game. It was brutal.
So, how'd your fantasy team do this week?
One of them did well. One of them did not do well.
This in the 95-7, the game league?
Not well, no.
Okay.
No, the guy you traded me stinks.
Michael Penix?
Yeah.
What's the matter with him?
He couldn't throw a touchdown last night.
I didn't even
The Falcons couldn't get in the end zone.
What'd Stephon Diggs do for me?
Better than Penix.
Okay.
Because he actually,
I need
was on a team that could move the ball.
Risotto, how'd your team do?
This week I lost.
Yeah.
Last week I beat Lucas.
Oh, okay.
See, Steiny, I'm starting to figure out that fantasy is more important to you than you're letting on.
Oh, you're right.
But
I'm very competitive.
But you always come down fans road for just watching for the highlights and just for fantasy. Like you're not a real football fan if you're just watching Red Zone, right?
Yeah.
You're not an adult watching football if you're just watching for fantasy. But it seems like that's kind of all you're obsessed with every Sunday.
49ers and fantasy. Yeah, that's pretty much. And the Eagles if I feel like watching them.
Well, we made
a
bet at the cafeteria that you totally forgot about. I thought you'd be happier today.
No, I didn't. I don't remember that.
Well, you won.
Oh, what do you owe me?
A pop.
Yeah. Oh, nice. Sweet.
Goo and I made the bet with you.
You know what's funny is
do you listen to anything that we say?
People are going to say, "Oh, Steiny, you must have been out of it." No, I actually left early on Friday. I was very distracted.
You don't even enjoy when you're winning.
You know what? You guys don't owe me anything for that. If I can't remember the bet, you don't owe me for it. How about that?
Oh my God.
Seriously.
Come on, man. You got to pick up a W.
Yes. Let's go to film. Huh?
Are you serious?
I have. I'm losing to Dan Dibley by 0.7 points.
Thanks.
And I got a kicker going.
So
I need
you should be okay.
Point. I need one point to beat Dibs.
Is your kicker Jake Moody?
Cameron Dicker.
Oh, then you should be okay. Yeah.
Just give me a PAT and it's over. Speaking of which, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk Righteously Brewed in San Francisco. We got Filmo Mike on the line, and let me tell you what Filmo Mike's going to say. You mark my words. He's going to say something like, I really like how the Niners are staying below the radar. I'll bet you that's what he says. What's up, Mike? How you doing?
Steiny, you know I love when they stay under the radar.
Yeah.
I don't like no national attention when the Niners is getting the love because they don't really like us. They just be acting like that.
Yeah.
But anyway, I like how we playing. I like the team spirit. I think we got a pretty decent team, but I'm not going to lie. I still love the boombox. The boom is something about the Niners. Big Trent Williams leading the way. I don't know what Kendrick Bourne was doing. If you go back and watch the video, he was doing some crazy dance moves. But I was just so thrilled to see Mac Jones up there too. Mac Jones got some weird swag, and I'm here for it, man. And I think the Niners, we look solid, we look decent. Got to stay humble. I like our cornerbacks. I like Ronaldo Green, Diamano Lenoir, and yeah, man, keep rocking. And D. Winters is looking like D. Winters, not Drake Greenlaw. I love it.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Appreciate the call. I actually agree with Mike on the there is something about he used the word spirit.
Swag?
He said spirit. And I'm kind of feeling that too. There's something I do believe, like, I know veteran teams can have chemistry and all that kind of stuff. I do think there's something where if you have the right amount of youngsters with veteran players, you can really, really kind of bring it together. And I think the 49ers have a chance for that to happen this year. There is something going on to me with their defense. They look spirited. They look together. Their leaders look like they're super engaged. D. Winters has been really good. So, I mean, it's only been 2 games, Evan, but Salah's come here, and it looks like he's doing exactly what everybody hoped that he would do, which is get better over the course of the season defensively with your young players.
Well, I'm assuming they're going to get better, but to me, they're already at a higher level than we had anticipated. I think that's the big shocker, is that the defense is further along than we thought it could be, with 5 or 6 rookies playing big snaps. Even someone like, D. Winters, we knew that he was good. He couldn't stay on the field last couple of years, but he looked like Dre Greenlaw. I know Film and Mike said he looked like D. Winters, not Dre Greenlaw. But he looked like Dre Greenlaw from like 2 years ago, from 3 years ago. And he's someone now that I expect to make plays. I didn't know if I was going to get that from D. Winters. This is his first year as a starter. So I think it's really cool that, and maybe one of the reasons why people are, I don't know if it's like apprehensive, but I don't want to forecast this Niners team, is because I still think we're learning about a lot of these players.
Well, and when I'm talking about the defense, and this is where, I do take into account they played the Seahawks and they played the Saints, and they're probably going to defend better offenses over the course of the season. But
do you look at the Seahawks differently now? Do you look at that game differently with what they did to the Pittsburgh Steelers?
Well, I feel like their defense has been good the first 2 weeks, and they were good enough to win those games, which there was a doubt about that before the season. If you look at the games they lost, the kind of games they lost last year, their defense probably would have let them down 1 out of these first 2 games, but they didn't. And this is what I mean a lot of times by the situational. They've gotten 3 holds when they absolutely had to get holds. And to me, that's very important. I don't know how lights out their defense really has been the first 2 games, but I think it's been obvious that it's been good enough that's given them an opportunity to be 2-0. And I do think there were scenarios out there where maybe the defense wasn't good at the beginning of the year, and it prevents you from winning some early games. The reality is the defense has played well enough to have the 49ers at 2-0. And they're still young. They still hope to get better. So that's been a great sign, too.
They've had their closers. Like Nick Bosa closed it. Robert Saleh called him a closer last week. And he also mentioned Bryce Huff. That was something that I noted when I was listening to Saleh on, I think it was Wednesday or Thursday. But after the Seahawks game, he talked about closers, and he didn't just say Nick Bosa. He also said Bryce Huff. And this was before Bryce Huff had kind of a welcome to the Niners sort of moment. And he did then in the following game after Saleh said that. So I think that it's also a sign of Saleh clearly, I think, has a really good pulse on his defense. And despite having a lot of fresh faces, a new situation, he's got some guys that are left over from 2019, but not a ton. And this guy just knows how to freaking coach. And so far, he has gotten the most out of this defense that he can.
You know what? Tell me if you agree with this. I feel like Saleh hasn't been as animated on the sidelines as he was his first go-around with the 49ers. It seemed like yesterday when they showed him, he was pretty poised. And I remember him as somebody who, when they rehired him, or when they hired him this offseason, said that's great. He's going to bring the enthusiasm that he brought. When he was here the first time. I feel like he's been pretty relaxed and mellow over there on the sidelines.
So you're saying we're seeing a different Saleh and Shanahan. I mean, Shanahan was probably more hyped after those Mordstead punts than anybody else. I don't think I've ever seen him grin or smile or pump his fist after a punt.
Probably not.
Special teams matter again.
Probably not. Yeah, hey, those are two. Listen, when you look back at the game last year, they lost to the Rams. What happened? They gave up a 50-yard punt return to Atwell, right?
Yep.
Part of the reason you're able to get a stop late in the game is because you don't give up the big play. And the New Orleans Saints have got to start at their 6 and their 10 for game-winning drives where they need a touchdown. That's a long shot. But you look at last year, teams were starting possessions on the 50 after long punt returns. So, yeah, like those two late punts were in direct contrast to the way they lost that game last year against the Los Angeles Rams.
Oh,
direct contrast.
Speaking of special teams, there is one thing that we got to give him the Bob Melvin kill for. Don't bring the ball out of the end zone. Like, if it's kicked into the end zone, I'm looking at you, Isaac Guerrero. Do not bring the ball out. You are not getting back to the 35. You are not taking it to the crib. You are not going 104 yards. Do not bring the ball out of the end zone. Just don't do it. They're giving it to you at the 35. If they kick it where it says Saints back there, where there's no yard hashes, just don't bring the ball out.
The guy barely plays. The ball falls into his hands once, and you want him to take a knee? Come on, you got to give him a chance to run it out.
No. In fact, I would love, and maybe this would incentivize kick returners, or a guy like Guerrero to not bring it out. We'll give you the 35 yards on your all-purpose yards. You can have the 35. It's automatically inputted. Just don't bring the ball out. I swear, there was a couple of times where he catches it 3 yards deep, and he takes a straight line sprint up the field, and I'm just thinking, well, this ain't going anywhere. By the way, that's also, it feels like around the NFL, we just need to kill kick returns if they're not. Like if it's not in the end zone, then you could take it out. But if it's in the end zone, just shut it down.
Yeah, I think that we're not done tinkering. We're not done tinkering with the kickoff rules this year.
Well, you got to find a guy to not kick it into the end zone. But if the opposite team is going to do that, then take the 35 yards.
You know what? To me, was the best part of yesterday's win for the Niners.
What was that, Steiny?
It is the emergence of D winners, because if nothing else, it should mean that Guru will no longer be able to say, well, how are they going to replace Dre Greenlaw?
Well, Dre Greenlaw hasn't played so far this year.
Exactly. He's played one half of football in the last 2 years. And but D winners, by the way, to that, what's his name, McKinstry? The hand of the face? The
Kool-Aid?
Yeah.
Kool-Aid McKinstry?
That was a terrible call.
Was that a Pearsall?
It's like inadvertent. It took like a second, but
well, you can't slap him in the face.
It was inadvertent.
It doesn't matter.
It was inadvertent.
It's illegal, hands to the face.
I felt it was inadvertent.
I think that was the play that Jones missed him, right?
Yeah, it was an incomplete pass.
Yeah, it should have been a touchdown.
Oh, please.
Pearsall was wide open. Kool-Aid tried to, backhand him, essentially. Tried to throw him off his route, and Pearsall was still getting open. By the way, there's like four different people.
I didn't see it that way.
Okay, we can't talk about Greenlaw. We can't mention, well, I guess Gu hasn't done it a lot, but we can't mention Leonard Floyd because Bryce Huff is here. We can't mention Hufanga because we got Siegel now. And it's not apples to apples, but Debo's gone. I don't want to hear about it because Ricky Pearsall is now your first or second wide receiver. I mean, they got They got options to step in for all these dudes that they supposedly lost.
There's another guy we haven't talked a ton about, Pearsall. Pearsall looks good, year 2. How many games did he end up playing last year? Like 7?
5.
Only 5.
Yeah, a big game against Detroit, but...
So, again, another good sign that 2 guys who were really banged up last year have gotten off to a good start. And I'm talking about McCaffrey and Ricky Pearsall. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. What's the most encouraging part of that victory yesterday if you're a San Francisco 49er fan? 26-21 over the New Orleans Saints, and the Niners have started the season 2-0 despite suffering some injuries. So they're off to a good start and a lot better than last year when they started 1-1. And ended up 6-11. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by LifeSource Water Systems.
Do you really know what's in your tap water? LifeSource believes your water should support your health, not work against it. Upgrade your home with a LifeSource whole house system. Clean water from every tap. No salt, no hassle. Call 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com.
Shop organics at Whole Foods Market. Get organic black, red, and green seedless grapes for $2.99 per pound with Prime through September 16th. Snack on these crisp and juicy bites for a sweet pick-me-up. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Coach, the energy out there felt different. What changed for the team today?
It was the new game day scratchers from the California Lottery. Players everything. Those games sent the team's energy through the roof.
Are you saying it was the off-field play that made the difference on the field?
Hey, a little play makes your day, and today, it made the game. That's all for now.
Coach, one more question.
Play the new Los Angeles Chargers, San Francisco 49ers, and Los Angeles Rams Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
For full details, including terms and conditions, visit unlock.com/legal. Call 1-888-780-6854 to speak with a representative today. Actor Portrayal. Terms and conditions apply. Not available in all states.
Hey, homeowners. Can I get a minute of your time? If you need cash but don't want another loan, I've got the perfect solution. You can access up to $500,000 of your home's equity without monthly payments or interest ever with Unlock. This isn't a loan. It's a home equity agreement. With Unlock, you may qualify for cash today in exchange for a share of your home's future value. No debt, no extra bills, just financial flexibility on your terms. Use the money however you want. Home improvements, paying off debt, investing, or boosting your retirement savings. Unlike HELOCs, home equity loans, or cash out refis, there are no monthly payments. No stress. You've built this equity. Now it's time to use it. Go to unlock.com for more information.
Don't wait. Call 888-780-6854 to unlock the equity in your home and get up to $500,000 in cash with no monthly payments and no interest ever. Call 888-780-6854. 888-780-6854 or visit unlock.com. That's unlock.com for more information.
What time is it? Game time. What time is it? You know what time it is. It's football season, and it's the big fella, Lorenzo Neal. Join me and Evan Giddings every home game for the kickoff show, live at the Laughing Mock Gastropub, Sunnyvale, right around the corner from the stadium. We're talking Niner football and hosting the best game day tailgate in the Bay. Laughing Mock Game Day is the faithful's first stop with games, prizes, free parking, and a shuttle straight to the stadium. Righteously brewed in San Francisco and faithfully brewed for the family.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Warriors head coach Steve Kerr now joining us on the River Islands guest line.
Joining us right now on the River Islands guest line, none other than Steph Curry.
River Islands in Lathrop is the best-selling master plan community in all of Northern California. With its lakes, parks, trails, and collection of new home neighborhoods, the good life can be your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results. Faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
This is McGruff the Crime Dog, and I need you to help me take a bite out of crime. Another teenager, victim to fake pills bought from social media. This doesn't seem like a drug deal, but it definitely is. Should buying prescription pills be that easy? Many fake pills contain fentanyl, and an amount small enough to fit on the tip of a pencil can be lethal. So listen, before buying pills from social media, think again. Learn more at mcgruffpsa.org and go for real. Brought to you by USPTO and the National Crime Prevention Council.
Here is your Game of the Week, presented by Hyundai. Contenders are starting to stand out from the rest of the pack as we have gotten a couple of great weeks of professional football. This week, Detroit will travel to Baltimore in a game that may have playoff implications come January. Two of the league's best defenses will look to hold their own against some of the best quarterbacks in the league. Who will come out victorious? What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. What if it's all of that and more? Well, what is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Is it the driver behind the wheel? No. Are you sure? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid, so much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Niners. They're 2-0. Beat the Saints 26-21 behind Mac Jones. Hey, Kyle, who's quarterbacking tomorrow or next week?
I think there's a chance, but, we got to see how the toe goes.
Yeah,
it's very up to debate, and so we're just taking a day at a time.
Yeah, so we'll see. They're not there yet.
Well, you don't get the feeling that he is walking out of that game trying to rush Brock Purdy back.
You don't have to do that. I mean, if he can play, he can play. But turf toe, apparently no joking matter.
Yeah, and apparently Brock Purdy got lucky.
Yep.
Because Joe Burrow is going to miss multiple months with the same affliction. It's just of a higher degree.
Who's my guy Kirk Cousins still on the Falcons? Or
He's no factor.
He's going to be a factor in Cincinnati. I'll tell you that right now.
No, he's
Wanna
not.
Bet?
Jake Browning's their quarterback.
Oh, please. Stop. Stop.
You know what he does better than Kirk Cousins?
I have no idea.
Doesn't matter. He's younger. He can move.
Is Cousins in the league right now?
Cousins is done.
Shut up, Evan. Is he in the league?
Yeah. He's the backup for the Falcons.
Okay. Teams are going to come knocking.
Do you know how bad you have to be to make the kind of money that Kirk Cousins makes and not play?
Evan, the guy's had a storied career.
Oh, there's no doubt about that.
Thank you.
He's a good was a good quarterback.
Let's go to the always informative and entertaining Bobby in Los Altos. Hey, Bobby, how you doing?
Hey, good afternoon, fellas. Thanks for that that glowing introduction.
Sure.
Look, actually, I called in really to heap some praise upon Evan, but let me just say two quick things before I get to that. That post-game presser, I don't know what it is about Mac Jones, because I know he's got to be older than Purdy, but he looks, and more importantly or notably, he sounds like a 10th grader. That guy sounds like a little kid. It's crazy how immature he sounds, I mean, thank God he's a grown man and he can throw a ball.
Hey, Bobby,
He sounds like a
Bobby,
child.
lay out for a sec because I'm going to take a listen to it.
Yeah, Brock was awesome. He's helped me all week, and he's doing a good job rehabbing, and he just, like, he knows how it is out there. He's like, you're doing great. Just keep ripping it, and that's what it's all about. Like, and I'm just trying to go out there and help the team however I can for down the road.
There you go, sophomore in high school. I got you.
You're spot on, Bob.
Dude, I mean, you're just listening to it. You also got to look at his face when he's talking. I mean, it even brings it even more. But look, last week I called about Shanahan, and I was eviscerating him and how livid I was. And CMC got so many touches.
Yeah.
The fact that he has a backup quarterback and that he was measured enough to give CMC only 20 touches, kudos to you, Coach Shenanigans. I really appreciate that. Thank you. But Evan, here, this is the reason I'm really calling. I remember like it was kind of yesterday, the first time I heard you on air, after that opening monologue, I remember calling in because I was like, this kid is spitting out too much content in the first 20 minutes. He's going to burn himself out. And I remember calling in and saying, asking Steiny, who is this guy? And ever since then, and if memory serves correct, it was around like the Warriors-Lakers playoff round 2 maybe from May 2023. But in any case, I'm really vibing on everything that you're saying today. I think you're just spitting straight facts, logical takes. That's why you're never going to make it as a national media personality. No way. With your measured takes and fact-based analysis, you got no career with national, but I'm glad we have you. But what you said earlier, that we don't know who the 25, 26 Niners are going to look like, is absolutely true. It's way too early. We just have to be good enough to beat the opponent in front of us week to week, and that's exactly what we're doing. And I really appreciate the fact that we're winning the games versus the opponents losing the games. We're winning the games versus the opponents losing the games. I mean, that Indianapolis win was bananas, right? That's not what's happening to us. We're winning the games, and then if you take away any name from a box score stat line and you see three touchdowns, 0 interceptions, 280 yards, I don't care what your name is. That is a professional winning stat line. So I'm so pleased as punch that we have a backup that can do this. And honestly, Carolina does not look good. The fact that I'm watching them to see if they're going to pull it out against the Carolina Panthers tells me all I need to know. We're going to destroy those fools. So thank you very much for the time. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Bobby. Appreciate the call.
Well, he is also going to get some credit, too, because he called into the kickoff show yesterday, and he was right. He said that Mac Jones is a better quarterback than Spencer Rattler, and Bobby was proven correct.
If Brock Purdy had played the exact same game as Mac Jones yesterday, we would be saying Purdy was terrific yesterday. Brock Purdy was terrific, right? Terrific.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it was a backup.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like, in a way, I do think we've spent maybe more time praising Shanahan. But like you said it earlier, I think it's correct. Backup quarterbacks aren't supposed to look like that. Now, they might throw 2 or 3 touchdowns in a game, but usually there's a mistake, a bad pick, a botched snap potentially with a new center. You're missing guys who are running the wrong routes. There wasn't a lot of that yesterday, and that is something that is completely independent of the New Orleans Saints. So that's 100% on Mac Jones. And again, I think that if he plays this Sunday against Arizona, what he did in New Orleans changes how I feel about the 49ers going into that game. Before, well, also watching the Cardinals almost blow back-to-back games in 2 straight weeks, one of them to the Panthers. Like, I think that the Cardinals are a team that is susceptible to defeat now, and it's a lot having to do with how good Mac Jones was.
I feel like, and again, I don't want to. The 49ers, I don't look at them like the Rams game week 5 is going to be tough, and the game against the Cardinals is a division game, but I'm not conceding any game. I mean, I don't know if after 5 games they'll be 4-1. Hell, they might be 2-3 if they lose 3 in a row. But I don't look at it and say man, they're hosed until Purdy comes back. No, this is what makes watching the NFL fun for the next 2 or 3 weeks, is to see if a backup can come in for Brock Purdy and keep him in the mix. And he sure did yesterday.
Well, yeah, but in the past, though, if a backup quarterback was stepping in for the Niners, you felt like they were going to lose that game. Last year, I thought that Brandon Allen had no chance to go to Green Bay and win that game.
Now, how much of that was the opponent and how much of that was Brandon Allen?
Both.
I mean, it to me, and I'm not taking anything away from Mac Jones, what kind of chance do you give Brandon Allen winning that game yesterday?
I mean, you give him a chance, but going into that...
Probably wouldn't have thrown 39 times.
Well, if he did, I wouldn't have felt good about it. You know, I'm assuming he would have thrown a pick. I mean, I don't... That's why you swapped him out. That's why Mac Jones is here and Brandon Allen is no longer a Niner.
Yeah. Let's go to Cilantro. He's in Fremont. What's up, Cilantro? How you doing?
Yeah. How you doing, Steiny?
Good.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Good. I want to point out what I heard earlier from Spadoni, and he was happy with D. Winters' play. I thought D. Winters played great. I also think he made one of the worst bonehead penalty plays of the game, roughing the passer out of bounds. That was one of the worst plays I've seen since Greenlaw. And I also think that the announcers were like, hey, they have bred this 1-2 punch. Greenlaw and oh my gosh, I'm blanking on his name. Greenlaw and Fred Warner.
Right.
And it's almost like back in the day when we had the two linebackers, Patrick Willis, and anyways, I'm totally blanking. I'm drawing a blank. I was really upset with. I think that was one of the worst plays of the game. I thought that.
Yeah, could have hurt him.
At that point, I mean,
appreciate you, Cilantro. Yeah,
no, he's on it. Well, but that's why he's Dre Greenlaw. You remember the 2022 opener when it was the game that in Chicago, it was the rain. Trey Lance ran it like 13 times. During that game that they lost 19-10, Dre Greenlaw had just like an inexplicable, I think it was a face mask or some sort of 15-yard penalty that allowed the Bears to go down and score, and they eventually won the game. That was the duality of Dre, right? Greenlaw's going to make some ultra impressive plays. He's going to hit hard. He's going to impose a level of dominance on opponents, and he plays with his hair on fire, and that's going to cost you. I think that's kind of what we've seen on the early returns from D. Winters.
Yeah. Obviously, it didn't end up hurting him. But I wrote this down. It's plays like that just they can, that play there could have gotten you beat if you're D. Winters and you make that mistake. Like those, and we saw a couple of them last week too. The Seahawks roughing Brock Purdy gives him another chance. And sure enough, they score and it's 7-0. Those are the plays that kind of get average teams beat left and right. And I'm watching the Saints yesterday thinking, God, it would stink to be a fan of the Saints. You're not good. First drive of the game, you drive down and get a chippy for your field goal kicker, and he pulls a Jake Moody.
Well, the only reason they had to take the chippy is because Olave dropped the touchdown, or Rattler threw it a little too far behind him. I don't know what, but yeah, they walked right down the field. I mean, they were picking on Ronaldo Green on that first drive, it felt like, the entire time, and they get no points out of it. That's why the Saints are a bad football team. So I think at times they certainly looked atrocious, but again, the Niners won a football game with their backup quarterback, their backup tight end, by the end of the game, a backup guard, and no fullback. They still scored 26 points.
Yep. Let's go to Austin and Redwood City. This is for you, Evan. He wants to talk, bring this up to you, Evan. What's up, Austin?
Hey.
Hey, not much. How y'all doing?
Good.
What do you got?
Okay. Hey, man, this Mac Jones thing. Hey, this is supposed to be the Niners' pick, right? A couple years ago, Mac Jones took the Patriots to the playoffs his first year. So this can be good for the Niners, and this can be bad for the Niners. If Mac Jones can continue being hot, do you go away from the high hand and bring Purdy back in the game? Like, this could be bad for Brock Purdy fans. It really can, because if he continues his success, I want to stay with a high hand. No disrespect to the franchise quarterback, but god dang, man, that was a hell of a game. Sorry for the language, even though it's the Saints, but this is a fresh season, so everybody's trying.
Evan, I got you, Austin. Thanks. Yeah.
What?
It was for you.
We got to stick with the hot hand. Yeah, I don't think it'll ever get to that point. Then.
Okay, here's what
you cannot have Mac Jones continue to be your starter when Brock Purdy just got paid $50 million for the next 5 seasons.
The question, so how long is Joe Burrow out? 3 months?
Multiple months, yeah.
Okay.
Jake Browning is going to start.
Yeah. The only way that I would even entertain anything like this at this point would be is if something happened and we're like, wow, Purdy's going to miss 10 weeks. Then obviously Mac Jones is going to be the quarterback, and let's let it play out till week 11 or 12, and we'll figure it out at that point. But outside anything like that, there's not a number of games that Mac Jones could win that would jeopardize Purdy's future here.
He's not even in year 1 of his contract. This is the last year of his rookie deal. Brock Purdy is not going anywhere.
I mean, to me, the question would be
he's not going anywhere because of Mac Jones.
I mean, to me, I don't let the year play out, and maybe somebody wants Mac Jones as their starter next year.
Well, that's why he took the job, I think.
To be Sam Darnold.
Yes, and Sam Darnold he got $100 million from the Seattle Seahawks. So I think that, to the caller's point, if Mac Jones continues to win, I think Mac Jones will not be a San Francisco 49er because someone else is going to pay him a lot of money to see if he can quarterback their football team.
Well, I mean, so he's got 2 years left in his deal. He's got a 2-year deal, Mac Jones.
Jones has a 2-year deal.
So the other thing is maybe Mac Jones does quarterback 4 or 5 games right now. Purdy comes back, but in the 4 or 5 games, Mac Jones goes 4-1. At that point, it's like unless you get something crazy, it's like you need him as a backup. Keep him as a backup in case you need him for 5 or 6 games next year if he's that good. You know what I mean? I wouldn't. I mean, if Mac Jones has a good backup season for the Niners and somebody wants to make him a starter and offer you something that's worth it, sure, by all means do it. But the second option there is great too, and that is you find out Mac Jones can play, and now you've got a good backup from this point. The rest of this year and the rest of next year.
I just think that Mac Jones showed in one game that he can keep you at a pretty competitive level. If anything, I don't know why we're talking about a quarterback competition. To me, it's you won a game with a backup. That in and of itself is a win. I mean, and he looked really. This wasn't a Bengals situation where Burrow got hurt, and I thought the Jaguars kind of gave that game away, or certainly didn't punch it in. And then Jake Browning, got Cincinnati a victory, but that's not what we're talking about here. Mac Jones looked good on Sunday. And so you're feeling, if it makes you feel anything, it probably makes the 49ers feel wise to give him a 2-year contract and not just a 1-year flyer, which is what they ended up doing with Darnold.
Now, the one thing I will say is that, yeah, Mac Jones looked very good yesterday. I don't anticipate him looking like that week in and week out. You know what I mean? I mean, he was really good, and maybe some of it was the novelty. Maybe Shanahan gets some credit. Maybe Mac Jones is better than a lot of people think. I don't know if the Cardinals' defense is better or worse than the Saints, but I would think that that game that Mac Jones played yesterday, if he plays 4 or 5 games as a backup, that may be his best game that he's going to play as a 49er backup. It was that good.
Well, statistically, but all you need him to do is continue to stack W's. I mean, he has to do enough. And also, too, like he didn't get to play with George Kittle, who was unavailable for that game. You know, one of his offensive linemen got hurt in the game. I mean, like, I just think that Mac Jones, usually it's a situation where the backup quarterback comes in, and if he fails, it's like, well, you know, that's understandable because it's a backup. But that was a game that I felt like the Niners should have won, and they did. I don't know. Did you go into it feeling like they shouldn't have been in a position to win that game?
No, I thought, you know, to me, that was a 50-50 game, the 49ers and the Saints. And like, that's the one thing do I think the Saints are good? No, I don't think they're very good. But the 49ers, where they're at right now, they could have lost that game. And in fact, like, that to me, Evan, is why you're right. We should be encouraged at this point. Not because the 49ers look like world beaters for the first 2 weeks of the season, but that they won 2 games that were both hard fought, both gritty, both where they did a lot of good things, but they didn't play perfect by any stretch. And so I would be encouraged because we're 2-0 and we've been pretty good. We haven't been great. We've been pretty good and we're 2-0. So that leaves a lot of room for improvement, and it leaves a lot of room to win more games.
Well, I think there's a different level that both sides of the ball can get to. The offense, it's because of injury, and the defensive side of the ball would be because of youth. You know, you're just expecting a lot of these young players to get better game in and game out. And, I mean, the fact that Nick Bosa looks as good as he does already is a plus. That Fred Warner looks to be back to playing at the same level that he's always been. You know, you have enough from your stars to, around them, just expect the young guys to take baby steps, and by the end of the year, this might be a pretty formidable unit. So, you know, and then on the offensive side, it's just hard to, I think, to kind of look at and say what they can become because so many guys are out. But it's funny. The one dude who couldn't stay on the field last year is Christian McCaffrey, and he's been the most consistent guy through the first 2 weeks of this season, even if he might not be at 100%. I don't think he has the burst of 2023, but they've kept him upright.
Yeah, I'm looking, like, I think, for example, the Cardinals are going to be a much tougher team to defend than, the first 2 weeks of the season, if for no other reason than, Kyler Murray has given the 49ers some trouble in the past. But, again, it's like a different defense. Murray has given the Niners some issues, but then again, they've got about 5 or 6 new defensive players, so who knows? But I do.
They've also struggled to close both of those games. I mean, the
Cardinals.
Yeah, they almost lost to the Saints. If a guy catches a ball, it's going to overtime. And against the Panthers, Bryce Young had a chance to lead that team and win that game when it should have been over in the middle of the third quarter. I don't think the Cardinals have looked impressive at all, even though they're 2-0.
Well, and that's the other thing. When I look at this season for the Niners, it's so many games come down to a handful of plays. It's like if you have a 17-game season, it feels like 8 or 9 games come down to a handful of plays, and then the other 8 or 9 games you either should win or you shouldn't win, depending on how you played. And I feel like They are now 2-0 in the games. One possession, handful of plays determine a game. And last year they were probably, 2-7 in those kind of games. So, again, I just think they're ahead of the pace this year, and obviously from last year. And next
So are you
week,
saying you're nervous because the Niners are 2-0 in one-score games?
No, I'm saying that they're done. Those games are gone. You've won them a year after you'd lost most of them. So whether the 49ers have played this game, they played those games a lot last year, and they didn't win very many of them. This year they're already 2-0 in those games.
So they're the anti-Chiefs. The Chiefs went 10-0.
Well, as Brian Kelly would say, it's been 2 games.
Yeah, and the Chiefs have lost 2 one-score games, where last year they were 10-0.
Yeah.
Regression to the mean.
Mm-hmm. We got crossover coming up next. That means it's Willard and Dibley time. That segment was brought to you by Moderna.
Mnexspike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna, is now available and easy to find near you. To learn more, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
Come into Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sales event September 26th through the 28th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
I knew that I was not living the life that I wanted to live, but I didn't know how to get back on track. It gave me the time and space to take life one step at a time. I have a life beyond what I could ever dream. I know that anyone can recover. I am living proof that recovery is possible.
Get treatment. It works. Learn more. Visit livingproofsf.org.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/sports. openphone.com/SPORTS.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Hi, I'm Becca, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As an in-house designer, I can't wait for you to see our incredible selection of stylish and stackable rings. If you're shopping for your wedding bands, we have high-quality designs for every style and budget, from romantic to modern. If you're looking to add to a stack, your options are endless. Discover styles with clusters of gemstones, sleek all-metal designs, updated cigar bands, and signet rings perfect for an engraving. Because a friend knows you like options. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results. Faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next-day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, crossover time. Let's welcome in Mark Willard and Dan Dibley. Victory Monday, I guess, is what they call it.
Come on.
That's what it is, Victory Monday.
There we go.
Rabbit out of the hat Monday. I can't believe they're 2-0. I can't believe they're 2-0.
I'd be stunned if they were 1-1. New Orleans is, I mean, they're better than I thought, but they're not very good.
It's not about that for me. It's sort of erase the opponent to a degree. If you just make a list of what the 49ers have already had to go through in terms of adversity, and you take that roster, those situations, add it all up to 2 road wins, one of them in division, inside a division with, again, forget opponents. That Seattle loss last week to the Niners is the only loss the NFC West has so far on the NFL season. I don't think you can overstate how impressive this is and how important it is for them to be 2-0 right now.
For me, the Week 1 win was more impressive than the Week 2 win.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the whole thing in totality.
Sure.
You know what I mean? And the Week 2 win is against the Saints, but it's without your quarterback, without your tight end. Your fullback ends up with a concussion. Your left tackle admitted that he wasn't going to play until he got to the stadium and changed his mind. It's just a lot. It's a lot of adversity that they've dealt with. And to be 2-0 is unbelievable.
It's impressive. Yeah, it's not unbelievable. And your calling card is your defense, which if I could count up the number of guys who are hurt on defense, it's 0. So
I don't know that that's their calling card.
I do think that it is their calling card, and so far it's their calling card.
Not as advertised, though. I mean, it's a very young group.
What's advertised? It's an NFL season. So you come out and you've got a defense that has 2 probable Hall of Famers. One, I think, is a slam dunk. The other one is, I'm trending in that direction.
Yeah.
And then you've got a corner that I was watching the game again today, and I'm not even sure if Diamador Lenore played because they didn't throw him his way.
They're not going to throw at him.
So, yeah, Renardo Green targeted, and Stout targeted a little bit. Siegel made a mistake or two, but he also made plays. But Diamador Lenore, is he even playing football? You don't ever see him because they don't ever go his way.
Shut down corner.
Totally. So the defense, I do think, is their calling card. And as we get into deeper in the season when they actually play good teams, we'll find out. Tampa Bay will be interesting. An offense that, can hit you in a number of different ways. Shout out Bucky Irving.
Yeah, I mean, I think that game it just highlighted how important coaching is, especially for the offensive side of things. It made me feel like for all the people I told Steiny earlier that don't like Kyle Shanahan or think there's something wrong with Kyle Shanahan. And he might not be the best coach in the league, but he is certainly one of them because Mac Jones did not look like a backup quarterback yesterday. There were some throws that he missed. There was some, he obviously put the ball on the turf, but like 270 and 3 touchdowns for a guy stepping in who, to your point, doesn't have a lot of other pieces on offense. There was a lot of plays where you're looking around and guys are just wide open. Like Jawan Jennings, when he hit him for the 49-yard touchdown, was wide open.
That's good anticipation throw, though, too. Like you had to tuck that over a safety, not a safety, but a linebacker, and Mac read that linebacker's leverage was headed kind of in the wrong direction. And so he took a little bit of a chance because if that linebacker takes one step back, he can at least tip it, maybe pick it. But he kind of took a step forward. Mac read that, threw it right over his head. I thought Mac, that's everything you could hope for out of a backup quarterback performance. He was fantastic yesterday. Yeah, of course he made mistakes. They all of them make some bad throws every single game. He came out and it looked super wobbly for a series or two.
His nerves,
no doubt. But after that, it was very settled in. You can see where he's not Brock. He doesn't have those legs, and so therefore the ability to kind of keep plays alive or do different things. But yeah, well called, well executed. That was I was impressed. I was very impressed.
I mean, I think the most encouraging thing is if you look at the last 2 weeks and run down the list of players who have had a hand in the wins, you're going to get up to about 15 players. McCaffrey has been terrific through 2 games. Purdy wins him the game week 1. Mac Jones wins him the game week 2. Kittle was great in the first quarter. Jennings was terrific yesterday. Pearsall's been a real breath of fresh air. Warner and Bosa look like Warner, and you know what I mean? Their money makers are playing really well, and they have gotten a ton of contributions in the first 2 weeks from a lot of different guys.
Yeah, what about the guys though that you're not expecting? You know what I mean? What about Jake Tonjes? What about names like that? What about? I mean, I shouldn't leave out Luke Farrell either with a touchdown play. I thought Mykel Williams was fantastic yesterday, their first-round draft pick. I thought he was really, really good. And that's the other thing about the defense. Dibs, maybe you're right, it'll be the calling card, but they're starting a bunch of people who have never played football before. And they've got to get, you hope, like Mykel did, you hope it looks better each week. And in theory, they could be a really good defense by the end of the year. And the Niners absolutely had to nail this draft. And the early returns are that they might have.
Are you liking it early?
I'm liking it early.
Okay, yeah.
I'm liking it early.
You should be liking it early. And if you want to look at yesterday, and I was highlighting it today as I watched it a second time, and I'm writing down 8 or 9 different defensive players who made big-time defensive plays. Kalia Davis with a fourth quarter stop.
He was good.
Huff with the game-ending play on 4th and 2. And, of course, Bosa, who is always solid, but then he made the big play on the drive that I thought was going to be the game ender. But unfortunately, you couldn't get that final first down. Mac Jones just threw a little too high to Jawan Jennings, and so you had to punt it back to New Orleans. And then, you had plays from, obviously, Warner. D. Winters, who is, if you don't love him by now, then you're not watching football. And even the 15-yard penalty he took where he was 5 yards out of bounds. And he's like, you know what? Forget it. I'm just going to go ahead and light you up anyway because I'm a linebacker for the Niners, and that's what we do.
And even the third phase, special teams.
Not terrible.
Not terrible. You obviously had the missed extra point, but Pinheiro knocks down a couple field goals that should be gimmies. They're right down the chute. That's kind of how it's supposed to feel. And then your point about the last 2 drives, part of that might be because they're inside the 10-yard line. And a former Saint goes into his old building and puts 2 inside the 10, that's a major advantage for the defense. And I just think that Kyle Shanahan, for him to specifically talk about special teams and mention a punter, I don't know if I've ever heard him do that before. So, I do think that kind of game is one where you're just looking to puzzle piece together a victory. And that's why I don't really understand why there's, I don't know if it's complaints or frustrations, but that's a game you just got to get through. And for the 49ers to be 2-0 after 2 road games, that's all you can ask for.
One thing on special teams, it's great that Kyle's talking about special teams. I'd like him to talk to special teams. This is for Kyle and every single head coach in the NFL. I would do this week. Monday is the day that you all report and they check in on everybody's health. Tuesday's their off day. On Wednesday, I would break down the special teams door and scream at all of them. If you bring a kickoff out of the end zone,
thank you,
you're cut.
Isaac Garendo.
If you bring a kickoff out of the end zone, you don't play here anymore. I would Parcells this. I would Belichick this. This is very simple. When you catch the ball, if you look down and there's paint, stay there. It's not hard. I know Ephraim, and I talked about this last night, and he did a good job because I was like, you got to explain this to me. And he's like, wow, these guys think that they're Ferraris. And they get to, this is all they do. They're back there to return the kick. And it's their only time to perform. So the pull to go run, this is what they do for a living, and they're the best in the world. I get it. I'm sorry. You can't do it. Stay in the end zone if you're there when you catch the ball. This has to be a hardline stance.
What if you got a lane in your peripheral vision?
I'll tell you when you can do it.
You get it at 35. It's like you have to run almost 40 yards if you're midway in the end zone is like, the odds of you doing that are just insignificant.
And Garendo took one at 2 yards deep, and he had a 25-yard return. Nice little return. You got to the 23-yard line. If you just would have caught and stayed, as opposed to Pittsburgh, which I don't know if you saw what they did. Pittsburgh Lord. Decided, we're not just going to recover this because it's the new rules. And Seattle's like, thank you.
Touchdown.
3 points, we'll take it. But Garendo did get 25 yards. But you wound up at the 23.
So you lose 12 yards.
Correct.
You also,
and I'm totally with you.
You're bringing fumble into play. You're bringing penalty in. Minnesota did it last night, got to the 19 and a flag. So now you're at the 9.
Right.
So you just lost 26 yards.
And Minnesota last week did it perfectly because there was like 2:02 to go. And so they wanted to make sure that they could get inside the 2-minute warning when they had the lead. And so you saw the coach O'Connell run, take it out.
Yeah.
Because that was in a situation where...
There's your exception.
Yeah, you want the clock to run.
Yes.
But,
desperate situations or specialized situations. But outside of that...
did it the one time, and I was watching it in real time thinking, no, just, that's free. That's a free start at the 35. So, special teams, and we'll get into Grandy's grades tomorrow, and we break all of it down. Special teams, we're better, although I did think that... when Pinero,
first kick.
Dinero,
first kick.
Yeah. What?
His percentage on field goals is just about the same as his percentage on extra points for his career. He's 88.5 on field goals, and he's 91 on extra points.
He's damn near Steph Curry.
But make that make sense, though.
Yeah,
from the
just
foul line.
Tell him after they score a touchdown. I would keep him in a booth that's sealed. Don't let him see that they just scored a touchdown. Tell him this is for 3. Tell them it's for 3. Let them come out and kick it.
If you polled 49er fans, they would take, for the rest of the year, 2 made field goals between 40 and 50, 1 missed extra point, and what was the last one?
He hit all the other extra points.
2 out of 3. 2 out of 3.
Yeah.
I think they'd be we'll take that.
You know what it was about the field goals? It wasn't even because he did miss an extra point, and that's not great. But it was not that he made field goals, was how he made the field goals.
Oh, they were right down the
right, just like
right between the eyes.
Thank you.
Every
Stop
other team's kicker.
Out. Right. Thank you.
Well, not New Orleans kicker. Groupie, do you have Groupie? No, you don't. You have a kicker tonight. You need 1 point to beat me. It's such a joke, dude.
He'll get it.
Such a
Who's
joke.
Who's your kicker? McLaughlin?
Dicker.
Oh, Dicker the kicker.
Yep.
Hopefully he's sicker, the kicker.
Yeah.
Hopefully he comes down with a little flu bug.
I asked him to movie still.
You want him trying to make a tackle on the kickoff? Twisting an ankle.
I mean, I wouldn't be mad at it.
Yeah.
I'm leading Steiny by 0.6.
Well,
he literally needs just 1 PAT.
Good news for all of you. Last place has been taken care of in our league. Not only am I 0-2, but Joe Burrow's my quarterback.
Oh, boy.
So that'll be the end of that. In a 16-team league, there isn't even anybody available to go get.
I could trade you Jaden Daniels.
Daniel Jones might be available.
You're welcome for my, it's a donation sensation.
Cha-ching!
And I'll see you in the aisles.
Yeah.
That's about the end of that.
I mean, boy.
It's an easy call.
Cha-ching!
Mac Jones.
Mac Jones.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk studios. He would have put up some points for you yesterday.
Yeah, 3 touchdown passes will work. That'll work. I don't know that he's going to get another start. Maybe one. They sound pretty optimistic that Brock's making his move.
Yeah, but I was told it would be 2 to 5, Mark. I mean, that's the reports we all saw, 2 to 5 weeks. And it might just be 1 week.
Maybe it's 1, maybe it's 2. Doesn't sound like it's going to be 5.
Doc Tanja with a great observation. It was an observation sensation as we keep Grandy working right there behind the glass. But the fact that Brock Purdy was not in a boot was very good news as to the severity of the injury.
Well, it certainly wasn't Burrows.
Yep.
No, Burrow's having surgery.
Yeah, but
so he's gone.
There's different degrees of turf toe.
Yeah.
He's out.
Well, remember, Purdy's is only a variant. I still don't know what the hell that means. A variant of turf toe.
You should ask Kyle Shanahan about it. I'm sure he'd be really happy.
I would love to. I would love to get into those rooms and ask those questions. He's hilarious this year.
Yeah, I'm not a doctor.
He's playing semantics better than he ever has. The Moody one is the best example of it. Kyle Shanahan confirms that Jake Moody's his kicker. He's like, yeah, you asked me this hour. I didn't tell you that at 6 o'clock tonight he would still be the kicker. He's on one right now. I love it.
His team looks pretty good.
Yeah, 2-0.
Yeah. Oh, the schedule. That soft ask schedule.
Do you know, though, that, like, flash forward to December, if the Niners are 12-3, like, those people, if you are schedule Sam, you're still going to be saying that in December, even if the Niners are in first place.
Right, and I'm not schedule Sam.
No, not you. No, but there's a lot of you out there.
If you get to 12-3, and then maybe you wind up 13-4, and you win the division, and you're the number 1 seed, and you get the bye, okay, great. Now you're home, and you get to take on whomever, and then you should be home throughout the playoffs. But there will be good teams that you're going to face that are better than anybody you faced all year. That is the likelihood of a playoff run.
For sure, but I still, like, as I sit here today, only 2 games in, I still think it's interesting that people view the 49ers as the 49ers, even when a bunch of key 49ers aren't there. That's all I was even getting at last week. I'm thrilled that they won the football game. That was not the 49ers. That was other backup 49ers with Niner jerseys, and they're on the team. And
a couple of them, right?
Yeah, but really big ones, like your QB, your tight end, then your fullback leaves, your left tackle wasn't supposed to play. This is a big deal, and our expectation doesn't fall.
No.
Which is odd.
Why would it?
Because did your Bengals' expectation just fall?
Yes, because their backup quarterback threw 3 interceptions.
But you trumpeted him all week as another high-level backup.
And I do think that, I heard Rich Eisen this morning talk about him maybe being the best backup in football. No. So we'll see what the Bengals do.
Yeah, we'll see.
And I told you all week that Mac Jones, my expectation was Mac Jones, start number 50. You come in, you play well, you beat New Orleans. And he did. And he played better than I even thought.
You were absolutely right. All I did
I've been right all year.
You're 8-0. He's 8-0.
8-0,
He's
dog.
8-0.
8-0.
And by the way, you got another pick due here in about an hour.
Are you playing the Niners schedule? Like, what's going on here?
No.
I make picks against the spread on Thursday, Sunday night, Monday night, and every Niner game. And I'm 8-0.
And a chance for 10-0 by the time we go to bed tonight.
Who are you on in the 7 o'clock game?
You can't say yet.
Yeah, I'll let you know. The pick is in, but I got to actually look at my sheet.
I love my favorite thing, and you've done it every single time. He's like, the pick is in. And then he'll be like, who's playing again?
I have no idea.
I don't even know what the spread is, but the pick is in, apparently.
I know the Evans team is playing, the Chargers, for sure.
Yeah, well,
and
I got Cameron Dicker.
Yeah, thank you, Steiny.
So I'm conflicted because I was
chiming into the crossover.
I need 1 PAT.
I've got
That's it.
Or field goal.
I like the Chargers, but if they get shut out, that doesn't do a lot for me in my pick. But I would win fantasy.
Yeah,
you
wouldn't be too mad about it.
I mean,
unless there's a scoring mistake that we don't know about.
Unless the Chargers can get 2 safeties and win 4-0. Which I think would be a scorigami.
And it would be
That'd
a cover.
Be huge.
It'd be a cover, too.
Would be a cover.
Number's 3.5.
Cover.
Yeah.
Anyway, the picks will be revealed later.
Right.
But, yeah, I mean, I thought that Mac Jones was good enough, accomplished enough. He'd been around long enough to where they could win it. And, yeah, you lose Juszczyk, but you saw what Shanahan did. He started putting Tonjes back there. Yeah. And he did a lot of, single back, and he did a lot of 11 personnel. And Shanahan made a great pivot to still be able to do what they wanted to do.
I mean, that's kind of the point that I'm getting at, though. Like, that's why I said it the way I said it last week, which is if you're expecting the Niners to still just roll, then under the covers, you're either saying that Brock Purdy's not that great or you think Shanahan's brilliant. And I'm hearing a lot of Shanahan brilliant today because...
Or I think that Mac Jones is better than people think.
Maybe.
That was my point all week.
Maybe.
He's better than I thought he was.
Yeah, he was fantastic. It's also one game, but he was fantastic. I give him his credit. I had no expectations, therefore they were met. You know what I mean? Like, I wasn't just going to hang that around the Niners like, better just go win another football game without key people on the road because we say so, because 53% of the fans are yours. Like, it's not automatic. I don't care who you're playing. It's hard. And when you don't have your people, it's even harder. And when you're on the road, it's even harder than that. So that's all. I'm going to be impressed, even though I know a lot of you out there are flicking this thing because it was the Saints.
Well, I think it's impressive, but I also can't dismiss, like, if you're really talking about the other 2-0 teams, like, I probably wouldn't put the Niners among the Packers, the Rams, the Eagles. I just think that the games that they've played that I've seen, those teams have looked better. But
the Rams beat the Titans.
Well, yeah, but they dominated them. Like they they played bad teams and they've handled them. This isn't like the Cardinals who have barely scraped past maybe the two worst teams in the NFL.
Do you consider Houston a really good team? Because that was actually razor tight till the end of the game for the Rams.
I consider the Texans a good team.
Yeah. Okay. To me, especially when then you factor in, because the Rams have been largely at full strength. When you factor in what the Niners have been facing in terms of adversity, I'm going to credit them no matter who they beat yesterday.
No, they deserve credit, but to me it's like you kind of have to just measure them against themselves right now because they're missing a bunch of pieces. But I'm not going to talk about them or think about them yet at this point 2 weeks in like they are one of the NFC's best teams.
Did anybody watch what Seattle did yesterday and sort of go, oh, wait a minute, like... And I don't know if you did, but maybe Seattle's a little bit better than we thought.
Definitely.
Maybe a grinder in Seattle last week was more impressive than we thought.
No, certainly. I mean, road wins are tough, especially there. Like I thought that was a nice win. I'm higher on than Seattle maybe than some. I think they're going to be pretty good, and I think their defense is certainly more legit than the Saints, which is probably why Brock Purdy and the offense didn't look as good and didn't score as many points. So,
I mean, the way I look at Mac Jones and the schedule is, let's say I looked at it like, okay, you're going to play 3 games with Mac Jones. Who are they? You play the Saints on the road, you come home, play the Cardinals, and then you play the Jaguars at home. Like, okay, and I don't know how much of this is the schedule and how much of it is Mac Jones and how much of it is Kyle Shanahan. And I'm not saying, well, they should win all those games, but it's like, you can win 2 out of 3 of those games. Like, And again, like I feel like sometimes when you say you could win 2 out of 3 of those games, I'm not saying it's an automatic. I'm not saying it's gonna be easy because it's not if you have a backup quarterback. But this is I think where those two things do come in: Shanahan and the fact that you're gonna ask Mac Jones maybe to beat the Jacksonville Jaguars at home. That can be done.
It can be done. Yeah. Sounds like Brock's. I certainly read into yesterday. It sounds like they think Brock's going to be ready for Jacksonville.
How are they talking about it?
Brock Purdy made significant progress last week. As Dibs said, already not in a boot. And there was a source that stated next week the Cardinal game is going to be tight, but it's a possibility. So if it's a maybe for the Cardinal game, I got to think he's going to be ready for Jacksonville.
All right, here's what Shanahan said yesterday, just to quick play it.
I think there's a chance, but we got to see how the toe goes. It's very up to debate, so we're just taking a day at a time.
Questionable concern, Steiny.
The toe knows.
Yeah.
Niners favored by 1.5,
which is an interesting number.
Yeah,
you don't know who the quarterback is.
Right.
In theory, you're getting 3 points for being at home.
Yeah,
but you're favored by 1.5.
Exactly.
This is a fascinating number.
It is, and we'll get into it deeper into the week. We'll start to talk about all the machinations of what that might mean. But I thought they'd be favored by a little bit more than that. Only 3 teams in the NFL have played 2 road games through 2 weeks, and the Niners are the only team to be 2-0.
There you go. That's what I'm saying, man. You can't understate these. You cannot understate them. I don't care who the hell you played. You can't overstate, I should say. You can't.
And I'm
can't
with
overstate
you.
it.
Like, to me, the most important part of last week and this week is that 3 months from now, they will count as 2 wins on your schedule. That's all that matters. And you have a couple more of these, and the chances are you're going to end up with 9 or 10 wins, and then you're going to be in the playoffs.
Well, honestly, now, if you want to end up with 9 wins, if you end up 9-8 at this point, you're going to be disappointed. You're 2-0.
Hell yeah.
Even if you end up 10-7, you'll think, maybe a few left out there. I don't know, but not that you get greedy, but we talked about this before. I had them at 11-6, and part of my 11-6 was a loss at Seattle in the opener. That, to me, was one of the 6 games you were going to lose.
I mean, you don't know what's around every corner in terms of health. That's the only thing. But outside of that, and I would not say yet that they've been, quote, blessed with health. I would not say that 2 weeks in. But if they're a relatively healthy football team at key spots the rest of the way, I don't see how they don't win double digits. I don't see how they don't go 8-7 the rest of the way with this schedule. I can't even imagine it being that bad.
Well, especially you already lost your quarterback for a game, and you still won.
Yeah.
So, and you lost your guard yesterday. I don't know the Ben Barch situation, but you had to throw a rookie in there, a drafted rookie. Go play guard, kid. And Pooney got rolled up on, and Trent was a little bit limited, and you had multiple tight ends who were playing. You had tight ends playing fullback and all the rest of it. And still, that game was never really in doubt. Like, I know New Orleans had the ball twice late, and they could have, Rattler could have gone 94 yards to beat you.
It wasn't that scary.
It was
when they
not
got
that
the
scary.
ball.
It wasn't as scary as Seattle,
No,
for sure.
yeah, when they got the ball, I remember looking at everybody, and I'm like, this is not ideal. But then they never went anywhere. They
went places, but they never threatened the 50.
Like 1 first down, I think. And then they went backwards and got sacked.
2 first downs, yeah.
Was it 2?
They got to the 41.
Yeah.
And then, you could tell that Salah's defense was like, you want 3 yards? You got it. You want 7? You can have 7. You want 4? Have 4.
To me, it was the first 2 games that have been wins have looked exactly the opposite of how the losses looked last year.
Mm-hmm.
Like last year, that punt
good point
would have been Atwell returns that punt to midfield, and they end up winning the game. Yep. This time they get to, they down the ball inside the 10 on 2 consecutive possessions where, well, now Spencer Rattler's got to go 90 yards. I like our chances.
You know who else is playing the opposite game this year is the Kansas City Chiefs. How many?
How about your boy?
Oh, same. We were together on that one.
Yep.
Look, their 1-score wins last year, it's not sustainable. You can't do it. And if you look at the way, Jalen Hurts threw for 100 yards, and they lose a 3-point game, and their tight end bobbles a ball at the goal line, and it turns into an interception. Like, they have 2 losses that very, very much look like the games that they were winning last year.
101 yards. Yep. My wife this morning, first thing she says, I'm reading on the internet that Travis Kelce cost him the game. Is that true? And then she said, she said Taylor Swift had to go into the game behind bulletproof glass. Yeah. And I was like, honey, I'm just trying to get some coffee here.
Kelce's hurt a teammate and dropped a touchdown.
I keep thinking
the suit shorts look a lot worse when you drop touchdowns.
Well, that's true.
They just do.
Who was our listener that picked for Shasky, pick number 16? Does anyone remember the name of the listener who called in? Because if you remember, that listener picked A.J. Brown. And I want to give a shout out to the listener and say it's not your fault.
Oh, boy.
No, these things happen.
Yep.
These things happen. But A.J. Brown might go for 400 yards this year. He has got, what is it? I think yesterday he went
5 for 27.
And last week he went 1 for 8.
He's been reading a lot.
Tell me he's not going to lose his mind by week 6.
They're 2-0,
Sirianni knows how to keep that team together. We saw that last year.
Yep.
And we watched it from afar right here at 95.7, the game.
That was a sneaky one.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys.
Stay cool. That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal.
This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Let's go. I'm not going to let you do it, Schedule Sam. You're not going to do it. None on my watch. We're not doing this.
We're not doing Schedule Sam.
No, we're not. There's a lot of people out there doing Schedule Sam.
You can schedule Sam all you want. You have a schedule. You play a game. And when you win, it's a Victory Monday. When you lose, we rip everyone.
You're absolutely right, but it goes deeper than that. I don't even buy this notion of any one of you. And I want to invite you to come talk to us right now. 888-957-9570. If you have uttered the phrase, "It was the Saints." If you did that.
Oh, I have.
Fine. I find you to be wrong in the way you're looking at this if that's how you feel today. I do not think you need to apologize for being impressed by the San Francisco 49ers, who lost their quarterback, lost their tight end, then they lost their fullback. Their wide receiver core has had duct tape around the room for a month and a half. Then their left tackle admitted he flew to New Orleans with no intentions of playing football. And only when he got fired up and inspired in arriving at the building did he suddenly say, all right, I'm going to give it a shot. And the pregame workout worked well, but he's clearly not 100% and played a lot better. And this defense, which I'm not even going to say you're inaccurate, you're now calling the calling card. We spent the last month wondering if these pups are going to be ready to play. And they already largely looked better this week than they did the week before. They're not perfect yet, but that's by design. They're supposed to get better as the season goes. And if you're sitting here, road games with adversity attached, one of them in division, and you are 2-0, bravo. And I don't want to hear, you get to say it because you're you, I'm me, whoever you are, like 888-957-9570. But I'm not hearing you if you say, it's the Saints.
Well, you can't be better than 2-0. So that's where I start. And we always do Victory Monday, and I really want to focus on that every single time that they win a game, because winning in the NFL is not easy. Ask Kansas City, and they faced a team that had 220 yards of total offense, yet they couldn't beat them. And ask the New York Giants, who had Dallas by the short hairs, and Brandon Aubrey made a 184-yard field goal.
That game.
And that game was awesome.
So drunk.
It was
that
so
game
fun.
Was so drunk.
Bananas. But you look at Brian Dable at the end, and he's like, I am so fired. Maybe not today, but how do we not win this game? So winning is hard. Yep. The Saints aren't good, but you don't have to apologize ever for a win. And I'll say this about the Saints. Alvin Kamara is still really, really good, and Spencer Rattler is better than I gave him credit for.
Well, he's going to be a household.
Well,
any day
he's
now.
not going to be a household yet. And he's 0-8 as a starter, and he made plays, and he made throws that were better than what his receivers did for him. They had multiple drops, and they had multiple third down penalties on defense.
Although so the Niners.
Right, but I think that the New Orleans Saints are going to be a team in November and December that you should keep an eye on as a team that will probably win games in the latter half of the year.
Maybe,
They're going to get better.
Young teams should, and they do have certainly a quirky home field environment that is hard for other teams. So let's get to this because, again, always on a Monday, especially a Victory Monday, although quite frankly, no matter what the final score is, we do this. What'd you think? And so you get to take this wherever you want. And what stood out to you? Like, what'd you wake up and think this morning about the 49ers? What's still on your mind? We'd love to hear from you. This is a completely wide open show. All the space for you. 888-957-9570. We'll take your calls right now. We'll do our three things in an hour. Our three top observations at 3:15. Kyle Shanahan's going to do a conference call at 3:30. Once that's done, we'll kind of get that all packaged up for you. We'll let you hear what he had to say today about injuries and other things that he's going to be asked about. But yes, tucked into what I'm saying about being impressed. And we can, if we all want to adjudicate who believed in him and who didn't, we can do that. I have no problem. I'm here and I'll stand on what I said. I did not have a whole lot of reason, in my opinion, based on the history of Mac Jones, in just trusting that he was going to go out there and look great, but I thought he looked fantastic. I am not here to take anything away from him by any stretch. That is everything that you can ask for out of a backup quarterback performance. And similar to what I just said 2 minutes ago, I'll give this to Mac as well. I will not say, oh, but Mac, what did you just beat the Saints?
Right.
I won't do it. That's hard. What he just did was hard. He had no Kittle. His fullback left. Other people are being thrown into the fullback position. His left tackle, like the offensive line, they were good. They were pretty good, but he's not a runner. He's got to do this in a statuesque way. There were a few second-half throws where he ripped them in with anticipation down the middle of the field, got his wide receivers involved. Wonderful. Just a fantastic performance week 2 on a new team by a backup QB.
No doubt, especially when you look at the game and you start to watch what was going on. And they took a delay, and I think it was in the second half where he's telling Kendrick Bourne, no. And I can't read his lips because he has a helmet on and I'm watching on TV, but you could see he points to one guy. He's like, no, you move up on the line. And then he goes, you go over here in motion and then you motion back. He's trying to figure out how to tell these guys where to be and what to do pre-snap, where we take a lot of it for granted when it's Juwan and Ayuk and it's Debo and it's McCaffrey and it's Kittle and they're 4 years in and they all know you don't have to traffic cop it. And then you watch Mac, who he has command of the offense. He's been here for 6 or 7 months, but Kendrick is back and he's new, and MVS, who had a target and he's relatively new, and now we got Tonjes and Farrell, and now Tonjes is playing fullback because Juszczyk got hurt. So there was a lot of moving parts that Mac had to deal with, and yet after that first drive, when he went 0 for 3, he was 26 of 36, and he had just the one fumble, which was unfortunate. He had another fumble on the exchange that was kind of a mishap, and he was able to fall on it. But by and large, Mac Jones was awesome.
He was fantastic, and I think that you look also, especially because he is still a young player. I know this was his 50th start, but he's still a young player, just like Brock is, and when you're now in a new offense and you're dealing with brand new wide receivers, like he got Kendrick Bourne involved, 3 targets, all 3 were catches. They were important catches, and I know Kendrick knows the system from years ago, and he knows Mac from years ago, and blah, blah, blah. But I'm sorry. Maybe I'm easily amused. I'm impressed by that. Kendrick just arrived 4 days ago, and he's out here making first downs on the road in a loud environment in New Orleans. This is all this is what, in my opinion, has happened with all of us gambling and playing fantasy football and deciding that logos on helmets are what actually decide football games. Oh, it's the Saints. Well, no. Kendrick Bourne and Juwan Jennings, Christian McCaffrey, Ricky Pearsall are lined up with dudes who are NFL defensive backs and actually had a pretty successful week last week also as a defense, and they were able to function and move the ball. And young quarterbacks often lean on running backs and tight ends, and they have a hard time ripping the ball downfield to wide receivers. But let me count them up. Juwan 5, Ricky 4, Kendrick 3. That's 12. Yep. And yes, Valdez-Scantling was 1 target and missed it. 12 completions to wide receivers. Phenomenal. That's how you win the football game.
And a couple of big-time throws, and the penultimate drive, the second to last drive, where he runs that bootleg and it breaks down, and he just fired it through 7 different Saints, and Juwan Jennings was able to catch it and go for 4 yards. It wasn't a big, significant play, but that was the kind of confidence that Mac had, where the play broke down and he was able to fit that one in. And the touchdown to Juwan, that was a classic Shanahan special. Yep. And I know Mac Jones talked about it, how that's one of Kyle's favorite plays and stuff. And, when you see it drawn up and you see McCaffrey go across the formation and the linebacker starts to cheat up thinking CMC, I got to keep an eye on it. And then, he looks him off and then just boom, right over the top.
Right over his head.
Yeah, it was a drive-by, as Mac said, and Juwan just was able to coast right in the end zone. And even the first touchdown to McCaffrey, great route, great throw, right on time, touchdown.
I loved it.
Incredible, yeah.
I loved it. And I did not just sit down and expect the 49ers to win. And by the way, after the first series, I was like, oh, God. That's exactly what I was worried this would look like. So props to them for working through that as well, because that was exactly like for 3 plays. I'm like, oh crap. I was worried that I'll put it this way. I was worried that my fears were legit. Yeah,
and a little bit of a weird start where you come out and you go bootleg for Mac Jones and they bust it up and he has to throw it away, and then you throw into Tonjes, yikes, and then you throw into Juwan into quadruple coverage.
Traffic.
And I was thinking in the moment, like, oh, God, Shanahan, what are you doing? And then as the game evolved, it's like he did that to try to get his quarterback comfortable, and clearly Mac talked about it after the game. He was nervous, and you should be nervous.
Of course you should be nervous.
Right.
Yeah. You're on the road. It's loud. You're a backup. You've never played for this team. There are trained 300-pound killers chasing you. I mean, yeah, I'd be nervous. We're sponsored by the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans. We want to talk to y'all. What'd you think of Mac Jones? What'd you think, period? What stood out to you? And a special invitation to any of you. It was the Saints people. Come on, stand on it. Let's talk this out. It was the Saints people. 888-957-957 is the number on Willard and Dibs.
My mom, my papa, my daddy. Where's the Caltrans? On the freeway, right next to speeding cars.
Please be careful.
Be alert. Be work zone alert. Brought to you by the kids of Caltrans.
Football is back. The road to Santa Clara starts now.
I want to go back to the playoffs, and the road to Levi's starts now.
Your station for the best football talk in the Bay.
I love football.
Is 95.7 The Game.
Own a home built before 1980? Is it on a poured foundation? You may be eligible for a grant up to $3,000 to strengthen your home against earthquake damage. Consider bolting your house to its foundation or bracing crawl space walls to help protect your investment and keep your family safe. Register between August 20th and October 1st at earthquakebracebolt.com. Visit today to learn more and secure your grant. Brought to you by the California Residential Mitigation Program.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/sports. openphone.com/SPORTS.
Hey, it's Bonte. Just back from a fall visit to River Islands where the schools are back in session. There are 3 top-rated K through 8th grade academies within the community, and construction just started on Academy number 4. River Islands High School students are busy in the classroom and on the sports fields of their phenomenal new campus. I don't remember high school ever looking this good. Elsewhere in Northern California's most successful lifestyle community, they're putting the final touches on another park. This one with the playground, workout areas, tennis, a splash pad, and a picnic area. The fall weather is still perfect for launching a kayak or a paddleboard off your own deck and head over to the Boathouse restaurant for lunch or dinner. More than 4,000 households have already made the move to River Islands. Today, with 15 neighborhoods priced from the $600,000 to over $1 million, there's more variety in home styles and sizes than ever before. In fact, the only thing missing at River Islands is you. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
I've used drugs from the age of 15 till 29. I had no friends. I had no family. I wanted to quit because I didn't want to die. Since I've been in recovery, I could write a novel. of the good things that happened to me. I finished college. I've held great jobs. It's never too late to recover from addiction. I am living proof that recovery is possible.
Get treatment. It works. To learn more, visit livingproofsf.org.
Looking for more than just a paycheck? Consider a career at Alameda County and make a real difference. Enjoy career growth, flexible schedules, and superior retirement plans. Apply today at acjobs.org. That's acjobs.org. Alameda County, our community, your purpose.
Tulsa is my home now.
Academy Award nominee Sylvester Stallone stars in the Paramount Plus original series, Tulsa King.
This distillery is a very interesting business, and we gotta know the enemy.
From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Landman.
What are you saying? I'm a rat! If you think you're gonna take me on, it's gonna be really difficult.
Tulsa King, new season streaming September 21st, exclusively on Paramount Plus.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business? Ah.
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more. So you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check if they're going for it on 4th down, before going to the concession stand.
Yeah, give me 3 hot dogs, 2 jumbo touchdown, baby! What?
Hey, buddy, you want cheese with those?
Yeah, checking first is smart.
No.
So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Yep, no doubt about that as they find Jennings running free. Jawan Jennings going to take it in for a San Francisco touchdown. 42 yards from Jones to Jennings for 6.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
I love this show, man. You know, 95.7, man. You know, I'm a gamer.
On 95.7 The Game.
Let's go, gamers. Come on, let's talk it out. It's a Victory Monday. What'd you think? And you know what question I'm also dying to ask? And I'll just admit up front, this one's just layered with all kinds of extra juice. But just for fun, I really love to hear people's answers about certain questions. 888-957-9570. We'll go to the phones in just a sec. What about this? So Mac Jones performs great. Why do you think he performed great?
Because he is a good quarterback, and he's got an unbelievable play caller who is the guy calling the plays. And I think that you do have to put some respect on Mac Jones. 50th start. This is not a guy who is just like fresh off the boat, and he's a guy who's been through it. He's done it. He's never played in New Orleans, but he's also in a system and in a scheme that suits him. And the one other piece, and I want to just enter this into the conversation now, because you and I talked about Browning off the air a little bit.
Yeah.
Jake Browning is thrown in the end of the first quarter or the beginning of the second quarter. It's like, oh, yeah, Jake, get in there. Mac Jones had the whole week. It was a Mac week.
It is different.
Mac got the week, and so I do think that helps him be able to get comfortable with the first 15, the overall game plan. When you're a backup and you get thrown in mid-game, it's a totally different thing.
I agree with you. However, it also allows a defense to prepare for your style, and sometimes that can shake up a defense. You'll see a backup get thrown in there. I mean, I think back to the game where Brock Purdy made his first performance, and he got thrown into that game against the Dolphins, and we all were like, so that's the end of that game, and the season probably too, and then he was great. He's fantastic and scored over 30 points against Miami in that game. And at that time, Miami was really, really good. So But I hear you. I think that's fair. That's completely fair. As far as one area where we saw eye to eye last week is I will have no problem calling Mac Jones a high-level backup. The problem is in this league, a high-level backup also means a low-level starter. That's my definition. High-level backup is good. It also means low-level starter, and so I was not able to get to myself to a spot of just assuming that because Kyle Shanahan's the coach, that Mac Jones is going to come in and perform at a very high level. Consider me pleased. We sat there, we were up, took the kids up to Tahoe, lovely Christy joined, and we bounced around to different restaurants and ate all kinds of crap. Just breakfast burritos and pretzel bites and all the stuff that makes football great, and I was thrilled. I was thrilled to see the way that the 49ers were able to move the ball and put 26 up.
Yep.
If you'd offered me that before the game, I'd take it in a heartbeat.
No doubt. And I think that this year, no matter who the quarterback is going to be more of that than it's going to be, 40 and 45 point absolute exhibitions of offense. I do think that this team is going to rely on complementary football more than ever before, which is give your defense a chance to rest. And when New Orleans was at its best, they were going tempo, and it was a longer drive, and they were going not full hurry up, but they were doing a lot of plays in a short period of time, and they were able to get the Niners defense on its heels a little bit. I think that these games that we saw yesterday are going to be more the norm than the outlier.
We really want to hear from you, so let's ride. 888-957-9570. What'd you think? What'd you think of Mac Jones? And does anybody want to represent Schedule Sam and tell us that the Niners aren't actually good because they only played Doopsy and Poopsy from New Orleans, who you think sucks, even though the season has barely started and we don't even really know who these teams are yet? Let's do it. Let's talk it out. Let's go to Bob in the city. Hi, Bob. Thanks for calling.
Hey, you guys are awesome. Okay, so first off, I thought Mac Jones played exceptionally well, except for the strip sack, obviously. But I thought he was really right on with a lot of his passes, so I was pleased to see that. The schedule situation. So everybody talks about the Niners with the weak schedule. But then you start looking at the NFC West. Wait a minute. Yep. Aren't they playing a lot of the same teams?
Well,
so does that make their schedules weak? Does that make them weak?
So,
you know
Bob,
what I mean?
yeah, Bob, you're not wrong. And just so everybody knows how the schedule works year to year based on when you hear that people say they're playing a last-place schedule, 14 of the 17 games are all the damn same for all the teams in the NFC West. 14 of 17 are exactly the same. And then there's basically 3 wild cards that get thrown in. They're all going to play the NFC South. They're all going to play the AFC South. They're all going to play each other. And that takes care of 14 games. The 3 left over, the Niners do get, quote-unquote, easier opponents than the others. The 3 wild card games for the Niners this year are the New York Giants, the Cleveland Browns, and the Chicago Bears. The Rams, as the division winner, will have to play people like the Eagles and the Lions, and I think maybe the Packers. So there's a significant difference there, but Bob, it's only for 3 of the 17 games.
Right. Okay, so I don't want to hear any more about the Niners' week schedule. All right.
It's the Ravens,
Thanks,
actually.
Bob.
The Rams play
Rays,
the Eagles. They go at Philly this Sunday, and then they go at Baltimore in October, and then they host the Lions in December.
Host the Lions, okay.
Which, the Lions are a little Jekyll and Hyde if you look at yesterday where they opened up a can on Chicago.
Yeah.
They do, but, and the Niners have the Bears, and they have the Giants, and they have the Browns. So there you go. Those are your 3 versus their 3. But you're right, it's only 3 of the 17. And when you look at the early returns on the NFC West, yes, they're all feasting on the fact that they're playing the weak divisions this year.
To a degree, but again, I'm going to stick to my point for the other teams too. Like, you don't just get wins in the NFL because you think that the other team is not good. I think the NFC West is going to be a battle.
It'll be good, yeah.
It's going to be a battle this year, and I think it's exactly what we thought it was, which what we said was maybe not the highest ceiling, but a very high floor. There's no doormat.
Yep.
There's no stupid doormat. You don't get a New York Giants that you go get to beat twice and be 2-0. Every single one of those games, last week against Seattle, this week against Arizona, I think they're going to be hard. Those are going to be challenging football games. And the Rams, for sure, that's a good team.
Yeah, and the Rams, they beat Houston in the opener at home, and it was a very, very physical, ugly win. But then you go to Tennessee, and you beat up a team that is a bottom 6 team in football.
Probably.
The Niners went on the road and beat a team that I think is a bottom 6 team in football. And Carolina is another team that's a bottom 6 team. You've got, young quarterback in Carolina and an offense that's not very established. And the interesting one will be Jacksonville, because Jacksonville could be better than a bottom 6 team. They might be something. We'll see.
Bottom 12.
Probably.
I think.
But, you never know. That's why I look at the Seattle win on the road and think that was a really, really good win
Really
in the
good.
opener. You go to Seattle and your quarterback got hurt. He played through it. And you had, your tight end got hurt. He didn't play through it. And you found a way to get it done with a kicker that would no longer be a part of your team.
Yeah, exactly right. There's another piece of the adversity we haven't even brought up
gutsy.
yet. Yeah, they've already had a missed field goal from 27. They've had a missed extra point yesterday, no matter who the kicker is. Here's one other thought for Schedule Sam. And I know you're out there. I know there's a bunch of you running around. I beat the Saints. Hey, Schedule Sam, why don't you just sign up for this opinion for the rest of the year? Just know that. If you feel that way now, you're going to feel that way all year long. Sure, there's a Rams tucked in on a Thursday night. There's this, that, and the other. But if you're not going to be impressed by back-to-back road wins with rookies on defense, one game by a backup quarterback, only 3 quarters out of the 8 with George Kittle, Kyle Juszczyk a concussion, kickers missing kicks, all of the things, and we could go on and on and on. Brock Purdy played for a half on an injured toe, as it turned out. If you want to diminish what has happened so far, I would argue there is not anything that can happen this year that will impress you. There's just not much out there.
Until the playoffs.
Little Tampa. Well, that's what I'm saying.
Sure.
That's what I'm saying. So go ahead, say Happy New Year, because you are not going to be impressed until 2026. So just, if that's your opinion, great. Get a T-shirt. You've got time. Make a hat and wear it around all year long. You can even get a little line at the bottom of the hat that has like a rip-away spot. They only played the, and then a blank. And you could just replace the team every week with who the Niners played and stick it in there. They only played the Panthers, and they only played the Browns, and they only played the whoever, the Titans.
Yeah, the Giants, the Bears, all that.
We're going to do this all year long. And if the Niners win 13 of them, go ahead. Be unimpressed. Be unimpressed. But I personally think you're doing it wrong. I don't think you're acknowledging how difficult it is to do what the 49ers have just done.
And they have not played the easiest schedule through 2 games, I don't think. And I'm looking at Cincinnati, where they went to Cleveland and won a 1-point game at Cleveland. Cleveland's not very good.
With a missed kick that was a bunny by
Correct.
their kicker. Yeah.
Right, but a win's a win.
Yes.
And, you don't give them back. And then yesterday, they had a backup quarterback that they needed to play, and you beat the Jaguars at home. So Cincinnati's 2-0 with wins over Cleveland and Jacksonville. The Niners are 2-0 with wins at Seattle and at New Orleans. That, to me, is more difficult than what Cincinnati has navigated. And so, yeah, you can schedule it up all you want. Ultimately, the schedule is made by the league, and it's done by formula. And when you have a bad year, you get rewarded with a good schedule. And it happened to coincide this year with the every 4-year rotation of now you play the South.
Yep.
And the South is usually not great. I know Tampa won the Super Bowl a few years back, and Tampa's going to be good again this year. Atlanta's not terrible, but outside of that, it's some fairly easy pickings in that division.
There's no powerhouse on the schedule. There's some good teams, and then there's some, mediocre, and then there's probably some bad. But there's no.
I mean, there aren't that many powerhouses. If you want to say Green Bay, Buffalo, Baltimore, Philly,
Detroit. I mean, you left out. I know they're 0-2, but come on, Kansas City. I'm talking about the teams that we know. I think that they're I could get away with saying Buffalo, Baltimore. I probably would have said Cincinnati if Burrow wasn't going to miss so much time.
Yep.
Kansas City. And I have my opinions about the Broncos and Chargers. I think they're both really good, but I'll acknowledge that
they're not powerhouses.
Right. But then Detroit, Green Bay, Philadelphia, and how about Washington after what they did last year?
Their quarterback might be hurt too.
Well, yeah, and if he is, it's maybe a one-gamer. It's not.
Honestly, to me, after 2 weeks, I would not put them in that category.
Okay, but coming into the year, those are the teams that you're like, ooh, they've got a little scare factor to them.
Sure.
And the Niners play none of them.
Right. None of them. Exactly. And the Rams will be good. Yeah. They're probably still favored to win the West. I wouldn't put them in the powerhouse category. That's an interesting. After 2 weeks, and they're 2-0, and everyone's 2-0 except Seattle, because Seattle had to play the Niners. So yeah, your division is going to be difficult, and you probably need, I would say, 12 wins minimum to win the NFC West this year.
NFL division winner odds. That's a fun one. I'd love to. Where do we sit? You think the Rams are still favored, huh?
I would guess, yeah.
Oh, wow. Oh, actually, no, it's not. No. Ooh, it's razor thin.
Yep.
Oh. Right now, the Rams are plus 170 and the Niners are plus 175.
There you go. Basically co-favorites.
According to FanDuel. Cardinals plus 310, Seattle plus 750.
Okay.
Because they're the only one with a loss.
Right, and the tiebreaker is obviously not in their favor, and I don't know if you thought that they were going to be a favorite anyway, so the fact that they're 1-1 makes it a little bit tougher, but yeah, after tonight, you're going to have, a few teams that are going to be 2-0. Right now you've got 5, 6, 7, 8 teams that are all 2-0 still.
And then, the Chargers and Raiders play tonight. They're both 1-0. And so someone else will be 2-0 there. And if the Bucs win in Houston, they will be 2-0. Those are big questions, though, and I will not ruin any ride the Dibbers. Which, by the way, do you want to do both right away? We're going to have to do more. There's a game in an hour and 15 minutes.
Yeah, we'll knock them both out.
Not knock them both out?
The picks are in.
All right, 3:45, okay?
Sounds good.
3:45, we'll do that. We'll lock in.
Yep.
Ride the Dibbers. You've asked for a new open. You probably deserve it, but those things also take time.
I get it.
I think. So, I don't know what the process is here. I'm worried that if we start doing a new open, by the time we get it, Dibs might be 9-4 or something like, I don't know. You're not going to win all the games this year. I don't think.
It's still possible.
It still is possible.
Yeah, it is.
You're allowed to.
And I'm almost back to 500 for my career of Fade the Dibbers.
Give me 1 sec. I'll find it.
No, I'm one game below, I think.
Which is really incredible there when you take, the fact that this hasn't even
I'm the Giants. I am the SF Giants.
Last year was really under the covers bad. / good.
Well, the playoffs was bad. Yeah.
Actually, Dibs, you are 36-1.
Let's go.
That's 500.
Let go.
And you got 2. Oh boy, tonight is dramatic. This is dramatic. You could go over 500 for your career. You could go 10-0. Or the shine could just rub off of all of this.
I cannot lose them both. I'm in that pick 'em pool with
You
spreads.
can. You're allowed to.
I know I'm allowed to, but
I got some strong opinions on these games, so I might
the
fade
picks
you.
are in. The commissioner has already sent out he does a Monday update. If this happens, so-and-so wins.
Okay.
Of the 4 scenarios, I win the week in 3 of them. The only way I lose...
You won last week, too.
Yes, I did.
Has that ever happened before? Has anyone won both weeks?
I have to ask. I don't want to jinx it, but I'm 9-5 this week on picks against the spread. But the picks that I've missed were my low-confidence picks. And so my point total is robust.
Dude, good on you.
I just can't lose them both tonight.
I got strong opinions.
Okay.
I didn't wait for you.
Whoa.
I know.
You're going rogue?
I placed
I'm
wagers.
8-0 and you're going rogue?
It's
risky.
I feel strongly about them.
Okay.
And so all of your picks, I have my preconceived notion.
Right.
I have to, or else I don't know whether I should fade you or not.
Right.
And again, I have only faded you twice out of 8 picks.
Yep.
So that makes me sort of like a de facto 6-2, I guess.
For sure, 6-2.
I mean, whatever. But I have my... Dude, your picks are in. So are mine.
Okay.
I hope they match.
Yeah.
I really do, because you're hot.
I would love to get to 10-0, but at the very least, I just
9-1. Take it.
I'll take it 9-1 right now.
If I offer you 9-1, will you take it?
Right now.
By the way, Dibs, you also don't discriminate because you are 9-9 on Niner games, 500 on the Niners, and 500 on the rest of the league too.
There you go.
The Niner thing might be the most significant because we've started a new year. which means a new you.
Yep.
And last year, when you picked the Niners, it made all of us throw up because it was like an automatic, this means the Niners are going to lose the game outright. Yeah. And this year, it's been very different. You've called them to cover twice. They've covered twice.
Yeah.
Both by the hair on their chinny chin.
Yeah.
But they did.
It's funny because in my confidence pool, the spreads come out early, and it was 4.5, and I took the Saints plus 4.5.
Oh, no.
It was very low confidence, but so in my confidence pool, I took the Saints, but by the time we got to Friday, the pick was in, and it was the Niners.
Oof.
So I stand on that.
Yeah. And then
4.5 was not quite enough.
And then the kickers went out there and started missing kicks. Like they could have gone either way.
Could have.
All right, let's go to Jonathan in the city. 888-957-9570. What'd you think? What'd you think of Mac? And hey, Schedule Sam. Let's talk it out. Hey, Jonathan, thanks for calling.
Hey, thanks for taking my phone call, guys. What I think is, I think it's very sustainable, what I've seen so far from Mac Jones in this Kyle Shanahan team offense. After let's not forget, man, Mac Jones is a first-round talent. He's 6'4". He's got a pretty good arm, as evident by that throw to Jennings, man. That was beautiful. He was able to see over the line, deliver the ball right on time, and Jennings for the touchdown. Also, that arm strength came in handy on those outside the numbers throw, particularly that wheel route comebacker for McCaffrey down the sideline for a big first down. That was beautiful, man. So as long as they could protect Mac Jones, I think we could be winning some games. And before I go, man, I just want to say, this kind of Shanahan offense, man, we've seen, Jimmy Garoppolo and what he did, right? And then there was Brock Purdy. So all I want to say is, hey, Mac Jones, I dare you to make it a trilogy.
Nice, Jonathan.
Nice.
Thank you very much. Yeah, this is, I think, probably a pretty good day for Kyle Shanahan for that discussion that always goes week to week, as it should. It's the NFL. We're fans. Everybody's opinion is going to kind of change week to week. But we know there's a brigade out there that kind of has it out for Kyle Shanahan, and I'm going to bet that they're going to be pretty quiet today.
Tough to not be quiet when you have a backup quarterback, and like you said, you lose your fullback, you lost your guard throughout the course of that game, and yet you found a way to scheme it up differently. And I was going through the tape today, and they did a lot of 11 personnel, one running back, one tight end, and when they went to two tight ends, a lot of the time, one of the tight ends was actually playing fullback. You had Tonjes in the backfield a bunch because you didn't have Juszczyk after that second quarter, so you had to kind of figure out ways to make it all happen in a different way, and he did.
Like, I don't know why this thought just popped into my head. Do you remember, I want to say this is somewhere in the neighborhood of 5 to 6 years ago. Grandy, I know you'll remember this, and maybe you could even help timestamp it for me. 5 to 6 years ago, this is pre-COVID. So there's no automatic runner at second base, this stupid baseball thing that we all do now, right? And so the Giants ended up in one of those lengthy extra inning games, and they were out of pinch hitters. And so they needed to grab a pitcher or do something. And I can't even remember the scenario that led to this, but Kevin Gausman ended up at the plate in extra innings and hit a sac fly. Kevin Gausman was a terrible hitter, but he hit a sac fly. And it didn't have to be a sac fly. It was not very deep to right field. And if memory serves, Brandon Crawford, the great Brandon Crawford, was the runner at third base. And it was a maybe. But in that situation, you're definitely sending him. Because, right, like somebody's trying to score a damn run. Close play, bang, bang at home. Crawford with a great slide. He's safe.
Yep.
Giants win.
Good memory.
Okay.
2021. Post-COVID.
Okay. Oh, it was post-COVID?
Yeah.
Well, but really?
Yeah, it was the magical
17th.
2021 season.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. So
Grandy's on it.
That's the part. So maybe there was an automatic. I don't know. Why then? Why? Who knows?
You know why? We had already used all of our players.
But like what? Like extra
it was only
games?
the 11th.
Oh, God.
I had already exhausted the roster.
We actually had a bunch of right-handers available, but there was a right-hander on the mound. So we, as an organization,
totally
felt that Kevin Gausman could get the job done. And he did.
It was a fly ball to
right field.
Medium right field. Do you know who the right fielder was for the Braves?
You're asking which. How about Jock Peterson?
That's correct.
Yeah, let's go. So here's why I bring this up. This is one of the things I'm getting at with why this is impressive for the Giants or for the Niners yesterday. You got people who you're like, I know you don't do this for a living, but get in there because we need you to. Hey, Jake Tonjes, go be a fullback because we need you to. And they're still figuring out a way to execute and win the football game. I'm just not going to let you do. It was the Saints when that's what's going on out there. It's really, really great, man. This is a great start to the season.
It is, and two things can be equally true. It was really cool that they won on the road, but it was the Saints.
Well, sure. Yes.
And the Saints were saintsing it up from almost the opening possession all the way through.
They're not good. I don't know that they're the worst team in the NFL. They didn't look like that to me.
They're not the worst team in the NFL, but they're not very good.
We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. We're also sponsored by Moderna. In 20 minutes, 3 things, our top 3 observations of the day. Until then, we keep going with your calls, 888-957-9570. Your calls right now. What'd you think? The Niners are 2-0. Willard and Dibs.
mNEXSpike COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
Coming to Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities at the Freeman's Appliance Fall Clearance Sales Event for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Football is back, and so is your shot at big wins. With DraftKings Pick 6, the official daily fantasy partner of the NFL, your game day instincts can score you real money fast. Here's the play. Just pick more or less on 2 or more player stats, from breakout rookies to elite QBs, and unlock the upside every snap brings. The better your calls, the bigger your payout. New DraftKings customers get $50 in bonus picks with just a $5 entry. This season, play your player instincts. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app now and use code THEGAME. That's code THEGAME. Play just $5, get $50 in Pick 6 bonus picks. Make the call. Ride the upside. In partnership with DraftKings Pick 6. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Void where prohibited. 1 per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable Pick 6 bonus picks that expire in 14 days. Limited time offer. See terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Game day just got an upgrade. Whether you're gearing up or winding down,
Westfield Valley Fair is your go-to spot. Hit the latest gear at Shoe Palace. Grab bold bites at Shake Shack and Eataly. And catch the action on big screens at King's Fish House. From premium shopping to epic eats and entertainment, make every football Sunday legendary. Westfield Valley Fair, where football fans fuel up in style.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic, made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Grab the keys to a new Toyota. This fall, it's time to hit the road and chase new adventures. From majestic mornings to golden sunsets, explore all the beauty California has to offer with Toyota's legendary fuel efficiency. Right now, get a low lease on the 2025 Prius Limited, one of 17 fuel-efficient Toyota hybrids. Plus, every new Toyota comes with Toyota Care, a 2-year no-cost maintenance plan. Toyota, let's go places. Offer available through TFS to buyers with premier-rated credit and 9/30/25. See your Toyota dealer for Toyota Care details and exclusions.
All right, team, it's game time. Blue 42, California Ace scratch right on one.
Wait, what play is that?
Keep up, man. He said play scratchers for the California Lottery.
Oh.
With the new Los Angeles Chargers, San Francisco 49ers, and Los Angeles Rams scratchers, it's always a great call.
For sure.
On one. Ready, set, run.
Play the new Game Day Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
And new kicker Eddie Pinheiro misses the extra point. What is going on with the kickers this year? And today, it's been an epidemic across the league through 1+ week.
Now, back to
Willard Dibs
on 95.7 The Game.
It's been an epidemic.
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw any of the Dolphins and Patriots.
A little bit.
The Patriots won that football game. What's the last name of their rookie kicker? It's got a bunch of letters in it. Something. Whatever it is, he can't kick the ball straight. He's out there firing extra points.
Who are you?
Yeah, like 10 yards wide right.
Yeah.
And then he's like, I'll get the next one. And then that was 20 yards wide right. I'm like, no, dog, correct it the other way. You're kicking crooked. You're kicking crooked. And then this was fun. This is a stupid little moment that I bet no one else noticed. The Falcons benched Young Wei Koo. Like, they didn't waive him, but it was a deactivation sensation. And they brought up a kid for Sunday Night Football. His name was Parker Romo.
Parker Romo? Parker Romo.
So Parker Romo runs out there last night, and it was a chippy. It was a 30-something yard something in a dome. And it's his first kick. It's like an opening drive of Sunday Night Football, and he boots the thing. The camera pans to him, and he's doing like he's fired up. He's looking at his teammate, and he's like, oh, yeah! Like he's freaking out. That ball went inside the upright by a half an inch.
Really?
Like, I'm sitting there doing the show, and my daughter and son are in the room with me, and Ella looks at me with her palms up. She's like, why'd they say that was good? That wasn't good. And I'm like, it was good, but it was
good enough.
I'm like, Parker, Parker, calm down, Parker. You almost missed a 35-yarder on Sunday.
John Parker Romo.
Oh, is that his name? All I got was Parker Romo.
John Parker Romo.
Well, did you guys see
JP.
the post-game on-field interview with Melissa Stark on NBC?
He got introduced to his teammates.
He didn't know who Leonard Floyd was, former Niner.
Wow.
He's sitting there. He's standing in between Bijan Robinson and Leonard Floyd, but Leonard is taking his jersey off.
You want to hear it?
Yeah, she's like, do you know who these people are? Listen to this.
And I know you're learning your teammates' names. You know their names, right?
I know Bijan.
This is Leonard Floyd over here. You guys want it? Nice to meet you. Back to you guys.
Go ahead and tell me again. Get mad at me for my take last week that people do not look at the kicker as a teammate. Leonard Floyd's like, who's this? Who is this spoon that's in my silverware drawer?
It's John Parker Romo, who, by the way, looking at the numbers, he went 5 for 5.
Yes, he did. He straightened it out.
And
but the first one was wobbly, dog.
Count it.
Put
it on the board.
Yeah, it was close.
1 from inside of 29, 3 from inside of 39, and then he made a 50-plus yarder.
Yeah, no, he was good.
54-yarder for the win.
I think he'll be kicking again next week. The Falcons didn't use the end zone last night, so they needed him.
That's wild that you just benched a kicker. You don't normally bench a kicker.
Yeah, they put him, like, you're not active. Like, you're just down. You're down for this game. But I wonder what will happen next because this guy, like you said, he went 5 for 5. He did good.
And I wonder how long until Jake Moody gets another chance. Not that we're going to do Jake Moody radio, but Groupie, who we saw miss for New Orleans, he's 2 for 4 now on the year.
And you can sign people off of other people's practice squads.
Correct.
And he's on the Bears practice squad.
And Matt Gay for Washington, 1 for 3. Jake Moody, 1 for 3. Andre Schmidt, 2 for 3. So, I mean, there's kickers out there who are missing.
No, and who's New England's guy? You got New England's guy in front of you? What's that last name? It's a long last name.
Borregales?
Yeah, Borregales.
4 for 5, but he made a 59-yarder.
He missed 2 extra points, though.
Yep.
2 extra points.
Yes, he has.
And they were not close. Yeah.
There you go.
Borregales. Sounds like a resort or a golf course.
Totally.
We're going to play Borregales this weekend.
Yeah, that par 4 on the back is tough. Very tough.
We're going to go back to the phones. Grandy, will you keep an eye out for 2 things? 2 things, big time 2 things. And I know that he will. So just to let you all know, in 23 minutes, Kyle Shanahan's going to do a conference call. And Grandy's going to be Johnny on the spot and listen in, especially for immediate injury updates. And then we'll play the whole thing for you once we've got it packaged and ready to go. But I would also please keep an eye out for a Giants lineup because I really want to know if freaking Bryce Eldridge is making his Major League debut tonight.
I'm a Giants fan.
Yeah, he's getting called up, and with Dom Smith down. And I got to imagine you're not going to call him up and not use him, right? I got to think Bryce is going to DH tonight and Rafi Devers is going to play first base.
Probably. I mean, what's the point? I would imagine that the Sacramento season's over already.
I don't even know.
And right. So if the River Cats are done playing baseball, then why not call him up? I mean, what else is he going to do? Just go chill and watch games on TV?
I don't, you may be right, but I don't think that's why. I don't think they're doing it because River Cats are done. No, Dom Smith is hurt. They got a roster spot.
Yeah, that was a tough one.
They think
on the stretch.
Oh man, what a boy! He went out on an important play. That was an unbelievable defensive play by Chappie
get out of here.
And Smith. What do you mean, get out of here? That was a crazy play.
Phenomenal play. He dives to his left, does a half roll, bounces up, and just and Dom Smith has to go full on Nadia Comaneci to get out there and get it. It was a phenomenal play.
Correct me if I'm wrong. They called him safe. They called him safe and then overturned it, or was it the other way around? No, they called him out, and the Dodgers challenged it.
And it was upheld.
Correct. Yeah. That's what it was. All right, no, River Cats have 6 games left.
At Round Rock, They got a 6-piece against Round Rock.
Oh, those are tough. You throw the records out when Sacramento plays Round Rock.
Come on.
What the hell is Round Rock? I've never heard of that.
No?
Also sounds like a golf course.
Yeah. Dude, that par 3 over water on the back, very tough. Round Rock.
Borregales. What are we doing? Let's go to Guru in San Jose. Hi, Guru. Thanks for calling.
Hey, Mark. Thanks for taking my call once again.
What's up?
Watching the game yesterday. Mac Jones, he operates well in structure, and Kyle Shanahan defined the structure. And I mean, this is one thing that Kyle Shanahan does really well, which is get offenses ready to play games with backup quarterbacks. I mean, I always look back at his first year with the Niners when he had, I think it was his first year or second year, when he had Jimmy G got hurt, and then he was shuffling between C.J. Beathard and Nick Mullins. I mean, the Niners were not good that year, but I always felt that he put his quarterbacks in the best position to succeed. And he definitely did that with Mac Jones, and Mac Jones is a better quarterback than those aforementioned backup quarterbacks that I just stated. So I mean, great job by Mac, and I mean coming to the Saints, they weren't as bad as I thought they were, especially Spencer Rattler. He definitely made some plays. And I think, like, it had the Saints not dropped a couple of balls here and there, it would have been a little more interesting. If you told me who had the better Sunday, Spencer Rattler or J.J. McCarthy, I would tell you Spencer Rattler had the better Sunday. But,
I agree. I agree completely. Hey, Guru, thanks so much for the call. The conference call got moved up.
Okay.
It's already underway, and we go to Mark Grandy for some injury updates.
Yeah, a handful here. Kyle Juszczyk, first of all, who left the game with a concussion. He's still in the protocol, so he's going to have to be working through that all week. That's expected. Juwan Jennings, who we saw him limp off at one point but return, has an ankle injury. He'll be evaluated throughout the week, according to Kyle Shanahan. Ben Bartch, who left the game and did not return with what is now being called a high ankle. Shanahan expects him to be out for a while.
That's a few weeks.
And then Spencer Burford, reserve offensive lineman, also has a knee thing, and he'll be evaluated through the week as well.
Knee thing. Is that actually what Kyle said? He's got a knee thing?
I don't know the exact wording off the top of my head.
It's a knee variant. He's got a variant
something
of
with the knee.
Yeah.
But the big one there is Ben Bartch, guard, likely out for a while. 7th-round rookie Connor Colby filled in for him when he went down yesterday.
Okay, so no surprises, though. Remember, it was exactly 1 week ago when we're like, I'm sorry? Did you say that Brock Purdy was hurt? We didn't know this.
Yeah, we didn't know.
So no surprises.
And it was a shoulder and a toe for Brock, but now it's more about the toe. And, just watching the game again today, the Juszczyk injury, I kind of can pinpoint when it happened. He went out and played about 7 or 8 more snaps after that.
I bet.
And then at the end of that drive, which was the second drive where they scored the touchdown and the PAT was no good, that was it after that. But there were a couple of plays on that drive where he went in head-to-head on a defender, leading the way on a run play, and I was trying to figure out when he got hurt, but he kept on playing.
I don't want to make any assumptions about a concussion, obviously, but, the protocol, I would say probably not going to play this week, but they usually are able to kind of work. Like, it's probably going to be missed this week. That'd be my guess.
Depends.
The betting favorite, right?
Yeah.
But I don't want to make any assumptions.
I mean,
because those things obviously can vary greatly.
Every step that you need to take to get cleared is a 24-hour step.
Right.
So I don't think that he would even be able to take that first step until tomorrow. So we'll get more information as we get into the week.
888-957-9570. Your call's always welcome. We'll do 3 things coming up next. Each of our top 3 observations of the day. We'll also have the Kyle Shanahan conference call for you in full as soon as it's ready to go. And we are a half hour away from Ride to Dibbers ×2. Can he go 10 and to start the year? We're sponsored by the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans and Willard Dibs.
There are children, friends, and families walking, riding, on paths and roads every day. Remember, they're real people with loved ones who need them to get home safely. Protect our cyclists and pedestrians, because they're people too. Go safely, California. From the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
Us. The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you, which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots on us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year You guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 10/21/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of one unlimited intra-line applied via 12 monthly internet bill credits. One discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data and service series. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Q1 to Q2 2025.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painters trust Kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same day or next day delivery, or order online and pick up in store. Kills primers. Pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Score big by saving lives with Stanford Blood Center. Donate blood between September 1st through the 30th and be automatically entered for a chance to win 2 club-level seats to the ultimate Sunday night showdown, San Francisco versus Atlanta at Levi Stadium. It's your chance to make a difference and experience the game like never before from premium seats with an unbeatable view. Every donation helps patients in need and brings you one step closer to the end zone. Learn more at stanfordbloodcenter.org/touchdown.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/sports. openphone.com/SPORTS.
1877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Straight Talk presents The Math of More. Here's how it works. When you say yes to more with Straight Talk, you're left with more for all the other good stuff. So getting an unlimited plan starting at just $25 a month equals more savings for your family's weekend adventures. And with a network covered by Verizon, you can share more from wherever you go. It's simple math, really. More equals more with Straight Talk. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. The $25 plan requires a compatible unlocked device and a new line of service. Additional terms apply.
Robert Saleh's defense pitching a shutout to this point. 6:48 to play in the second quarter. 73 total yards for New Orleans as they start from their own 15-yard line on first down. Here's Kamara in the backfield. Tossed for a loss on the play. Michael Williams, the rookie from Georgia. What penetration to blow up that run for Kamara.
Hey, it's Joe Shasky from the Morning Roast, and you're listening to Willard and Dibs. And you know, as much as I love Willard, I'm more of a Dibs guy. So if you want to do what I do, go check in on Dibs and say hi to him. Get in the YouTube chat. Do it right now on 95.7 The Game.
I'm kind of a Dibs guy myself, actually.
Yeah?
8-0.
8-0, brother.
8-0. How could you not be a Dibs guy if the dog is 8-0? That said, I do it in kind of a reverse way, which is probably not advisable, but then again, what gambling is advisable?
Right.
So I've already made my picks. Wagers have been placed. And so now I'm just hoping that they match yours.
Because I've been hot.
Very hot. And we'll find out in 25 minutes.
Okay.
Speaking of hot, I got something else to announce.
Yeah.
And it's hot. It's fresh. It's clean. And it's just off the presses. And I want to let our audience know that tomorrow on Willard and Dibs, on 95.7 The Game, we will be joined by Fred Warner.
Fred Warner.
Man. Will be on the show tomorrow on Willard and Dibs.
I've got a major bromance with Fred Warner.
Well, so do we. And I'll tell you right now, that might just be the best football player in the league right now. I know quarterbacks run the show. Okay, so maybe he's not Lamar Jackson, he's not Josh Allen, but holy hell. Fred Warner is absolutely... is starting off the same way he did last year, where we were 4 or 5 games in and we're like, DPOY.
Right.
And then he got hurt and he wasn't quite as effective and the Niners stunk. But let's reboot the conversation because he is just an absolute game changer on every level.
The last true linebacker to win DPOY, Luke Kuechly, back in 2013.
Carolina, right?
Yeah, you've got T.J. Watt, who's a linebacker, but not really.
Pass rusher.
You've got Khalil Mack, who's a linebacker, but not really.
Same.
Luke Kuechly, 2013. He's a linebacker, and he was DPOY. So just to give some context to how unlikely it would be, I mean, it could happen. Last year it was Patrick Surtain who got DPOY as a corner. So things are changing a little bit as far as who gets votes and who gets the nod for these types of awards. But there was a play yesterday where he almost stole the handoff. It would have been not a pick six, it would have been a take six. He was there so quick as Rattler was giving it to Kamara that he almost got in there and took the handoff first.
He's just been incredible. And maybe Diamador Lenore should be DPOY, except for he won't because he'll have no stats.
Totally,
no stats,
right?
because they won't throw the ball at him. They refuse to throw the ball on Demo's side of the field or his receiver. I literally think, I don't know what the stats are from yesterday. I think he had, was it one target in Seattle? I think they threw at him one time.
That sounds right. I don't remember him even playing yesterday.
Yeah, he's not on TV.
I said this to you before the show. I was like, did he even play?
Yeah.
I mean, I know he did because he wasn't on the injury report, and you're not just going to bench him like he's Younghoe Koo, the kicker. But he didn't show up at all because they don't want to go his way because the guy he's guarding is being guarded.
Exactly.
He's not open.
No, he is not appearing on television this year because the camera follows the ball, and the ball does not go at Demo. All right, we're going to do 3 things here in just a sec, but let's go out to some of you. Oh, GPD is on 880 today.
Hey, Grandpa Daddy.
Grandpa Daddy. Hey, GPD, what's up? GPD.
He's having a senior moment.
Gone. He's gone. All right, what about Larry and Hayward? Hi, Larry. Thank you for calling.
Hey, guys. How you guys doing? I know you're trying to say that Fred Warner's not the quarterback, but isn't the quarterback who wears that green dot, and he's the one that wears the green dot on our defense. So I'll say that he's the QB on defense.
There's no question. You know what I mean, obviously. I'm talking about just the way we view NFL, and quarterbacks are kind of on a different plane, but no. Larry, I wouldn't trade Fred Warner for anybody. Nobody in the National Football League.
I don't think anybody calls the defense like he does.
Larry, thanks, man. Yeah, he is a captain, a quarterback, whatever, in every sense of the word. Not just the performance and the abilities, but the leadership qualities that he has. It's not an accident that whoever the linebacker is that's next to Fred keeps turning into a star. And oh, by the way, that I need to take an L on something.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'll clear the decks for you to take an L gladly.
I take an L. So, do you remember last year when it started to be rumored that, the Niners might not keep Dre Greenlaw? And I was like, they have to keep Dre Greenlaw. They've got to keep Dre Greenlaw. He's so important. And then he moonlit. He showed up for the Rams game, and he was awesome, but then he was gone again. And look, I think to a degree the Niners agreed with me. We know they tried really hard to keep Dre, but there were a lot of discussions going on here at the station. Lovely Christie was texting through the whole thing. She's like, he's hurt, he's damaged, they got to let him go. And I'm like, but it's Dre Greenlaw. Fred needs a partner. We got to have Fred's partner. Has anybody in the last 2 weeks missed Dre Greenlaw? Because D. Winters looks every bit the part of Dre Greenlaw. And have you checked to see what Dre Greenlaw has done in Denver so far?
Not a lot. I haven't even noticed him playing.
You want to know why?
Because he's not playing.
He hasn't played yet.
Yeah.
Now, he started practicing late last week. Maybe he'll be back this week. I'm not rooting against Dre Greenlaw. I love the guy. But yes, the injury bug has continued to follow him, and D. Winters has been unbelievable.
Yeah. Yesterday, 8 tackles, 6 solo. And he took the 1 penalty, which was a 15-yarder for a very, very, very late hit out of bounds. But he's bringing the thump, and he's wearing Navarro Bowman's number. I know you're not a big number guy, but Bowman wore 53. D's wearing 53.
Is that what number he's wearing?
Yeah. And if it's not 54 flying to the ball, it's 53 flying to the ball. And D. Winters is bringing a lot of the heat. Yesterday, Fred Warner, 11 tackles, 7 solo. And the big pass breakup on the last drive.
And the forced fumble. Don't forget the forced fumble.
Tackle for loss, exactly. And a forced fumble. So Fred Warner is doing what Fred Warner does, but now his new running mate is a guy that they drafted a couple of years ago, and it took time. And that's the beauty of having depth, is that players like D. Winters, you don't have to have them play right away. Now, I know Michael Williams, we need you. Upton Stout, we need you. Renardo Green last year, we need you as a rookie. But D. Winters, he was able to special teams it up until his time was needed, and he's all over my sheet from yesterday.
Oh, my God, he's incredible. He's just absolutely playing. Now calm down, D. And Dre was the same way.
Right.
Wasn't Dre the one who got into the big Dom thing over there with the Eagles?
Yeah,
wasn't that Dre Greenlaw?
Yeah, that was him. That was Dre Greenlaw.
So I get it. We ask these guys to turn their attitude all the way up to 1,000. And then when they get 1 inch over the sideline, we're like, and now stop. So I get it. It's harder than it seems, but you don't need the personal fouls on the quarterback. That's not helping.
Yes, Rattler was well across the line, and here comes D. Kapow! Just put him into the bench, and cups are flying, and Rattler's on his back. And
I'm like, he didn't win the Super Bowl. The guy's getting a Gatorade bath over there. I'm like, I'm pretty sure the ref's going to call that one.
Yeah, that was a pretty easy one, and you can see the ref he threw the flag so high, he was like, oh my God!
I don't even think Rattler had hit the bench yet, and the flag was already in the air.
Way in the air.
The ref was like, you can't do that, D. Oh, man. That was funny. All right. GPD's back. Hi, Grandpa Daddy. What are you doing?
Hey, what's up, gentlemen?
Hey.
Bang, 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 bang.
It's pretty good. GPD.
Mark, ye of little face.
Ah.
Now, I called in. I didn't call in. I called in the Guru. Hold on. Called in the Guru and Steiny. And they asked me. I said, listen, Mac Jones, he's a backup. He needs to just go in there and do his job. I got total faith Shanahan's going to call the game, and they're going to get it done, right? And I was just like, the glass is half full. My God, Mark, last week he was all like, oh, my God, Mac Jones, oh, no. Hey, how you like me now, baby?
Hey, listen.
Grandpa Daddy.
Bang, bang, Niner game. GPD, listen, I'll talk on this. Thank you for calling, buddy. We always love hearing your voice.
Keep him in check, Grandpa Daddy.
Well, here's
and
the
his
thing.
impersonation of you is spot on.
Spot on, yeah. Yeah, that's exactly how the show sounds. Listen, I'm not going to sit down on my take, because my take was not that Mac Jones is going to be awful. My take was I have absolutely no faith that he won't be. And I didn't. So that was how I authentically felt based on watching Mac Jones for a few years. Plus, oh, by the way, y'all got to remember in that moment, the conversation was about the potential of Mac Jones playing for 5 games, as many as 5 games. And we still don't know how many more he's going to have to play. So it's wonderful that he's got 1. And I think I have given him all the credit in the world. I'm impressed. I thought he was fantastic. He gets all the credit for yesterday. I still, as a football fan, if y'all want me to be comfortable when the starting QB goes out, you're going to need to call somebody else. I'm never, ever going to be comfortable when the starting quarterback goes out.
Unless your starter is not a real one. You know, if you've if New Orleans loses Rattler, who was better than I thought.
Yeah, he was all right.
You're going to have to turn to Shuck. Okay, you're New Orleans. You could probably be as New Orleans as you're going to be with Rattler.
When you're not even trying to win. You're not even really trying to win.
Kind of, right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, you're not worried about it. But any of the good quarterbacks in the league, when they go down, I'm going to be like, look, I'm going to at least sit here and expect that there is going to be a pretty big drop-off. And in this particular game, the drop-off was not huge. And so that is wonderful. And he gets a ton of credit for that. Where does it go next? I don't know. I'm still going to be a hell of a lot more comfortable when Brock Purdy can play. That's not going to change. But Mac gets flowers for sure.
Absolutely. And, those flowers will come in our 3 things coming up. And just looking at all the backups in the league, there are 10 backup quarterbacks who were first-round picks. And Mac Jones is one of those guys who was a first-round pick. And as I look across the league at all the other backup quarterbacks who were first-round picks, you'd be hard-pressed to find any of the other 9 who you'd rather have over Mac Jones. And it's Trubisky and Zach Wilson, it's Richardson, it's Pickett, it's Trey Lance, it's Jackson Dart, which, we're yet to see what he's going to be.
I mean, he looked good in preseason for whatever
it's
that's
Mariota,
worth.
It's Wentz, and it's Teddy Bridgewater. Those are your first-round picks who are backups.
I think you're going to see Carson Wentz this week. That's the word. J.J. McCarthy had a little ankle last night, and is probably going to be. And I think, do the Vikings play the Bengals? I think we might get Jake Browning versus Carson Wentz this week.
Indeed what's happening.
Yeah. How about that?
I love it.
And by the way, that's the voice of Mark Grandy, who also has this Giants update.
A couple of updates. First of all, we have an official roster move. Bryce Eldridge officially selected from AAA Sacramento. Luis Matos optioned to AAA. Brett Wisely designated for assignment.
Oh, that's fine.
And we also have a starting lineup for tonight in Arizona.
And
Jung-Hoo Lee leading off. Willie Adames in the 2-hole. Then Devers at 3. Chapman hitting cleanup.
Hold on. Where's Rafi playing?
First base.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead.
Devers third at first. Chapman cleanup. Bryce Eldridge batting 5th and DHing. Ramos, Bailey, Schmidt, and Gilbert round out the lineup.
Interesting.
Ramos, Bailey, Gilbert, Schmidt.
Ramos down to the 6 hole.
Correct.
Interesting.
That might be one of those lefty-righty switcheroo things that they like to do.
Well, they're facing a bunch of righties this week. It's one of the reasons Bryce is up. Well, they don't want Wilmer Flores facing him right now. Wilmer looks, I'm sorry, he looks cooked. He looks cooked.
He's tired.
Well, yeah. He can't move. He can't move, and whatever he was doing to hit the ball in the first half of the season is not doing anymore. So, yeah, get the electric bat up, and let's see what happens. But, yeah, Jung-Hoo Lee up and Elliot Ramos down is interesting because Elliot actually hit the ball pretty good over the weekend.
Yeah.
He had some loud outs, but he hit the ball pretty good over the weekend.
Okay. Bryce Eldridge, batting 5th. Let's go.
Batting 5th, dude. Yeah.
Major League debut. Let's go. I'm excited.
Let's do it.
No pressure, though. I mean, he's not being put into a very pressurized spot.
No, they're not, like, in absolute need of these wins or anything.
That's all.
I mean, he gets a hitter's park.
True.
Arizona's Coors Field South, man. So put some balls in the pool, Bryce.
Let's go.
Let's go, 20-year-old. Time's a wasting.
That's right.
Same thing for 3 things. Time's a wasting. Let's go. Let's get to our top 3 observations. What was on our mind first and foremost when we woke up today on a victory Monday? The Niners beat the New Orleans Saints 26-21. You want to go first? Take it away.
Go ahead.
You want me to go
Number
first?
1.
All right. Number 1, the NFC West is going to be a dogfight. I don't care what anybody says about who people have played. The Cardinals are probably Exhibit A. They're 2-0. Who have they beaten? The Panthers and the Saints. And so I'm sure a lot of you are thinking, good, especially with both of them being by one score, oh, big deal. I'm not built that way. I think wins in the NFL mean that, you were better than the bad teams. So that makes you not a bad team. And maybe the NFC West won't house too many Super Bowl contenders, but what it also doesn't house are any bad teams. And so this is going to be an absolute fight. The NFC West is 7-1 this year. And the one had to be a one because the Seahawks played the 49ers. They held up great in Pittsburgh yesterday. The Rams look like they are supposed to look. This is going to be a battle to see who can come out of this division, and I would bet at least two teams are going to go to the playoffs out of this division this year.
It seems like it. I mean, it's very competitive, and 12 wins might be what's needed to go ahead and win the NFC West, and that's what is going to make this Arizona game and then the Ram game, both coming up here in the next three, so important for the 49ers. Well, my first takeaway is borrowing from your Jamaica honeymoon.
Big Mac, Big Mac.
It's Big Mac, because Big Mac was the Big Mac. He opened up with 3 straight incompletes, and then he got more comfortable. And the offense really, if you didn't know that it was Jones, if you couldn't see the name on the back, and if you didn't know what the number was, a lot of it was very Brock Purdy-esque. He took what the defense gave him. Everyone talks about his lack of mobility. He had a huge scramble in the first half. Yeah. He was able to get 14 yards, rumbling, bumbling, stumbling.
Go down next time, but yes.
Put his foot in the ground and got an extra 4 or 5.
And put his head into the
And he had
defender.
a couple of odd exchange things where the ball handling was not quite what you would want it to be, but by and large, Mac Jones was spectacular. He was spectacular as the backup. So my big takeaway was he was even better than I thought he was going to be, and I was high on what Mac Jones was going to be.
I was not, and so he was definitely better than what I thought he was going to be. All right, round 2. You want to go first on round 2?
Go ahead. Let's keep it civil.
Let's keep it. Here we go. Okay, Michael. Okay, first-round draft pick. That was a leap. I remember all the tape on week 1 where people were like, okay, you see where Michael Williams did some good things, but you can see where he's raw. And I think that will still be the case. But I give the Niners coaching staff a lot of credit because if you listen closely during camp, what they told you was, we really think that these young pass rushers, these young defensive linemen, they've got some skill, but they're going to take a minute. They're going to take a minute to get there. And we didn't really want to have patience. But the Niners were preaching, like even Kyle Shanahan said it. We want to get better as we go and see if we can find our way into the tournament. Well, winning 2 road games off the top and one of them being in the division is exactly how you do that. And you're already starting to see growth, even just from week 1 to week 2. Michael was a game wrecker yesterday. He was in the backfield. He was reading things. They tried to block him with a tight end one time, and he tossed him aside like a rag doll and took Kamara down for a loss. I love it. Remember, this is the number 11 pick in the draft, and the Niners had to get it right. And yesterday made me feel good that maybe they did.
So far, so good. And it plays into what my second takeaway is, which is Robert Saleh and his competence. It's excellence, but it's more than just excellence. It's competence. And, New Orleans gets the ball back and they need to go 94 yards for a game-winning touchdown. And the defense was classic Saleh, bend but don't break. And they didn't allow him to get near midfield, but you just played smart. And throughout the game, you had so many different defensive players make big-time defensive plays. Upton Stout making plays. And Bosa, obviously. You mentioned Michael Williams, the final play from Huff when he comes in and bends, get low, and you get around the corner and you get the ball out. Fred Warner doing Warner things, and D. Winters and all the rest of the defense. It feels like they're playing with a lot more confidence now with a coordinator who is much more competent. Mm-hmm. They mixed up their blitzes. Upton Stout had a sack, for crying out loud.
Early.
Came off the corner, got his hands on the quarterback, and got himself a sack. So just watching the defense, they are playing with a lot more confidence, and I'm watching it with more confidence as well, thanks to Robert Saleh.
All right, Grandy, I think we're ready for round 3. Round 3, here comes the big boogie. Here we go.
Number 3.
All right, you're going to want to fight me on this. You're going to want to fight me on this.
All right.
I got the numbers on my side right now.
We'll see.
Ready for this?
Numbers are numbers.
The Niners are a passing team. Let it sink in.
Well, when they don't have Brock, they are.
The Niners.
When they have a guy they can actually trust.
The Niners are a passing team. Christian McCaffrey so far this year has 50 touches. It was 19 was the total yesterday after the 31 week one. But only 35 of them are carries. That's not out of control. Less than 20 a game. I think that's what people were asking for. The split this week, 39 throws against 26 runs. The week before, it was 35 throws and 36 runs. But hold on. 5 of those runs were Brock scrambles, as 6 were for Mac yesterday. So tally it up if we call the QB runs designed pass plays because they were drop backs.
Well, there was a sneak yesterday.
Okay, so take that one away.
Yep, and I will.
Here is the yearly tally through 2 games. That is 52 run plays and 84 drop back pass plays. I love it. That's what this league is. And oh, by the way, the Niners so far are only averaging about 3 a carry.
Yeah.
Both games. It's not been great. You're going to have to throw the ball to win. And the Niners, they have twice. And that's the way you need to be. I love this little tweak from Kyle Shanahan.
Well, the teams that run it more than they pass it last year, they all went to the playoffs. So that is ultimately the way you want to be. But you said it there. You kind of buried the lead, Mark, which is they can't run it. So if you can't run it, 3 yards a tote yesterday, if you can't run it, you have to pass it. So I do think that they're going to try to figure out how to run it. They want to run it more than they are. But yeah, so far through 2 games, you're right. They're much more of a pass team. My final one is about the coach, Kyle Shanahan. Okay. That, to me, was an elite performance of play calling. You lost your fullback. You already were down your tight end, and he found a way to do it. They went to 13 personnel a few times with 3 tight ends on the field. He had a backup quarterback. He was down an offensive lineman, but they found a way to still be a productive offense. And it was Shanahan in the masterclass on the Juwan Jennings touchdown. That was a great play call. It's a great play design. Jennings was wide open yep. on that design. That was a Shanahan special. He's had himself 2 great games to start the year.
3 things, 3:15, day after a game, every time, right here on Willard Dibs. What are your things? What'd you think? What are your observations? What'd you think of Mac? And who wants to be Schedule Sam? I'm still waiting for one of you to have the guts to call in. 888-957-9570. I hear you in the streets. I see you online. Where's your phone call? Come on, let me hear it. It was just the Saints. Let's do it. Are we going to do this all year long with the Niners' 4th place schedule? Let's talk it out. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Your calls right now, 888-957-9570. That is the number, and this is Willard and Dibs. And hey, it's Willard, Bay Area. I got a bigger team for you to join, and that is the team that donates blood. Hot Yoga Republic in Mill Valley is teaming up with Vitalant for a blood drive September 25th and 26th. So this is coming up now in less than 2 weeks. Need you to roll up your sleeves, give blood, and help save a life. Every 2 seconds, somebody needs it. Can be accident victims, kids in chemo, can be women in labor, all kinds of things, real people who need you. Let's do this, Bay Area. Find your spot at hotyogarepublic.com. That's hotyogarepublic.com. And a very big thanks to Habas Law for backing this. Habas Law, always fighting to make it right.
Nobody breaks down an NFL game better.
They're trying to zone it and take it away and squeeze it, yet the throw just cuts right through it. The outside noise, none of the players subscribe to it. Brock Purdy doesn't care about it.
The players love him.
What I love about Baldy is that he loves ball. You can tell by the way he talks about guys, the way he breaks down their tape.
Brian Baldinger on the Morning Roast with Spadoni and Shasky every Tuesday at 7:30.
Sleep is overrated. I'm just trying to give America what they want.
We are the Bay Area's football station, 95.7 The Game.
No big deal, but you've been earning Kohl's Cash for 20 years. That's 2 decades of checkout wins. To celebrate, enter our month-long sweepstakes for a chance to win $200 in Kohl's Cash. Plus, save on fall faves during the Customer Appreciation Event now. Yup, 2 decades of Kohl's Cash is a big deal. Shop Kohl's and brag accordingly. Coupon ends September 21st. Select styles. Some exclusions apply. Sweepstakes ends September 30th, 2025. No purchase necessary. 20 winners per day. Limit 1 prize per person for entire sweepstakes. See Kohls.com for official rules and details.
AGA's offer
offered in certain states by Unlock Home Equity Solutions, Inc., NMLS 2657081. See NMLSConsumerAccess.org for full details, including terms and conditions. Visit unlock.com/legal. Actor portrayal.
Lisa, thanks for having me over. Your new kitchen is gorgeous. How'd you find the money to do it? We worked with this great company, Unlock. They help you unlock the future value of your home to get the cash you need today.
So it's a home equity loan?
No, it's not a loan at all. There's no monthly payments and no interest charges ever. And you can use the money however you want. We were able to redo our kitchen and pay off our credit card debt.
Wow, Jack and I could really use this to finally pay off our old student loan debt. How do I get started?
It's easy. Just give him a call or go to unlock.com.
Call 1-888-780-6854 to unlock the value in your home and get up to $500,000 in cash with no monthly payments and no interest ever. Use the money for home improvements, to pay off debt, or to add to your retirement fund. It's up to you. Visit unlock.com. That's unlock.com. Or call 1-888-780-6854 now to get started.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Are you interested in being an install or service technician? Good news! R&S Doors and Gates is hiring. If you have good mechanical skills and a knowledge of power tools, welding, and motor controls, you should apply today. R&S Doors has openings to repair and install commercial overhead doors, entry doors, and loading dock equipment. You must be able to work in a professional, fast-paced environment. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR and apply today. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Warriors head coach Steve Kerr now joining us on the River Islands guest line.
Joining us right now on the River Islands guest line, none other than Steph Curry.
River Islands and Lathrop combines new home neighborhoods with lakes, parks, and trails. All new charter schools, a waterfront restaurant, and all the elements to make the good life your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
Every week on the Moth Podcast, we share stories that are funny, strange, heartbreaking, and above all, true.
I myself have been married for 56 years. Unfortunately, to 4 different women.
It turns out the people I was looking for all my life is what you people would call nerds.
Follow and listen to The Moth on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter? Right? And the best part? They accept Discover. Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
And here it comes. Mac Jones in a clean pocket. Floats it for McCaffrey. Makes the catch. Touchdown, San Francisco. Picture-perfect throw from Mac Jones to Christian McCaffrey to cap a beautiful 2-minute touchdown drive.
Now, back to
Willard and Dibs
on 95.7 The Game.
We were just talking this out. We'll go back to the phones in a sec. We'll let you hear some of the key stuff from Kyle Shanahan's conference call in just a sec. But 7 o'clock tonight is what's called a good problem to have. But it's a problem.
Yeah.
What are you going to do? I want to know, how's your toggle?
How is your toggle?
How's your toggle doing?
My toggle is going to be very good. It feels like a personal question, but
I'm here to ask the tough questions, and I know you pretty well, so
Sure.
I'm not afraid to ask.
My toggle's better than my pneumococcal as I bring some off-the-air jokes that you and I tell each other about commercials. Pneumococcal. My toggle is doing better than my pneumococcal. So, yeah, my toggle's doing just fine. I thought I could get you with a little pneumococcal.
That was good. It finally made the air.
Thank you.
Anyway,
You got to get your toggle on.
Well, 7 o'clock.
Yep.
Texans, Bucks coming down the stretch fourth quarter. Chargers, Raiders.
Kicking off.
And, oh, by the way, batting fifth for the San Francisco Giants. The designated hitter, Bryce Eldridge. You better get your toggle ready.
Yeah.
So I don't care if you're a lefty or righty, wherever you are right now, it's time to go challenge your coworker to a thumb war. You need to work that thing out and get that thing ready for 7 o'clock tonight because it's going to take some quickness. You're going to need to be stretched out, ready to go, or you're going to need to go to a sports bar. That's your only other hope.
Yeah, something. You got to have to be locked in. You have to be yacked in.
And for those of you who work, even if it's not a sports bar, you work at one of these restaurants that's got a TV, please don't be that business that's got CNN on and you're just like caught off guard when people are like, what are we doing? You got NFL 1, NFL 2, Giants, top prospect, pennant race. Why is ESPN 3 on? Why are we watching logging right now? Can you please get it together?
Competitive tag, Mark, is very entertaining.
Lord,
I like some tag.
Why is American Gladiators on the TV? Can we get it together? And don't, I got to find the remote, and my boss is the only one who knows how to check. Get it. You have time right now. Get it together. You have a job to do. Be ready. That's your job.
Well, I'm ready.
Your job is to execute. Let's ride the Dibbers. Well, we are approaching what may be an historic run. I don't know what the all-time record is. You might have already broken it. I haven't the slightest clue. What I know is I'm already petitioning the NFL for more games. I'm tired of this Monday, Thursday, Sunday thing. What are the other 4 nights doing? Let's go. Let's do this every night. My partner is unbeaten. Unbeaten. As we close out week 2 in the National Football League. 8-0, call his freaking message phone.
1-800-BET.
One game will kick off in 10 minutes. It is the home Houston Texans. With the road, Baker Mayfield's, the Tampa Bay Bucks. The Houston Texans are laying 2.5. Dibbers?
Well, these are tight games, certainly. It's always going to be tight when you've got teams of this ilk. You can go ahead and throw the records out when Tampa and Houston collide, but this is one that I really liked early on. I was liking it early, and I'm liking it even more now because you get a team that is up against it 0-1. Not that 0-2 is a death knell in a 17-game schedule, but you get the Texans at home. Tampa Bay, very good offense against a Texan defense that I think is underrated, and it's very sturdy. And C.J. Stroud, bound to play better. Great in year 1, not so great in year 2. I'm taking the Texans, Mark. At home, I'm going to lay the 2.5. Cuckoo. Boss?
That's the correct pick.
Okay.
That's 1 for 1.
I like the pick.
We're going now. That is 7 of 9 picks I am joining you on. I like the Texans, minus the 2.5 as well. But who cares what I think? You're the one who's 8-0. Now we go to the nightcap. And in speaking of Viva Las Vegas, that's where we're freaking going for this one. And a home dog on Monday night is a legendary thing in sports. Will you go with it or will you go against it? The Los Angeles Chargers visit Vegas and lay 3.5. Dibbers?
I think that this game is more competitive than what I had thought previously when I made this my second most confident pick of the week. But as you get closer to kick time, Brock Bowers may not play. He's questionable.
Expected to play.
But he's a little bit gimpy. And I'll tell you what, Jim Harbaugh is the kind of coach, home, road, it doesn't matter. I like the way the Chargers approach these games. The Raiders with a nice win in week 1. Chargers going on the road, I guess. Vegas, not a very daunting home field environment. So I'm looking at the Chargers. I think that they're just flat better than the Raiders. So I'm going against convention, and I'm going to take the Chargers and lay the 3.5 on the road. Are you fading the Dibber? You got to do it right.
I mean, I just kind of want a half step. You're 8-0, for God's sake.
Without Lucas, it loses its luster. Grandy, your thoughts on my 2 picks?
I like Tampa and I like the Chargers.
Okay.
So I'm split with you.
I'm split with you as well, but with the other split. So Grandy and I are completely at odds tonight.
Yeah.
A home dog on a Monday night, getting more than a field goal is a hard thing for me. Plus, I'll admit a little bias here. There's an affinity. This is for some fans, this is known as the reboot of the What's Your Deal Bowl. If you're a college football fan of any age, you know that these two head coaches, they don't like each other. They do not like each other, for real. Jim Harbaugh ran up the score on Pete Carroll once upon a time when Jim was at Stanford and Pete was at USC. He went for 2 to get to 50. USC did not have 48. Let's just say they had something like about 20.
Yeah.
And Jim went for 2 late in the game. And Pete, as they arrived for the post-game handshake, famously, lip readers caught him. This is pre-John Boy, but famously looked at him and went, "Hey, what's your deal?"
Yeah.
And so this is now known as the What's Your Deal Bowl. And in those particular cases, I kind of root for Pete because I'm like, what was your deal? Like, I didn't like that move by Jim. Look, they're both good coaches. I think both of these teams are maybe a little bit better than people thought at the beginning of the year, but I just think 3.5 is too much. These two teams play close.
Yeah, they do.
You're the dibber, so I'm probably wrong, but the bets are already the picks are in.
The bet's been made, yeah. And I look at the rest advantage that the Chargers have.
Interesting.
Even though it's offset by international travel, because they played Friday in Brazil, the Raiders had to play Sunday in New England. So for me, you have a 2-day advantage, and you're only going from San Diego, L.A., I know, to Las Vegas, whereas the Raiders had to go all the way from New England back home. And I think that the Raiders are a little bit overrated, overinflated at this point.
Well, they
beat New England, big whoop. The Chargers had to go to Brazil and beat Kansas City, which Kansas City's 0-2.
Oh, you might be right. You might be right.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll find out tonight.
I just felt like the Raiders for a second, like the Raiders last week. Yes, you're right. They beat New England. New England might not be all that good. I've actually been very disappointed in the way their defense looks, but the Raiders suddenly looked professional. That's kind of how I'd say it.
Yeah,
I think for years, right, when you're running around out there with whoever the hell the coaches have been the last few years, and Devontae Adams is on the sideline being like, this guy Jimmy's going to get me killed, and the whole thing just reeked. I mean, from ownership down, it often looks unprofessional, unbuttoned up. When you brought in Pete Carroll and Geno Smith, all of a sudden last week, I'm like, oh, it's actually a football team. So I don't know how good they are, but I think they can keep this one close. I think they can keep it. Well, we'll see. I'm really looking forward to all this.
Yeah.
And then Bryce Eldridge's bats are tucked into this with the Giants game. This is a hell of a Monday night. It's a hell of a Monday night.
Incredible Monday night,
yeah.
You got a little bit of a pennant race, and you've got a Monday night doubleheader that starts here in about 60 seconds. So we'll all be, yep. That's right. Oh, boy. Monday night. Pow! Oh, yeah, Grandy.
I try not to talk over it. It's just too good. It's just too good. And then we get to do it again. We get to do it again in 3 hours.
7 o'clock, yeah.
I might leave the 2-minute drill between Houston and Tampa just so I can hear the music again on the other channel.
I do like the fact that it's more of a true doubleheader as opposed to the staggered 4 o'clock, 5:30 game.
There will be a little overlap.
There'll be a little bit
overlap.
It used to be much more of a stagger where
I agree with you.
One game's half over and the other game's starting. This feels more like a true doubleheader.
Yeah, plus, let's go. It's 4 o'clock. Let's start now.
Yep.
This is awesome. Houston and Tampa Bay, and we will keep you up to date. Of course, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. We'll have Kyle's key comments here in just a second. But let's go out to the phones because we finally found someone who's got the guts to play the part of Schedule Sam. And I that's all I want today. Where are all of you Schedule Sams? Oh, it was just the Saints. Right, and the Niners had Mac Jones, Jake Tonges, and then Jake Tonges again because he was both Kittle and Juszczyk at different times. Trent Williams wasn't planning to play, and then a bunch of rookies out there on defense who somehow, some way, you've all have decided are just vaunted and amazing already, and they put all of this together to go 2-0 on the road with one of those games being against the division, and half the people in my feed are like, dude, it's just the Seahawks and the Saints. What about the Seahawks yesterday made you think that's a crappy team? Nothing. So I don't even know. I don't know why everyone thinks they know how good or bad all these teams are. It's week 2. So I am just absolutely thrilled with where the 49ers are and very impressed that Mac Jones had that for a backup quarterback performance, no matter who his head coach is. Obviously, Kyle helps. Kyle helps every team that he coaches. He's a great coach. Matt in San Jose has agreed to play the part. Hello, Matt. Thank you for calling. What's up?
Willard and Dibs, first of all, I do want to say your boy been going through it lately, and listening to this show every day just really keeps me going, man. So I just really appreciate you guys doing what y'all do, man. It's a great show.
You hang in there as always, man.
Thank you, Matt.
No doubt, man. No doubt. So now all that sappy stuff's out the way. Mark, it is the freaking Saints. Now, look, I will say this. To your point, because you said this a few days ago, those guys are in the NFL. The Saints, these players, they're in the NFL. So are the Niners' backups. Mac Jones is the first-round pick in the NFL. So the same, I guess in that regard, the same draft bias that worked against Brock Purdy could work for Mac Jones in this case where, yeah, we're putting him on the field, and, yeah, it's not our starter, but I can ask you this. If you put this team on the field week 1 and you said your first opponent is the Saints, you don't have Kittle, you don't have Brock, you got Jake Tonges, you got Luke Farrell, and you got the mighty Niners out there with Mac Jones. Do you think you can beat the New Orleans Saints?
Well, and my answer would be the same thing it was last week. I don't know. And they did, so now I know. But let's also can we acknowledge that this was not a blowout. This was not a blowout. They're up by 5 and the Saints had the ball. So that's all quite frankly I ever said is that if you're going to say, well, if the Saints are NFL players, then so are the Niners backups, I'll agree with you, but how am I supposed to automatically expect that they're going to come out and perform at the same level as the starters? I would not expect that. So all that leads to, because some of you can feel like, oh, you're right, I'm wrong, whatever, but I never said they were going to play awful. I just said I'm not going to expect that they're going to play great. So when I come in today, it allows me to be maybe more impressed than some of you are, because I think they really achieved something yesterday.
Playing poorly and then playing well enough to beat the Saints are kind of two different things, though. Because if you play the game you played yesterday against Green Bay, you lose. So it's a whole different dynamic when you're talking about who the opponent is. I don't think you win against Seattle if you play the way you played, making some of those mistakes. But you could also, out of the same breath, say Brock Purdy with George Kittle for a quarter put up 17 points and they won, and Mac Jones with no Kittle and, Trent's on a bump, he's got an injury and you got all this stuff going on. He goes and puts up 26 and they win on the road against the Saints. Like, there's so many different angles to look at it. The bottom line is that as long as you're putting a solid team on the field, you should expect that with Kyle Shanahan, with this organization, the way they run the ball, and I guess that kind of goes against those numbers that you put out earlier about the passes versus the runs, but you still got Christian McCaffrey. Among all the weapons that you have that we talk about being such a good team, they should be able to beat teams that we don't really know who's on the team.
Matt, I don't even disagree with you except for, and it's the same word that Dibs you use. Thank you, Matt. Hang in there, my man. I like
expectation.
Yes. The word should.
Yeah.
I just didn't want to use the word should. And so you can, one thing he said in there that's kind of interesting. He's like, if that was the Packers yesterday, you'd lose. Well, yeah, maybe, actually, even if the Niners were fully healthy, maybe they lose that game. So I'm not going to sit here and tell you that all opponents are the same. I hope you don't take that way. That's not what I mean at all. Certain games are certainly harder than others. But what I'm getting at is just because we've decided that the Saints are a doormat does not mean you automatically get to go in there missing tons of your starters and win that football game. I'll give you this example. And Dibs, I don't even know about you, how you would answer this question. Have you ever played a survivor pool before?
Yeah. Oh,
okay.
yeah.
All right. How often do you do that? Do you do it every year?
Every now and again.
Every now and again.
Yeah.
How far did you make it? How many weeks?
Usually week 4, week 5.
All right.
You try to burn your super heavy favorites early. At least that was always my strategy. Trying not to hold anything back, because if you hold them back for later, you might not make later. So I would go ahead and use the best teams that I possibly could in the best possible spots and see how long you can make it.
Yeah, so I find them to be very hard, and there's a reason that they're very hard. These games that we've all decided, well, that's an easy game because that opponent sucks, we usually make it to week 2 or 3 or 4, and then we're done because they're not that easy. They're not that easy. Yes, the better team usually wins them, but I bet most of you who play a survivor pool, what do you never do? What's rule number 1 of a survivor pool?
Take a home underdog.
Yeah, never take a road team.
A road underdog, yeah.
Never take a road team. But that's what the Niners just did. They were the road team without their quarterback, without their star tight end, all of these things working against them. I don't think it was unfair for me to sit here and say, boy, I'm in complete wait-and-see mode, and I've got no expectations. I know a lot of you translated that to mean that I hate Mac Jones or I think he sucks. No, none of it was projecting forward. All of it was looking back. Mac is not a quality starter in the NFL, yet was starting for the Niners on the road and missing some key pieces. So I went into that game with no expectations. Fun part is now I get to be impressed today. If you're not, cool. But I think what they did yesterday and last week was hard.
I think last week was more impressive, quote unquote, and that's just the nature of what they did and where they did it and against a divisional opponent and all the rest of it. But for me, even though New Orleans is not a very good team, in my opinion, they're a bottom quarter team in the NFL. They're one of the worst 8 teams, I would say, in football. It doesn't mean that you can't go there and slip up and lose that game. So I'm never one to come in and be unimpressed by a team winning, especially when that team wins on the road. And if you look across the league, all the teams that have been favored who have lost the game outright, you've got Baltimore and Pittsburgh, Denver's done it, Atlanta, Kansas City has done it, and Minnesota, Miami, and New England. These are all teams. New England lost to the Raiders as the favorite at home. So favorites lose all the time, which means you go into New Orleans as the favorite. You're not completely disallowed from going out and winning that game. Now, if you want to talk about the expectation game moving forward into this Sunday, Brock Purdy Mac Jones, whoever your quarterback is, I'm not going to use the phrase should win at all, even though it's a home game. This game on Sunday,
it's hard.
No matter who your quarterback is going to be, you won't have Kittle. You may not have Juszczyk. You probably won't have your guard, Ben Barch. This is going to be a hard game no matter what. I won't use the should win phrase at all on Sunday.
Well, we don't even know who the quarterback's going to be yet.
That's my point, though. If it's Mac or Brock, either one, neither one's going to make me think, oh, now you should win. Absolutely. No, Arizona's tough, and Connor gives you problems, and Kyler Murray gives you problems. Arizona's not going to be an easy game no matter who you have healthy.
Are you impressed with what they've done so far?
Arizona?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're 2-0.
Okay, because all they did was beat the Saints and the Panthers.
Right, and so I'm impressed to the point that they should have beaten both of those teams. Like Cincinnati yesterday, and I was looking at some of the clips during the break of Jake Browning getting the game ball from Zach Taylor, the head coach. He threw 2 touchdowns, he threw 3 interceptions, but he got in there for Joe Burrow, who's going to be out for 3 months, and he won the damn game. That's impressive. Even though he threw 3 picks, he did enough. They did enough to go out there and still win the game. So for me, that is where I start my calibration as far as how do I feel about a game. Yesterday was pretty impressive. Yeah, it was New Orleans. You're supposed to beat New Orleans even with a backup quarterback, but they went out there and they did it. You couldn't really run the ball very effectively, and you threw it when you needed to throw it. You didn't make a lot of mistakes. Actually, you played mostly mistake-free football.
I'm interested to know how many teams we would assign that label to. You go to New Orleans with your backup quarterback, and you should win. Like, would you feel that way about Philly?
No.
Would you feel that way? Detroit?
No.
Would you feel that way about Green Bay?
Well, let's just look at their schedule.
Well, we also don't even know. Like, I bet most people, we don't even know who their backups are. Who's Jordan Love's backup? Is it still Malik Willis?
Yeah, I have the list right here.
I don't even know. Who's Jordan Love's backup?
It's Malik Willis. 3-2.
Okay, and Tanner McKee is doing Philadelphia, right?
Yes, he is. Undefeated as a starter.
Who's Jared Goff's backup?
That would be Allen.
Kyle
Allen. 7-12 as a starter.
I mean, so if Kyle Allen was going to New Orleans this weekend, would you be like, you should win? I don't know that we would do that.
Yes. Absolutely.
Yes?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I think Philadelphia would be favored.
Even if they're favored, like the Niners were favored, but at a certain point, I'm not going to make that like the end-all, be-all. Like, we're looking at a QB who we've never seen in this system, and when we have seen him before, has shown that he is a below-average starter. He's a high-level backup, but he's a below-average starter in the NFL. I'm not going to fix you should go win. But again, the fun thing for me is that allows me to be impressed. Like, I was really impressed by Mac Jones yesterday. He did a great job.
Yeah.
He did a great job. So there's no withholding of credit. In fact, I think I give him more. Some people are like, well, you got Kyle and you got a Ferrari. I'm like, this thing was like, I don't know. It was an Audi at best. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, you got McCaffrey. You got no Kittle. I didn't know who the receivers were going to be. We didn't know if Trent Williams was going to play. So I loved it. I think it was a great, great win yesterday.
Absolutely.
That's how I feel. So C.J. Stroud to Nico Collins. Touchdown, opening drive. Ride the Dibbers.
Those are my Texans right there.
Ride Dibbers, ride. Okay? If you haven't already, we invite you to subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast. While you're there, check out The Morning Roast and Steiny and Guru and all the reaction today. All right, keep it right here. TC, you'll lead us off. 888-957-9570. Where are you, Schedule Sams? And what'd you think? What'd you think of Mac? We can get to all of this all the way through to 6 o'clock. Plus, coming up next, the key comments from Kyle Shanahan's conference call today on Willard and Dibs.
And it's Dan Dibley here to talk about Fremont Bank, family-owned bank with the family-owned feel, and they're deeply committed to contributing to their clients' goals, and in this case, it is me. I'm a client, so they're contributing to my goals, and they're also really interested in empowering the community all around us. 61 years they've been in business now, since 1964, where they launched the first branch right down there in downtown Fremont. And since then, they've gone on to expand, and now they have 21 branches throughout the Bay Area that serve so many of the great Bay Area communities. They're proudly independent, and they're active members of the communities that they serve, and they're one of the top local corporate philanthropist organizations right here in the Bay Area. You deposit your money with Fremont Bank, they keep the money local, and they reinvest it into business, organizations, activities, and everything else that makes the Bay Area so strong. You want to go into a good local bank, not a big box bank, but a bank that supports local people, and that's what Fremont Bank is. They support nonprofits, and they make meaningful grants for the betterment of all of us here in the Bay Area. It's Fremont Bank, here for you and here for good.
Come into Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sales event September 26th through the 28th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/sports. openphone.com/SPORTS.
Since I've been in recovery, I could write a novel of the good things that happened to me. I finished college. I've held great jobs. It's never too late to recover from addiction. I am living proof that recovery is possible.
Get treatment. It works. To learn more, visit livingproofsf.org.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the weather first, before wearing face paint to the game.
Bro, your Go Cats is dripping into your nachos.
Oh, and now paint is in my eyes.
Interception! Did you see that?
No!
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Tulsa is my home now.
Academy Award nominee Sylvester Stallone stars in the Paramount Plus original series, Tulsa King.
This distillery is a very interesting business, and we gotta know the enemy.
From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Landman.
What are you saying? I'm a rat! If you think you're gonna take me out, it's gonna be difficult.
Tulsa King, new season streaming September 21st, exclusively on Paramount Plus.
Warm and sunny today, even warmer for tomorrow.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
A first down, and the Saints' hopes continue. 4th and 2, pressure coming, ball is out, loose on the turf, diving for it is Ruiz, but it will not matter. Turnover on downs, and the San Francisco 49ers are going to get a road win in New Orleans.
You want to see an amazing pass rush, and it's not Nick Bosa that has it, it's Bryce Huff.
Now, back to
Willard and Dibs
on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Kyle Shanahan spoke earlier today. The injury updates are largely, I would just say, I mean, they're not perfect, but there were no huge surprises. Ben Bartch with a high ankle sprain. We know that Juice had the concussion. In fact, we'll let you hear all of it here in just a few. But 888-957-9570 as we react on a victory Monday. The Niners are 2-0, both on the road, one in division, one time with your starting quarterback, one time without, one time sort of with your starting tight end, one time without. So put all of those things together, and I think that, my good, you got to be thrilled. And you sort of said something going all the way back to the crossover with regard to, all right, like now imagine the next 15 games. And again, we're going to base it on relative health. Relative health. I can't see how the Niners don't get double-digit wins this year. They're already 2-0. Like 8-7 the rest of the way. 8, and I don't know what 10 wins gets you. I don't know if that automatically puts you in the playoffs. It doesn't. But I know that's a marker for a lot of people.
Is what, 10 wins?
10 wins.
Yeah, I mean, 10 wins probably doesn't get you in the playoffs. If you look at the NFC, and as good as we think that the NFC West will be, or the NFC West is, then I think 10 wins might put you in third place in the division.
Well,
if you've got all the teams have the same 8 opponents as far as the NFC South goes. And if you're talking about Carolina and New Orleans, and you're looking at Jacksonville, and you're looking at the other teams that you're all going to play, your common opponents, if you're all as good as we think that you should be, you're all going to whip up on Carolina and New Orleans. I would guess that Carolina and New Orleans go 0-4 against the NFC West. So that would put each of you at 2-0 against those teams. And Arizona's already done it, right? Arizona beat
Carolina and New Orleans.
Right, so they've already got those boxes checked.
Yeah, the Niners have already beaten New Orleans.
And so if you look at the Niners' schedule that is still remaining, Carolina's a team they should beat. Indianapolis suddenly looks more difficult than you thought.
Not bad.
Cleveland is still Cleveland, and Chicago is kind of a week-to-week proposition. So you got Jacksonville at home. There's a lot of wins that are still out there, I think, even with an injured team and a backup quarterback.
Tampa ties it up. It's now 7-7, but they did something that I think should be illegal. The league hasn't caught up to this yet. I don't think you should be allowed to score touchdowns if nobody's heard of you and nobody has you on your fantasy team.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's a no, especially on primetime games. Monday night, Ryan Miller, who is people's neighbor, and apparently also a receiver on the Bucs.
You know that New Orleans had a guy score in yesterday's game that I had never heard of.
Well, New Orleans is different because nobody has any of their players except for Kamara.
And Johnson, the tight end.
And people picked him up week 2. Nobody drafted him. Nobody drafted that guy to be their tight end.
I don't know why you wouldn't. The guy's a monster. He's a specimen. Vele.
You know where he went to school?
Juwan Johnson? Because you're asking him, I'm mentioning he's a Duck. Yeah. Is he a Duck?
For a year.
Okay.
For a year.
That's why you like the Chargers tonight. I forgot. You're a Charger fan. Justin Herbert. Anyway, let's go to TC in Sacramento. Hi, TC. Thanks for calling.
Willard and Dibs, what's up, man?
What's happening?
Hey, man, so poppin', man. Hey, listen, so how I feel about that game, right? I mean, that a win is a win, right? But if you want to talk about strictly Purdy and Brock, bro, I didn't really see a difference, right? I mean, other than he had a fumble, Purdy probably would have threw that interception he always throws. So Mac is more capable in this. Mac is capable in this offense, right? So I don't want to overlook that. I wasn't a big Mac fan, right? When we picked Lance, I thought that was a pick. Has nothing to do with Lance, right? But all I'm saying is there's no where I'm coming down, Willard Dibs. I told the guys earlier on the morning roast, and I'm calling in to you guys. There's no excuses for Kyle. Kyle, you got the guy that you wanted from day one. We don't want to go back over and talk about he got pushed or he got. Listen, bro, that was his guy. He got his guy. So there's no excuses as far as for Kyle Shanahan. Win the game. They won yesterday. But those guys don't look – listen, bro, they don't even look different. I can't really tell a difference other than Brock running around and making something happen. If you're talking about getting the ball to a point and accurate, Mac did that yesterday, bro. So that's what I'm going to take from that. We got Robert Saleh back. I'm enjoying D. Winters. Fred, it seems like we're rejuvenated. 97 is getting to the quarterback again. So, hey, we'll see how this season pans out. But we're not a lost cause with Mac. I'm not getting on a train with Mac, but he looks capable, bro. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, no, one game in, you got to take the returns. TC, I'll just say one thing, and I know you always, TC calls a lot, and he's always got it out for Kyle.
Yep.
You're taking a leap, and you're allowed to do this. Everyone has translated that draft the way they want. But to say you got your guy, this is who you wanted all along in Mac Jones, I disagree. And here's the proof in the pudding. We're never going to fully know how that draft everything, the way it all went down and how it led to Trey Lance. But I can promise you one thing. If Kyle Shanahan wanted to stand on a table and say, McCorkle is my guy, like some of you like to say, well, then Mac Jones would have been drafted. I promise you that. There is absolutely no way in this organizational structure that if Kyle Shanahan was that resigned to a quarterback, that anybody would have talked him out of it. That's not the way the Niner current structure works, especially for an offensive player. So, however it landed where it landed, Kyle was not married enough to Mac to make it happen. So he couldn't have loved him that much. I do think he liked him. I think he might have been his lean, but he was not. That's not, quote-unquote, his guy that he's wanted all along, because if that's what it was, he would have had him.
Well, and he has him now, and that to me is the most important part of all of this, is he clearly liked him enough now to where you went out in the offseason and you gave him high backup money. You gave him $5 million guaranteed. You gave him a 2-year deal worth $7 total million. And, yeah, you liked him enough to where you did that. Whether or not he liked him in the draft, I do think that he probably liked him more than a lot of the fans did. I remember doing shows, and I don't think it was quite Willard and Dibs just yet, but the idea of Mac Jones being the pick was nauseating to many people.
Totally.
They thought that he was a product of the Alabama system, and he may be, but one thing we've learned from talking to Kurt Warner and just watching football over the years is the idea of system quarterback is a truism, but it's true of everybody. And Mac Jones, he came in yesterday and played one of the better games he's played as a professional football player because of the system, because of Shanahan, the offense, the play calling, the circumstance, the Saints, whatever it was, he played great. And he didn't do that in Jacksonville, and I would say it's because Jacksonville was a mess. They didn't have any offensive cohesion. You had a coach who was getting run out of the building. You had a bad offensive line. You had injured teammates, and so that situation was not conducive to him playing like he did yesterday.
Yeah, no, with that, I agree. But it's just funny because I believe that sort of lends us back to the conversation we had last week. And I'm not really one to run from this. It doesn't bother me. I know it bothers some people, but I translated all of the quote-unquote faith in Mac, which ironically I didn't really have, but I translated a lot of the faith in Mac for actual just love for Kyle Shanahan and complete faith in Kyle Shanahan, which you know that I have. My hesitation was Mac Jones is not the only replacement on the field. There are other replacements. As it turns out, there was a replacement for Ben Bartch. There was a replacement for George Kittle. There ended up being a replacement for Kyle Juszczyk. The fact that the offense still kind of whirled and ran the way it did in that situation, I believe that's very hard to do. I believe it's hard to do, and I know a lot of people are like, no, it was, that's where we get to know it was the Saints. And I just think it's hard to execute no matter who you're playing when you've got all kinds of new and unknown and all of that being mixed in at once.
Of course, it's very difficult anytime you have a backup quarterback, and I gave you these numbers last week where last year backup quarterbacks were 23-68, a winning percentage of .253. That was backup quarterbacks last year, and that included Mac Jones going 2-5 in his 7 starts as the Jacksonville backup. So for Mac Jones to come out and get a win, let alone a road win, only 10 times last year did a backup quarterback go on the road and win a game. 10 out of the 91 starts that backups made last year, only 10 times did the backup go on the road and win. So that was kind of rare for him to be able to go out and do what he did. I had faith in Mac Jones, also in Kyle Shanahan, but primarily in Mac, making his 50th start. I thought that he could go out and play well, and he actually played better than I thought that he possibly could have.
Let's hear from Kyle Shanahan, okay? This is some of the key stuff from his conference call today. First of all, the injury update from Kyle.
Injuries from the game. Juice will be in the protocol this week. Ben Barch had a high ankle sprain. He'll be out for a while. Teron Neal also be in the concussion protocol. Reported some symptoms today. Spencer Burford hurt his knee. We'll have to evaluate him throughout this week. Juwan Jennings hurt his ankle. We'll have to evaluate him throughout this week. And that's it from the game.
Okay, so there's your injury update from Kyle. Now he's going to go to that Barch injury and talk about the guy who filled in for him, who's rookie Connor Colby.
I've loved how he's been here so far, and I thought, he came in that game early, I think it was late first quarter, I'm not sure, but I thought he did a hell of a job. Made some plays, he'll get better the more he plays, but he was ready for the moment and definitely helped us with that win.
Yeah, he did a good job, and that has to make people feel good because, again, the Barch thing sounds like a high ankle sprain, and that's a multi-week injury. So, Colby, you're up, kid, and it's another, again, very short evidence at this point. But the evidence is that the 49ers, it might have had a pretty good draft.
Might have, yeah.
It might have had a pretty good draft.
And it's, very small
very
sample.
Early.
He played 61 of the 71 snaps, which Barch went out after 10 plays, which is all Juszczyk played also. He only played 10 snaps, and now he's not in every snap like Barch is, but Barch goes out early in the first quarter on the second drive that the Niners had. And, get in there, Rook. So now you've got Dominic Pooney, second year. You got Connor Colby, rookie, and Trent Williams, who's 84 years old. So a little bit of a mixed bag on the offensive line, but you're going to have to figure out a way to make it work. And Colton McKivitz was mostly good. He did allow the pressure that resulted in the forced fumble where, Mac Jones has had it kind of squirt out of his hands. That was a weird one because McKivitz put his guy on the ground, and he tried to stay with him, and the guy got up and kind of wormed away and was able to get to Mac.
I will tell you, sitting there, again, with the whole family, the one thing, I noticed the way people are watching around me. And what lovely Christy kept doing during the game was counting. She would count.
Wow.
I know, right? Almost like Sesame Street was on or something.
I love to count. 1, 2,
Well, Mac Jones would snap the ball, and she wanted him to get rid of it.
Yep.
So she would start counting. And I think the reason she did that is because I thought there were times where Mac was holding on to the ball too long. Now, Brock does it too, but what Brock does when he holds on is he leaves because Brock's got fast legs. Mac Jones does not. And so you can blame McKivitz for the sack if you want. That has to at least be shared by Mac because there were moments where I felt the pressure was coming. You need to feel that, and you either need to move, and if you're kind of immobile, then you need to get rid of the football. And he didn't get rid of it in time, and he ended up fumbling, and it flipped the field for the Saints in that moment.
Yeah, early in the game, I'm looking at my notes, and he got sacked on the second drive, and my comment that I wrote was held it too long.
Yep.
And that was right after the pass interference on Yadam, former Niner, Isaac Yadam.
Boy,
who,
if there's any player I'm so glad is on a different team this year, it's that guy.
And I think that Shanahan noticed that he was on the other team, and he's like, why don't we go up and at him, at Yadam.
At Yadam?
They win Adam at Yadam. And, the other one where he fumbled it, he might have held on to it a little bit too long, but what you're saying is, I think, mostly accurate, where, all right, Mac, either throw it away, and you're probably not going to scramble and do much else with it. So he was trying to hold on to it and make a play, and in that moment, McKivitz had his guy down, and then this guy got up, and he was able to get away.
I get it. Like, what? I don't know if you ever do this, but you ever go like 3 or 4 months without picking up a golf club?
Yeah, I'd rather not.
Right. But what happens when you get back? So 2 funny things, in my opinion, always happen. First of all, you totally lose your expectations. So you're kinder to yourself, and you end up surprised that you're hitting the ball great. But then you get to the green, and guess what happens? You lost all your touch. All those little touchy shots around the green, you kind of lose. And so now let's transfer that to Mac Jones, who hasn't been playing a whole lot of football. I know he played at the end of the year with Jacksonville, but this is a brand new thing, and I think that clock in the back of your head, clock, that thing with pressure coming at you, that's kind of the football version of a touchy chip around the green. Like, that's your feel. And it might have been a little bit off, understandably. But that was probably, if there was sort of, not really to use that word, but if there was a criticism for Mac Jones yesterday, that was probably it. His feel for the rush and getting rid of the ball was just a touch late sometimes.
That's fair, and I mentioned that second drive where it happened, and then on the fumble where he held it maybe a little bit too long, but other than that, he was getting the ball out on time. He was delivering some really good throws. He found Pearsall a couple of times, and the touchdown to Juwan was a fantastic throw. So, yeah, it's going to be different in every offense and every situation, and like you're saying, when you come back after not having played. I know preseason, it is football, but it's a little bit of a different speed.
Totally.
You're going up against a different group of players, many of whom won't actually make the team.
Speaking of the Niners potentially having a good draft, let's go to their number 11 overall pick, and Michael Williams. Here's what Shanahan said about his improvement from week 1 to week 2.
I think he looks more comfortable the more he goes. I thought just from assignment standpoint, I thought he did a lot better this week, and also from a production standpoint. Got in the backfield a number of times, had some TFLs. I thought he really affected the quarterback on Bosa's sack there on the second to last drive of the series. Just pushing the pocket, making him try to escape through the B gap, and Bosa coming back underneath to get that sack. So I thought he did a lot of good things.
You got a little escape through the B gap thing. I know that fires you up.
Definitely fires me up. And that's another reason why I was praising Saleh in our 3 things earlier is they were running some games up front, some stunts, some TE, tackle and end stunts, and also they were blitzing, which we didn't see last year. A lot of vanilla last year, and yesterday you saw a lot of different blitzes coming.
I knew with Saleh coming back and some young players, they were going to have to try, especially early, to try some things to get guys in good position, and we've seen it so far through 2 weeks with Saleh, and we've seen the results. It's been good. All right, we got more from Kyle in a minute, but let's go back to the phones. Antonio in Oakland is on. Hi, Antonio. Thanks for the call.
Oh, man, I love getting the victories, love getting these wins, no matter who it's against, whether it's the first-ranked team in the NFL or the 32nd-ranked team. Wins are hard to come by, so especially on the road. So, 49ers got the job done, and, Michael Williams jumped off the screen a couple of times. He's going to get better, but, Bryce Huff at the end, that's why they got him in a trade to be a closer, to be that Dennis Eckersley, to be the Mariano Rivera guy, along with Bosa in the game. So that's just what we need. And, offense, they moved the ball good. Mac Jones showed why he was a top pick because he got some talent. He's not a perfect quarterback, but, he lacks a little athleticism, but he made throws when he needed to. So at the end of the day, he got the ball into his playmaker hand, McCaffrey, Jennings, and, Pearsall. He's been, playing like how he's supposed to. So, man, Niners are looking good, and I think if we can hold out Brock Purdy until the Rams, we'll be all good, man. So that's my opinion, guys.
All right, thanks, Antonio. I 2 things. One, I do not think that they're going to hold out Brock Purdy until the Ram game. That Ram game, I think, is week 5.
Yep.
And on a Thursday night, that's after the home games against Arizona and Jacksonville. It's sounding to me, just from listening to everyone talk, this is a maybe for this week, but if not this week, then next week, you're going to see Brock Purdy. Here's one take. He didn't expressly say this, but he was insinuating it, and I do hear it from other places, and I'd like to say this out loud. If anybody took yesterday's performance from Mac, and now you've decided to go, hold Brock.
Well, we talked about this on Friday, right?
Hold him for a few more weeks and make super duper sure that he's healthy. We don't need him to beat Arizona or Jackson. Don't do that. Don't do that. You can't just, first of all, there's multiple reasons. Just because Mac was good yesterday does not mean he's going to just waltz out there, and beat whoever is on the schedule next, number one. And number two, there's a financial politics to all of this. The guy makes $53 million, for goodness sakes.
Well, not yet.
When he's ready, he plays, period.
Well, he plays because he has a head coach who thinks he's the best quarterback on the roster, and he's not wrong, most likely.
No, he's definitely right.
I don't even think it's about the money. It's about who gives Kyle the best chance to win, which is why everyone wringing their hands about Jake Moody and, he's not going to move off of him because of the draft position. And, he used third-round draft capital on the kicker, so he's going to ride with him all the way to the end. Well, no, we found out that Kyle actually likes winning more than he cares about the embarrassment of drafting a third-round kicker and then having to cut him. And it's the same thing with the quarterback. If he thinks that his quarterback is better than the other quarterback, that guy plays.
How about this on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line? I don't know how you'd answer this, but here's what I'd throw out. Let's see, 732. What area code is 732? Anyway, 732 says, if Mac Jones having a good game means something about Purdy, does Jake Browning leading a game-winning drive mean anything about Joe Burrow? Not only, do I think that Jake Browning with a game-winning drive does not mean anything about Burrow, I faulty premise, if you ask me. Mac having a good game does not mean something about Purdy. I don't know what I don't know what the implication is, and I know maybe some people feel that way. Now we're back to whoever's in the Kyle Shanahan system
quarterback,
just turnkey, and you go out there and win football games as if this is what's been happening all along. What did you say? Was the last time someone other than Purdy or Garoppolo? I guess Trey Lance won one. But that was as a backup. When's the last time someone other than those two won a football game under Kyle Shanahan?
On the road, yeah.
On the road?
It's 2020. It was Mullins and Beathard.
Yeah, so this does not happen often, and therefore it does not mean, in my opinion, anything about Brock Purdy. It means Mac Jones won a football game and played really well yesterday.
It means Mac Jones is better than what most people thought. Mac Jones is a guy who can come in and win a football game as a backup. Jake Browning didn't get the start, and he came out and he was able to help Cincinnati win the game. And now he will get the start, and he'll probably get all the starts because Joe Burrow is, if he goes under the knife, surgery 3 months, he might be back before the end of the regular season. He might not, but we've seen Browning before. He's come in and been more than serviceable. He, I think, is 5-4 as a backup in his career, so he's a guy who's been able to come in, now 4-3 as a starter for Cincinnati. So Mac Jones has started now 50 games. It's fair to expect him to come in and not look like he's scared Casey Schmittless.
Yeah, I don't know if, when they say 3 months, that's kind of a roundabout. But if you go to exactly 3 months from now, that is week 16 in the National Football League, meaning there would be 3 games left. And Cincinnati will be on Sunday Night Football against the Miami Dolphins that night.
There you go.
So does he return for that game? Are the Bengals still in it at that point? Are
the Dolphins still allowed to be in the league at that point?
Well, possibly.
Totally.
888-957-9570. We will keep going with your phone calls. Thank you. There's more to hear from that man. Kyle Shanahan coming up as well. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. This is Willard Dibs.
There is nothing like a Monster Monday.
Are you ready for some football?
The day after every 49ers game, we're there for the faithful.
CFC!
Football, and more football.
Hit him on the face, enjoy it while you do it, and laugh in their face as you do it.
There's no other place to be the day after every single game.
95.7 The Game.
Hey, it's Bonte. Just back from a fall visit to River Islands where the schools are back in session. There are 3 top-rated K through 8th grade academies within the community, and construction just started on Academy number 4. River Islands High School students are busy in the classroom and on the sports fields of their phenomenal new campus. I don't remember high school ever looking this good. Elsewhere in Northern California's most successful lifestyle community, they're putting the final touches on another park. This one with the playground, workout areas, tennis, a splash pad, and a picnic area. The fall weather is still perfect for launching a kayak or a paddleboard off your own deck and heading over to the Boathouse restaurant for lunch or dinner. More than 4,000 households have already made the move to River Islands. Today, with 15 neighborhoods priced from the $600,000 to over $1 million, there's more variety in home styles and sizes than ever before. In fact, the only thing missing at River Islands is you. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
Restock your pantry at Whole Foods Market. Get 30% off Simple Mills crackers, cookies, bars, and baking mixes with Prime through September 16th. We've got your snack cravings and baking needs all covered. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Trey from Belmont. Nui and Jose provided outstanding service. They were knowledgeable, friendly, and professional. The job was completed in a timely manner, and they made sure everything was working correctly before they left.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Texting terms at unlock.com/SMS. Privacy policy at unlock.com/privacy-policy. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop to opt out. Terms and conditions apply. For full details, see unlock.com/legal after portrayal.
Lisa, thanks for having me over. Your new kitchen is gorgeous. How'd you find the money to do it?
We worked with this great company, Unlock. They help you unlock the future value of your home to get the cash you need today.
So it's a home equity loan?
No, it's not a loan at all. There's no monthly payments and no interest charges ever. And you can use the money however you want. We were able to redo our kitchen and pay off our credit card debt.
Wow, Jack and I could really use this to finally pay off our old student loan debt. How do I get started?
It's easy. Just go to their website.
Text EQUITY to 865-865 to unlock the value in your home and get up to $500,000 in cash with no monthly payments and no interest ever. Pay off debt, improve your home, add to your retirement fund. It's up to you. Text EQUITY to 865-865. Text the word EQUITY to 865-865. Text EQUITY to 865-865 now.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, I'm Michael from the Warren Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing. Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
Could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right. So we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
At Straight Talk, we get it. You say no a lot.
Mom, can I get a tarantula?
No.
Coffee?
No. So we're giving you more reasons to say yes, like a free 5G phone with real unlimited data with select plan activation.
Can I use the free phone?
Yes. See? Doesn't it feel good to say yes to more?
Absolutely. Face tattoo?
Absolutely not. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. In-store activation of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Now, back to
Willard and Dibs
on 95.7 The Game.
We're going to get back to the 49ers. We're going to let you hear some more from Kyle Shanahan. We're going to tell you that if you've got fantasy players in this game, good on you.
Yeah.
Because we're going up and down the field.
Yeah.
Emeka Ibuka from 15 yards away. Touchdown Buccaneers, 13-10, extra point pending. Both teams, 2 drives, 2 scores each. Keep you up to date on Monday Night Football version 1. Don't worry, ride to tippers.
Yeah, it's early, but I don't like the way this is looking.
I do.
Well, I mean, Tampa is just hot knife through butter.
Yeah, and both teams kind of are. They got stopped for a field goal on one of them. But anyway, long way to go in this one. Tampa leads 14-10. But if I may, quick story time. I don't know what the hell it is about Patrick Bailey when there's a situation where you can end the game, but they need to tell him every time when he goes to the plate, if you get a hit here, the game's over. They got to tell him that because the hitter he is in walk-off situations is just flat out different than the hitter he is in all the other situations. And I know that the weekend at Oracle Park ended up being disappointing and yet another experience of the Dodgers lineup pounding away at a bunch of runs, and every time Michael Conforto drives one in, an angel loses its wings. But anyway, I will never, ever, ever forget Friday night. I will never forget Friday night.
That was pretty fun.
That was one of the most electric regular season moments that I can think of, knowing that the Giants, A, are cutting their deficit to a half game in the playoff standings, knowing that it was another classic Giants-Dodgers pitchers duel, 1-1 tie, that probably should have been ended multiple times by both teams. The Matt Chappie to Dom Smith play was so freaking next level. And so this was just a classic drama-filled thing.
The failed sac fly attempt in the ninth.
In the bottom of the ninth. They put Grant McCray in just for that moment, and then he was cut down. Gone.
Yeah.
So you're frustrated, and you're thinking, okay, you get to the top of the 10th, and McCray's like, watch this for an encore. And the throw to third base was unbelievable. And next thing you know, the Giants have another opportunity. But lo and behold, the Dodgers know what they're doing. Once the Giants get themselves with ducks on the pond, they're like, well, why don't we walk everybody to face Patrick Bailey right-handed? I bet that'll go well. And I'm going to go ahead and admit something that I guess you told me not to admit.
Yeah, you shouldn't do this.
No, it's okay.
It's really not.
It's okay. It's a hands-free device.
Yeah, but you're not.
It was not in my hands.
Right, but you're watching TV as you're driving.
Not really. I put it up high on one of those little things so that you can see the road and you can see the game.
So you're watching the Giants game as you're driving on a freeway at high speed.
Is the road up to Tahoe considered a freeway?
It's at least a highway.
It's a highway. Life is a highway.
Thank you.
I'm going to ride it all night long.
Whatever you want to call it, what you're doing is wrong.
Is it illegal?
Absolutely.
I don't think it's illegal.
Distracted driving. You're not even allowed to eat while driving.
Well, that's ridiculous.
I
don't do anything without eating.
Totally.
I mean, anyway, like I said, I'm not holding the thing. I'm not paying attention to the road. I'm putting it up in a spot where I got one eye on each. Anyway, special night. The Giants-Dodger game is on as I'm heading up to Tahoe. My kids accidentally, they're also driving up, found me on the road. They were trying to time it. So next thing you know, they're driving right next to me and they're waving. They're like, Dad, Dad. So that was hilarious. And then 10 minutes later, the bases are loaded of a 1-1 tie, and Patrick Bailey steps to the plate. And on that little phone, because Dibs, I was paying attention to the road.
Sure you were.
You couldn't really see the ball, but you didn't need to. The way Patrick threw the bat to the ground, you knew damn well, oh my God, he got all of it. It's a walk-off grand slam.
High drive! Left field! Out of here! And we are going home!
Or in some cases, up to Tahoe. But the bottom line is do you have these moments in life in sports? I bet everybody's got a short list of things. Have you ever been by yourself when a great moment in sports happens?
Oh, yeah.
And what do you do? What do you do?
You scream. You yell, and you yell at your phone that you're watching while driving, which is illegal. Just a quick Google. Not illegal to eat while driving.
Oh, good.
Not
I totally do that all the time.
Not illegal to have your dog on your lap while driving.
Also do that sometimes.
Yes, it is illegal to be watching TV or any video content while driving.
Even if it's hands-free?
Even if it's hands-free.
I don't understand. You're allowed to look into the mirror and see what's going on behind you. That's kind of like content.
And also,
that's
when
taking your eyes
when
off
you
the
go
road.
to turn right, that screen pops up, your blind spot camera, which is kind of like watching TV.
Exactly.
But
all right, anyway, I was stopped the whole time. But anyway, the bottom line is...
you start yelling.
I am absolutely losing it on Highway 50. I am heading up, and the kids are right behind me. I immediately call them, and we uncorked.
Hands-free, I'm sure you called them.
Of course,
okay.
I did. Yeah,
Thank you.
this was like
Trying to help you here with the story.
Hey, Siri, call Abe.
Call Abe.
Call Abe.
Dad, why are you calling me?
I'm like, let's let me go. And he's like, you want to talk about illegal? So they're just listening to music, but he knew why I was yelling because he goes, I just got the notification. I'm like, why are you looking at your notifications?
Right.
Put your phone away and drive on this road. It's dark out here. Let's leave and go. Oh, what a moment.
What a moment.
I'll remember it forever. Yeah. I will remember it forever.
It would be even more special if it turns out to be a culmination sensation of something. Unfortunately, that great moment is followed up by you get pounded, and then you get really pounded.
Yeah.
So the moment lives. The moment was special.
Look, they needed
it's
that
Patrick
game.
Bailey.
Yeah, it's not over
Bailey
yet.
has authored some incredible moments this year. A lot of frustrating at-bats, but that was one where, all right, Friday night, now you're within a half a game on a walk-off slam from Patrick Bailey?
I mean, I would argue, and I don't even think that, quite frankly, it's arguable. I would argue that Patrick Bailey is the owner of the two most exciting regular season moments of the year. Does anybody want to debate that? Like, is there any question about that?
The inside the park home run
Of course.
and the walk-off grand slam, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I don't even, like, what else? I know Chappie had a two-run walk-off shot early in the year when they were down by one with literally 2 outs and maybe 2 strikes. You know, there's been some stuff, but I think the two most memorable moments of the year, ironically, are courtesy of the guy who spent a lot of the year hitting 180.
Yeah. And I
Crazy.
mean, very crazy. And as you leave the weekend, you realize it may not be about the Mets. It probably isn't about Cincinnati. Hello, Arizona.
Hello, Arizona.
Arizona back in it. And, you know, that's the team that you're going to face for 3. So these next 7 will decide absolutely everything because, yeah, the Mets are still in the spot. Cincinnati's now fallen back, and Arizona has surged forward. Bottom line, if you're the Giants, you got to handle your own business. 13 games left to go. You win 10 of them, you can go to the playoffs. 10 gets you in.
Maybe.
I think.
Maybe less.
Maybe more.
Might need more.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like, you're still in that spot where you need a bunch of help, but I don't really agree. Like, for example, 925 just said Friday's game was great until they got their butts whipped, and Saturday and Sunday means that Friday meant nothing. No. No, first of all, Buster Posey said, we're in the business of making memories. They made one that night. They beat the Dodgers with a walk-off grand slam. That's a memory, and we get to keep that. Secondly, winning 1 out of 3 is a hell of a lot better than winning 0 out of 3. You lose that game, you're 2.5 out, as opposed to 1.5 out. And that's a very big difference when we're talking about these kinds of margins with what we got to go left. Believe me, yes, the weekend sucked. You had your 2 best starters out there, and you guys got whacked around. You got a 4-run first inning on Saturday night and could not, with your ace on the hill, and you couldn't even get to the 4th inning with the lead or the 3rd inning or whenever the hell that thing started to go south.
The 5th is when it went south.
Okay, super disappointing. But hello, baseball. It happens. Obviously, the Dodgers are good. Friday, to me, still mattered. Still in this thing. Hello, Bryce Eldridge. Got a baseball game in a couple hours.
Yeah, should be a fun one in Arizona. 3 in Arizona, 4 in L.A. That would end the road portion of your season. And if you can still be right in the mix when it all ends, you got Colorado for 3.
Come on, baby.
I mean,
Come on, baby.
Make that matter to where you can whip up on the worst team in baseball.
Who are the Mets about to run with? The Mets have, they've got a, is that a makeup game that they've got squeezed in here? No. Oh, the Mets have the Padres, but starting tomorrow. The Mets have the Padres, but then they get the Washington Nationals this weekend. So you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Back to the Niners. It's a victory Monday. Those of you just getting in your car at 5 o'clock, let's talk it out. What'd you think? We'll take your calls throughout this 5 o'clock hour. We'll do it right now. 888-957-9570. What'd you think? What'd you think of Mac Jones? What stood out? And all day long, and we've had very few people line up with the willingness to do it, but I've been asking for Schedule Sam. Who wants to be Schedule Sam and call us and explain to us that this wasn't that impressive because it was, quote-unquote, just the Saints? I mean, I'll tell you this. I don't think the Saints are all that good. That's not even what I'm trying to say. But having watched them, because I watched them last week with the Cardinals as well, having watched them lose 2 one-score home games, I don't think they're a very good football team. I don't think they're a joke. I don't think they're among the worst 3 or 4 teams in the league. I know a lot of people think that. But I think that they certainly function on defense. And offensively, a little rough around the edges. They dropped some balls. But did Spencer Rattler look to you like the worst QB in the league? Not to me.
No, not the worst in the league.
Not to me.
He was fine. He was okay. And, the 49ers defense was able to bend but don't break for the majority of the time. They only gave up a couple of explosive plays, including the 3rd play of the game where Shaheed got a 39-yard catch. And after that, the Saints offense didn't really do that much that put the 49ers back on their heels. The one touchdown drive in the first half was they went to tempo. They went, not hurry up, but they went a little bit of no huddle, and they had the Niners on their heels, and they were able to go down and score. But other than that, the Niners were never really in much jeopardy. I never felt like the game was, quote, slipping away or the Niners were in trouble. And the Saints had 2 cracks at it, game-winning touchdown drives in the 4th quarter, and they weren't even able to get across the 50 either time.
More Kyle Shanahan from his conference call today. He talked about the 2-minute drill just before halftime.
Yeah, I was real proud of the guys there. I mean, just to be able to go the length of the field in a minute with 1 timeout, not use the 1 timeout till the second to last play, and to be able to finish there with a touchdown, I thought it was huge. Mac did a hell of a job. All the guys that made some plays, and they protected well. Gave us a chance to run away with that, especially getting the ball there in the 3rd quarter. That was tough when we started the 3rd quarter with the turnover.
Yeah, that's the thing. Now, this is all part of Kyle Shanahan's hopeful strategy. You can't always control it, but I think you Niner fans know this by now. What he really hopes for, because they win the toss, they defer, and what they try to do is get that ball in some sort of a 2-minute situation, hold it, see if you can get some points, then come right back out of the tunnel at halftime, do it again. And you have an opportunity to put 2 scores on a team. And they held up the first half of the bargain. The second half of the bargain, not so much, as obviously that's when Mac Jones came out and had the fumble, and that kind of got the Saints back into the game for a moment. But I think I hear a lot of people get after Kyle for being too conservative in those situations, and he wasn't. Even once they got into scoring position, there was a real push there, not to have it be a field goal, but a push for 6. And they were able to execute it, which is fantastic.
Yeah, and the timeout that they had to use was because actually the clock was stopped and they were unable to get everybody organized and get all the plays in and get everything set. And so that was a little frustrating in the moment because the clock was stopped and they didn't need to use a timeout to kill the clock, but they had to use it to get everything sorted. And then the big play was on that 3rd and 6 when Mac Jones was able to hit Jawan Jennings for 29 or 30. It was just a terrific throw. Jennings gets it, and he was able to get out of bounds, stop the clock, and then, you had a game management situation where you got down and you scored with 7 seconds left, which is exactly what you want. You had a timeout still in hand, and he found CMC with the 8-yard touchdown to give you a 16-7 lead. And yeah, ideal. You get the ball to start the third quarter. You're thinking at the very least a field goal. Now we're up 12, but it didn't work out that way because of the fumble.
888-957-9570. What'd you think? What'd you think of Mac? We'll get into that a little bit more here in just a sec. I also pointed out earlier, I called the 49ers a throwing team. The 49ers have thrown it significantly more than they've run it this year. Now, part of that might have been, some guessed, that yesterday Kyle Juszczyk was out and George Kittle was already out. Did that sort of discourage the run game? Here's what Shanahan said about that.
No, I don't think so. I just think it works out that way sometimes. I think we got into some second and longs, which you throw a lot more on second and long. I think, we had a 2-minute drive, which you throw pretty much every down on a 2-minute drive. We didn't bust any really long ones that allows you to stay with it. So, we had a bunch of shorter ones, which ends up, I think we averaged under 4 yards a carry, which leads to more third downs and more throwing. So that wasn't planned out. It's just kind of how the game went. Again,
the quarterback runs sometimes. That goes down as a rush, even though the plan was for it to be a pass play. The details of it, if you look through the 2 games so far, the 49ers have planned to run the ball 52 times and pass it 84 times. He's saying that's circumstantial, and I'll buy it.
Yeah.
But so I don't think that Kyle Shanahan suddenly changed his stripes. But we also did, if you think about this now, we called in the offseason for dude, it might be time to freshen up, tweak it up, do some different things and whatnot. And you do have a quarterback that you're buying into now. And in this league, you probably need to throw it a touch more.
Depends on who you are. Yeah. Last year, Philly ran it 200 more times than they threw it, and they won the Super Bowl. Correct. So I think that the biggest byproduct is partly what he was saying about second and longs, but also what he also added, which is you're only getting 3 yards of carry right now. You are not effectively running the football to where you can just go ahead and stay with it. New Orleans was able to run it a lot more because they were able to run it effectively. Kamara was getting, 5 and 6 and some tackles for loss along the way, but Kamara ended up averaging almost 4 yards a carry, I think, on the game. And so if you can run it effectively, you're going to keep running it. It's one of those rare games where the Niners got the win without running it 30 times.
I'm trying to look at, let's see, the yards per carry for all the running backs in the game. Kamara actually was almost 5.
Yep.
4.7 per carry for Kamara, 4 per carry for the Saints as a whole. And the 49ers were at a dead 3 yards per carry. Now, add it like Ricky Pearsall had a negative 4-yard rush. That
awful.
Right, and Mac Jones had 6 carries for only 6 yards. So that brought it down a little bit. Christian averaged over 4 a carry. He averaged 4.2. So that's strong. Anything north of 4 you'll take.
Sure. And, Brian Robinson Jr. didn't get a lot of opportunities. I did think that it was noteworthy that on the first drive of the second half, he was on the field. Yeah. McCaffrey wasn't. I had a moment of not wondering if he was hurt, but just, a little curious that you would go with Robinson. And, he got the ball actually on that first play, and then McCaffrey immediately came on the field. Robinson got just the 2 yards. And, Shanahan's not wrong when he looks at a lot of the plays that they had to call. They were in second and long and a couple of third and longs, and the Saints bailed them out. The one is on that first drive, Mark, in the second half, 3rd and 13, and Mac Jones goes deep for Pearsall. Way deep. Deepest throw of the day. And he overthrew him by about 5 yards, and the punt team runs out, and all of a sudden, wait, hold on a minute. Illegal hands to the face on the Saints, automatic first down? You got to be kidding me. I mean, that to me is indicative of a bad team. When you do everything right, but you put your hands on somebody's face, and so now 3rd and 13, and you're going to get the ball back after a 3 and out, and now you got to still play defense, and it eventually led to the fumble, so it didn't hurt New Orleans, but there was a lot of those self-inflicted things that the Saints did.
Yeah, no, they did not play well, as many didn't expect. Now, the other thing about Mac Jones, where I'll meet you halfway also, is that even though he admitted he was nervous, the one thing that really goes in his favor, right, he comes out, his first 3 throws, they go 3 and out. It doesn't look good. You just mentioned a play early in the second half. He hucks the ball way over Ricky Pearsall's head. I think Mac, unlike some other backup QBs, that's where the whole first round and I've been a starter in Boston thing shows itself. There was a mental side to where he's like, I'm not going to lose my confidence just because a couple of things didn't go right, a fumble, a missed open play, or what have you. That I thought he did really well. He kind of hung in there. Now, Nick Bosa during the week referred to that as his swag. He says, I've never seen a backup QB have this kind of swag. So then Kyle was asked about it today. How did the swag show itself during the game?
I just think Mac's confident in himself. I mean, not everything went perfect. I mean, especially the way we started out. We had a big 3 and out to start. The next time we got up, we're looking at 3 and out again because it was 3rd and 14. And for him to step in and throw that dagger throw to Ricky when the corner was in front of it, there was a guy in his face, but he wasn't sitting there worried about looking bad or anything like that. He had the confidence to make it rip and the confidence in Ricky to step in front of it. So I think, you can see people's personality and how they play, and I think that's what makes guys believe in them.
Okay, so I like that. That's one thing that I do think showed itself yesterday, the mental side of what you pointed out a lot last week, which is that at minimum this guy has been in a lot of situations already in the league.
Yeah, so he's not going to shy away from trying to make a play. And the one Shanahan was talking about was on that second drive where, the first drive was 3 and out and 3 passes, and it's like, oh boy, this may be a long day. I don't want to even think about that. And then that 3rd and 14, Pearsall is just breaking right across in between the hash marks, and he just threads it right in there just enough. The route was great. The route was deep enough to where he caught it and he got the first down, and that ultimately led to the first touchdown, then the missed PAT. But that 3rd down conversion I thought was huge, not only for the game flow, but for Mac as well, to have that 3rd and long, obvious passing situation, to be able to rip it to Ricky Pearsall for 15 and move the chains. That was a big moment in the first quarter.
Yeah, no, he ripped a few throws. Again, the anticipation throws I thought were there. The presence in the pocket stuff I thought is where you could kind of see a gap between Brock Purdy and Mac Jones. But there's no escaping the fact that that's everything you could hope for out of a backup quarterback. And that's kind of what I started today saying. I'd almost like to, and maybe you can help me do this. Let's make a list. And we're doing this off the top of our heads. But basically, the adversity that the 49ers have faced so far 2 weeks in. Obviously, number one, Brock Purdy played 2 healthy quarters, 2 unhealthy quarters, and then missed a game and might miss more. There's that. George Kittle has already missed a game, will miss at least 3 more. Kyle Juszczyk is knocked out. Go back to even in August. You have no idea all month what Juwan Jennings is going to do, and you combine that with things that you did know but are still hard, like the Ayuk injury and the Demarcus Robinson suspension. Your wide receiver core is totally messed up, and you knew it would be with Band-Aids early on in the season. If you want to add in the Christian McCaffrey injury scare 2 days before week 1.
I wouldn't add that in.
No, yeah, again, that's why I said if you want to. And we could go on and on.
I would add in the Jake Moody situation.
Absolutely.
I mean, you had to change out your kicker after one game. And he missed a chippy, and he had one blocked. Your field goal unit in the opener was a disaster. So that, to me, is real adversity, and you had to go out and find Eddie Pinheiro, and he comes in and promptly misses his first kick.
Yep.
And so you're thinking, okay, here we go again. Who else? Who else can we bring in to be kicker? So it's fair to point that out as adversity, but on the other side of the coin, I would look at things like you mentioned earlier about the draft class. And it looks like through 2 games that you did pretty well in the draft. Michael Williams really flashed yesterday. Connor Colby came in off the bench. He was drafted. He played really well. Stout's a starter. He looks, at the very least, serviceable. He looks like he's a good enough player. So
I mean, they'll get better. You have to
but I think there are positives though on the ledger sheet.
Of course there are.
There's adversity, but there's also some nice surprises that you've had early on.
To me, you get to add those. I would not put them under the label adversity, but those are the things that we were all talking about early on during August as question marks. And there will still be bumps and bruises. There will be mistakes made by rookies. Siegel had some moments yesterday where you're like, whoopsie daisy, and Upton Stout did against Seattle, and Williams didn't necessarily look great week 1, and CJ West had a lot of buzz during camp and hasn't really done much so far once the whole thing starts. So you've got a bunch of young players on defense. You mentioned the Moody situation. We didn't mention Trent Williams yet, which I thought it was pretty revealing. He said after the game that on the way to New Orleans, he was not planning to play. Not planning to play. And then he got there, kind of felt inspired, loved the vibe in the stadium, went through a pregame workout. It went well, decided to take a shot, went for it, played very well. But they've dealt with all of that and then add in, these are just road games in the NFL. They're almost adverse by rule. I know the Niners had a lot of fans there and all those things, but those are 2 loud environments, and you've got to execute with new players and young players and all those things. So the point is not to say that, the Niners have been through hell, but there's a lot going on. And to come out of that 2-0, I think is incredible. And I'm just not of the mind or the mood to be like, but you played the Saints. I don't know. Tons of NFL players have told us those are two of the hardest environments in which to execute in the NFL. And
it depends on who you are and what team you play for, because that did not feel like a road game. That thing was loud for both sides. When the Saints had the ball, you could see Spencer Rattler covering his ears to try to get the play call in because the Niner fan, the faithful, were out there.
No doubt.
That thing might have been 50-50. I don't know what the exact Vivid Seats number was, but it seemed equally loud when the Saints did well, when they had the ball, when the Niners had the ball.
Oh, agreed.
It was a loud environment for everyone, and I'm not looking at a Saints victory on the road and thinking, it's the Saints, because winning on the road is not easy. Although, if you look at Kyle Shanahan's history as coach of the 49ers, they are 35-31 at home, 37-31 on the road.
That's weird.
That's across all years where when they're bad, they're bad. When they're good, they're good. But their record, I was running the numbers earlier during the break, and it is almost identical, their home road split.
It's kind of a compliment and a criticism tucked in at once, in a way. That's just kind of my first glance at it. The compliment is, like what you just said, when they're good no matter where you are. No matter what field you're on. We'll take on all comers. We'll go to Philadelphia in early November and just truck you like they did a couple years ago. So, but the other side to it is Levi's Stadium a great home field advantage?
No.
No.
So,
you know what I mean?
No.
So when you're not good, you don't kind of get that elevated, but it's hard to win here. You know what I mean? I think winning in Cleveland sometimes is hard. Depends on the time of year.
Sure.
Right? But it's loud. It's a big fan base. It can be sloppy like the Niners did a couple years ago. But the Niners don't really get that. You don't get that. You don't get a bump. Like if you're bad, they'll beat you at Levi's because it's just not that. It's not that daunting of a place.
Well, it's not an enclosed environment.
Right.
Like Seattle's got that natural sound capturing architecture, and New Orleans, obviously in a dome, has the same thing. So you get to Levi's, and the fans are loud. The faithful are it's a good crowd, and you get almost 70,000 down there. It can get loud, but open air stadium, it's just not going to be as intimidating of an environment. Last year they were 2-6 on the road. They were 4-5 at home. So ultimately, when you're bad, you don't usually do well on the road. But when you're good, like they went 13-4 a couple years ago, they went 5-3 on the road. So they went out there and they handled it.
Yeah, no doubt. I get the feeling, and there's a long way to go and 1,000 different things going on. I get a sense we're going to get to the end of the year, and you might remember these two games. Because I know, for instance, you kind of had your preseason thought included a maybe even probably a loss week 1 in Seattle. There were a lot of things, and watching them play yesterday in Pittsburgh, you almost like reel it back and go back a week and go, I think they should have lost that game again. A lot of people thought that in the moment. But Seattle, it turns out, might be a pretty interesting football team this year. The whole division might be. So to grab that one the way they did, a little bit of a lucky break on the game-winning touchdown, and then to handle business without Brock Purdy and George Kittle the next week, I just get the feeling you're going to get to the end of the year and be very, very thankful that you have those two in your hip pocket.
Certainly the opener. I mean, I look at yesterday, and I think looking back on yesterday, if the Niners are as good as I think that they should be, that's one that I'm still going to look back on and say, yeah, you should have won it. I said that last week, and you went out there and you didn't dominate New Orleans, but you played well enough to be in control of the game almost from the outset, and you beat a team that honestly you should probably beat 9 times out of 10 if you are a good team. Good teams should beat bad teams, and that's what New Orleans is. But looking at the rest of the schedule, as you start to get deeper down the road, you do have the Rams and Tampa back-to-back games on the road.
Yep.
Now, to expect to win both of those, I think that becomes a tough ask. And
you get a mini bye in between the two.
You do. We're watching Tampa right now, and, Tampa's got a really good offense, and their defense is kind of a mixed bag, but the Rams is going to be the interesting one because their defense is really good, and their offense is kind of dependent on the quarterback and how healthy he is. But even games like Indy, December 22nd, Indianapolis, the Colts look to be a real team. All they do is score when they get the ball. They don't ever punt. They just score.
They have not punted this year.
Right.
I'm not kidding.
No, I know. They were. I was listening to Scott Hansen yesterday, and they were, I think, 10 for 10 on the season. Possessions and points.
Yeah. It's Uncle Scott from Sundays.
Hi, Scott.
So good.
Yeah. The Indianapolis punter has totally wasted gas by going to the game so far this year. What a complete waste. They've not used him.
Yeah. We got a lot of touchdowns to watch together.
Who knew that most of them would be by the Colts? That's what's crazy. But yeah, so I get all that. You know what I was thinking when you just, again, talked about the schedule? So let me ask some people this, especially those of you schedule Sams out there. I was just the Saints. Okay, fine. What if I buy it? I'll go with you, just for the sake of this conversation. 888-957-9570. When will you be convinced? Because this is my issue with the way this schedule looks on paper. If you're a schedule Sam today, I'd largely argue you're probably going to be a schedule Sam all the way into January. I don't know how this is all going to go. I don't know who's healthy, and I don't know if the 49ers are going to end up in the playoffs or not. I think it's a really good chance, especially with the way they've started. But at what point are you convinced? Like the hardest by far, 4-game stretch of the schedule will come after the opening 4-game stretch. You now have home games against Arizona and Jacksonville. After that comes what I would suggest is your tough portion. And this is as hard as it will get. As you said, you will go to the Rams on a Thursday night. Then you will go to Tampa. Then you host Bijan, Penix, and the Falcons. And then you go to Houston. After that, your opponents are Giants, Rams, Cardinals, Panthers, Browns, Titans, Colts, Bears, Seahawks. My goodness. So that's all. I just want to know, if you're not convinced that what has happened so far is impressive, when will you be convinced?
Sunday.
For you, it's Sunday.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you're favored by 1.5 against Arizona at Levi Stadium in the home opener. Now, if Brock Purdy is announced on Friday as in and the toe gets better, I don't think that line moves past a field goal. I don't think it suddenly becomes Niners -4 or 4.5. I think, and you can maybe we get your odds maker guy. Maybe we get him on the show. Even talk to him about.
I'll text him
like survivor pools. How are teams doing? It seems to me like a lot more favorites than usual are winning games. So I wonder about survivor pools, and also if Brock is up on Sunday, how does that affect the line? For me, Arizona's a good enough team to where if you beat the Cardinals and you get to 3-0, that would be a very impressive win.
Hang on, I'm sending this to him. Niners -1.5 is based on Purdy sitting or playing. What happens to line if he's announced in or out? Send. Okay. Find out what he says.
Yeah, and
Niners, I wonder.
I would guess that this line is set assuming Mac Jones. Because that's all the information they have right now.
Leaning.
Right.
Yeah, I gotta think if Brock Purdy plays, this goes to at least Niners -3.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if it went past 3. Is my point.
They get the 3 for being at home, right?
Yeah.
So are you suggesting the Cardinals and Niners feel dead even with Brock Purdy in? This is just my guess. My guess is Brock plays, it goes to 3.5 maybe.
I'd be surprised if it went past 3.
If Brock is announced out, yeah, I think you're probably right on the Mac thing. Like maybe a bunch of money comes in and it gets to even at the furthest.
Yeah, I don't think it gets much lower than this. I don't think that it ever gets to a pick 'em. But I also would wonder about the George Kittle part of this, because he's obviously a big part of their offense, and he is out. We know that. He will not play. I don't think Kyle Juszczyk's absence moves the line if he's unable to play.
No.
But, Kittle and certainly the quarterback, we know that that's always a thing. But that, to me, to your question, that would be an impressive spot where you could look at 2-0 in the division, 3-0 overall if you beat Arizona. That's even more impressive. Right now, I'm already impressed. I thought you should beat New Orleans. I said as much. Seattle was one where if we played the schedule game and I had them at 11-6, and if I have to find 6 losses, at Seattle would be 1, at the Rams would be 1, at Tampa would be 1, and then the one that nobody wants to talk about is at Cleveland, which is the 13th game in a row heading into the bye. I think that's a schedule one. That's a tough one schedule-wise.
I mean, it could be. It's also late November. It could be sloppy.
You never know.
Everybody loves to talk about Brock and the wet ball.
That's right. And then, you look at the game at Indy in December, and then, you're hard-pressed to find one more. Maybe it's the Rams up here. I don't know. For me, it becomes difficult to really find 6 losses, especially now that Seattle on the road is not a loss.
I like your answer at least. At least your answer is coming at me with by the time, if you go 3-0 and you do this weekend, I'm there. I think that there are, no one will admit this, but I think some of you are never going to get there. I can absolutely see a situation where the Niners go 12-5, and people at the end of the year are like, against that schedule? 12-5?
I mean, you should. That's the baseline.
I'm supposed to think that's a big deal? And by the way, this happens anytime a team is good when they're not outwardly expected to be. I remember when the Jimmy G Super Bowl year, I remember that season. If you remember, the Niners were 7-0, and the Carolina Panthers were on their way to town. And I don't even remember what the Panthers' record was, but it was good. I think maybe they were 5-2. And the Niners were 7-0, and there was a very big talking point going around of dude, they're 7-0, but they haven't played anybody. I mean, it's just been like Cupcake City. So beat the Panthers, and then we'll start to believe. And they blew the doors off of the Carolina Panthers. In fact, the Panthers were overheard during opening warmups. They got a huddle together, and some Niner reporters overheard them saying, I know they're 7-0, but they ain't played us. They haven't figured out us yet. And the Niners, you can refresh my memory.
51-13.
51-13.
It was 6-0 against 4-2.
There you go.
And it was right here, Levi's Stadium. And Niners are only favored by 4.5. 6-0 Niners against the 4-2 Panthers. And wow, Tevin Coleman.
Went off.
Tevin Coleman.
He went off.
Tevin Coleman. 4 touchdowns for Tevin Coleman. Jimmy Garoppolo found Emmanuel Sanders early, and the Niners never looked back.
What did Garoppolo throw for? $175?
I don't know if it was that much. $175.
No way.
Bang! Yeah. On the number.
Man, that's a big game for Jimmy.
If I told you the quarterback was 18 of 22, $175, 2 tuds, and a pick, he got sacked 3 times.
Yeah.
You would not think 51-point outburst.
Nope, you wouldn't. But that was that season. And the Niners ended up in the Super Bowl, with a lead with 12 minutes to go, right? They didn't win the whole thing, but that ended up being a really, really impressive football team.
Christian McCaffrey, 14 carries for $117.
Wow.
4 catches for 38, and a loss. He scored. Is that their only touchdown for? McCaffrey.
Yeah.
Christian McCaffrey.
Who knew they were showcasing him for a couple years later?
Right.
Yeah, but that's that. I've compared this feeling in early September to the feeling that year a couple times. I don't think that this team looks anywhere near as dominant or buttoned up or any of those things. But I do think that they're, from an expectation standpoint, 2019 and 2025 feel a little bit similar. And I absolutely think that the start to the season feels similar because it did. It took 7 games before anybody would believe. And this year it might take 8. It might take more because you might be convinced by this weekend, but I promise you a lot of people won't. Oh, it was the Cardinals. Oh, it was the Jags. Let's see if they win Thursday night at L.A. Yeah, but it's not really at L.A. because it's 49.
Right.
We're going to do this for a while. And actually this year we might just do it the whole year.
It just depends on how the year goes and how the victories get stacked up. And I'm remembering that year where, man, that defense was dominant. They just went out there and suffocated teams. They gave up 3 to the Browns in week 5. They beat the Rams 20-7. They beat Washington 9-0 in that sideways rain in our nation's capital to get to 6-0. I remember that game.
Remember Bosa slid through the water?
That's right.
And then the announcer got all hot and bothered. Oh, this is not, they're lacking class. All right, they won, but Washington's going to remember this. They're going to remember this one. Are they? Does anybody remember? The ownership's different now. The quarterback's different now. Hell, Debo's on the team. That was so funny. The announcer got all hot.
Yeah. And in that same year, the Niners' schedule included the NFC South, much like it does this year. They played Tampa and won. They beat Carolina. They went to New Orleans and they won. They lost to Atlanta in that weird game in December, 29-22. But by and large, the schedule that they had that year, not dissimilar from this one. They beat Cincinnati, who'd go on to be 2-14 that year. They beat Pittsburgh, 8-8, big whoop. They beat Cleveland, 6-10. So they played a lot of the weak sisters in the NFL that same year.
I think I want to point something else out, too. I said earlier the NFC West is going to be a battle. Maybe not the highest ceiling, but a very high floor. Okay? Only 1 loss in the division so far when the Niners beat the Seahawks. Outside of that, the teams collectively are 7-1. And you have 3 of the NFL's, how many did you say there were? Let's just say 5, 6, 7, 8. There's 8 2-0 teams at this moment. Obviously, Tampa could join the ranks, and whoever wins the later one tonight will join the ranks. So going to be 9 or 10 by the end of the night, and 3 of them are in the NFC West. Okay, schedule, Sam. You can say it's because it's been all Saints and Titans and Panthers and all of this junk. That's fine. I get that. But also, what are your early returns around the NFC? If the NFC West is a fight, can you get 2? Who knows? Can you get 3 teams out of that division into the playoffs? If we all buy that the Eagles are the class of the NFC East, you said earlier you don't think Washington looks quite as powerful this year as they did before. I still think likely a playoff team, but that's it. Minnesota, they were a big headache last year. Nope. Rebooted, new quarterback, looks like a rookie. Sorry, not going to make it. So eliminate them. Some people thought that the Bears were going to be an upstart pick. Ooh, they're coached by Ben Johnson. Go ahead and search on YouTube for the song The Bears Still Suck.
Yeah.
You'll get a wonderful smile out of that tonight because they do. And then there's the division we're talking about. Is Tampa going to win it? Is Atlanta going to win it? I don't know. One of them will win it, and the other one will probably maybe be in this wild card discussion. But, like, what's out there? Sure, Green Bay and Detroit. So I like one of them to win the division. I like the other one to make it. Washington, a question mark. Atlanta, a question mark. I don't think the NFC is as strong as it was a year ago. That's my way of saying that.
It's top heavy, I think, and then you get to the next group of teams, which would include, in my opinion, the Rams and the 49ers and the Seahawks. Tampa, we'll see if Tampa can really, cement themselves as a legitimate, consistent threat. Philadelphia is great. I don't know if Detroit's going to be able to be as good. I think the North goes through Green Bay this year.
Maybe.
I mean,
it might.
Especially with Micah Parsons running around acting like a crazy person on defense.
They look great, but also they haven't left their building yet.
Yep.
Like, that's my one thing about the Colts and the Packers. Like, let's see them on the road. Let's check it out. I'm not saying they're not good. They've had great starts.
Yep.
Although the Colts, dude, did you see the end of that game yesterday?
Against
the Broncos.
Yeah. I didn't see the end of it, no.
They lost the game. And then they won the game.
And then they won the game.
Like, literally, it got posted. NFL.com, Broncos 28, Colts 26, final. Oh,
and then what happened?
Hold everything. Well, the Colts got really conservative with, a minute to go. And they kind of were jimmying around with their timeouts. They wanted to get it all the way down to 3 seconds to try the game-winning field goal. Problem was they weren't that close yet. They're still out at the 40-yard line. So they're running the ball. They're running the ball to Jonathan Taylor. They're like, let's see if we can get another 5, another 7 yards, whatever. They don't. They kind of go backwards. And they run the clock all the way down to line their field goal kicker up for a 60-yarder.
Wow.
I'm like, you guys could have been a little more aggressive than that. He lines up the 60-yarder, not even close. Wide right and short. But we've got a leverage penalty.
Oh, no.
15 yards.
Oh, boy.
First down, retry the kick with no time on the clock from 45, right through the uprights, and the Colts win the football game. All right, take your show on the road. Let's see what happens.
Leverage penalty.
Leverage penalty.
Yeah, which, guys, trying a 60-yarder, you don't need to... You don't really need to go out and try to leverage.
Just let him kick it.
Right.
Or just let him kick it.
Unless it's Brandon Aubrey of the Cowboys, then you're going to need to get in there and try to block it because that thing's going to be good from 64.
Indy will be at Tennessee next week. I don't know if that's the measuring stick everyone wants it to be. They'll be out west here in L.A. to take on the Rams a little bit after that. Green Bay's got to hit the road now, too. Green Bay will go to Cleveland and then Dallas over the next 2 weeks. Sunday Night Football, 2 weeks, the Micah Parsons Bowl.
Yeah, Green Bay favored by 7.5 in the early look, and the Colts favored by 3.5 at Tennessee. Couple of home diggity dogs right there. And, boy, the week 3 slate almost upon us. And you got Buffalo favored by 80 on Thursday night, hosting Miami, 12.5.
That's too bad. One of the Survivor dealios that I'm in, you're not allowed to do Thursdays.
You're not?
Yeah.
What's the point?
Because the picks, you're able to make them until Friday night.
Gotcha. But you can't just pick the Thursday game. You can't get ahead of it.
Nope.
That's weird.
Nope. No Bills. Sorry.
Yeah.
They are ineligible this week.
I'm just looking at that 12.5, thinking, it's a big number, but
big number.
At home against Miami.
Miami's not a good football
They're
team.
not.
Man, you're going to have to pick that game, Dibs.
Yeah.
That might be for 11-0.
It might
right
be.
now I'm in a little bit of a bind here.
You're fine. You just need a touchdown.
I'm giving 2.5, right?
Yeah, you just need a score.
What am I think I'm giving even 3 in my my pool.
Baker just got sacked. You're fine.
Get it, Rankins?
Yeah. What's his first name? For $1,000.
Is it Sheldon Rankins?
I think so.
That was my guess, but I don't know for sure.
I don't even know.
I could use $1,000.
Hang on, let me look. Where is he? He hasn't even shown
It
up.
is Sheldon Rankins.
Sheldon Rankins.
Good job, Dibs.
Nice job.
Yeah, I think you owe him $1,000.
Yeah, I'll Zell you.
Well, I mean,
you have Zell attached to your phone number?
I do. The fact that your lovely wife...
I do, but...
Your lovely wife has presented me with Rice Krispie treats, so how am I going to hit you for $1,000?
Well, I'll just say, hey, those Rice Krispie treats that I brought you, they're $250 each.
I was going to say... I got
really
4 of them, so... Seriously.
Major. Yeah, we got to give her daughter Arden the credit. She's the baking chef. Yeah. So that house is hilarious. I don't know if you've got the patience for this. I don't. They bake stuff and then they won't eat it.
What?
Yeah, they just give it away. Just out there in the street. Just bring some to your friends, and here you can have some. Hey, bring some to Dibs. I'm like, they just bake it like they want to. They're process people, not results people.
Gotcha.
They want to go through the baking, but then they're like, sugar, that's bad for you. I'm like, why are we?
What are we doing then?
What are we doing?
You're gonna bake it and then just give it away. That's nice.
Yeah, like I love it. I'm gonna eat it.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I hate it.
No, I love it. I'm gonna eat it.
Yeah, I don't know if these are gonna ever be presented to my 3-year-old daughter.
Why?
Because we're not doing sugar.
Give her a treat. Oh yes, you are.
Only
she's at ice cream every day when you're here. You show me the picture 2 times a week at least.
You got to eat to get a treat.
Yeah.
And last night she didn't get it done last night.
Well, I got faith in Miley's good. She's gonna start eating.
Yeah.
Let me talk to her. She'll eat.
It just depends. Every day is different. Last night was not one of those days, and then I won a special treat. It's like, no, you're not getting. You don't get a special treat.
She always say it in that rhythmic sort of
a special treat.
I want a special treat.
Can I have a special treat and a special treat, and then I do the song. You got to eat to get a treat. I don't yike it, dude. It's spend an hour in my house. The comedy.
You need to dangle those. You'd be like, look what Dad's got.
Yeah.
Better eat it.
She want to go right to it.
No.
Yeah.
Broccoli.
That's right.
Broccoli first. All right. Anyway, sponsored by the California Office of Traffic Safety.
Doing?
I don't know. And Caltrans. 888-957-9570. Willard and Dibs.
My mom, my papa, my daddy works for Caltrans on the freeway, right next to speeding cars.
Please be be
alert. Be work zone alert. Brought to you by the kids of Caltrans.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Cliff from Richmond. The crew that came to repair our gate were amazing. So polite and friendly and helpful, they got us back up and running in no time. Their professional attitude kept our team and fleet of vehicles operational. Thank you, Fred and Sal. Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/sports. openphone.com/SPORTS.
Partner with the business that's ready to work for yours. The Home Depot. We supply the support your job needs with the level of service your business deserves. Streamline operations and get more done with the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right. So we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
You guys are slower today. Were you guys in Bourbon Street too long last night or something?
Long flight back.
All right.
Now, back to
Willard Dibs
on 95.7 The Game.
Who said that? Who said long flight back?
That was Jennifer Lee Chan.
Jennifer Lee Chan. I had a feeling.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, you guys aren't like flying private and stuff. Or,
all right.
I mean, you're on commercial, and I understand that and stuff, and you're probably in 21B and stuff, and I'm in my own seat in first class and stuff, and we're on a private jet with catered food and stuff.
Get used to it, Kyle. When you win football games, people aren't as mad.
All right.
So they got fewer questions.
Yeah.
Like right now, it's like,
what are you asking exactly?
We're asking who's hurt. But outside of but what else? What else you want to ask?
Like, what's your level of concern with all these injuries?
It's questionable. Yeah. Questionable concern.
Okay. Hey, Kyle, is Mac better than Brock? I mean, what do you want? Like,
I'm not going to say anything about Christian, guys.
All right. I didn't ask about Christian. I asked about Brock.
I only have so much I'm working with back here.
You're doing great. You're doing really, really well. I wonder if Brock sits and Mac goes out and balls out again to get to 3-0. Will we get those quarterback controversy phone calls?
Possibly.
Yeah, I doubt he was even asked today about, any of that.
No. Good Lord.
I'm still confused by your question.
I'm sitting here scanning the internet for odds on a Bryce Eldridge homer tonight. I want to know what I could get out of this.
Yeah,
I just want to that's all I want. I want to root for this tonight. I'm sure with your various underdogs or prize picks, right? They got to have something like that posted where it would be, higher or lower than 0.5 like
total bases. I don't know.
Some sort of a play on it, I would think. By the way, you can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Stream your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long, starting at just $30 for your first year. That's like $250 a month. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. And, oh, by the way, another reminder, y'all are going to want to be with us. Tomorrow is an unbelievable day. Fred Warner is going to be on the show. We believe right now, just to put a little timestamp on it, if you want to make your plans, 3:30. Fred Warner will be on the show. Stink is going to be his opening act. I don't know if Stink knows that or if that would be offensive to him. But Stink, you're the opening act at 3. And then what do you think's going to happen in this game, Stink?
That's a great. I think it's going to be a really tight game.
Yeah, I'll never get over it. But anyway, he'll join us at 3, and then at 3:30, Fred Warner is on the show. And speaking of Fred. Here's what Fred said about being 2-0.
It's huge. I can't, really express how big that last week's win was to get us going, to be 1-0 in the division and on the road to start the year with a lot of young guys. We knew we had a huge test ahead of us this week, especially with some guys down on the offensive side, and that didn't change our preparation in any way. It was just an understanding, right? I think you got to pack your defense on the road, and so there's so much to clean up today. I was frustrated as heck to let up 6 in those moments, especially long drives where we should have been off the field, But, man, you love to clean it up after a win.
That's kind of an interesting comment, actually. I mean, I think it's part of what I'm getting at. Like, I can see a world where some people would be like, y'all let Spencer Rattler rock 3 TDs and no picks? Like, I thought Spencer Rattler was the whole reason the Niners were supposed to win this game. Spencer Rattler.
Yeah, Spencer Rattler.
Spencer Rattler looked pretty damn good.
At times, and, I know what Fred's saying, and I'm looking at the drive chart on the 5th drive where they finally gave up a touchdown, and it was a 12-play drive. They went 84 yards, and I'm counting 5 Kamara runs, a Kamara catch, and he's a lot. And Cooks had a 19-yard catch in there as well. And, you couldn't get off the field on 3rd down. The one that really hurt was when Rattler on 3rd and 6 scrambled for 11 yards. And that was the one where he kind of sidestepped a guy and he broke one tackle, and a couple of Niners, I think D. Winter crashed into a teammate, and they just couldn't get off the field on that drive. But by and large, the Niners were great. And looking at the Pro Football Focus numbers, Mark, for Fred Warner for the game, 95.1 was Fred's rating. That's out of 100. And you very rarely see any player in the 90s, let alone at a 95. Fred Warner, you can be frustrated, but by the Pro Football Focus numbers, you were patently awesome in that game.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely he was. Christian McCaffrey, same question. How are we feeling about 2-0?
It's an awesome one, man. Anytime you get a win in the NFL, it's awesome. We were obviously down a lot of guys, had some adversity come up, but offense, defense, special teams to close that game out the way we did was awesome. I think there's obviously always room for improvement, but overall the win column being 2-0 right now is awesome. So headed back on that plane will feel much better.
That was 3 awesomes in 19 seconds from Christian McCaffrey. That's number 1. But number 2, for my money, over the last, Thursday Summit was a week and a half ago, right? 10 days ago?
Sounds right.
Over the last 10 days, I would say the most under-discussed thing, certainly in the Bay Area, possibly in all NFL media, is the fact that dude's fine.
He's fine. Well, we all jump to conclusions when we hear that he's sitting out because of a calf, and I was saying this last week to you, like, oh my God, he's got a calf, which means it's an Achilles, which means he's one step away from his leg falling off.
It's technically not untrue.
Depending on where the calf injury is, and depending on, like you were saying, is it a cramp? I mean, apparently he had a cramp because he had 31 touches.
Right. So I did see a doctor say that it is a calf cramp, but that's not like what we know to be a cramp. Like, when you're in bed and you get that foot cramp,
dude,
and you're like,
this could be the end.
But then if you just move the foot around a certain way and you kind of like, bear it for about, 10 seconds or whatever, it's gone. Like, that's not what this was. This is an actual thing. A cramping of the calf, especially someone who has had a lot of action down there in that portion of, all of his body parts. Like, there's been a lot going on down there. So, it's essentially a cramping of the calf, but that's the only thing it could have been for him to then take 50 touches over the next 9 days of his life.
Yeah, 50,
50 touches.
Including 31 just a couple days later, where we all were thinking, oh, will he or won't he? And if he doesn't play, what can they do? And all the rest of it. And so he goes out and he gets 31 touches in Seattle, and then came back yesterday. And I asked you before the show, because I didn't have the exact number, it felt to me like a lot more carries and catches than what it turned out to be. Only 19.
13 carries, 6 catches.
And it was one of those weird games where the Niners had 71 plays on offense and 71 plays on defense. So, I mean, and the time of possession was almost exactly split evenly. The Niners won it by a very small margin, but New Orleans was able to move the ball a lot, but the Niners, to me, never felt like they were in much jeopardy in that game.
Here's Shanahan on the same question. What about 2-0, my man?
Yeah, it's awesome. However you do it, to be 2-0, it all counts the same. Yes, we did have to overcome a number of injuries. I was real proud of the guys doing it. It was awesome. Trent was able to go today and battle through that game. JJ being able to go battle through that game. Both of them had big plays, but I'm real proud of the guys.
Okay, that was 2 awesomes. Christian had 3 awesomes. Can you remember, is that how Fred Warner started his thing too? Did all 3 of them answer it the exact same way?
I thought there was an awesome in there with Fred Warner.
All of them were asked, hey, Grandy, help me out because I want to cut these off right after they begin. Okay? Did Fred Warner, how does it feel to be 2-0? Does he say it's awesome right away?
It's huge. I can't.
Oh.
It's huge.
It's huge. It's huge. Because then Christian McCaffrey said it's awesome, and Kyle Shanahan said it's awesome. So I guess